Understand? Tired. Hungry. Bath. He pointed to the castle donjon. Go there. Now, please. Lord Toranaga 1. Lord Ishido 2. Go now. And with added imperiousness on the last Ima, he got awkwardly into the palanquin and lay down on the cushions, his feet sticking far out. Then Yabu laughed, and everyone joined in. "Ah, so, Anjin-sama," Yabu said with a mocking bow. "Iye, Yabu-sama. Anjin-san," Blackthorn corrected him contentedly. "Yes, you bastard. I know a thing or two now. But I haven't forgotten about you, and soon I'll be walking on your grave." Chapter 16. Perhaps it would have been better to consult me before removing my prisoner from my jurisdiction, Lord Ishido, Toranaga was saying. The barbarian was in the common prison with common people. Naturally, I presumed you had no further interest in him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had him taken out of there. Of course, I never meant to interfere with your private affairs. Ishido was outwardly calm and deferential, but inside he was seething. He knew that he had been trapped into an indiscretion. It was true that he should have asked Toranaga first. Ordinary politeness demanded it. Even that would not have mattered at all if he still had the barbarian in his power, in his quarters. He would simply have handed over the foreigner at his leisure, if and when Toranaga had asked for him. But for some of his men to have been intercepted and ignominiously killed, and then for the daimyo Yabu and some of Toranaga's men to have taken physical possession of the barbarian from more of his men, changed the position completely. He had lost face, whereas his whole strategy for Toranaga's public destruction was to put Toranaga into precisely that position. Again, I apologize. Toranaga glanced at Hiromatsu, the apology music to their ears. Both men knew how much inner bleeding it had cost Ishido. They were in the great audience room. By prior agreement, the two antagonists had only 5 guards present, men of guaranteed reliability. The rest were waiting outside. Yabu was also waiting outside, and the barbarian was being cleaned. Good, Toranaga thought, feeling very pleased with himself. He put his mind on Yabu briefly and decided not to see him today after all, but to continue to play him like a fish. So he asked Hiromatsu to send him away and turned again to Ishido. Of course your apology is accepted. Fortunately, no harm was done. Then I may take the barbarian to the heir as soon as he's presentable? I'll send him as soon as I've finished with him. May I ask when that will be? The heir was expecting him this morning. We shouldn't be too concerned about that, you and I, nay? Yaemon's only 7. I'm sure a 7-year-old boy can possess himself with patience, nay? Patience is a form of discipline and requires practice, doesn't it? I'll explain the misunderstanding myself. I'm giving him another swimming lesson this morning. Oh? Yes, you should learn to swim too, Lord Ishido. It's excellent exercise, and could come in very useful during war. All my samurai can swim. I insist that all learn that art. Mine spend their time practicing archery, swordsmanship, riding, and shooting. Mine add poetry, penmanship, flower arranging, the Cha-no-yu ceremony. Samurai should be well versed in the arts of peace, to be strong for the arts of war. Most of my men are already more than proficient in those arts, Ishido said, conscious that his own writing was poor and his learning limited. Samurai are birthed for war. I understand war very well. That is enough at the moment. That and obedience to our master's will. Yaemon's swimming lesson is at the hour of the horse. The day and the night were each split into 6 equal parts. The day began with the hour of the hare, from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Then the dragon, from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. The hours of the snake, horse, goat, monkey, cock, dog, boar, rat, and ox followed. And the cycle ended with the hour of the tiger between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Would you like to join the lesson? Thank you, no. I'm too old to change my ways, Ishido said thinly. I hear the captain of your men was ordered to commit seppuku. Naturally, the bandits should have been caught. At least one of them should have been caught. Then we would have found the others. I'm astounded that such carrion could operate so close to the castle. I agree. Perhaps the barbarian could describe them. What would a barbarian know? Toranaga laughed. As to the bandits, they were ronin, weren't they? Ronin are plentiful among your men. Inquiries there might prove fruitful, nay? Inquiries are being pressed, in many directions. Ishido passed over the veiled sneer about Ronin, the masterless, almost outcast mercenary samurai, who had, in their thousands, flocked to the heir's banner when Ishido had whispered it abroad, that he, on behalf of the heir and the mother of the heir, would accept their fidelity, would, incredibly, forgive and forget their indiscretions or past, and would, in the course of time, repay their loyalty with a taiko's lavishness. Ishido knew that it had been a brilliant move. It gave him an enormous pool of trained samurai to draw upon. It guaranteed loyalty, for Ronin knew they would never get another such chance. It brought into his camp all the angry ones, many of whom had been made Ronin by Toranaga's conquests, and those of his allies. And lastly, it removed a danger to the realm, an increase in the bandit population, for almost the only supportable way of life open to a samurai unlucky enough to become Ronin was to become a monk or bandit. There are many things I don't understand about this ambush, Ishido said, his voice tinged with venom. Yes. Why, for instance, should bandits try to capture this barbarian for ransom? There are plenty of others in the city, vastly more important. Isn't that what the bandit said? It was ransom he wanted? Ransom from whom? What's the barbarian's value? None. And how did they know where he would be? It was only yesterday that I gave the order to bring him to the heir, thinking it would amuse the boy. Very curious. Very, Toranaga said. Then there's the coincidence of Lord Yabu being in the vicinity with some of your men and some of mine at that exact time. Very curious. Very. Of course he was there because I had sent for him, and your men were there because we agreed, at your suggestion, that it was good policy and a way to begin to heal the breach between us, that your men accompany mine wherever they go while I'm on this official visit. It is also strange that the bandits who were sufficiently brave and well organized to slay the first 10 without a fight acted like Koreans when our men arrived. The two sides were equally matched. Why didn't the bandits fight, or take the barbarian into the hills immediately, and not, stupidly, stay on a main path to the castle? Very curious. Very. I'll certainly be taking double guards with me tomorrow when I go hawking, just in case. It's disconcerting to know bandits are so close to the castle. Yes. Perhaps you'd like to hunt, too. Fly one of your hawks against mine. I'll be hunting the hills to the north. Thank you, no. I'll be busy tomorrow. Perhaps the day after? I've ordered 20,000 men to sweep all the forests, woods, and glades around Osaka. There won't be a bandit within 20 li in 10 days. That I can promise you. Toranaga knew that Ishido was using the bandits as an excuse to increase the number of his troops in the vicinity. If he says 20, he means 50. The neck of the trap is closing, he told himself. Why so soon? What new treachery has happened? Why is Ishido so confident? Good. Then the day after tomorrow, Lord Ishido. You'll keep your men away from my hunting area? I wouldn't want my game disturbed, he added thinly. Of course. And the barbarian? He is and always was my property. And his ship. But you can have him when I've finished with him. And afterwards you can send him to the execution ground, if you wish. Thank you. Yes, I'll do that. Ishido closed his fan and slipped it into his sleeve. He's unimportant. What is important, and the reason for my coming to see you, is that... Oh, by the way, I heard that the lady, my mother, is visiting the Joji monastery. Oh? I would have thought the season's a little late for looking at cherry blossoms. Surely they'd be well past their prime now. I agree, but then if she wishes to see them, why not? You can never tell with the elderly. They have minds of their own and see things differently, eh? But her health isn't good. I worry about her. She has to be very careful. She takes a chill very easily. It's the same with my mother. You have to watch the health of the old. Toranaga made a mental note to send an immediate message to remind the abbot to watch over the old woman's health very carefully. If she were to die in the monastery, the repercussions would be terrible. He would be shamed before the empire. All daimyos would realize that in the chess game for power, he had used a helpless old woman, the mother of his enemy, as a pawn, and failed in his responsibility to her. Taking a hostage was, in truth, a dangerous ploy. Ishido had become almost blind with rage when he had heard that his revered mother was in the Toranaga stronghold at Nagoya. Heads had fallen. He had immediately brought forward plans for Toranaga's destruction, and had taken a solemn resolve to invest Nagoya and obliterate the daimyo Kazamaki, in whose charge she had ostensibly been, the moment hostilities began. Last, a private message had been sent to the abbot through intermediaries, that unless she was brought safely out of the monastery within 24 hours, Naga, the only son of Toranaga within reach, and any of his women that could be caught, would, unhappily, wake up in the leper village, having been fed by them, watered by them, and serviced by one of their whores. Ishido knew that while his mother was in Toranaga's power, he had to tread lightly. But he had made it clear that if she was not let go, he would set the empire to the torch. "How is the lady, your mother, Lord Toranaga?" he asked politely. "She's very well, thank you." Toranaga allowed his happiness to show, both at the thought of his mother and at the knowledge of Ishido's impotent fury. "She's remarkably fit for 74. I only hope I'm as strong as she is when I'm her age." "You're 58, Toranaga, but you'll never reach 59, Ishido promised himself. "Please give her my best wishes for a continued happy life. Thank you again, and I'm sorry that you were inconvenienced." He bowed with great politeness, and then, holding in his soaring pleasure with difficulty, he added, "Oh, yes, the important matter I wanted to see you about was that the last formal meeting of the regents has been postponed. We do not meet tonight at sunset." Toranaga kept the smile on his face, but inside he was rocked. "Oh? Why?" "Lord Kiyama's sick. Lord Sugiyama and Lord Onoshi have agreed to the delay. So did I. A few days are unimportant, aren't they, on such important matters?" "We can have the meeting without Lord Kiyama." We have agreed that we should not. Ishido's eyes were taunting. Formally, here are our 4 seals. Toranaga was seething. Any delay jeopardized him immeasurably. Could he barter Ishido's mother for an immediate meeting? No, because it would take too much time for the orders to go back and forth, and he would have conceded a very great advantage for nothing. When will the meeting be? I understand Lord Kiyama should be well tomorrow, or perhaps the next day. Good. I'll send my personal physician to see him. I'm sure he'd appreciate that, but his own has forbidden any visitors. The disease might be contagious, eh? What disease? I don't know, my lord. That's what I was told. Is the doctor a barbarian? Yes. I understand the chief doctor of the Christians. A Christian doctor-priest for a Christian daimyo. Ours are not good enough for so important a daimyo, Ishido said with a sneer. Toranaga's concern increased. If the doctor were Japanese, there were many things he could do. But with a Christian doctor, inevitably a Jesuit priest, well, to go against one of them, or even to interfere with one of them, might alienate all Christian daimyos, which he could not afford to risk. He knew his friendship with Tsuku-san would not help him against the Christian daimyos, Onoshi or Kiyama. It was in Christian interests to present a united front. Soon he would have to approach them, the barbarian priests, to make an arrangement, to find out the price of their cooperation. If Ishido truly has Onoshi and Kiyama with him, and all the Christian daimyos would follow these two if they acted jointly, then I'm isolated, he thought. Then my only way left is Crimson Sky. I'll visit Lord Kiyama the day after tomorrow, he said, naming a deadline. That's the contagion? I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to you while you're here in Osaka, my lord. You are our guest, in my care. I must insist you do not. You may rest comfortably, my lord Ishido. The contagion that will topple me has not yet been born, eh? You forget the soothsayer's prediction. When the Chinese embassy had come to the Taiko 6 years ago to try to settle the Japanese-Korean-Chinese war, a famous astrologer had been among them. This Chinese had forecast many things that had since come true. At one of the Taiko's incredibly lavish ceremonial dinners, the Taiko had asked the soothsayer to predict the deaths of certain of his counselors. The astrologer had said that Toranaga would die by the sword when he was middle-aged. Ishido, the famous conqueror of Korea, or Chaoxian, as Chinese called that land, would die undiseased, an old man, his feet firm in the earth, the most famous man of his day. But the Taiko himself would die in his bed, respected, revered, of old age, leaving a healthy son to follow him. This had so pleased the Taiko, who was still childless, that he had decided to let the embassy return to China and not kill them as he had planned for their previous insolences. Instead of negotiating for peace as he had expected, the Chinese emperor, through his embassy, had merely offered to invest him as king of the country of Wa, as the Chinese called Japan. So he had sent them home alive, and not in the very small boxes that had already been prepared for them, and renewed the war against Korea and China. No, Lord Toranaga, I haven't forgotten, Ishido said, remembering very well. But contagion can be uncomfortable. Why be uncomfortable? You could catch the pox like your son Noboru. So sorry. Or become a leper like Lord Onoshi. He's still young, but he suffers. Oh yes, he suffers. Momentarily, Toranaga was thrown off balance. He knew the ravages of both diseases too well. Noboru, his eldest living son, had caught the Chinese pox when he was 17, 10 years ago, and all the cures of the doctors, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and Christian, had not managed to allay the disease, which had already defaced him, but would not kill him. "If I become all-powerful," Toranaga promised himself, "perhaps I can stamp out that disease. Does it really come from women? How do women get it? How can it be cured?" Poor Noburu, Toranaga thought. "Except for the pox, you'd be my heir, because you're a brilliant soldier, a better administrator than Sudara, and very cunning. You must have done many bad things in a previous life to have had to carry so many burdens in this one." "By the Lord Buddha, I'd not wish either of those on anyone," he said. "I agree," Ishido said, believing Toranaga would wish them both on him if he could. He bowed again and left. Toranaga broke the silence. "Well?" Hiromatsu said. "If you stay or leave now, it's the same. Disaster. Because now you've been betrayed and you are isolated, sire. If you stay for the meeting, you won't get a meeting for a week. Ishido will have mobilized his legions around Osaka, and you'll never escape, whatever happens to the Lady Ochiba in Edo. And clearly Ishido's decided to risk her to get you. It's obvious you're betrayed, and the 4 regents will make a decision against you. A 4-against-1 vote in council impeaches you. If you leave, they'll still issue whatever orders Ishido wishes. You're bound to uphold a 4-to-1 decision. You swore to do it. You cannot go against your solemn word as a regent." "I agree." The silence held. Hiromatsu waited with growing anxiety. "What are you going to do?" "First, I'm going to have my swim," Toranaga said with surprising joviality. "Then I'll see the barbarian." The woman walked quietly through Toranaga's private garden in the castle, toward the little thatched hut that was set so prettily in a glade of maples. Her silk kimono and obi were the most simple yet the most elegant that the most famous craftsman in China could make. She wore her hair in the latest Kyoto fashion, piled high and held in place with long silver pins. A colourful sunshade protected her very fair skin. She was tiny, just 5 feet, but perfectly proportioned. Around her neck was a thin golden chain, and hanging from it, a small golden crucifix. Kitty was waiting on the veranda of the hut. She sat heavily in the shade, her buttocks overflowing her cushion, and she watched the woman approach along the stepping stones, which had been set so carefully into the moss that they seemed to have grown there. "You're more beautiful than ever, younger than ever, Toda Mariko-san," Kiri said without jealousy, returning her bow. "I wish that were true, Kiritsubo-san," Mariko replied, smiling. She knelt on a cushion, unconsciously arranging her skirts into a delicate pattern. "It's true. When did we last meet? 2, 3 years ago? You haven't changed a hair's breadth in 20 years. It must be almost 20 years since we first met. Do you remember? It was at a feast Lord Goroda gave. You were 14, just married, and rare. And frightened. No, not you, not frightened. It was 16 years ago, Kiritsubo-san, not 20. Yes, I remember it very well." Too well, she thought, heartsick. That was the day my brother whispered that he believed our revered father was going to be revenged on his liege lord, the dictator Goroda, that he was going to assassinate him. His liege lord. Oh yes, Kiri-san, I remember that day, and that year, and that hour. It was the beginning of all the horror. I've never admitted to anyone that I knew what was going to happen before it happened. I never warned my husband, or Hiromatsu his father, both faithful vassals of the dictator, that treachery was planned by one of his greatest generals. Worse, I never warned Goroda, my liege lord. So I failed in my duty to my liege lord, to my husband, to his family,
which because of my marriage is my only family. Oh, Madonna, forgive me my sin. Help me to cleanse myself. I kept silent to protect my beloved father, who desecrated the honor of 1,000 years. Oh, my God, oh, Lord Jesus of Nazareth, save this sinner from eternal damnation. It was 16 years ago, Mariko said serenely. I was carrying Lord Toranaga's child that year, Kiri said, and she thought, if Lord Goroda had not been foully betrayed and murdered by your father, my Lord Toranaga would never have had to fight the Battle of Nagakude. I would never have caught a chill there, and my child would never have miscarried. Perhaps, she told herself, and perhaps not. It was just karma, my karma, whatever happened, nay? Ah, Mariko-san, she said, no malice in her. That's so long ago, it almost seems like another lifetime. But you're ageless. Why can't I have your figure and beautiful hair and walk so daintily? Kiri laughed. The answer's simple. Because I eat too much. What does it matter? You bask in Lord Toranaga's favour, nay? So you're fulfilled. You're wise and warm and whole and happy in yourself. I'd rather be thin and still able to eat and be in favour, Kiri said. But you're not happy in yourself? I'm only an instrument for my Lord Buntaro to play upon. If the Lord my husband is happy, then of course I'm happy. His pleasure's my pleasure. It's the same with you, Mariko said. Yes, but not the same. Kiri moved her fan, the golden silk catching the afternoon sun. I'm so glad I'm not you, Mariko, with all your beauty and brilliance and courage and learning. No, I couldn't bear being married to that hateful, ugly, arrogant, violent man for a day, let alone 17 years. He's so opposite to his father, Lord Hiromatsu. Now there's a wonderful man. But Buntaro? How do fathers have such terrible sons? I wish I had a son. Oh, how I wish. But you, Mariko, how have you borne such ill treatment all these years? How have you endured your tragedies? It seems impossible that there's no shadow of them on your face or in your soul. You're an amazing woman, Toda Buntaro Mariko-san. Thank you, Kiritsubo Toshiko-san. Oh, Kiri-san, it's so good to see you. And you, how is your son? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Seruji's 15 now. Can you imagine it? Tall and strong and just like his father. And Lord Hiromatsu has given Seruji his own fief, and he's... Did you know that he's going to be married? No. To whom? She's a granddaughter of Lord Kiyama's. Lord Toranaga's arranged it so well. A very fine match for our family. I only wish the girl herself was more attentive to my son, more worthy. Do you know she... Mariko laughed, a little shyly. There, I sound like every mother-in-law that's ever been. But I think you'd agree, she isn't really trained yet. You'll have time to do that. Oh, I hope so. Yes, I'm lucky I don't have a mother-in-law. I don't know what I'd do. You'd enchant her and train her as you train all your household, ne? I wish that was also true. Mariko's hands were motionless in her lap. She watched a dragonfly settle, then dart away. My husband ordered me here. Lord Toranaga wishes to see me? Yes, he wants you to interpret for him. Mariko was startled. With whom? The new barbarian. Oh, but what about Father Tsuku-san? Is he sick? No. Kiri played with her fan. I suppose it's left to us to wonder why Lord Toranaga wants you here and not the priest, as in the first interview. Why is it, Mariko-san, that we have to guard all the monies, pay all the bills, train all the servants, buy all the food and household goods, even most times the clothes of our lords? But they don't really tell us anything, do they? Perhaps that's what our intuition's for. Probably. Kiri's gaze was level and friendly. But I'd imagine that this would all be a very private matter. So you would swear by your Christian God not to divulge anything about this meeting to anyone? The day seemed to lose its warmth. Of course, Mariko said uneasily. She understood very clearly that Kiri meant she was to say nothing to her husband, or to his father, or to her confessor. As her husband had ordered her here, obviously at Lord Toranaga's request, her duty to her liege Lord Toranaga overcame her duty to her husband, so she could withhold information freely from him. But to her confessor? Could she say nothing to him? And why was she the interpreter, and not Father Tsuku-san? She knew that once more, against her will, she was involved in the kind of political intrigue that had bedeviled her life, and wished again that her family was not ancient and Fujimoto, that she had never been born with the gift of tongues that had allowed her to learn the almost incomprehensible Portuguese and Latin languages, and that she had never been born at all. But then, she thought, I would never have seen my son, nor learned about the Christ-child, or his truth, or about the life everlasting. It is your karma, Mariko, she told herself sadly. Just karma. Very well, Kiri-san. Then she added with foreboding, I swear by the Lord my God that I will not divulge anything said here today, or at any time I am interpreting for my liege lord. I would also imagine that you might have to exclude part of your own feelings to translate exactly what is said. This new barbarian is strange, and says peculiar things. I'm sure my lord picked you above all possibilities for special reasons. I am Lord Toranaga's to do with as he wishes. He need never have any fear for my loyalty. That was never in question, lady. I meant no harm. A spring rain came and speckled the petals and the mosses and the leaves, and disappeared, leaving ever more beauty in its wake. I would ask a favour, Mariko-san. Would you please put your crucifix under your kimono? Mariko's fingers darted for it defensively. Why? Lord Toranaga has never objected to my conversion, nor has Lord Hiromatsu, the head of my clan. My husband allows me to keep it and wear it. Yes, but crucifixes send this barbarian mad, and my Lord Toranaga doesn't want him mad. He wants him soothed. Blackthorn had never seen anyone so petite. Konnichiwa, he said. Konnichi, Toranaga-sama. He bowed as a courtier, nodded to the boy who knelt, wide-eyed, beside Toranaga, and to the fat woman who was behind him. They were all on the veranda that encircled the small hut. The hut contained a single small room with rustic screens and hewn beams and thatched roof, and a kitchen area behind. It was set on pilings of wood and raised a foot or so above a carpet of pure white sand. This was a ceremonial tea-house for the Chanoyu ceremony, and built at vast expense with rare materials for that purpose alone, though sometimes, because these houses were isolated in glades, they were used for trysts and private conversations. Blackthorn gathered his kimono around him and sat on the cushion that had been placed on the sand below and in front of them. Gomen nasai, Toranaga-sama. Nihongo ga hanasemasen. Tsuyaku ga imasu ka? I am your interpreter, senor, Mariko said at once, in almost flawless Portuguese. But you speak Japanese?
No, señorita. Just a few words or phrases, Blackthorne replied, taken aback. He had been expecting Father Alvito to be the interpreter, and Toranaga to be accompanied by samurai, and perhaps the daimyo Yabu. But no samurai were near, though many ringed the garden.
My lord, Toranaga asks where? First, perhaps I should ask if you prefer to speak Latin.
Whichever you wish, señorita. Like any educated man, Blackthorne could read, write, and speak Latin, because Latin was the only language of learning throughout the civilized world. Who is this woman? Why did she learn such perfect Portuguese? And Latin? Where else but from the Jesuits, he thought. In one of their schools. Oh, they're so clever. The first thing they do is build a school. It was only 70 years ago that Ignatius Loyola had formed the Society of Jesus, and now their schools, the finest in Christendom, were spread across the world, and their influence bolstered or destroyed kings. They had the ear of the Pope. They had halted the tide of the Reformation, and were now winning back huge territories for their church.
We will speak Portuguese, then, she was saying. My master wishes to know where you learned your few words and phrases.
There was a monk in the prison, señorita, a Franciscan monk, and he taught me. Things like food, friend, bath, go, come, true, false, here, there, I, you, please, thank you, want, don't want, prisoner, yes, no, and so on. It's only a beginning, unfortunately. Would you please tell Lord Toranaga that I'm better prepared now to answer his questions, to help, and more than a little pleased to be out of prison, for which I thank him. Blackthorne watched as she turned and spoke to Toranaga. He knew that he would have to speak simply, preferably in short sentences, and be careful, because unlike the priest who interpreted simultaneously, this woman waited till he had finished, then gave a synopsis or a version of what was said. The usual problem of all except the finest interpreters, though even they, as with the Jesuit, allowed their own personalities to influence what was said, voluntarily or involuntarily. The bath and massage and food and 2 hours of sleep had immeasurably refreshed him. The bath attendants, all women of girth and strength, had pummeled him and shampooed his hair, braiding it in a neat queue, and the barber had trimmed his beard. He had been given a clean loincloth and kimono and sash, and tabi and thongs for his feet. The futons on which he had slept had been so clean like the room. It had all seemed dreamlike, and waking from dreamlessness, he had wondered momentarily which was the dream, this or the prison. He had waited impatiently, hoping that he would be guided again to Toranaga, planning what to say and what to reveal, how to outwit Father Alvito, and how to gain ascendance over him, and over Toranaga. For he knew, beyond all doubt, because of what Friar Domingo had told him about the Portuguese, and Japanese politics and trade, that he could now help Toranaga, who, in return, could easily give him the riches he desired. And now, with no priest to fight, he felt even more confident. I'd need just a little luck and patience. Toranaga was listening intently to the doll-like interpreter. Blackthorne thought, I could pick her up with one hand, and if I put both hands around her waist, my fingers would touch. How old would she be? Perfect. Married? No wedding ring. Ah, that's interesting. She's wearing no jewelry of any kind, except the silver pins in her hair. Neither is the other woman, the fat one. He searched his memory. The other 2 women in the village had worn no jewelry either, and he had not seen any on any of Murat's household. Why? And who's the fat woman? Toranaga's wife? Or the boy's nursemaid? Would the lad be Toranaga's son? Or grandson, perhaps? Friar Domingo had said that Japanese had only one wife at one time, but as many consorts, legal mistresses, as they wished. Was the interpreter Toranaga's consort? What would it be like to have such a woman in bed? I'd be afraid of crushing her. No, she wouldn't break. There are women in England almost as small, but not like her. The boy was small and straight and round-eyed, his full black hair tied into a short queue, his pate unshaven. His curiosity seemed enormous. Without thinking, Blackthorn winked. The boy jumped, then laughed, and interrupted Mariko and pointed and spoke out, and they listened indulgently, and no one hushed him. When he had finished, Toranaga spoke briefly to Blackthorn.
Lord Toranaga asks, why did you do that, senor?
Oh, just to amuse the lad. He's a child like any, and children in my country would usually laugh if you did that. My son must be about his age now. My son's 7.
The heir is 7, Mariko said after a pause, then translated what he had said.
Heir? Does that mean the boy's Lord Toranaga's only son? Blackthorn asked.
Lord Toranaga has instructed me to say that you will please confine yourself to answering questions only, for the moment.
Then she added,
I'm sure if you are patient, Pilot Captain Blackthorn, that you'll be given an opportunity to ask anything you wish later.
Very well.
As your name is very hard to say, senor, for we do not have the sounds to pronounce it, may I, for Lord Toranaga, use your Japanese name, Anjin-san?
Of course. Blackthorn was going to ask hers, but he remembered what she had said and reminded himself to be patient.
Thank you. My lord asks, do you have any other children?
A daughter. She was born just before I left my home in England. So she's about 2 now.
You have one wife or many?
1. That's our custom, like the Portuguese and Spanish. We don't have consorts, formal consorts.
Is this your first wife, senor?
Yes.
Please, how old are you?
36.
Where in England do you live?
On the outskirts of Chatham. That's a small port near London.
London is your chief city?
Yes.
He asks, what languages do you speak?
English, Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, and of course Latin.
What is Dutch?
It's a language spoken in Europe, in the Netherlands. It's very similar to German. She frowned.
Dutch is a heathen language? German too?
Both are non-Catholic countries, he said carefully.
Excuse me, isn't that the same as heathen?
No, señorita. Christianity is split in 2 distinct and very separate religions, Catholicism and Protestantism. There are 2 versions of Christianity. The sect in Japan is Catholic. At the moment, both sects are very hostile to each other. He marked her astonishment and felt Toranaga's growing impatience at being left out of the conversation. Be careful, he cautioned himself. She's certainly Catholic. Lead up to things, and be simple. Perhaps Lord Toranaga doesn't wish to discuss religion, señorita, as it was partially covered in our first meeting.
You are a Protestant Christian?
Yes.
And Catholic Christians are your enemies?
Most would consider me heretic and their enemy, yes. She hesitated, turned to Toranaga, and spoke at length. There were many guards around the perimeter of the garden. All well away, all browns. Then Blackthorn noticed 10 greys sitting in a neat group in the shade, all eyes on the boy. What significance is that? He wondered. Toranaga was cross-questioning Mariko, then spoke directly at Blackthorn.
My lord wishes to know about you and your family, Mariko began. About your country, its queen and previous rulers, habits, customs, and history. Similarly about all other countries, particularly Portugal and Spain. All about the world you live in. About your ships, weapons, foods, trade. About your wars and battles, and how to navigate a ship, how you guided your ship, and what happened on the voyage. He wants to understand... Excuse me, why do you laugh?
Only because, Senorita, that seems to be just about everything I know.
That is precisely what my master wishes. Precisely is the correct word?
Yes, Senorita. May I compliment you on your Portuguese, which is flawless. Her fan fluttered a little.
Thank you, senor. Yes, my master wants to learn the truth about everything, what is fact, and what would be your opinion.
I'd be glad to tell him. It might take a little time.
My master has the time, he says.
Blackthorn looked at Toranaga. What querimas?
If you will excuse me, senor, my master orders me to say your accent is a little wrong.
Mariko showed him how to say it, and he repeated it and thanked her.
I am Senora Mariko Buntaro, not Senorita.
Yes, Senora. Blackthorn glanced at Toranaga. Where would he like me to begin? She asked him. A fleeting smile spread across Toranaga's strong face.
He says, at the beginning.
Blackthorn knew that this was another trial. What, out of all the limitless possibilities, should he start with? Whom should he talk to? To Toranaga, the boy, or the woman? Obviously, if only men had been present, to Toranaga. But now? Why were the women and the boy present? That must have significance. He decided to concentrate on the boy and the women. In ancient times, my country was ruled by a great king who had a magic sword called Excalibur, and his queen was the most beautiful woman in the land. His chief counselor was a wizard, Merlin, and the king's name was Arthur. He began confidently, telling the legend that his father used to tell so well in the mists of his youth. King Arthur's capital was called Camelot, and it was a happy time of no wars and good harvests, and... Suddenly he realized the enormity of his mistake. The kernel of the story was about Guinevere and Lancelot, an adulterous queen and a faithless vassal, about Mordred, Arthur's illegitimate son, who treacherously goes to war against his father, and about a father who kills this son in battle, only to be mortally wounded by him. Oh, Jesus God, how could I be so stupid? Isn't Toranaga like a great king? Aren't these his ladies? Isn't that his son?
Are you sick, senor?
No, I'm sorry. It was just...
You were saying, senor, about this king and the good harvest?
Yes, it's... Like most countries, our past is clouded with myths and legends, most of which are unimportant, he said lamely, trying to gain time. She stared at him perplexed. Toranaga's eyes became more piercing, and the boy yawned.
You were saying, senor?
Well... Then he had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps the best thing I could do is draw a map of the world, Signora, as we know it, he said in a rush. Would you like me to do that? She translated this, and he saw a glimmer of interest from Toranaga, nothing from the boy or the women. How to involve them?
My master says yes. I will send for paper.
Thank you, but this will do for the moment. Later, if you'll give me some writing materials, I can draw an accurate one. Blackthorn got off his cushion and knelt. With his finger he began to draw a crude map in the sand, upside down so they could see better. The earth's round, like an orange, but this map is like its skin, cut off in ovals, north to south, laid flat and stretched a bit at the top and bottom. A Dutchman called Mercator invented the way to do this accurately 20 years ago. It's the first accurate world map. We can even navigate with it, or his globes. He had sketched the continents boldly. This is north and this south, east and west. Japan is here. My country's on the other side of the world, there. This is all unknown and unexplored. His hand eliminated everything in North America, north of a line from Mexico to Newfoundland, Everything in South America apart from Peru, and a narrow strip of coastland around that continent. Then everything north and east of Norway, everything east of Muscovy, all Asia, all inland Africa, everything south of Java and the tip of South America. We know the coastlines, but little else. The interiors of Africa, the Americas and Asia are almost entirely mysteries. He stopped to let her catch up. She was translating more easily now, and he felt their interest growing. The boy stirred and moved a little closer.
The heir wishes to know where we are on the map.
Here. This is Cathay, China, I think. I don't know how far we are off the coast. It took me 2 years to sail from here to here. Toranaga and the fat woman craned to see better.
The heir says, "But why are we so small on your map?"
It's just a scale, Senora. On this continent, from Newfoundland here to Mexico here, is almost 1,000 leagues, each of 3 miles. From here to Edo is about 100 leagues. There was a silence. Then they talked amongst themselves.
Lord Toranaga wishes you to show him on the map how you came to Japan.
This way. This is Magellan's Pass, or Strait, here at the tip of South America. It's called that after the Portuguese navigator who discovered it 80 years ago. Since then, the Portuguese and Spanish have kept the way secret for their exclusive use. We were the first outsiders through the pass. I had one of their secret rutters, a type of map, but even so, I still had to wait 6 months to get through because the winds were against us. She translated what he had said. Toranaga looked up, disbelieving.
My master says you are mistaken. All Portuguese come from the south. That is their route, the only route.
Yes, it's true the Portuguese favour that way, the Cape of Good Hope we call it, because they have dozens of forts all along these coasts, Africa and India and the Spice Islands, to provision in and winter in. And their galleon warships patrol and monopolise the sea lanes. However, the Spanish use Magellan's Pass to get to their Pacific American colonies and to the Philippines, or they cross here at the narrow isthmus of Panama, going overland to avoid months of travel. For us, it was safer to sail via Magellan's Strait, otherwise we'd have had to run the gauntlet of all those enemy Portuguese forts. Please tell Lord Toranaga I know the position of many of them now. Most employ Japanese troops, by the way, he added with emphasis. The friar who gave me the information in the prison was Spanish and hostile to the Portuguese and hostile to all Jesuits. Blackthorn saw an immediate reaction on her face, and when she translated, on Toranaga's face. Give her time and keep it simple, he warned himself.
Japanese troops? You mean samurai?
Ronin would describe them, I imagine.
You said a secret map. My lord wishes to know how you obtained it.
A man named Peter Seiderhof, from Holland, was the private secretary to the primate of Goa. That's the title of the chief Catholic priest, and Goa's the capital of Portuguese India. You know, of course, that the Portuguese are trying to take over that continent by force. As private secretary to this archbishop, who was also the Portuguese viceroy at the time, all sorts of documents passed through his hands. After many years, he obtained some of their rutters, maps, and copied them. These gave the secrets of the way through Magellan's Pass, and also how to get around the Cape of Good Hope, and the shoals and reefs from Goa to Japan via Macau. My rutter was the Magellan one. It was with my papers that I lost from my ship. They are vital to me, and could be of immense value to Lord Toranaga.
My master says that he has sent orders to seek them. Continue, please.
When Seiderhof returned to Holland, he sold them to the Company of East India Merchants, which was given the monopoly for Far Eastern exploration. She was looking at him coldly.
This man was a paid spy?
He was paid for his maps, yes. That's their custom, That's how they reward a man. Not with a title or land, only money. Holland's a republic. Of course, Senora, my country and our allies, Holland, are at war with Spain and Portugal, and have been for years. You'll understand, Senora, in war it's vital to find out your enemy's secrets. Mariko turned and spoke at length.
My lord says, why would this archbishop employ an enemy?
The story Peter Siderhoof told was that this archbishop, who was a Jesuit, was interested only in trade. Siderhoof doubled their revenue, so he was cherished. He was an extremely clever merchant. Hollanders are usually superior to Portuguese in this, so his credentials weren't checked very closely. Also, many men with blue eyes and fair hair, Germans and other Europeans, are Catholic. Blackthorne waited till that was translated, then added carefully, He was chief spy for Holland in Asia, a soldier of the country, and he put some of his people on Portuguese ships. Please tell Lord Toranaga that without Japan's trade, Portuguese India cannot live for long. Toranaga kept his eyes on the map while Mariko talked. There was no reaction to what she had said. Blackthorne wondered if she had translated everything. Then,
my master would like a detailed world map, on paper, as soon as possible, with all the Portuguese bases marked, and the numbers of Ronin at each. He says, please continue.
Blackthorne knew he had made a giant step forward, but the boy yawned, so he decided to change course, still heading for the same harbour. Our world is not always as it seems. For instance, south of this line, we call it the equator, the seasons are reversed. When we have summer, they have winter. When we have summer, they're freezing.
Why is that?
I don't know, but it's true. Now the way to Japan is through either of these two southern straits. We English, we're trying to find a northern route, either northeast over the Siberias or northwest over the Americas. I've been as far north as this. The whole land's perpetual ice and snow here, and it's so cold most of the year that if you don't wear fur mittens, your fingers will freeze in moments. The people who live there are called Laplanders. Their clothes are made out of fur pelts. The men hunt and the women do all the work. Part of the women's work is to make all the clothes. To do this, most times they have to chew the pelts to soften them before they can stitch them. Mariko laughed out loud. Blackthorne smiled with her, feeling more confident now. It's true, Senora. It's honto. Sorewa honto, desu ka? Toranaga asked impatiently. What's true? Through more laughter, she told him what had been said. They also began to laugh. I lived among them for almost a year. We were trapped in the ice and had to wait for the thaw. Their food is fish, seals, occasionally polar bears and whales, which they eat raw. Their greatest delicacy is to eat raw whale blubber.
Oh, come now, Anjin-san.
It's true. And they live in small round houses made entirely out of snow, and they never bathe.
What? Never?
She burst out. He shook his head and decided not to tell her baths were rare in England, rarer even than in Portugal and Spain, which were warm countries. She translated this. Toranaga shook his head in disbelief.
My master says this is too much of an exaggeration. No one could live without baths, even uncivilized people.
That's the truth, honto, he said calmly and raised his hand. I swear by Jesus of Nazareth and by my soul, I swear it is the truth. She watched him in silence.
Everything?
Yes. Lord Toranaga wanted the truth. Why should I lie? My life is in his hands. It is easy to prove the truth. No, to be honest, it would be very hard to prove what I've said. You'd have to go there and see for yourself. Certainly the Portuguese and Spanish, who are my enemies, won't support me. But Lord Toranaga asked for the truth. He can trust me to tell it to him." Mariko thought a moment. Then she scrupulously translated what he had said. At length,
"Lord Toranaga says, it is unbelievable that any human could live without bathing."
"Yes, but those are the cold lands. Their habits are different from yours, and mine. For instance, in my country, everyone believes baths are dangerous for your health. My grandmother, Granny Jacoba, used to say, 'A bath when you're birthed, and another when laid out will see thee through the pearly gates.'"
"That's very hard to believe."
"Some of your customs are very hard to believe. But it is true that I've had more baths in the short time I've been in your country than in as many years before. I admit freely I feel better for them." He grinned. "I no longer believe baths are dangerous. So I've gained by coming here, no?" After a pause, Mariko said,
"Yes,"
and translated.
Kiri said, "He's astonishing. Astonishing, eh?"
"What's your judgment of him, Mariko-san?"
Toranaga asked. "I'm convinced he's telling the truth, or believes he's telling it. Clearly, it would seem that he could, perhaps, have a great value to you, my lord. We have such a tiny knowledge of the outside world. Is that valuable to you? I don't know. But it's almost as though he's come down from the stars, or up from under the sea. If he's enemy to the Portuguese and the Spanish, then his information, if it can be trusted, could perhaps be vital to your interests, nay?"
"I agree," Kiri said. "What do you think, Yaemon-sama?"
"Me, uncle? Oh, I think he's ugly, and I don't like his golden hair and cat's eyes, and he doesn't look human at all," the boy said breathlessly. "I'm glad I wasn't born barbarian like him, but samurai like my father. Can we go for another swim, please?"
"Tomorrow, Yaemon," Toranaga said, vexed at not being able to talk directly to the pilot. While they talked among themselves, Blackthorn decided that the time had come. Then Mariko turned to him again.
"My master asks, why were you in the north?"
"I was a pilot of a ship. We were trying to find a northeast passage, Signora. Many things I can tell you will sound laughable, I know," he began. "For instance, 70 years ago, the kings of Spain and Portugal signed a solemn treaty that split ownership of the New World, the undiscovered world, between them. As your country falls in the Portuguese half, officially your country belongs to Portugal. Lord Toranaga, you, everyone, this castle, and everything in it were given to Portugal."
"Oh, please, Anjin-san. Pardon me, that's nonsense."
"I agree. Their arrogance is unbelievable. But it's true." Immediately she began to translate, and Toranaga laughed derisively.
"Lord Toranaga says he could equally well split the heavens between himself and the Emperor of China, nay?"
"Please tell Lord Toranaga, I'm sorry, but that's not the same," Blackthorn said, aware that he was on dangerous ground. "This is written into legal documents which give each king the right to claim any non-Catholic land discovered by their subjects, and to stamp out the existing government and replace it with Catholic rule." On the map, his finger traced a line north to south that bisected Brazil. "Everything east of this line is Portugal's. Everything west is Spain's. Pedro Cabral discovered Brazil in 1500, so now Portugal owns Brazil, has stamped out the native culture and legal rulers, and has become rich from the gold and silver taken out of mines and plundered from native temples. All the rest of the Americas so far discovered is Spanish-owned now. Mexico, Peru, almost this whole South Continent. They've wiped out the Inca nations, obliterated their culture, and enslaved hundreds of thousands of them. The conquistadores have modern guns, the natives none. With the conquistadores come the priests. Soon a few princes are converted, and enmities used. Then prince is turned against prince, and realm swallowed up piecemeal. Now Spain is the richest nation in our world from the Inca and Mexican gold and silver they've plundered and sent back to Spain. Mariko was solemn now. She had quickly grasped the significance of Blackthorn's lesson. And so had Toranaga.
My master says this is a worthless conversation. How could they give themselves such rights?
They didn't, Blackthorn said gravely. The Pope gave them the rights, the Vicar of Christ on earth himself, in return for spreading the word of God.
I don't believe it,
she exclaimed. Please translate what I said, Signora. It is Honto. She obeyed and spoke at length, obviously unsettled. Then,
My master says you are just trying to poison him against your enemies. What is the truth? On your own life, Signor.
Pope Alexander VI set the first line of demarcation in 1493, Blackthorn commenced, blessing Alban Caradoc, who had hammered so many facts into him when he was young, and Father Domingo for informing him about Japanese pride and giving him clues to Japanese minds. In 1506, Pope Julius II sanctioned changes to the Treaty of Tordesillas, signed by Spain and Portugal in 1494, which altered the line a little. Pope Clement VII sanctioned the Treaty of Saragossa in 1529, barely 70 years ago, which drew a second line here. His finger traced a line of longitude in the sand, which cut through the tip of southern Japan. This gives Portugal the exclusive right to your country, all these countries, from Japan, China to Africa, in the way I have said, to exploit exclusively, by any means, in return for spreading Catholicism. Again he waited, and the woman hesitated, in turmoil, and he could feel Toranaga's growing irritation at having to wait for her to translate. Mariko forced her lips to speak and repeated what he had said. Then she listened to Blackthorn again, detesting what she heard.
Is this really possible? She asked herself. How could His Holiness say such things? Give our country to the Portuguese? It must be a lie. But the pilot swore by the Lord Jesus. The pilot says, Lord, she began, in the days that these decisions were made by His Holiness the Pope, all their world, even the Anjinsan's country, was Catholic Christian. The schism had not yet occurred. So these papal decisions would, of course, be binding on all nations. Even so, he adds that though the Portuguese have exclusivity to exploit Japan, Spain and Portugal are quarrelling incessantly about the ownership because of the richness of our trade with China.
What's your opinion, Kiri-san? Toranaga said, as shocked as the others. Only the boy toyed with his fan uninterestedly.
He believes he's telling the truth, Kiri said. Yes, I think that. But how to prove it? Or part of it?
How would you prove it, Mariko-san? Toranaga asked, most perturbed by Mariko's reaction to what had been said, but very glad that he had agreed to use her as interpreter.
I would ask Father Tsuko-san, she said. Then, too, I would send someone, a trusted vassal, out into the world to see. Perhaps with the Anjin-san.
Kiri said,
If the priest does not support these statements, it may not necessarily mean this Anjin-san is lying, eh?
Kiri was pleased that she had suggested using Mariko as an interpreter, when Toranaga was seeking an alternative to Tsuko-san. She knew Mariko was to be trusted, and that once Mariko had sworn by her alien god, she would ever be silent under rigorous questioning by any Christian priest.
The less those devils know, the better, Kiri thought. And what a treasure of knowledge this barbarian has!
Kiri saw the boy yawn again, and was glad of it.
The less the child understands, the better, she told herself.
Then she said,
Why not send for the leader of the Christian priests and ask about these facts? See what he says. Their faces are open, mostly, and they have almost no subtlety.
Toranaga nodded, his eyes on Mariko. From what you know about the southern barbarians, Mariko-san, would you say that a pope's orders would be obeyed?
Without doubt.
His orders would be considered as though the voice of the Christian God was speaking?
Yes.
Would all Catholic Christians obey his orders?
Yes.
Even our Christians here?
I would think, yes.
Even you?
Yes, sire. If it was a direct order from His Holiness to me personally, yes, for my soul's salvation.
Her gaze was firm.
But until that time, I will obey no man but my liege lord, the head of my family, or my husband. I am Japanese, a Christian, yes. But first, I am samurai.
I think it would be good, then, that this holiness stays away from our shores. Toranaga thought for a moment. Then he decided what to do with the barbarian, Anjin-san. Tell him. He stopped. All their eyes went to the path and to the elderly woman who approached. She wore the cowled habit of a Buddhist nun. 4 greys were with her. The greys stopped, and she came on alone. Chapter 17. They all bowed low. Toranaga noticed that the barbarian copied him and did not get up or stare, which all barbarians except Tsuku-san would have done, according to their own custom. The pilot learns quickly, he thought, his mind still blazing from what he had heard. 10,000 questions were crowding him, but according to his discipline, he channeled them away temporarily to concentrate on the present danger. Kiri had scurried to give the old woman her cushion and helped her to sit, then knelt behind her, in motionless attendance.
Thank you, Kiritsubo-san, the woman said, returning their bow.
Her name was Yodoko. She was the widow of the Taiko, and now, since his death, a Buddhist nun.
I'm sorry to come uninvited and to interrupt you, Lord Toranaga.
You're never unwelcome or uninvited, Yodoko-sama.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
She glanced at Blackthorn and squinted to try to see better.
But I think I did interrupt. I can't see who. Is he a barbarian? My eyes are getting worse and worse. It's not Tsuku-san, is it?
No, he's the new barbarian, Toranaga said.
Oh, him.
Yodoko peered closer.
Please tell him I can't see very well, hence my impoliteness.
Mariko did as she was told.
He says many people in his country are short-sighted, Yodoko-sama, but they wear spectacles. He asked if we have them. I told him yes, some of us, from the southern barbarians, that you used to wear them, but don't anymore. Yes, I prefer the mist that surrounds me. Yes, I don't like a lot of what I see nowadays.
Yodoko turned back and looked at the boy, pretending to have just seen him.
Oh, my son, so there you are. I was looking for you. How good it is to see the kampak.
She bowed deferentially.
Thank you, First Mother.
Yaemon beamed and bowed back.
Oh, you should have heard the barbarian. He's been drawing us a map of the world and telling us funny things about people who don't bathe at all. Never in their whole lives, and they live in snow houses and wear skins like evil kami.
The old lady snorted.
The less they come here, the better, I think, my son. I could never understand them, and they always smell so horrible. I could never understand how the Lord Taiko, your father, could tolerate them. But then he was a man, and you're a man, and you've more patience than a lowly woman. You've a good teacher, Yaemon-sama.
Her old eyes flicked back to Toranaga.
Lord Toranaga's got more patience than anyone in the Empire.
Patience is important for a man, vital for a leader, Toranaga said. And a thirst for knowledge is a good quality too, eh, Yaemon-sama? And knowledge comes from strange places.
Yes, uncle. Oh, yes, Yaemon said. He's right, isn't he, First Mother? Yes, I agree. But I'm glad I'm a woman and don't have to worry about these things, eh?
Yodoko hugged the boy, who had come to sit beside her.
So, my son, why am I here? To fetch the kampak. Why? Because the kampak is late for his food and late for his writing lessons. I hate writing lessons, and I'm going swimming,
Toranaga said with mock gravity. When I was your age, I used to hate writing too. But then, when I was 20, I had to stop fighting battles and go back to school. I hated that worse.
Go back to school, uncle, after leaving it forever? Oh, how terrible!
A leader has to write well, Yaemon-sama. Not only clearly, but beautifully. And the kampak better than anyone else. How else can he write to His Imperial Highness or to the great daimyos? A leader has to be better than his vassals in everything, in every way. A leader has to do many things that are difficult.
Yes, uncle. It's very difficult to be kampak.
Yaemon frowned importantly.
I think I'll do my lessons now, and not when I'm 20, because then I'll have important matters of state.
They were all very proud of him.
You're very wise, my son, said Yodoko. Yes, First Mother. I'm wise like my father, as my mother says. When's Mother coming home?
Yodoko peered up at Toranaga.
Soon?
I hope very soon, Toranaga said. He knew Yodoko had been sent to fetch the boy by Ishido. Toranaga had brought the boy and the guards directly to the garden to further irritate his enemy. Also to show the boy the strange pilot, and so deprive Ishido of the pleasure of providing that experience for him.
It's very wearisome being responsible for my son, Yodoko was saying. It would be very good to have the Lady Ochiba here in Osaka, home again. Then I can get back to the temple, ne? How is she? And how is the Lady Genchiko?
They're both in excellent health, Toranaga told her, chortling to himself. 9 years ago, in an unusual show of friendship, the Taiko had privately invited him to marry Lady Genjiko, the younger sister of Lady Ochiba, his favourite consort. Then our houses will be joined together forever, ne? The Taiko had said. Yes, sire. I will obey, though I do not deserve the honour, Toranaga had replied deferentially, desiring the link with the Taiko. But he knew that though Yodoko, the Taiko's wife, might approve, his consort Ochiba hated him, and would use her great influence over the Taiko to prevent the marriage. And, too, it was wiser to avoid having Ochiba's sister as his wife, for that would give her enormous powers over him, not the least of which was the keys to his treasury. But if she were to marry his son, Sudara, then Toranaga, as supreme head of the family, would have complete domination. It had taken all his skill to maneuver the marriage between Sudara and Genjiko, but it had happened, and now Genjiko was priceless to him as a defense against Ochiba, because Ochiba adored her sister. My daughter-in-law isn't in labor yet. It was expected to begin yesterday, but I would imagine the Lady Ochiba will leave immediately. There's no danger.
After 3 girls, it's time Genjiko gave you a grandson, eh? I will say prayers for his birth.
Thank you, Toranaga said, liking her as always, knowing that she meant it, even though he represented nothing but danger to her house.
I hear your Lady Sazuko's with child.
Yes, I'm very fortunate. Toranaga basked in the thought of his newest consort, the youth of her, the strength of her, and the warmth. I hope we have a son, he told himself. Yes, that would be very good. 17's a good age to have a first child, if you've perfect health, as she has. Yes, I'm very fortunate.
Buddha has blessed you.
Yodako felt a twinge of envy. It seemed so unfair that Toranaga had 5 sons living, and 4 daughters and 5 granddaughters already, and with this child of Sazuko soon to arrive, and still many strong years left in him, and many consorts in his house, he could sire many more sons. But all her hopes were centered on this one 7-year-old child, her child as much as Ochiba's.
Yes, he's as much my son, she thought. How I hated Ochiba in the beginning.
She saw them all staring at her, and she was startled.
Yes?
Yaemon frowned.
I said, "Can we go and have my lessons first, Mother?" I said it 2 times. I'm sorry, my son. I was drifting away. That's what happens when you get old. Yes, come along then.
Kiri helped her up. Yaemon ran off ahead. The Greys were already on their feet, and one of them caught him and affectionately swung him onto his shoulders. The 4 samurai who had escorted her waited separately.
Walk with me a little, Lord Toranaga, would you please? I need a strong arm to lean on.
Toranaga was on his feet with surprising agility. She took his arm, but did not use his strength.
Yes, I need a strong arm. Yaemon does. And so does the realm.
I'm always ready to serve you, Toranaga said. When they were away from the others, she said quietly,
Become sole regent. Take the power and rule yourself until Yaemon becomes of age.
The Taiko's testament forbids this, even if I wished it, which I don't. The curbs he made preclude one regent's taking power. I don't seek sole power. I never have.
Tora-chan,
she said, using the nickname that Taiko had given him so long ago.
We have few secrets, you and I. You could do it, if you wished. I will answer for the Lady Ochiba. Take the power for your own lifetime. Become Shōgun and make...
Lady, what you say is treason. I do not seek to be Shōgun.
Of course, but please listen to me a last time. Become Shōgun. Make Yaemon your sole heir. Your sole heir. He could be Shōgun after you. Isn't his bloodline Fujimoto? Through Lady Ochiba back to her grandfather Goroda, and through him back to antiquity? Fujimoto!
Toranaga stared at her. You think the daimyos would agree to such a claim? Or that His Highness the Son of Heaven could approve the appointment?
No, not for Yaemon by himself. But if you were Shōgun first, and you adopted him, you could persuade them, all of them. We will support you, the Lady Ochiba and I.
She has agreed to this? Asked Toranaga, astounded.
No, we've never discussed it. It's my idea, but she will agree. I will answer for her, in advance.
This is an impossible conversation, lady.
You can manage Ishido and all of them. You always have. I'm afraid of what I hear, Tora-chan. Rumors of war, the taking of sides, and the dark centuries beginning again. When war begins, it will go on forever and eat Yaemon up.
Yes, I believe that too. Yes, if it begins, it will last forever.
Then take the power. Do what you wish, to whomever you wish, however you wish. Yaemon's a worthy boy. I know you like him. He has his father's mind, and with your guidance, we would all benefit. He should have his heritage.
I'm not opposing him, or his succession. How many times need I say it?
The heir will be destroyed unless you actively support him.
I do support him, Toranaga said, in every way.
That's what I agreed with the Taiko, your late husband.
Yoriko sighed and pulled her habit closer.
These old bones are chilled. So many secrets and battles, treacheries and deaths and victories, Tora-chan. I'm only a woman, and very much alone. I'm glad that I'm dedicated to Buddha now, and that most of my thoughts are toward Buddha and my next life. But in this one, I have to protect my son and to say these things to you. I hope you will forgive my impertinence.
I always seek and enjoy your counsel.
Thank you.
Her back straightened a little.
Listen, while I'm alive, neither the heir nor the Lady Ochiba will ever go against you.
Yes.
Will you consider what I proposed?
My late master's will forbids it. I cannot go against the will or my sacred promise as a regent. They walked in silence. Then Yoriko sighed.
Why not take her to wife?
Toranaga stopped in his tracks. Ochiba?
Why not? She's totally worthy as a political choice. A perfect choice for you. She's beautiful, young, strong. Her bloodline's the best. Part Fujimoto, part Minowara. The sun dances in her, and she has an immense joy of life. You've no official wife now, so why not? This would solve the problem of the succession and stop the realm from being torn apart. You would have other sons by her, surely. Yaemon would succeed you, then his sons or her other sons. You could become Shōgun. You would have the power of the realm and the power of a father, so you could train Yaemon to your way. You would adopt him formally, and he would be as much your son as any you have. Why not marry Lady Ochiba?
Because she's a wildcat, a treacherous tigress with the face and body of a goddess, who thinks she's an empress and acts like one, Toranaga told himself. You could never trust her in your bed. She'd be just as likely to thread a needle through your eyes when you're asleep as she'd be to caress you. Oh no, not her. Even if I married her in name only, which she'd never agree to. Oh no, it's impossible. For all sorts of reasons, not the least of which is that she's hated me and plotted my downfall, and that of my house, ever since she whelped for the first time, 11 years ago. Even then, even at 17, she had committed herself to my destruction. Ah, so soft outwardly, like the first ripe peach of summer, and as fragrant. But inwardly, sword steel with a mind to match, weaving her spells, soon making the Taiko mad over her to the exclusion of all others. Yes, she had the Taiko cowed since she was 15, when he first took her formally. Yes, and don't forget, truly, she pillowed him, even then, not he her, however much he believed it. Yes, even at 15, Ochiba knew what she sought, and the way to obtain it. Then the miracle happening, giving the Taiko a son at long last, she alone of all the women he had in his life. How many pillow ladies? 100 at least, him a stoat who sprayed more joyful juice into more heavenly chambers than 10 ordinary men. Yes, and these women of all ages and all castes, casual or consort, from a Fujimoto princess to fourth-class courtesans. But none ever even became pregnant, though later, many of those that the Taiko dismissed or divorced or married off had children by other men. None, except the Lady Ochiba. But she gave him his first son at 53, poor little thing, sickly and dying so soon, the Taiko rending his clothes, almost crazy with grief. blaming himself and not her. Then, 4 years later, miraculously she whelped again, miraculously another son, miraculously healthy this time. She 21 now. Ochiba the Peerless, the Taiko had called her. Did the Taiko father Yaemon or not? I'd give a lot to know the truth. Will we ever know the truth? Probably not. But what would I not give for proof, one way or another? Strange that the Taiko, so clever about everything else, was not clever about Ochiba, doting on her and Yaemon to insanity. Strange that of all the women she should have been the mother of his heir, she whose father and stepfather and mother were dead because of the Taiko. Would she have the cleverness to pillow with another man, to take his seed, then obliterate this same man to safeguard herself? Not once, but twice? Would she be so treacherous? Oh, yes. Marry Ochiba? Never. I'm honored that you would make such a suggestion, Toranaga said. You're a man, Tora-chan. You could handle such a woman easily. You're the only man in the Empire who could, ne? She would make a marvelous match for you. Look how she fights to protect her son's interests now. And she's only a defenseless woman. She'd be a worthy wife for you. I don't think she would ever consider it. And if she did? I would like to know, privately. Yes, that would be an inestimable honor. Many people believe that only you stand between Yaemon and the succession. Many people are fools. Yes, but you're not, Toranaga-sama. Neither is the Lady Ochiba. Nor are you, my lady, he thought. Chapter 18. In the darkest part of the night, the assassin came over the wall into the garden. He was almost invisible. He wore close-fitting black clothes, and his tabi were black, and a black cowl and mask covered his head. He was a small man, and he ran noiselessly for the front of the stone inner fortress, and stopped just short of the soaring walls. 50 yards away, 2 Browns guarded the main door. Deftly, he threw a cloth-covered hook with a very thin silk rope attached to it. The hook caught on the stone ledge of the embrasure. He shinned up the rope, squeezed through the slit, and disappeared inside. The corridor was quiet and candlelit. He hurried down it silently, opened an outside door, and went out onto the battlements. Another deft throw and a short climb, and he was into the corridor above. The sentries that were on the corners of the battlements did not hear him, though they were alert. He pressed into an alcove of stone as other Browns walked by quietly, on patrol. When they had passed, he slipped along the length of this passageway. At the corner, he stopped. Silently, he peered around it. The samurai was guarding the far door. Candles danced in the quiet. The guard was sitting cross-legged, and he yawned and leaned back against the wall and stretched. His eyes closed momentarily. Instantly, the assassin darted forward. Soundlessly. He formed a noose with the silk rope in his hands, dropped it over the guard's neck, and jerked tight. The guard's fingers tried to claw the garrote away, but he was already dying. A short stab with the knife between the vertebrae, as deft as a surgeon's, and the guard was motionless. The man eased the door open. The audience room was empty, the inner doors unguarded. He pulled the corpse inside and closed the door again. Unhesitatingly, he crossed the space and chose the inner left door. It was wood and heavily reinforced. The curved knife slid into his right hand. He knocked softly. "In the days of the Emperor Shirakawa," he said, giving the first part of the password. From the other side of the door there was a sibilance of steel leaving a scabbard, and the reply, "There lived a wise man called Inrakuji,
who wrote the 31st Sutra. I have urgent dispatches for Lord Toranaga."
The door swung open, and the assassin lunged forward. The knife went upward into the first samurai's throat, just below the chin, and came out as fast and buried itself identically into the second of the guards. A slight twist, and out again. Both men were dead on their feet. He caught one and let him slump gently. The other fell, but noiselessly. Blood ran out of them onto the floor, and their bodies twitched in the throes of death. The man hurried down this inner corridor. It was poorly lit. Then a shoji opened. He froze, slowly looked around. Kiri was gaping at him, 10 paces away. A tray was in her hands. He saw that the 2 cups on the tray were unused, the food untouched. A thread of steam came from the teapot. Beside it, a candle spluttered. Then the tray was falling, and her hands went into her obi and emerged with a dagger. Her mouth worked, but made no sound, and he was already racing for the corner. At the far end, a door opened, and a startled, sleep-drenched samurai peered out. The assassin rushed toward him and tore open a shoji on his right that he sought. Kiri was screaming, and the alarm had sounded, and he ran, sure-footed in the darkness, across this anteroom, over the waking women and their maids, into the innermost corridor at the far side. Here it was pitch dark, but he groped along unerringly to find the right door in the gathering furore. He slid the door open and jumped for the figure that lay on the futon. But his knife arm was caught by a vice-like grip, and now he was thrashing in combat on the floor. He fought with cunning, broke free, and slashed again, but missed, entangled with the quilt. He hurled it off and threw himself at the figure, knife poised for the death thrust. But the man twisted with unexpected agility, and a hardened foot dug into his groin. Pain exploded in him as his victim darted for safety. Then samurai were crowding the doorway, some with lanterns, and Naga, wearing only a loincloth, his hair tousled, leapt between him and Blackthorn, sword on high. "Surrender!" The assassin fainted once, shouted, "Namo Amidabits!" in the name of the Buddha Amida, turned the knife on himself, and with both hands thrust it up under the base of his chin. Blood spurted, and he slumped to his knees. Naga slashed once, his sword a whirling arc, and the head rolled free. In the silence, Naga picked the head up and ripped off the mask. The face was ordinary, the eyes still fluttering. He held the head, hair dressed like a samurai, by its topknot. "Does anyone know him?" No one answered. Naga spat in the face, threw the head angrily to one of his men, tore open the black clothes, and lifted the man's right arm, and found what he was looking for. The small tattoo, the Chinese character for Amida, the special Buddha, was etched in the armpit. "Who is officer of the watch?" "I am, Lord." The man was white with shock. Naga leaped at him, and the others scattered. The officer made no attempt to avoid the ferocious sword blow, which took off his head and part of his shoulder and one arm. "Hayabusa-san, order all samurai from this watch into the courtyard," Naga said to an officer. "Double guards for the new watch. Get the body out of here. The rest of you are—" He stopped as Kiri came to the doorway, the dagger still in her hand. She looked at the corpse, then at Blackthorn. "The Anshin-san's not hurt?" she asked. Naga glanced at the man who towered over him, breathing with difficulty. He could see no wounds or blood, just a sleep-tousled man who had almost been killed. White-faced, but no outward fear. "Are you hurt, pilot?" "I don't understand." Naga went over and pulled the sleeping kimono away to see if the pilot had been wounded. "Ah, understand now. No hurt," he heard the giant say, and he saw him shake his head. "Good," he said. "He seems unhurt, Kiritsubo-san." He saw the Anjin-san point at the body and say something, I don't understand you, Naga replied. Anjin-san, you stay here. And to one of the men he said, bring him some food and drink if he wants it.
The assassin? He was Amida tattooed, nay? Kiri asked.
Yes, Lady Kiritsuo.
Devils! Devils!
Yes. Naga bowed to her, then looked at one of the appalled samurai. You, follow me. Bring the head. He strode off, wondering how he was going to tell his father. Oh, Buddha, thank you for guarding my father. He was a ronin, Toranaga said curtly. You'll never trace him, Hiromatsu-san. Yes, but Ishido's responsible. He had no honor to do this, eh? None. To use these dung-awful assassins. Please, I beg you, let me call up our legions now. I'll stop this once and for all time. No. Toranaga looked back at Naga. You're sure the Anjin-san's not hurt? No, sire. Hiromatsu-san, you will demote all guards of this watch for failing in their duty. They are forbidden to commit seppuku. They are ordered to live with their shame in front of all my men as soldiers of the lowest class. Have the dead guards dragged by their feet through the castle and city to the execution ground. The dogs can feed off them. Now he looked at his son, Naga. Earlier that evening, urgent word had arrived from Joji Monastery in Nagoya about Ishido's threat against Naga. Toranaga had at once ordered his son confined to close quarters and surrounded by guards, and the other members of the family in Osaka, Kiri and the Lady Suzuko, equally guarded. The message from the abbot had added that he had considered it wise to release Ishido's mother at once and send her back to the city with her maids. I dare not risk the life of one of your illustrious sons foolishly. Worse, her health is not good. She has a chill. It's best she should die in her own house, and not here. Naga-san, you are equally responsible. The assassin got in, Toranaga said, his voice cold and bitter. Every samurai is responsible, whether on watch or off watch, asleep or awake. You are fined half your yearly revenue. Yes, Lord, the youth said, surprised that he was allowed to keep anything, including his head. Please demote me also, he said. I cannot live with the shame. I deserve nothing but contempt for my own failure, Lord. If I wanted to demote you, I would have done so. You are ordered to Edo at once. You will leave with 20 men tonight and report to your brother. You will get there in record time. Go! Naga bowed and went away, white-faced. To Hiromatsu he said equally roughly, Quadruple my guards! Cancel my hunting today and tomorrow. The day after the meeting of regents, I leave Osaka. You'll make all the preparations, and until that time, I will stay here. I will see no one uninvited. No one. He waved his hand in angry dismissal. All of you can go. Hiromatsu, you stay. The room emptied. Hiromatsu was glad that his humiliation was to be private, for of all of them, as commander of the bodyguard, he was the most responsible. I have no excuse, Lord. None. Toranaga was lost in thought. No anger was visible now. If you wanted to hire the services of the secret Amida Tong, how would you find them? How would you approach them? I don't know, Lord. Who would know? Kashigi Yabu. Toranaga looked out of the embrasure. Threads of dawn were mixed with the eastern dark. Bring him here at dawn. You think he's responsible? Toranaga did not answer, but returned to his musings. At length the old soldier could not bear the silence. Please, Lord, let me get out of your sight. I'm so ashamed with our failure. It's almost impossible to prevent such an attempt, Toranaga said. Yes, but we should have caught him outside,
Nowhere near you. I agree, but I don't hold you responsible. I hold myself responsible. There's something I must say, Lord, for I am responsible for your safety until you're back in Edo. There will be more attempts on you, and all our spies report increased troop movement. Ishido is mobilizing. Yes, Toranaga said casually. After Yabu, I want to see Tsuku-san, then Mariko-san. Double the guards on the Anjin-san. Dispatches came tonight that Lord Onoshi has 100,000 men improving his fortifications in Kyushu, Hiromatsu said, beset by his anxiety for Toranaga's safety. I will ask him about it when we meet. Hiromatsu's temper broke. I don't understand you at all. I must tell you that you risk everything stupidly. Yes, stupidly. I don't care if you take my head for telling you, but it's the truth. If Kiyama and Onoshi vote with Ishido, you will be impeached. You're a dead man. You've risked everything by coming here, and you've lost. Escape while you can. At least you'll have your head on your shoulders. I'm in no danger yet. Doesn't this attack tonight mean anything to you? If you hadn't changed your room again, you'd be dead now. Yes, I might, but probably not, Toranaga said. There were multiple guards outside my doors tonight, and also last night. And you were on guard tonight as well. No assassin could get near me. Even this one, who was so well prepared. He knew the way, even the password, ne? Kiri-san said she heard him use it. So I think he knew which room I was in. I wasn't his prey. It was the Anjin-san. The barbarian? Yes. Toranaga had anticipated that there would be further danger to the barbarian after the extraordinary revelations of this morning. Clearly the Anjin-san was too dangerous to some to leave alive. But Toranaga had never presumed that an attack would be mounted within his private quarters, or so fast. Who's betraying me? He discounted a leakage of information from Kiri or Mariko. But castles and gardens always have secret places to eavesdrop, he thought. I'm in the center of the enemy stronghold, and where I have one spy, Ishido and others will have 20. Perhaps it was just a spy. Double the guards on the Anjin-san. He's worth 10,000 men to me. After Lady Yodoko had left this morning, he had returned to the garden tea house and had noticed at once the Anjin-san's inner frailty, the overbright eyes and grinding fatigue. So he had controlled his own excitement and almost overpowering need to probe deeper, and had dismissed him, saying that they would continue tomorrow. The Anjin-san had been given into Kiri's care, with instructions to get him a doctor, to harbour his strength, to give him barbarian food, if he wished it, and even to let him have the sleeping room that Toranaga himself used most nights. Give him anything you feel necessary, Kiri-san, he had told her privately. I need him very fit, very quickly, in mind and body. Then the Anjin-san had asked that he release the monk from prison today, for the man was old and sick. He had replied that he would consider it and sent the barbarian away with thanks, not telling him that he had already ordered samurai to go to the prison at once and fetch this monk, who was perhaps equally valuable, both to him and to Ishido. Toranaga had known about this priest for a long time, that he was Spanish and hostile to the Portuguese. But the man had been ordered there by the Taiko, so he was the Taiko's prisoner, and he, Toranaga, had no jurisdiction over anyone in Osaka. He had sent the Anjin-san deliberately into that prison, not only to pretend to Ishido that the stranger was worthless, but also in the hope that the impressive pilot would be able to draw out the monk's knowledge. The first clumsy attempt on the Anjin-san's life in the cell had been foiled, and at once a protective screen had been put around him. Toranaga had rewarded his vassal spy, Minikui, a Kaga man, by extracting him safely and giving him 4 Kagas of his own,
and the hereditary right to use the stretch of the Tokaido Road, the great trunk road that joined Edo and Osaka, between the second and third stages, which were in his domains near Edo, and had sent him secretly out of Osaka the first day. During the following days, his other spies had sent full reports that the two men were friends now, the monk talking and the Anjin-san asking questions and listening. The fact that Ishido probably had spies in the cell too did not bother him. The Anjin-san was protected and safe. Then Ishido had unexpectedly tried to spirit him out into alien influence. Toranaga remembered the amusement he and Hiromatsu had had in planning the immediate ambush, the Ronin bandits being one of the small, isolated groups of his own elite samurai who were secreted in and around Osaka, and in arranging the delicate timing of Yabu, who, unsuspecting, had effected the rescue. They had chuckled together, knowing that once more they had used Yabu as a puppet to rub Ishido's nose in his own dung. Everything had succeeded beautifully, until today. Today the samurai he had sent to fetch the monk had returned empty-handed. "The priest is dead," the man had reported. "When his name was called, he didn't come out, Lord Toranaga. I went in to fetch him, but he was dead. The criminals around him said when the jailers called his name, he just collapsed. He was dead when I turned him over. Please excuse me. You sent me for him, and I failed to do what you ordered. I didn't know if you wanted his head, or his head on his body, seeing he was a barbarian, so I brought the body with the head still on. Some of the criminals around him said they were his converts. They wanted to keep the corpse, and they tried to keep it, so I killed a few and brought the corpse. It's stinking and verminous, but it's in the courtyard, sire." Why did the monk die? Toranaga asked himself again. Then he saw Hiromatsu looking at him questioningly. "Yes?" "I just asked who would want the pilot dead." "Christians?" Kashigi Yabu followed Hiromatsu along the corridor, feeling grand in the dawn. There was a nice salt tang to the breeze, and it reminded him of Mishima, his home city. He was glad that at long last he was to see Toranaga, and the waiting was over. He had bathed and dressed with care. Last letters had been written to his wife and to his mother, and his final will sealed, in case the interview went against him. Today he was wearing the Murasama blade, within its battle-honoured scabbard. They turned another corner. Then, unexpectedly, Hiromatsu opened an iron-bound reinforced door and led the way up the stone steps into the inner central keep of this part of the fortifications. There were many guards on duty, and Yabu sensed danger. The stairs curled upward and ended at an easily defendable redoubt. Guards opened the iron door. He went out onto the battlements. "Has Hiromatsu been told to throw me off, or will I be ordered to jump?" he asked himself, unafraid. To his surprise, Toranaga was there, and incredibly, Toranaga got up to greet him with a jovial deference he had no right to expect. After all, Toranaga was lord of the 8 provinces, whereas he was only lord of Izu. Cushions had been placed carefully. A teapot was cradled in a sheath of silk. A richly dressed, square-faced girl of little beauty was bowing low. Her name was Sazuko, and she was the 7th of Toranaga's official consorts, the youngest, and very pregnant. "How nice to see you, Kashigi Yabu-san. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." Now Yabu was certain that Toranaga had decided to remove his head, one way or another, for, by universal custom, your enemy is never more polite than when he is planning or has planned your destruction. He took out both his swords and placed them carefully on the stone flags, allowed himself to be led away from them and seated in the place of honor. "I thought it would be interesting to watch the dawning, Yabu-san. I think the view here is exquisite, even better than from the heir's dungeon. Nay?" "Yes, it is beautiful," Yabu said without reservation, never having been so high in the castle before, sure now that Toranaga's remark about the heir, implied that his secret negotiations with Ishido were known. "I'm honored to be allowed to share it with you." Below them were the sleeping city and harbour and islands, Awaji to the west, the coastline falling off to the east, the growing light in the eastern sky slashing the clouds with flecks of crimson. "This is my lady Suzuko. Suzuko, this is my ally, the famous Lord Kashigi Yabu of Izu, the daimyo who brought us the barbarian and the treasure ship." She bowed and complimented him, and he bowed, and she returned his bow again. She offered Yabu the first cup of tea, but he politely declined the honour, beginning the ritual, and asked her to give it to Toranaga, who refused, and pressed him to accept it. Eventually, continuing the ritual, as the honoured guest, he allowed himself to be persuaded. Hiromatsu accepted the second cup, his gnarled fingers holding the porcelain with difficulty, the other hand wrapped around the haft of his sword, loose in his lap. Toranaga accepted a third cup and sipped his cha. Then, together, they gave themselves to nature and watched the sunrise. In the silence of the sky. Gulls mewed. The city sounds began. The day was born. Lady Suzuko sighed, her eyes wet with tears.
"It makes me feel like a goddess, being so high, watching so much beauty, né? It's so sad that it's gone forever, sire. So very sad, né?"
"Yes," Toranaga said. When the sun was halfway above the horizon, she bowed and left. To Yabu's surprise, the guards left also. Now they were alone, the three of them. "I was pleased to receive your gift, Yabu-san. It was most generous, the whole ship and everything in it," Toranaga said. "Whatever I have is yours," Yabu said, still deeply affected by the dawning. "I wish I had more time," he thought. "How elegant of Toranaga to do this, to give me a lastness of such immensity. Thank you for this dawn." "Yes," Toranaga said. "It was mine to give. I'm pleased that you enjoyed my gift, as I enjoyed yours." There was a silence. "Yabu-san, what do you know about the Amida tongue?" "Only what most people know, that it's a secret society of 10, units of 10, a leader, and never more than 9 acolytes in any one area, women and men. They are sworn by the most sacred and secret oaths of the Lord Buddha Amida, the dispenser of eternal love, to obedience, chastity, and death, to spend their lives training to become a perfect weapon for one kill, to kill only at the order of the leader, and if they fail to kill the person chosen, be it a man, woman, or child, to take their own life at once. They're religious fanatics who are certain they'll go directly from this life to Buddhahood. Not one of them has ever been caught alive." Yabu knew about the attempt on Toranaga's life. All Osaka knew by now, and knew also that the Lord of the Kanto, the 8 provinces, had locked himself safely inside hoops of steel. They kill rarely. Their secrecy is complete. There's no chance of revenge on them, because no one knows who they are, where they live, or where they train. If you wanted to employ them, how would you go about it? I would whisper it in 3 places. In the Heian Monastery, at the gates of the Amida Shrine, and in the Joji Monastery. Within 10 days, if you are considered an acceptable employer, you will be approached through intermediaries. It is all so secret and devious that even if you wish to betray them or catch them, it would never be possible. On the 10th day they ask for a sum of money, in silver, the amount depending on the person to be assassinated. There is no bargaining. You pay what they ask beforehand. They guarantee only that one of their members will attempt the kill within 10 days. Legend has it that if the kill is successful, the assassin goes back to their temple, and then, with great ceremony, commits ritual suicide.
Then you think we could never find out who paid for the attack today?
No.
Do you think there will be another?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. They contract for one attempt at one time, ne? But you'd be wise to improve your security, among your samurai, and also among your women. The Amida women are trained in poison, as well as knife and garrote, so they say.
Have you ever employed them?
No.
But your father did?
I don't know. Not for certain. I was told that the Taiko asked him to contact them once.
Was the attack successful?
Anything the Taiko did was successful, one way or another. Yabu felt someone behind him and presumed it to be the guards coming back secretly. He was measuring the distance to his swords. Do I try to kill Toranaga? He asked himself again. I had decided to, and now I don't know. I've changed. Why?
What would you have to pay them for my head? Toranaga asked him.
There is not enough silver in all Asia to tempt me to employ them to do this.
What would another have to pay?
20,000 koku? 50,000? 100? Perhaps more. I don't know.
Would you pay 100,000 koku to become Shōgun? Your bloodline goes back to the Takashimas, ne?
Yabu said proudly, I would pay nothing. Money's filth, a toy for women to play with, or for dung-filled merchants. But if that were possible, which it isn't, I would give my life and the life of my wife and mother, and all my kin, except my one son, and all my samurai in Izu, and all their women and children, to be Shōgun one day.
And what would you give for the 8 provinces?
Everything as before, except the life of my wife and mother and son.
And for Suruga province?
Nothing, Yabu said with contempt. Ikawa Jikyu's worth nothing. If I don't take his head and all his generation in this life, I'll do it in another. I piss on him and his seed for 10,000 lifetimes.
And if I were to give him to you, and all Suruga, and perhaps the next province, Totomi, as well?
Yabu suddenly tired of the cat-and-mouse game and the talk about the Amida. You've decided to take my head, Lord Toranaga. Very well. I'm ready. I thank you for the dawn, but I've no wish to spoil such elegance with further talk. So let's be done.
But I haven't decided to take your head, Yabu-san, Toranaga said. Whatever gave you the thought? Has an enemy poured poison in your ears? Ishido, perhaps? Aren't you my favored ally? Do you think that I'd entertain you here without guards if I thought you hostile?
Yabu turned slowly. He had expected to find samurai behind him, swords poised. There was no one there. He looked back at Toranaga. I don't understand. I brought you here so we could talk privately, and to see the dawn. Would you like to rule the provinces of Izu, Suruga, and Totomi, if I do not lose this war? Yes, very much, Yabu said, his hopes soaring. You would become my vassal? Accept me as your liege lord? Yabu did not hesitate. Never, he said. As ally, yes. As my leader, yes. Lesser than you always, yes. My life and all I possess thrown onto your side, yes. But Izu is mine. I am daimyo of Izu, and I will never give power over Izu to anyone. I swore that oath to my father, and the Taiko who reaffirmed our hereditary fief, first to my father, and then to me. The Taiko confirmed Izu to me and my successors forever. He was our liege lord, and I swore never to have another until his heir became of age. Hiromatsu twisted his sword slightly in his hand. Why doesn't Toranaga let me get it over with once and for all? It's been agreed. Why all the wearing talk? I ache, and I want to piss, and I need to lie down. Toranaga scratched his groin. What did Ishido offer you? Jikyu's head, the moment that yours is off, and his province. In return for what? Support when war begins? To attack your southern flank? Did you accept? You know me better than that. Toranaga's spies in Ishido's household had whispered that the bargain had been struck, and that it included responsibility for the assassination of his 3 sons, Noboru, Sudara, and Naga. Nothing more? Just support? By every means at my disposal, Yabu said delicately. Including assassination? I intend to wage the war when it begins with all my force, for my ally, in any way I can to guarantee his success. We need a sole regent in Yaemon's minority. War between you and Ishido is inevitable. It's the only way. Yabu was trying to read Toranaga's mind. He was scornful of Toranaga's indecision, knowing that he himself was the better man, that Toranaga needed his support, that at length he would vanquish him. But meanwhile, what to do? He asked himself, and wished Yuriko, his wife, were here to guide him. She would know the wisest course. I can be very valuable to you. I can help you become sole regent, he said, deciding to gamble. Why should I wish to be sole regent? When Ishido attacks, I can help you to conquer him. When he breaks the peace, Yabu said. How? He told them his plan with the guns. A regiment of 500 gun samurai? Hiromatsu erupted. Yes, think of the firepower. All elite men, trained to act as one man. The 20 cannon, equally together. It's a bad plan, disgusting, Hiromatsu said. You could never keep it secret. If we start, the enemy would start also. There would never be an end to such horror. There's no honor in it, and no future. Isn't this coming war the only one we're concerned with, Lord Hiromatsu? Yabu replied. Aren't we concerned only with Lord Toranaga's safety? Isn't that the duty of his allies and vassals? Yes. All Lord Toranaga has to do is win the one great battle. That will give him the heads of all his enemies. And power. I say this strategy will give him victory. I say it won't. It's a disgusting plan with no honor. Yabu turned to Toranaga. A new era requires clear thinking about the meaning of honor. A seagull soared overhead, mewing. What did Ishido say to your plan? Toranaga asked. I did not discuss it with him. Why? If you think your plan's valuable to me, it would be equally valuable to him. Perhaps more so. You gave me a dawn. You're not a peasant like Ishido. You're the wisest, most experienced leader in the empire. What's the real reason? Toranaga was asking himself. Or have you told Ishido too? If this plan were to be followed, the men would be half yours and half mine? Agreed. I would command them. My appointee would be second in command. Agreed. I would need the Anjin-san to train my men as gunners, cannoneers. But he would be my property permanently. You would cherish him as you do the heir. You'd be totally responsible for him, and do with him precisely as I say. Agreed. Toranaga watched the crimson clouds for a moment. This planning is all nonsense, he thought. I will have to declare Crimson Sky myself, and lunge for Kyoto at the head of all my legions. 100,000 against 10 times that number. Who will be interpreter? I can't detach Toda Mariko-san forever. For a few weeks, sire, I will see that the barbarian learns our language. That'd take years. The only barbarians who've ever mastered it are Christian priests, ne? They spend years. Tsuko-san's been here almost 30 years, ne? He won't learn fast enough, any more than we can learn their foul languages. Yes, but I promise you, this Anjin-san'll learn very quickly. Yabu told them the plan Omi had suggested to him, as if it were his own idea. That might be too dangerous. It would make him learn quickly, eh? And then he's tamed. After a pause, Toranaga said, How would you maintain secrecy during the training? Izu is a peninsula. Security is excellent there. I'll base near Anjiro, well south and away from Mishima and the border, for more safety. Good. We'll set up carrier pigeon links from Anjiro to Osaka and Edo at once. Excellent. I need only 5 or 6 months, and... Ha! We'll be lucky to have 6 days, Hiromatsu snorted. Are you saying that your famous espionage net has been swept away, Yabu-san? Surely you've been getting reports. Isn't Ishido mobilizing? Isn't Onoshi mobilizing? Aren't we locked in here? Yabu did not answer. Well, Toranaga said. Yabu said, Reports indicate that all is happening, and more. If it's 6 days, then it's 6 days, and that's karma. But I believe you're much too clever to be trapped here, or provoked into an early war. If I agreed to your plan, you would accept me as your leader? Yes, and when you win, I would be honored to accept Suruga and Totomi as part of my fief forever. Totomi would depend on the success of your plan. Agreed. You will obey me, with all your honor? Yes. By Bushido, by the Lord Buddha, by the life of my mother, my wife, and my future posterity. Good, Toranaga said. Let's piss on the bargain. He went to the edge of the battlements. He stepped up on the ledge of the embrasure, then onto the parapet itself. 70 feet below was the inner garden. Hiromatsu held his breath, aghast at his master's bravado. He saw him turn and beckon Yabu to stand beside him. Yabu obeyed. The slightest touch could have sent them tumbling to their deaths. Toranaga eased his kimono and loincloth aside, as did Yabu. Together they urinated and mixed their urine and watched it dew the garden below. The last bargain I sealed this way was with the Taiko himself, Toranaga said, greatly relieved at being able to empty his bladder. That was when he decided to give me the Kanto, the 8 provinces, as my fief. Of course, at that time, the enemy Hojo still owned them, so first I had to conquer them. They were our last remaining opposition. Of course, too, I had to give up my hereditary fiefs of Imagawa, Owari, and Ise at once for the honor. Even so, I agreed, and we pissed on the bargain. He straddled the parapet easily, settling his loincloth comfortably, as though he stood in the garden itself, not perched like an eagle so far above. It was a good bargain for both of us. We conquered the Hojo and took over 5,000 heads within the year. Stamped him out and all his tribe. Perhaps you're right, Kashigi Yabu-san. Perhaps you can help me, as I helped the Taiko. Without me, the Taiko would never have become Taiko. I can help to make you sole regent, Toranaga-sama, but not shogun. Of course. That's the one honor I don't seek, as much as my enemies say I do. Toranaga jumped down to the safety of the stone flags. He looked back at Yabu, who still stood on the narrow parapet, adjusting his sash. He was sorely tempted to give him a quick shove for his insolence. Instead, he sat down and broke wind loudly. "That's better. How's your bladder, Iron Fist?" "Tired, Lord. Very tired." The old man went to the side and emptied himself thankfully over the battlements too, but he did not stand where Toranaga and Yabu had stood. He was very glad that he did not also have to seal the bargain with Yabu. "That's one bargain I will never honor. Never." "Yabu-san, this must all be kept secret. I think you should leave within the next 2 or 3 days," Toranaga said. "Yes, with the guns and the barbarian, Toranaga-sama." "Yes, you will go by ship." Toranaga looked at Hiromatsu. "Prepare the galley." "The ship is ready. The guns and powder are still in the holds," Hiromatsu replied, his face mirroring his disapproval. "Good. You've done it," Yabu wanted to shout. "You've got the guns, the Anjin-san, everything. You've got your 6 months. Toranaga'll never go to war quickly. Even if Ishido assassinates him in the next few days, you've still got everything. Oh, Buddha, protect Toranaga until I'm at sea." "Thank you," he said, his sincerity openly vast. "You'll never have a more faithful ally." When Yabu was gone, Hiromatsu wheeled on Toranaga. "That was a bad thing to do. I'm ashamed of that bargain. I'm ashamed that my advice counts for so little. I've obviously outlived my usefulness to you, and I'm very tired. That little snot-dung daimyo knows he's manipulated you like a puppet. Why, he even had the effrontery to wear his Murasama sword in your presence." "I noticed," Toranaga said. "I think the gods have bewitched you, Lord. You openly dismiss such an insult and allow him to gloat in front of you. You openly allow Ishido to shame you in front of all of us. You prevent me and all of us from protecting you. You refuse my granddaughter, a samurai lady, the honor and peace of death. You've lost control of the council. Your enemy has outmaneuvered you. And now you piss on a solemn bargain that is as disgusting a plan as I've ever heard. And you do this with a man who deals in filth, poison, and treachery, like his father before him." He was shaking with rage. Toranaga did not answer, just stared calmly at him, as though he had said nothing. "By all kami, living and dead, you are bewitched!" Hiromatsu burst out. "I question you, and shout and insult you, and you only stare at me. You've gone mad, or I have. I ask permission to commit seppuku, or if you won't allow me that peace, I'll shave my head and become a monk. Anything, but let me be gone." "You will do neither, but you will send for the barbarian priest, Tsuku-san." And then Toranaga laughed. Chapter 19. Father Alvito rode down the hill from the castle at the head of his usual company of Jesuit outriders. All were dressed as Buddhist priests, except for the rosary and crucifix they wore at their waists. There were 40 outriders, Japanese, all well-born sons of Christian samurai, students from the seminary at Nagasaki who had accompanied him to Osaka. All were well-mounted and caparisoned, and as disciplined as the entourage of any daimyo. He hurried along in a brisk trot, oblivious of the warm sunshine, through the woods and the city streets toward the Jesuit mission, a large stone European-style house that stood near the wharves and soared from its clustered outbuildings, treasure rooms and warehouses, where all of Osaka's silks were bartered and paid for. The cortege clattered through the tall iron gates set in the high stone walls and into the paved central courtyard and stopped near the main door. Servants were already waiting to help Father Alvito dismount. He slid out of the saddle and threw them the reins. His spurs jingled on the stone as he strode up the cloistered walk of the main building, turned the corner, passed the small chapel, and went through some arches into the innermost courtyard, which contained a fountain and a peaceful garden. The antechamber door was open. He threw off his anxiety, composed himself, and walked in.
"Is he alone?"
he asked.
No, he isn't, Martin,"
Father Soldi said. He was a small, benign, pockmarked man from Naples, who had been the Father Visitor's secretary for almost 30 years, 25 of them in Asia.
"Captain General Ferreira's with His Eminence. Yes, the Peacock's with him. But His Eminence said you were to go in at once. What's gone wrong, Martin?"
"Nothing." Soldi grunted and went back to sharpening his quill.
"Nothing," the wise father said. "Well, I'll know soon enough."
"Yes," Alvito said, liking the older man. He walked for the far door. A wood fire was burning in a grate, illuminating the fine, heavy furniture, dark with age and rich with polish and care. A small Tintoretto of a Madonna and Child that the Father Visitor had brought with him from Rome, which always pleased Alvito, hung over the fireplace.
"You saw the Inglés again?"
Father Soldi called after him. Alvito did not answer. He knocked at the door.
"Come in."
Carlo dell'Acqua, Father Visitor of Asia, personal representative of the General of the Jesuits, the most senior Jesuit, and thus the most powerful man in Asia, was also the tallest. He stood 6 feet 3 inches, with a physique to match. His robe was orange, his cross exquisite. He was tonsured, white-haired, 61 years old, and by birth a Neapolitan.
Martin, come in. Some wine?"
he said, speaking Portuguese with a marvellous Italian liquidity.
"You saw the Inglés?"
"No, Your Eminence. Just Toranaga."
"Bad?"
"Yes."
"Some wine?"
"Thank you."
"How bad?"
Ferreira asked. The soldier sat beside the fire in the high-backed leather chair, as proudly as a falcon and as colourful. The Fidalgo, the Captain General of the Nao del Trato, this year's black ship. He was in his middle 30s, lean, slight, and formidable. "I think very bad, Captain General. For instance, Toranaga said the matter of this year's trade could wait."
"Obviously, trade can't wait. Nor can I," Ferreira said. "I'm sailing on the tide."
"You don't have your port clearances. I'm afraid you'll have to wait."
"I thought everything was arranged months ago."
Again, Ferreira cursed the Japanese regulations that required all shipping, even their own, to have incoming and outgoing licenses.
"We shouldn't be bound by stupid native regulations.
You said this meeting was just a formality,
to collect the documents."
"It should have been, but I was wrong. Perhaps I'd better explain."
"I must return to Macau immediately to prepare the black ship. We've already purchased 1,000,000 ducats worth of the best silks at February's Canton Fair, and will be carrying at least 100,000 ounces of Chinese gold. I thought I'd made it clear that every penny of cash in Macau, Malacca, and Goa, and every penny the Macau traders and city fathers can borrow, is invested in this year's venture. And every penny of yours. We're just as aware as you are of its importance," Dell'Acqua said pointedly.
"I'm sorry, Captain General, but Toranaga's president of the Regents, and it's the custom to go to him," Alvito said. "He wouldn't discuss this year's trade or your clearances. He said, initially, he did not approve of assassination."
"Who does, Father?"
Ferreira said.
"What's Toranaga talking about, Martin?"
Dell'Acqua asked.
"Is this some sort of ruse? Assassination? What has that to do with us?"
He said, "Why would you Christians want to assassinate my prisoner, the pilot?"
"What?" Toranaga believes the attempt last night was on the Inglés, not him. Also, he says there was another attempt in prison.
Alvito kept his eyes fixed on the soldier. "What do you accuse me of, father?" Ferreira said.
"An assassination attempt? Me? In Osaka Castle? This is the first time I've ever been in Japan." "You deny any knowledge of it?" "I do not deny that the sooner the heretic's dead, the better," Ferreira said coldly. "If the Dutch and English start spreading their filth in Asia, we're in for trouble. All of us."
"We're already in trouble," Alvito said. Toranaga began by saying that he understands from the Inglés that incredible profits are being made from the Portuguese monopoly of the China trade, that the Portuguese are extravagantly overpricing the silks that only the Portuguese can buy in China, paying for them with the sole commodity the Chinese will accept in exchange, Japanese silver, which again the Portuguese are equally ludicrously underpricing. Toranaga said, "Because hostility exists between China and Japan, and all direct trade between us is forbidden, and the Portuguese alone have their permission to carry the trade, the pilot's charge of usury should be formally replied to, in writing, by the Portuguese. He invites you, Eminence, to provide the regents with a report on rates of exchange, silver to silk, silk to silver, gold to silver." He added that he does not, of course, object to our making a large profit, providing it comes from the Chinese.
"You will, of course, refuse such an arrogant request," Ferreira said.
"That is very difficult."
"Then provide a false report." "That would endanger our whole position, which is based on trust," Delacqua said. "Can you trust the Japo? Of course not. Our profits must remain secret." That God-cursed heretic.
"I'm sorry to tell you, Blackthorn seems to be particularly well informed." Alvito looked involuntarily at Delacqua, his guard dropping momentarily. The father visitor said nothing.
"What else did the Japo say?"
Ferreira asked, pretending that he had not seen the look between them, wishing he knew the full extent of their knowledge. "Toranaga asked me to provide him, by tomorrow noon, with a map of the world showing the lines of demarcation between Portugal and Spain, the names of the popes who approved the treaties, and their dates. Within 3 days, he requests a written explanation of our conquests in the New World, and, purely for my own interest, were his exact words, the amount of gold and silver taken back. He actually used Blackthorn's word plundered, taken back to Spain and Portugal from the New World. And he also requests another map showing the extent of the empires of Spain and Portugal 100 years ago, 50 years ago, and today, together with exact positions of our bases from Malacca to Goa. He named them all accurately, by the way. They were written on a piece of paper. And also the numbers of Japanese mercenaries employed by us at each of our bases."
Delacqua and Ferreira were appalled. "This must absolutely be refused," the soldier boomed. "You can't refuse, Toranaga," Delacqua said. "I think, Your Eminence, you put too much reliance on his importance," Ferreira said. "It seems to me that this Toranaga's just another despot king among many, just another murdering heathen, certainly not to be feared. Refuse him. Without our black ship, their whole economy collapses. They're begging for our Chinese silks. Without silks, there'd be no kimonos. They must have our trade. I say the pox on Toranaga. We can trade with the Christian kings. What were their names? Onoshi and Kiyama? And the other Christian kings of Kyushu. After all, Nagasaki's there. We're there in strength. All trade's done there. We can't, Captain, Delacroix said. This is your first visit to Japan, so you've no idea of our problems here. Yes, they need us, but we need them more. Without Toranaga's favor, and Ishido's, we'll lose influence over the Christian kings. We'll lose Nagasaki and everything we've built over 50 years. Did you precipitate the attempt on this heretic pilot? I said openly to Rodriguez, and to anyone else who would listen from the very first, that the Inglés was a dangerous pirate who would infect anyone he came into contact with, and who, therefore, should be removed in any way possible. You said the same in different words, Your Eminence. So did you, Father Alvito. Didn't the matter come up at our conference with Onoshi and Kiyama 2 days ago? Didn't you say this pirate was dangerous? Yes, but... Father, you will forgive me, but sometimes it is necessary for soldiers to do God's work in the best way they can. I must tell you I was furious with Rodriguez for not creating an accident during the storm. He, of all people, should have known better. By the body of Christ, look what the devil Inglés has already done to Rodriguez himself. The poor fool's grateful to him for saving his life when it's the most obvious trick in the world to gain his confidence. Wasn't Rodriguez fooled into allowing the heretic pilot to usurp his own quarterdeck? Certainly almost causing his death. As to the castle attempt, who knows what happened? That has to have been ordered by a native. That's a Japo trick. I'm not sad they tried, only disgusted that they failed. When I arrange for his removal, you may rest assured he will be removed. Alvito sipped his wine. Toranaga said that he was sending Blackthorn to Izu. The peninsula to the east? Ferreira asked. Yes. By land or by ship? By ship. Good. Then I regret to tell you that all hands may be lost at sea in a regrettable storm. Alvito said coldly, And I regret to tell you, Captain General, that Toranaga said, I'll give you his exact words. I am putting a personal guard around the pilot, Tsuko-san, and if any accident befalls him, it will be investigated to the limit of my power and the power of the regions. And if, by chance, a Christian is responsible, or anyone remotely associated with Christians, it's quite possible the expulsion edicts would be re-examined, and very possible that all Christian churches, schools, places of rest will be immediately closed. Delacroix said, God forbid that should happen. Bluff, Ferreira sneered. No, you're wrong, Captain General. Toranaga's as clever as a Machiavelli, and as ruthless as Attila the Hun. Alvito looked back at Delacroix. It would be easy to blame us if anything happened to the Inglés. Yes. Perhaps you should go to the source of your problem, Ferreira said bluntly. Remove Toranaga. This is no time for jokes, the father visitor said. What has worked brilliantly in India and Malaya, Brazil, Peru, Mexico, Africa, the Main and elsewhere will work here. I've done it myself in Malacca and Goa 12 times with the help of Japo mercenaries, and I've nowhere near your influence and knowledge. We use the Christian kings. We'll help one of them to remove Toranaga if he's the problem. A few hundred conquistadores would be enough. Divide and rule. I'll approach Kiyama. Father Alvito, if you'll interpret. You cannot equate Japanese with Indians or with illiterate savages like the Incas. You cannot divide and rule here. Japan is not like any other nation. Not at all, Delacroix said wearily. I must ask you formally, Captain General. not to interfere in the internal politics of this country.
I agree. Please forget what I said. It was indelicate and naive to be so open.
Fortunately, storms are normal at this time of the year. If a storm occurs, that is in the hand of God. But you will not attack the pilot.
Oh?
No. Nor will you order anyone to do it.
I am bound by my king to destroy the enemies of my king. The Inglés is an enemy national, a parasite, a pirate, a heretic. If I choose to eliminate him, that is my affair. I am Captain General of the Black Ship this year, therefore Governor of Macau this year, with vice-regal powers over these waters this year. And if I want to eliminate him, or Toranaga, or whomever, I will. Then you do so over my direct orders to the contrary, and thereby risk immediate excommunication. This is beyond your jurisdiction. It is a temporal matter, not a spiritual one.
The position of the church here is, regrettably, so intermixed with politics and with the silk trade that everything touches the safety of the church. And while I live by my hope of salvation, no one will jeopardize the future of the Mother Church here.
Thank you for being so explicit, Your Eminence. I will make it my business to become more knowledgeable about Japo affairs.
I suggest you do, for all our sakes. Christianity is tolerated here only because all daimyos believe absolutely that if they expel us and stamp out the faith, the black ships will never come back. We Jesuits are sought after and have some measure of influence only because we alone can speak Japanese and Portuguese and can interpret and intercede for them on matters of trade. Unfortunately for the faith, what they believe is not true. I'm certain trade would continue, irrespective of our position and the position of the church, because Portuguese traders are more concerned with their own selfish interests than with the service of our Lord.
Perhaps the selfish interests of the clerics who wish to force us, even to the extent of asking His Holiness for the legal powers, to force us to sail into whatever port they decide and trade with whatever daimyo they prefer, irrespective of the hazards, is equally evident.
You forget yourself, Captain General.
I do not forget that the black ship of last year was lost between here and Malacca with all hands, with over 200 tons of gold aboard and 500,000 crusados worth of silver bullion, after being delayed unnecessarily into the bad weather season because of your personal requests. Or that this catastrophe almost ruined everyone from here to Goa.
It was necessary because of the Taiko's death and the internal politics of the succession.
I do not forget you asked the Viceroy of Goa to cancel the black ship 3 years ago, to send it only when you said, to which port you decided, or that he overruled this as an arrogant interference.
That was to curb the Taiko, to bring him an economic crisis in the midst of his stupid war on Korea and China, because of the Nagasaki martyrdoms he had ordered, because of his insane attack on the church and the expulsion edicts he had just published, expelling us all from Japan. If you cooperate with us, follow our advice, all Japan would be Christian in a single generation. What is more important? Trade or the salvation of souls?
My answer is souls. But since you've enlightened me on Japo affairs, let me put Japo affairs in their correct perspective. Japo silver alone unlocks Chinese silks and Chinese gold. The immense profits we make and export to Malacca and Goa, and thence to Lisbon, support our whole Asian empire. All forts, all missions, all expeditions,
all missionaries, all discoveries, and pays for most, if not all, of our European commitments, prevents the heretics from overrunning us, and keeps them out of Asia, which would provide them with all the wealth they need to destroy us and the faith at home. What's more important, Father? Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian Christendom, or Chapo Christendom?
Dell'Acqua glared down at the soldier.
Once and for all, you will not involve yourself with the internal politics here.
A coal fell from the fire and spluttered on the rug. Ferreira, the nearest, kicked it to safety.
And if I'm to be curbed, what do you propose to do about the heretic? Or Torrenaga?
Dell'Acqua sat down, believing that he had won.
I don't know at the moment, but even to think of removing Torrenaga is ludicrous. He's very sympathetic to us, and very sympathetic to increasing trade.
His voice became more withering.
And therefore to increasing your profits.
And your profits, Ferreira said, taking the bit again.
Our profits are committed to the work of our Lord, as you well know.
Dell'Acqua tiredly poured some wine, offered it, placating him.
Come now, Ferreira, let's not quarrel in this fashion. This business of the heretic. Terrible, yes, but quarreling avails nothing. We need your counsel and your brains and your strength. You can believe me, Torrenaga is vital to us. Without him to restrain the other regions, this whole country will go back to anarchy again.
Yes, it's true, Captain General, Alvito said. But I don't understand why he's still in the castle and has agreed to a delay in the meeting. It's incredible that he seems to have been outmaneuvered. He must surely know that Osaka's locked tighter than a jealous crusader's chastity belt. He should have left days ago.
Ferreira said,
If he's vital, why support Onoshi and Kiyama? Haven't those two sided with Ishido against him? Why don't you advise them against it? It was discussed only 2 days ago. They told us of their decision, Captain. We did not discuss it. Then perhaps you should have, Eminence. If it's so important, why not order them against it, with a threat of excommunication?
Dell'Acqua sighed.
I wish it were so simple. You don't do things like that in Japan. They abhor outside interference in their internal affairs. Even a suggestion on our part has to be offered with extreme delicacy.
Ferreira drained his silver goblet and poured some more wine and calmed himself, knowing that he needed the Jesuits on his side, that without them as interpreters he was helpless.
You've got to make this voyage successful, he told himself. You've soldiers and sweated 11 years in the service of the king to earn, rightfully, 20 times over, the richest prize in his power to give, the captain generalship of the annual black ship for 1 year, and the 10th part that goes with the honor, 1/10 of all silk, of all gold, of all silver, and of all profit from each transaction. You're rich for life now, for 30 lifetimes if you had them, all from this one single voyage. If you accomplish it.
Ferreira's hand went to the haft of his rapier, to the silver cross that formed part of the silver filigree.
By the blood of Christ, my black ship will sail on time from Macau to Nagasaki, and then, the richest treasure ship in history, she'll head south with the monsoon in November for Goa and thence home. As Christ is my judge, that's what's going to happen.
And he added silently,
If I have to burn all Japan and all Macau and all China to do it, by the Madonna. Our prayers are with you. Of course they are,
Dell'Acqua replied, meaning it.
We know the importance of your voyage. Then what do you suggest? Without port clearances and safe conducts to trade, I'm hamstrung. Can't we avoid the regions? Perhaps there's another way.
Delacroix shook his head.
Martin, you're our trade expert.
I'm sorry, but it's not possible, Alvito said. He had listened to the heated exchange with simmering indignation. Foul-mannered, arrogant, motherless cretin, he had thought. Then immediately, oh God, give me patience, for without this man and others like him, the church dies here. I'm sure within a day or two, Captain General, everything will be sealed. A week at the most. Toranaga has very special problems at the moment. It will be all right, I'm sure.
I'll wait a week. No more.
The undercurrent of menace in Ferreira's tone was frightening.
I'd like to get my hands on that heretic. I'd rack the truth out of him. Did Toranaga say anything about the supposed fleet? An enemy fleet?
No.
I'd like to know that truth, because inbound, my ship will be wallowing like a fat pig, her holds bulging with more silks than have ever been sent at one time. We're one of the biggest ships in the world, but I've no escort, so if a single enemy frigate were to catch us at sea, or that Dutch whore, the Erasmus, we'd be at her mercy. She'd make me hold down the imperial flag of Portugal with no trouble at all. Inglés had better not get his ship to sea, with gunners and cannon and shot aboard.
É vero, é solamente vero, Belagua muttered.
Ferreira finished his wine. When's Blackthorn being sent to Izu?
Toranaga didn't say, Alvito replied. I got the impression it would be soon.
Today?
I don't know. Now the regents meet in 4 days. I would imagine it would be after that.
Delacroix said heavily, Blackthorn must not be interfered with, neither he nor Toranaga.
Ferreira stood up.
I'll be getting back to my ship. You'll dine with us, both of you, at dusk? There's a fine capon, a joint of beef and Madeira wine, even some new bread. Thank you. You're very kind.
Delacroix brightened slightly.
Yes, some good food again would be wonderful. You're very kind.
You'll be informed the instant I have word from Toranaga, Captain General, Alvito said.
Thank you.
When Ferreira had gone and the visitor was sure that he and Alvito could not be overheard, he said anxiously,
Martin, what else did Toranaga say?
He wants an explanation, in writing, of the gun-running incident and the request for conquistadores.
Mamma mia!
Toranaga was friendly, even gentle, but, well, I've never seen him like this before.
What exactly did he say?
I understand, Suku-san, that the previous head of your order of Christians, Father d'Acunha, wrote to the governors of Macau, Goa, and the Spanish viceroy in Manila, Don Cisco y Rivera, in July of 1588 of your counting, asking for an invasion of hundreds of Spanish soldiers with guns to support some Christian daimyos in a rebellion which the chief Christian priest was trying to incite against their lawful liege lord, my late master, the Taiko. What were the names of these daimyos? Is it true that no soldiers were sent, but vast numbers of guns were smuggled into Nagasaki under your Christian seal from Macau? Is it true that the Father Giant secretly seized these guns when he returned to Japan for the second time, as ambassador from Goa, in March or April 1590, by your counting, and secretly smuggled them out of Nagasaki on the Portuguese ship, the Santa Cruz, back to Macau? Alvito wiped the sweat off his hands.
Did he say anything more?
Not of importance, Eminence. I had no chance to explain. He dismissed me at once. The dismissal was polite, but it was still a dismissal.
Where is that cursed Englishman getting his information from?
I wish I knew.
Those dates and names, you're not mistaken? He said them exactly like that?
No, Eminence. The names were written on a piece of paper. He showed it to me.
Blackthorn's writing?
No. The names were written phonetically in Japanese, in hiragana.
We've got to find out who's interpreting for Toranaga. He must be astonishingly good. Surely not one of ours. It can't be Brother Manuel, can it?
He asked bitterly, using Masama no Jiro's baptismal name. Jiro was the son of a Christian samurai who had been educated by the Jesuits since childhood, and being intelligent and devout, had been selected to enter the seminary to be trained to be a full priest of the 4 vows, of which there were none from the Japanese yet. Jiro had been with the society for 20 years. Then, incredibly, he left before being ordained, and he was now a violent antagonist of the church.
No, Manuel's still in Kyushu. May he burn in hell forever. He's still a violent enemy of Toranaga's. He'd never help him. Fortunately, he was never party to any political secrets. The interpreter was the Lady Maria,
Alvito said, using Toda Mariko's baptismal name.
Toranaga told you that?
No, Your Eminence. But I happen to know that she's been visiting the castle, and she was seen with the Inglés.
You're sure?
Our information is completely accurate.
Good, Delacroix said. Perhaps God is helping us in his inscrutable fashion. Send for her at once.
I've already seen her. I made it my business to meet her by chance. She was delightful as always, deferential, pious as always. But she said pointedly before I had an opportunity to question her, "Of course, the Empire is a very private land, Father, and some things, by custom, have to stay very private. Is it the same in Portugal and within the Society of Jesus?"
You're her confessor?
Yes, but she won't say anything.
Why?
Clearly, she's been forewarned and forbidden to discuss what happened and what was said. I know them too well. In this, Toranaga's influence would be greater than ours.
Is her faith so small? Has our training of her been so inept? Surely not. She's as devout and as good a Christian as any woman I've ever met. One day she'll become a nun, perhaps even the first Japanese abbess.
Yes, but she will say nothing now.
The church is in jeopardy. This is important, perhaps too important, Delacroix said. She would understand that. She's far too intelligent not to realize it.
I beg you, do not put her faith to the test in this. We must lose. She warned me. That's what she was saying as clearly as if it were written down.
Perhaps it would be good to put her to the test, for her own salvation.
That's up to you to order or not to order. But I'm afraid that she must obey Toranaga, Eminence, and not us.
I will think about Maria.
Yes, Delacroix said. He let his eyes drift to the fire, the weight of his office crushing him.
Poor Maria! That cursed heretic! How do we avoid the trap? How do we conceal the truth about the guns? How could a Father Superior and Vice Provincial like the Cunha, who was so well trained, so experienced, with 7 years' practical knowledge in Macau and Japan, how could he make such a hideous mistake?
How? He asked the flames. I can answer, he told himself.
It's too easy. You panic or you forget the glory of God or become pride-filled or arrogant or petrified. Who wouldn't have, perhaps, under the same circumstances? To be received by the Taiko at sunset with favor, a triumphal meeting with pomp and ceremony, almost like an act of contrition by the Taiko, who was seemingly on the point of converting. And then to be awakened in the middle of the same night with the Taiko's expulsion edicts, decreeing that all religious orders were to be out of Japan within 20 days on pain of death, never to return. And worse, that all Japanese converts throughout the land were ordered to recant at once, or they would immediately be exiled or put to death.
Driven to despair, the superior had wildly advised the Kyushu Christian daimyos, Onoshi, Misaki, Kiyama, and Harima of Nagasaki among them, to rebel to save the church, and had written frantically for conquistadores to stiffen the revolt. The fire spluttered and danced in the iron grate.
Yes, all true, Delacroix thought. If only I'd known. If only the Cunha had consulted me first. But how could he? It takes 6 months to send a letter to Goa, and perhaps another 6 months for one to return. And the Cunha did write immediately. But he was the superior and on his own, and had to cope at once with the disaster.
Though Delacroix had sailed immediately on receiving the letter, with hastily arranged credentials as ambassador from the Viceroy of Goa, it had taken months to arrive at Macau, only to learn that de Cunha was dead, and that he and all fathers were forbidden to enter Japan on pain of death. But the guns had already gone. Then, after 10 weeks, came the news that the church was not obliterated in Japan, that the Taiko was not enforcing his new laws. Only 100 churches had been burned. Only Takayama had been smashed. And word seeped back that though the edicts would remain officially in force, the Taiko was now prepared to allow things to be as they were, provided that the fathers were much more discreet in their conversions, their converts more discreet and well-behaved, and that there were no more blatant public worship or demonstrations, and no burning of Buddhist churches by zealots. Then, when the ordeal seemed at an end, Delacroix had remembered that the guns had gone weeks before, under Father Superior da Cunha's seal, that they still lay in the Jesuit Nagasaki warehouses. More weeks of agony ensued, until the guns were secretly smuggled back to Macau.
Yes, under my seal this time,
Delacroix reminded himself. Hopefully the secret buried forever.
But those secrets never leave you in peace, however much you wish or pray. How much does the heretic know?
For more than an hour, His Eminence sat motionless in his high-backed leather chair, staring sightlessly at the fire. Alvito waited patiently near the bookcase, his hands in his lap. Shafted sunlight danced off the silver crucifix on the wall behind the father visitor. On one side wall was a small oil by the Venetian painter Titian that Delacroix had bought in his youth in Padua, where he had been sent by his father to study law. The other wall was lined with his Bibles and his books, in Latin, Portuguese, Italian, and Spanish. And from the Society's own movable type press at Nagasaki that he had ordered and brought at so much cost from Goa 10 years ago, 2 shelves of Japanese books and pamphlets. Devotional books and catechisms of all sorts, translated with painstaking labor into Japanese by Jesuits. Works adapted from Japanese into Latin to try to help Japanese acolytes learn that language. And last, 2 small books that were beyond price. The first, Portuguese-Japanese grammar, Father Sancho Alvarez's life's work, printed 6 years ago, and its companion, the incredible Portuguese-Latin-Japanese dictionary, printed last year in Roman letters as well as hiragana script. It had been begun at his order 20 years ago, the first dictionary of Japanese words ever compiled. Father Alvito picked up the book and caressed it lovingly. He knew that it was a unique work of art. For 18 years, he himself had been compiling such a work, and it was still nowhere near finished. But his was to be a dictionary with explanatory supplements and far more detailed. Almost an introduction to Japan and the Japanese, and he knew without vanity that if he managed to finish it, it would be a masterpiece compared to Father Alvarez's work. That if his name was ever to be remembered, it would be because of his book and the Father Visitor, who was the only father he had ever known.
"You want to leave Portugal, my son, and join the service of God?"
the giant Jesuit had said the first day he had met him.
"Oh, yes, please, Father,"
he had replied, craning up at him with desperate longing.
"How old are you, my son?"
"I don't know, Father. Perhaps 10, perhaps 11. But I can read and write. The priest taught me. And I'm alone. I've no one of my own. I belong to no one."
Delacroix had taken him to Goa and thence to Nagasaki, where he had joined the seminary of the Society of Jesus, the youngest European in Asia, at long last belonging. Then came the miracle of the gift of tongues and the positions of trust as interpreter and trade adviser. First to Harima Tadao, daimyo of the Fifa Heisen in Kyushu, where Nagasaki lay, and then in time to the Taiko himself. He was ordained and later even attained the privilege of the fourth vow. This was the special vow over and above the normal vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, given only to the elite of Jesuits, the vow of obedience to the Pope personally, to be his personal tool for the work of God, to go where the Pope personally ordered, and do what he personally wanted. To become, as the founder of the society, the Basque soldier Loyola designed, one of the Regimini Militantis Ecclesiae, one of the professed, the special private soldiers of God, for his elected general on earth, the Vicar of Christ.
"I've been so very lucky,"
Alvito thought.
"Oh God, help me to help."
At last Delacroix got up and stretched and went to the window. Sun sparkled off the gilded tiles of the soaring central castle donjon, the sheer elegance of the structure belying its massive strength.
"Tower of Evil," he thought. "How long will it stand there to remind each one of us? Is it only 15? No, it was 17 years ago that the Taiko put 400,000 men to building and excavating, and bled the country to pay for this, his monument. And then, in 2 short years, Osaka Castle was finished. Incredible man, incredible people. Yes. And there it stands, indestructible, except to the finger of God. He can humble it in an instant if he wishes. Oh God, help me to do thy will. Well, Martin, it seems we have work to do."
Delacroix began to walk up and down, his voice now as firm as his step.
"About the English pilot. If we don't protect him, he'll be killed, and we'll risk Toranaga's disfavor. If we manage to protect him, he'll soon hang himself. But dare we wait? His presence is a threat to us, and there is no telling how much further damage he can do before that happy date. Or we can help Toranaga to remove him. Or last, we can convert him."
Alvito blinked.
"What? He's intelligent, very knowledgeable about Catholicism. Aren't most Englishmen really Catholic at heart? The answer is yes, if their king or queen is Catholic, and no, if he or she is Protestant. The English are careless about religion. They're fanatic against us at the moment, but isn't that because of the Armada? Perhaps Blackthorn can be converted. That would be the perfect solution, to the glory of God, and save his heretic soul from a damnation he's certainly going to. Next, Toranaga. We'll give him the maps he wants. Explain about spheres of influence. Isn't that really what the lines of demarcation were for? To separate the influence of the Portuguese and our Spanish friends? Sí, è vero. Tell him that on the other important matters, I will personally be honored to prepare them for him, and will give them to him as soon as possible. Because I'll have to check the facts in Macau, Could he please grant a reasonable delay? And in the same breath, say that you are delighted to inform him that the Black Ship will sail 3 weeks early, with the biggest cargo of silks and gold ever, that all our assignments of goods and our portion of the cargo, and, he thought a moment, and at least 30% of the whole cargo will be sold through Toranaga's personally appointed broker.
Eminence, the Captain General won't like sailing early, and won't like...
It will be your responsibility to get Toranaga's immediate sailing clearance for Ferreira. Go and see him at once with my reply. Let him be impressed with our efficiency. Isn't that one of the things he admires? With immediate clearances, Ferreira will concede the minor point of arriving early in the season. And as to the broker, what's the difference to the Captain General between one native or another? He will still get his percentage.
But Lords Enoshi and Kiyama and Harima usually split the brokerage of the cargo between them. I don't know if they'd agree.
Then solve the problem. Toranaga will agree to the delay for a concession. The only concessions he needs are power, influence, and money. What can we give him? We cannot deliver the Christian daimyos to him.
Yet,
Alvito said. Even if we could, I don't know yet if we should or if we will. Onoshi and Kiyama are bitter enemies, but they've joined against Toranaga because they're sure he'd obliterate the church, and them, if he ever got control of the council.
Toranaga will support the church.
Ishido's our real enemy. I don't share your confidence, Martin. We mustn't forget that because Onoshi and Kiyama are Christians, all their followers are Christians in their tens of thousands. We cannot offend them. The only concession we can give to Toranaga is something to do with trade. He's fanatic about trade, but has never managed to participate personally. So the concession I suggest might tempt him to grant a delay, which, perhaps, we can extend into a permanent one. You know how the Japanese like this form of solution. The big stick poised, which both sides pretend does not exist, eh?
In my opinion, it's politically unwise for Lord Onoshi and Lord Kiyama to turn against Toranaga at this time. They should follow the old proverb about keeping a line of retreat open. No? I could suggest to them that an offer to Toranaga of 25%, so each has an equal share, Onoshi, Kiyama, Harima, and Toranaga, would be a small consideration to soften the impact of their temporary siding with Ishido against him.
Then Ishido will distrust them and hate us even more when he finds out.
Ishido hates us immeasurably now. Ishido doesn't trust them any more than they trust him. And we don't know yet why they've taken his side. With Onoshi and Kiyama's agreement, we would formally put the proposal as though it was merely our idea to maintain impartiality between Ishido and Toranaga. Privately, we can inform Toranaga of their generosity.
Delacroix considered the virtues and defects of the plan. Excellent, he said at length. Put it into effect. Now, about the heretic. Give his ratas to Toranaga today. Go back to Toranaga at once. Tell him that the ratas were sent to us secretly.
How do I explain the delay in giving them to him?
You don't. Just tell the truth. They were brought by Rodriguez, but that neither of us realized the sealed package contained the missing ratas. Indeed, we did not open them for 2 days. They were, in truth, forgotten in the excitement about the heretic. The ratas prove Blackthorn to be pirate, thief, and traitor. His own words will dispose of him once and for all, which is surely divine justice. tell Toranaga the truth, that Mura gave them to Father Sebastio, as indeed happened, who sent them to us, knowing we would know what to do with them. That clears Mura, Father Sebastio, everyone. We should tell Mura by carrier pigeon what has been done. I'm sure Toranaga will realize that we have had his interests at heart over Yabu's. Does he know that Yabu's made an arrangement with Ishido?
I would say certainly, Eminence. But rumor has it that Toranaga and Yabu are friends now.
I wouldn't trust that Satan's whelp.
I'm sure Toranaga doesn't, any more than Yabu has really made any commitment to him.
Suddenly they were distracted by an altercation outside. The door opened, and a cowled monk came barefooted into the room, shaking off Father Soldi.
"The blessings of Jesus Christ upon you,"
he said, his voice rasping with hostility.
"May he forgive you your sins." "Friar Perez, what are you doing here?"
Delacqua burst out.
"I've come back to this cesspit of a land to proclaim the word of God to the heathen again." "But you're under edict never to return on pain of immediate death for inciting to riot. You escaped the Nagasaki martyrdom by a miracle, and you were ordered—" "That was God's will, and a filthy heathen edict of a dead maniac has nothing to do with me,"
the monk said. He was a short, lean Spaniard with a long, unkempt beard.
"I'm here to continue God's work."
He glanced at Father Alvito.
"How's trade, Father?"
"Fortunately for Spain, very good,"
Alvito replied icily.
"I don't spend time in the counting house, Father. I spend it with my flock." "That's commendable,"
Delacqua said sharply.
"But spend it where the Pope ordered, outside of Japan. This is our exclusive province, and it's also Portuguese territory, not Spanish. Do I have to remind you that 3 popes have ordered all denominations out of Japan except us? King Philip also ordered the same." "Save your breath, Eminence. The work of God surpasses earthly orders. I'm back, and I'll throw open the doors of the churches and beseech the multitudes to rise up against the ungodly." "How many times must you be warned? You can't treat Japan like an Inca protectorate peopled with jungle savages who have neither history nor culture. I forbid you to preach and insist you obey holy orders. We will convert the heathen. Listen, Eminence, there's another 100 of my brothers in Manila, waiting for ships here, good Spaniards all, and lots of our glorious conquistadores to protect us if need be. We'll preach openly, and we'll wear our robes openly, not skulk about in idolatrous silken shirts like Jesuits. You must not agitate the authorities, or you'll reduce Mother Church to ashes. I tell you to your face, we're coming back to Japan, and we'll stay in Japan. We'll preach the word in spite of you, in spite of any prelate, bishop, king, or even any pope, for the glory of God."
The monk slammed the door behind him. Flushed with rage, Delacqua poured a glass of Madeira. A little of the wine slopped onto the polished surface of his desk.
"Those Spaniards will destroy us all."
Delacqua drank slowly, trying to calm himself. At length he said,
"Martin, send some of our people to watch him, and you'd better warn Kiyama and Anoshi at once. There's no telling what'll happen if that fool flaunts himself in public."
"Yes, Eminence."
At the door, Alvito hesitated.
First Blackthorn, and now Perez. It's almost too much of a coincidence. Perhaps the Spaniards in Manila knew about Blackthorn and let him come here just to bedevil us.
"Perhaps, but probably not.
Delacroix finished his glass and set it down carefully.
In any event, with the help of God and due diligence, neither of them will be permitted to harm the Holy Mother Church, whatever the cost.
Chapter 20.
I'll be a God-cursed Spaniard if this isn't the life.
Blackthorn lay seraphically on his stomach on thick futons, wrapped partially in a cotton kimono, his head propped on his arms. The girl was running her hands over his back, probing his muscles occasionally, soothing his skin and his spirit, making him almost want to purr with pleasure. Another girl was pouring sake into a tiny porcelain cup. A third waited in reserve, holding a lacquer tray with a heaping bamboo basket of deep-fried fish in Portuguese style, another flask of sake, and some chopsticks.
Nandesu ka, Anjin-san?
What is it, Honourable Pilot? What did you say?
I can't say that in Nihongo, Rako-san.
He smiled at the girl who offered the sake. Instead, he pointed at the cup.
What's this called? Namaika?
Sabazuki?
She said it 3 times, and he repeated it, and then the other girl, Asa, offered the fish, and he shook his head.
Ie, domo.
He did not know how to say, I'm full now, so he tried instead, not hungry now.
Ah, ima haraheta wa oranu.
Asa explained, correcting him. He said the phrase several times, and they all laughed at his pronunciation, but eventually he made it sound right.
I'll never learn this language, he thought. There's nothing to relate the sounds to in English, or even Latin or Portuguese.
Anshin-san?
Asa offered the tray again. He shook his head and put his hand on his stomach gravely, but he accepted the sake and drank it down. Sono, the girl who was massaging his back, had stopped, so he took her hand and put it on his neck and pretended to groan with pleasure. She understood at once and continued to massage him. Each time he finished the little cup, it was immediately refilled.
Better go easy, he thought. This is the 3rd flask, and I can feel the warmth into my toes.
The 3 girls, Asa, Sono, and Rako, had arrived with the dawn, bringing cha, which Friar Domingo had told him the Chinese sometimes called tea, and which was the national drink of China and Japan. His sleep had been fitful after the encounter with the assassin, but the hot, piquant drink had begun to restore him. They had brought small rolled hot towels, slightly scented. When he did not know what they were used for, Rako, the chief of the girls, showed him how to use them on his face and hands. Then they had escorted him with his 4 samurai guards to the steaming baths at the far side of this section of the castle and handed him over to the bath attendants. The 4 guards sweated stoically while he was bathed, his beard trimmed, his hair shampooed and massaged. Afterwards, he felt miraculously renewed. They gave him another fresh, knee-length cotton kimono and more fresh tabi, and the girls were waiting for him again. They led him to another room where Kiri and Mariko were. Mariko said that Lord Toranaga had decided to send the Anjin-san to one of his provinces in the next few days to recuperate, and that Lord Toranaga was very pleased with him, and there was no need for him to worry about anything, for he was in Lord Toranaga's personal care now. Would Anjin-san please also begin to prepare the maps with material that she would provide? There would be other meetings with the master soon, and the master had promised that she would be made available soon to answer any questions the Anjin-san might have. Lord Toranaga was very anxious that Blackthorn should learn about the Japanese, as he himself was anxious to learn about the outside world, and about navigation and ways of the sea. Then Blackthorn had been led to the doctor. Unlike samurai, doctors wore their hair close-cropped, without a queue. Blackthorn hated doctors and feared them. But this doctor was different. This doctor was gentle and unbelievably clean. European doctors were barbers mostly, and uncouth, and as louse-ridden and filthy as everyone else. This doctor touched carefully and peered politely and held Blackthorn's wrist to feel his pulse, looked into his eyes and mouth and ears, and softly tapped his back and his knees and the soles of his feet, his touch and manner soothing. All a European doctor wanted was to look at your tongue and say, "Where is the pain?" and bleed you to release the foulnesses from your blood and give you a violent emetic to clean away the foulnesses from your entrails. Blackthorn hated being bled and purged, and every time was worse than before. But this doctor had no scalpels or bleeding bowl, nor the foul chemic smell that normally surrounded them, so his heart had begun to slow, and he relaxed a little. The doctor's fingers touched the scars on his thigh interrogatively. Blackthorn made the sound of a gun, because a musket ball had passed through his flesh there many years ago. The doctor said, "Ah, so this," and nodded. More probes, deep but not painful, over his loins and stomach. At length the doctor spoke to Rako, and she nodded and bowed and thanked him. "Ichiban?" Blackthorn had asked, wanting to know if he was all right. "Aye, Anjin-san." "Honto ka?" "Honto." What a useful word, honto. Is it the truth? Yes, the truth, Blackthorn thought. "Domo, Doctor-san." "Oh, itashimashite," the doctor said, bowing. "You're welcome. Think nothing of it." Blackthorn bowed back. The girls had led him away, and it was not until he was lying on the futons, his cotton kimono loosed, the girl Sono gentling his back, that he remembered he had been naked at the doctor's, in front of the girls and the samurai, and that he had not noticed or felt shame. "Nan desu ka, Anjin-san?" Rako asked. "What is it, Honourable Pilot? Why do you laugh?" Her white teeth sparkled, and her eyebrows were plucked and painted in a crescent. She wore her dark hair piled high, and a pink-flowered kimono with a grey-green obi. "Because I'm happy, Rako-san. But how to tell you? How do I tell you I laughed because I'm happy, and the weight's off my head for the first time since I left home? Because my back feels marvellous. All of me feels marvellous. Because I've Toranaga-sama's ear, and I've put 3 fat broadsides into the god-cursed Jesuits, and another 6 into the poxy Portuguese." Then he jumped up, tied his kimono tight, and began dancing a careless hornpipe, singing a sea shanty to keep time. Rako and the others were agog. The shoji had slid open instantly, and now the samurai guards were equally pop-eyed. Blackthorn danced and sang mightily until he could contain himself no longer. Then he burst out laughing and collapsed. The girls clapped, and Rako tried to imitate him, failing miserably, her trailing kimono inhibiting her. The others got up and persuaded him to show them how to do it, and he tried, the 3 girls standing in a line, watching his feet, holding up their kimonos. But they could not, and soon they were all chattering and giggling and fanning themselves. Abruptly, the guards were solemn and bowing low. Toranaga stood in the doorway, flanked by Mariko and Kiri and his ever-present samurai guards. The girls all knelt, put their hands flat on the floor, and bowed. But the laughter did not leave their faces, nor was there any fear in them. Blackthorn bowed politely also, not as low as the women. "Konnichiwa, Toranaga-sama," Blackthorn said. "Konnichiwa, Anjin-san," Toranaga replied. Then he asked a question. "My master says, 'What were you doing, senor?' Mariko said. "It was just a dance, Mariko-san," Blackthorn said, feeling foolish. "It's called a hornpipe. It's a sailor's dance, and we sing shanties, songs, at the same time. I was just happy. Perhaps it was the sake. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't disturb Toranaga-sama." She translated. "My master says he would like to see the dance and hear the song." "Now?" "Of course now." At once Toranaga sat cross-legged, and his small court spread themselves around the room, and they looked at Blackthorn expectantly. "There, you fool," Blackthorn told himself. "That's what comes of letting your guard down. Now you've got to perform, and you know your voice is off and you're dancing clumsy." Even so, he tied his kimono tight and launched himself with gusto, pivoting, kicking, twirling, bouncing, his voice roaring lustily. More silence.
My master says that he's never seen anything like that in his whole life.
Arigato gozaimashita, Blackthorn said, sweating partially from his effort and partially from his embarrassment. Then Toranaga put his swords aside, tucked his kimono high into his belt, and stood beside him.
Lord Toranaga will dance your dance, Mariko said.
Eh?
Please teach him, he says.
So Blackthorn began. He demonstrated the basic step, then repeated it again and again. Toranaga mastered it quickly. Blackthorn was not a little impressed with the agility of the large-bellied, amply buttocked older man. Then Blackthorn began to sing and to dance, and Toranaga joined in, tentatively at first, to the cheers of the onlookers. Then Toranaga threw off his kimono and folded his arms and began to dance with equal verve alongside Blackthorn, who threw off his kimono and sang louder and picked up the tempo, almost overcome by the grotesqueness of what they were doing, but swept along now by the humour of it. Finally Blackthorn did a sort of hop, skip and jump and stopped. He clapped and bowed to Toranaga, and they all clapped for their master, who was very happy. Toranaga sat down in the centre of the room, breathing easily. Immediately Rako sped forward to fan him, and the others ran for his kimono. But Toranaga pushed his own kimono toward Blackthorn and took the simple kimono instead.
Mariko said, My master says that he would be pleased for you to accept this as a gift.
She added,
Here, it would be considered a great honour to be given even a very old kimono by one's liege lord.
Arigato gozaimashita, Toranaga-sama. Blackthorn bowed low, then said to Mariko, Yes, I understand the honour he does to me, Mariko-san. Please thank Lord Toranaga with the correct formal words that I unfortunately do not yet know, and tell him I will treasure it, and, even more, the honour that he did me in dancing my dance with me. Toranaga was even more pleased. With reverence, Kiri and the servant girls helped Blackthorn into their master's kimono and showed Blackthorn how to tie the sash. The kimono was brown silk with the 5 scarlet crests, the sash white silk.
Lord Toranaga says he enjoyed the dance. One day he will perhaps show you some of ours. He would like you to learn to speak Japanese as quickly as possible.
I'd like that too. But even more, Blackthorn thought, I'd like to be in my own clothes, eating my own food in my own cabin, in my own ship with my cannon primed, pistols in my belt, and the quarterdeck tilted under a press of sails. Would you ask Lord Toranaga when I can have my ship back?
Senor?
My ship, Senora. Please ask him when I can get my ship back. My crew, too. All her cargo's been removed. There were 20,000 pieces of 8 in the strongbox. I'm sure he'll understand that we're merchants, and though we appreciate his hospitality, we'd like to trade with the goods we brought with us and move on homeward. It'll take us almost 18 months to get home.
My master says you have no need to be concerned. Everything will be done as soon as possible. You must first become strong and healthy. You're leaving at dusk.
Senora?
Lord Toranaga said you were to leave at dusk, Senor. Did I say it wrongly?
No, not at all, Mariko-san. But an hour or so ago you told me I'd be leaving in a few days.
Yes, but now he says you will leave tonight.
She translated all this to Toranaga, who replied again.
My master says it's better and more convenient for you to go tonight. There is no need to worry, Anjin-san. You are in his personal care. He is sending the Lady Kiritsubo to Edo to prepare for his return. You will go with her.
Please thank him for me. Is it possible? May I ask if it would be possible to release Friar Domingo? The man has a great deal of knowledge. She translated this.
My master says, so sorry, the man is dead.
He sent for him immediately you asked yesterday, but he was already dead."
Blackthorn was dismayed. "How did he die?"
"My master says he died when his name was called out."
"Oh, poor man."
"My master says death and life are the same thing. The priest's soul will wait until the 40th day, and then it will be reborn again. Why be sad? This is the immutable law of nature."
She began to say something but changed her mind, adding only,
"Buddhists believe that we have many births or rebirths, Anjin-san, until at length we become perfect and reach nirvana, heaven."
Blackthorn put off his sadness for the moment and concentrated on Toranaga and the present. "May I please ask him if my crew—" He stopped as Toranaga glanced away. A young samurai came hurriedly into the room, bowed to Toranaga, and waited. Toranaga said, "Nanja?" Blackthorn understood none of what was said, except he thought he caught Father Alvito's nickname, Tsuku. He saw Toranaga's eyes flick across to him, and noted the glimmer of a smile, and he wondered if Toranaga had sent for the priest because of what he had told him. "I hope so," he thought, "and I hope Alvito's in the muck up to his nostrils. Is he or isn't he?" Blackthorn decided not to ask Toranaga, though he was tempted greatly. "Kare ni machioni," Toranaga said curtly. "Gyoi!" The samurai bowed and hurried away. Toranaga turned back to Blackthorn. "Nanja, Anjin-san?"
"You were saying, Captain,"
Mariko said,
"about your crew."
"Yes. Can Toranaga-sama take them under his protection too? See that they're well cared for? Will they be sent to Edo too?" She asked him. Toranaga stuck his swords in the belt of the short kimono.
"My master says, of course their arrangements have already been made. You need have no concern over them, or over your ship."
"My ship is all right? She's taken care of?"
"Yes. He says the ship is already at Edo."
Toranaga got up. Everyone began to bow, but Blackthorn broke in unexpectedly. "One last thing." He stopped and cursed himself, realizing that he was being discourteous. Toranaga had clearly terminated the interview, and they had all begun to bow, but had been stopped by Blackthorn's words, and now they were all nonplussed, not knowing whether to complete their bows, or to wait, or to start again. "Nanja, Anjin-san." Toranaga's voice was brittle and unfriendly, for he too had been momentarily thrown off balance. "Gomen nasai. I'm sorry, Toranaga-sama. I didn't wish to be impolite. I just wanted to ask if the Lady Mariko would be allowed to talk with me for a few moments before I go. It would help me." She asked him. Toranaga merely grunted an imperious affirmative and walked out, followed by Kiri and his personal guards. "Touchy bastards, all of you," Blackthorn said to himself. "Jesus God, you got to be so careful here." He wiped his forehead with his sleeve and saw the immediate distress on Mariko's face. Rako hurriedly proffered a small kerchief that they always seemed to have ready from a seemingly inexhaustible supply, tucked secretly somewhere into the back of their obis. Then he realized that he was wearing the master's kimono, and that you don't, obviously, wipe your sweaty forehead with the master's sleeve. "By God, so you've committed another blasphemy! I'll never learn, never. Jesus God in heaven, never!"
"Anjin-san?"
Rako was offering some sake. He thanked her and drank it down. Immediately she refilled it. He noticed a sheen of perspiration on all their foreheads. "Gomen nasai," he said to all of them, apologizing, and he took the cup and offered it to Mariko with good humor. "I don't know if it's a polite custom or not, but would you like some sake? Is that allowed? Or do I have to bang my head on the floor?" She laughed.
"Oh, yes, it is quite polite, and no, please don't hurt your head. There's no need to apologize to me, Captain. Men don't apologize to ladies. Whatever they do is correct. At least, that is what we ladies believe.
She explained what she had said to the girls, and they nodded as gravely, but their eyes were dancing.
You had no way of knowing, Anjin-san,
Mariko continued, then took a tiny sip of the sake and gave him back the cup.
Thank you, but no. I won't have any more sake, thank you. Sake goes straight to my head and to my knees. But you learn quickly. It must be very hard for you. Don't worry, Anjin-san. Lord Toranaga told me that he found your aptitude exceptional. He would never have given you his kimono if he wasn't most pleased.
Did he send for Tsuku-san?
Father Alvito?
Yes.
You should have asked him, Captain. He did not tell me. In that, he would be quite wise, for women don't have wisdom or knowledge in political things.
Ah, so desu ka. I wish all our women were equally wise. Mariko fanned herself, kneeling comfortably, her legs curled under her.
Your dance was very excellent, Anjin-san. Do your ladies dance the same way?
No, just the men. That was a man's dance, a sailor's dance.
Since you wish to ask me questions, may I ask you some first?
Certainly.
What is the lady your wife like?
She's 29, tall compared with you. By our measurements, I'm 6 feet 2 inches. She's about 5 feet 8 inches. You're about 5 feet. So she'd be a head taller than you and equally bigger, equally proportioned. Her hair's the colour of...
He pointed at the unstained polished cedar beams, and all their eyes went there, then came back to him again.
About that colour, fair with a touch of red. Her eyes are blue, much bluer than mine, blue-green. She wears her hair long and flowing most of the time.
Mariko interpreted this for the others, and they all sucked in their breaths, looked at the cedar beams, back to him once more, the samurai guards also listening intently. A question from Rako. Rako-san asks if she is the same as us in her body.
Yes, but her hips would be larger and more curved, her waist more pronounced, and, well, generally our women are more rounded and have much heavier breasts.
Are all your women and men so much taller than us?
Generally, yes, but some of our people are as small as you. I think your smallness delightful, very pleasing.
Asa asked something, and all their interest quickened. Asa asks, in matters of the pillow, how would you compare your women with ours?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, please excuse me. The pillow, in intimate matters. Pillowing is our way of referring to the physical joining of man and woman. It's more polite than fornication, nay?
Blackthorn squelched his embarrassment and said, I've only had one, pillow experience here. That was, in the village. And I don't remember it too clearly because, I was so exhausted by our voyage that I was half dreaming and half awake. But it, seemed to me to be very satisfactory.
Mariko frowned. You've pillowed only once since you arrived?
Yes.
You must be feeling very constricted, nay? One of these ladies would be delighted to pillow with you, Anjin-san. Or all of them, if you wish.
Eh?
Certainly. If you don't want one of them, there's no need to worry. They'd certainly not be offended. Just tell me the sort of lady you'd like, and we'll make all the arrangements.
Thank you, Blackthorn said, but not now.
Are you sure? Please excuse me, but Kiritsubo-san has given specific instructions that your health is to be protected and improved. How can you be healthy without pillowing? It's very important for a man, eh?
Oh, very, yes. Thank you, but I'm... perhaps later.
You would have plenty of time. I would be glad to come back later. There will be plenty of time to talk, if you wish. You'd have at least 4 sticks of time. she said helpfully. You don't have to leave until sunset.
Thanks, but not now, Blackthorn said, flattened by the bluntness and lack of delicacy of the suggestion.
They'd really like to accommodate you, Anjin-san. Oh, perhaps you would prefer a boy.
Eh?
A boy. It's just as simple if that's what you wish.
Her smile was guileless, her voice matter of fact. Eh?
What's the matter?
Are you seriously offering me a boy?
Why, yes, Anjin-san. What's the matter? I only said we'd send a boy here if you wished it.
I don't wish it! Blackthorn felt the blood in his face. Do I look like a god-cursed sodomite? His words slashed around the room. They all stared at him transfixed. Mariko bowed abjectly, kept her head to the floor.
Please, forgive me. I've made a terrible error. Oh, I've offended where I was only trying to please. I've never talked to a foreigner other than one of the Holy Fathers before, so I've no way of knowing your intimate customs. I was never taught about them, Anjin-san. The fathers did not discuss them. Here, some men want boys sometimes. Priests have boys from time to time, ours and some of yours. I foolishly presumed that your customs were the same as ours.
I'm not a priest, and it's not our general custom. The samurai leader, Kazue Oan, was watching angrily. He was charged with the barbarian's safety and with the barbarian's health, and he had seen, with his own eyes, the incredible favour that Lord Toranaga had shown to the Anjin-san, and now the Anjin-san was furious. "What's the matter with him?" he asked challengingly, for obviously the stupid woman had said something to offend his very important prisoner. Mariko explained what had been said and what the Anjin-san had replied.
I really don't understand what he's irritated about, Oan-san, she told him.
Owen scratched his head in disbelief. He's like a mad ox, just because you offered him a boy?
Yes.
So sorry, but were you polite? Did you use a wrong word, perhaps?
Oh no, Oan-san. I'm quite sure. I feel terrible. I'm obviously responsible.
It must be something else. What?
No, Oan-san. It was just that.
I'll never understand these barbarians, Owen said exasperatedly. For all our sakes, please calm him down, Mariko-san. Must be because he hasn't pillowed for such a long time. You, he ordered Sono. You get more sake, and hot towels. You, Rako, rub the devil's neck. The maids fled to obey. A sudden thought. I wonder if it's because he's impotent, ne? Perhaps the poor fellow's enraged because he can't pillow at all, and you brought the subject up.
So sorry. I don't think so. The doctor said he's very well endowed.
If he was impotent, that would explain it, ne? It'd be enough to make me shout too. Yes, ask him. Mariko immediately did as she was ordered, and Owen was horrified as the blood rushed into the barbarian's face again, and a spate of foul-sounding barbarian filled the room.
He said no.
Mariko's voice was barely a whisper. All that just meant no?
They use many descriptive curse words when they get excited.
Owen was beginning to sweat with anxiety, for he was responsible. Calm him down! One of the other samurai, an older soldier, said helpfully, Owen-san, perhaps he's one of those that likes dogs, ne? We heard some strange stories in Korea about the garlic eaters. Yes, they like dogs. And I remember now. Yes, dogs and ducks. Perhaps these golden heads are like the garlic eaters. They stink like them, eh? Maybe he wants a duck. Owen said, Mariko-san, ask him. No, perhaps you'd better not. Just come. He stopped short. Hiromatsu was approaching from the far corner. Salute, he said crisply,
trying to keep his voice from quaking, because old Iron Fist, in the best of circumstances a disciplinarian, had been like a tiger with boils on his arse for the last week, and today he had been even worse. 10 men had been demoted for untidiness. The entire night watch paraded in ignominy throughout the castle. 2 samurai ordered to commit seppuku because they were late for their watch, and 4 night sword collectors thrown off the battlements for spilling part of a container in the castle garden.
"Is he behaving himself, Mariko-san?"
Owen heard Iron Fist ask irritably. He was certain the stupid woman who had caused all this trouble was going to blurt out the truth, which should have surely lifted their heads, rightfully, off their shoulders. To his relief, he heard her say,
"Yes, Lord. Everything is fine. Thank you."
"You're ordered to leave with Kiritsubo-san."
"Yes, Lord."
As Hiromatsu continued with his patrol, Mariko brooded over why she was being sent away.
Was it merely to interpret for Kiri with the barbarian on the voyage? Surely that's not so important. Were Toranaga's other ladies going? The Lady Sazuko? Isn't it dangerous for Sazuko to go by sea now? Am I to go alone with Kiri, or is my husband going also? If he stays, and it would be his duty to stay with his lord, who will look after his house? Why do we have to go by ship? Surely the Tokaido road is still safe. Surely Ishido won't harm us. Yes, he would. Think of our value as hostages, the Lady Sazuko, Kiritsubo, and the others. Is that why we're to be sent by sea?
Mariko had always hated the sea. Even the sight of it almost made her sick.
But if I am to go, I am to go, and there's the end of it. Karma.
She turned her mind off the inevitable to the immediate problem of the baffling foreign barbarian who was causing her nothing but grief. When Iron Fist had vanished around the corner, Owen raised his head and all of them sighed. Asa came scurrying down the corridor with the sake, Sono close behind with the hot towels. They watched while the barbarian was ministered to. They saw the taut mask of his face and the way he accepted the sake without pleasure and the hot towels with cold thanks.
"Owen-san, why not let one of the women send for the duck?"
The old samurai whispered agreeably.
"We just put it down. If he wants it, everything's fine. If not, he'll pretend he hasn't seen it."
Mariko shook her head.
Perhaps we shouldn't take this risk. It seems, Ohan-san, his type of barbarian has some aversion to talking about pillowing, eh? He is the first of his kind to come here, so we'll have to feel our way.
"I agree," Owen said. "He was quite gentle until that was mentioned."
He glowered at Asa.
"I'm sorry, Owen-san. You're quite right. It was entirely my fault,"
Asa said at once, bowing, her head almost to the floor.
"Yes, I shall report the matter to Kiritsubo-san."
"Oh. I really think the mistress should also be told to take care about discussing pillowing with this man,"
Mariko said diplomatically.
"You're very wise, Owen-san. Yes. But perhaps in a way, Asa was a fortunate instrument to save the Lady Kiritsubo and even Lord Toranaga from an awful embarrassment. Just think what would have happened if Kiritsubo-san herself had asked that question in front of Lord Toranaga yesterday. If the barbarian had acted like that in front of him..."
Owen winced.
"Blood would have flowed. You're quite right, Mariko-san. Asa should be thanked. I will explain to Kiritsubo-san that she was fortunate."
Mariko offered Blackthorn more sake.
"No, thank you."
"Again, I apologize for my stupidity. You wanted to ask me some questions?"
Blackthorn had watched them talking among themselves, annoyed at not being able to understand, furious that he couldn't curse them roundly for their insults or bang the guards' heads together.
"Yes, you said that sodomy is normal here."
"Oh, forgive me. May we please discuss other things?"
"Certainly, Signora. But first, so I can understand you, let's finish this subject. Sodomy's normal here, you said.
Everything to do with pillowing is normal, she said defiantly, prodded by his lack of manners and obvious imbecility, remembering that Toranaga had told her to be informative about non-political things, but to recount to him later all questions asked. Also, she was not to take any nonsense from him, for the Anjin was still a barbarian, a probable pirate, and under a formal death sentence which was presently held in abeyance at Toranaga's pleasure. Pillowing is quite normal, and as to a man going with another man or boy, what has this got to do with anyone but them? What harm does it do them, or others, or me, or you? None. What am I, she thought, an illiterate outcast without brains? A stupid tradesman to be intimidated by a mere barbarian? No, I'm samurai. Yes, you are, Mariko. But you're also very foolish. You're a woman, and you must treat him like any man if he is to be controlled. Flatter him and agree with him and honey him. You forget your weapons. Why does he make you act like a 12-year-old child? Deliberately, she softened her tone. But if you think...
Sodomy's a foul sin, an evil, God-cursed abomination, and those bastards who practice it are the dregs of the world.
Blackthorn overrode her, still smarting under the insult that she had believed he could be one of those.
Christ's blood! How could she? Get hold of yourself, he told himself. You're sounding like a pox-ridden fanatic Puritan or a Calvinist. And why are you so fanatic against them? Isn't it because they're ever present at sea, that most sailors have tried it that way? For how else can they stay sane with so many months at sea? Isn't it because you've been tempted, and you've hated yourself for being tempted? Isn't it because when you were young, you had to fight to protect yourself, and once you were held down and almost raped, but you broke away and killed one of the bastards? The knife snapped in his throat. You, 12, and this the first death on your long list of deaths. It's a God-cursed sin, and absolutely against the laws of God and man.
Surely those are Christian words which apply to other things, she retorted acidly, in spite of herself, nettled by his complete uncouthness. Sin? Where is the sin in that?
You should know. You're Catholic, aren't you? You were brought up by Jesuits, weren't you?
A Holy Father educated me to speak Latin and Portuguese and to write Latin and Portuguese. I don't understand the meaning you attach to Catholic, but I am a Christian and have been a Christian for almost 10 years now. And no, they did not talk to us about pillowing. I've never read your pillow books, only religious books. Pillowing a sin? How could it be? How can anything that gives a human pleasure be sinful?
Ask Father Alvito.
I wish I could, she thought in turmoil. But I am ordered not to discuss anything that is said with anyone but Kiri and my Lord Toranaga. I've asked God and the Madonna to help me, but they haven't spoken to me. I only know that ever since you came here, there has been nothing but trouble. I've had nothing but trouble. If it's a sin, as you say, why is it so many of our priests do it, and always have? Some Buddhist sects even recommend it as a form of worship. Isn't the moment of the clouds and the rain as near to heaven as mortals can get? Priests are not evil men, not all of them. And some of the Holy Fathers have been known to enjoy pillowing this way also. Are they evil? Of course not. Why should they be deprived of an ordinary pleasure if they're forbidden women? It's nonsense to say that anything to do with pillowing is a sin, and God cursed.
Sodomy's an abomination, against all law. Ask your confessor.
You're the one who's the abomination. You, Captain Pilot, Mariko wanted to shout. How dare you be so rude, and how can you be so moronic? Against God, you said? What absurdity!
Against your evil god, perhaps. You claim to be a Christian, but you're obviously not. You're obviously a liar and a cheat. Perhaps you do know extraordinary things and have been to strange places, but you're no Christian and you blaspheme. Are you sent by Satan? Sin? How grotesque. You rant over normal things and act like a madman. You upset the Holy Fathers, upset Lord Toranaga, cause strife between us, unsettle our beliefs, and torment us with insinuations about what is true and what isn't, knowing that we can't prove the truth immediately. I want to tell you that I despise you and all barbarians. Yes, barbarians have beset me all my life. Didn't they hate my father because he distrusted them and openly begged the dictator Goroda to throw them all out of our land? Didn't barbarians pour poison into the dictator's mind, so he began to hate my father, his most loyal general, the man who had helped him even more than General Nakamura or Lord Toranaga? Didn't barbarians cause the dictator to insult my father, sending my poor father insane, forcing him to do the unthinkable, and thus cause all my agonies? Yes, they did all that and more. But also they brought the peerless word of God, and in the dark hours of my need, when I was brought back from hideous exile to even more hideous life, the Father Visitor showed me the path, opened my eyes and my soul, and baptized me. And the path gave me strength to endure, filled my heart with limitless peace, released me from perpetual torment, and blessed me with the promise of eternal salvation. Whatever happens, I am in the hand of God. O Madonna, give me thy peace, and help this poor sinner to overcome thine enemy. I apologize for my rudeness, she said. You're right to be angry. I'm just a foolish woman. Please be patient and forgive my stupidity, Anjin-san.
At once, Blackthorn's anger began to fade. How can any man be angry for long with a woman if she openly admits she was wrong and he right? I apologize too, Mariko-san, he said, a little mollified. But with us, to suggest a man is a bugger, a sodomite, is the worst kind of insult.
Then you're all childish and foolish, as well as vile, uncouth, and without manners. But what can one expect from a barbarian? She told herself, and said, outwardly penitent. Of course you're right. I meant no harm, Anjin-sama. Please accept my apologies. Oh, yes, she sighed, her voice so delicately honeyed that even her husband in one of his most foul moods would have been soothed. Oh, yes, it was my fault entirely. So sorry.
The sun had touched the horizon, and still Father Alvito waited in the audience room, the rutters heavy in his hands.
God damn Blackthorn, he thought.
This was the first time that Toranaga had ever kept him waiting, the first time in years that he had waited for any daimyo, even the Taiko. During the last 8 years of the Taiko's rule, he had been given the incredible privilege of immediate access, just as with Toranaga. But with the Taiko, the privilege had been earned because of his fluency in Japanese and because of his business acumen. His knowledge of the inner workings of international trade had actively helped to increase the Taiko's incredible fortune. Though the Taiko was almost illiterate, his grasp of language was vast and his political knowledge immense. So Alvito had happily sat at the foot of the despot to teach and to learn, and, if it was the will of God, to convert. This was the specific job he had been meticulously trained for by Dell'Acqua, who had provided the best practical teachers among all the Jesuits and among the Portuguese traders in Asia. Alvito had become the Taiko's confidant, one of the 4 persons, and the only foreigner, ever to see all the Taiko's personal treasure rooms. Within a few hundred paces was the castle donjon, the keep. It towered 7 stories, protected by a further multiplicity of walls and doors and fortifications. On the 4th story were 7 rooms with iron doors. Each was crammed with gold bullion and chests of golden coins. In the story above were the rooms of silver, bursting with ingots and chests of coins. And in the one above that were the rare silks and potteries and swords and armour, the treasure of the empire. At our present reckoning, Alvito thought, the value must be at least 50 million ducats, more than 1 year's worth of revenue from the entire Spanish Empire, the Portuguese Empire, and Europe together. The greatest personal fortune of cash on earth. Isn't this the great prize? He reasoned. Doesn't whoever controls Osaka Castle control this unbelievable wealth? And doesn't this wealth therefore give him power over the land? Wasn't Osaka made impregnable just to protect the wealth? Wasn't the land bled to build Osaka Castle, to make it inviolate, to protect the gold, to hold it in trust against the coming of age of Yaemon? With 100th part, we could build a cathedral in every city, a church in every town, a mission in every village throughout the land. If only we could get it, to use it for the glory of God. The Taiko had loved power, and he had loved gold for the power it gave over men. The treasure was the gleaning of 16 years of undisputed power from the immense obligatory gifts that all daimyos, by custom, were expected to offer yearly, and from his own fiefs. By right of conquest, the Taiko personally owned 1/4 of all the land. His personal annual income was in excess of 5 million koku. And because he was lord of all Japan with the emperor's mandate, in theory he owned all revenue of all fiefs. He taxed no one. But all daimyos, all samurai, all peasants, all artisans, all merchants, all robbers, all outcasts, all barbarians, even Eta, contributed voluntarily, in great measure, for their own safety. So long as the fortune is intact, and Osaka is intact, and Yaemon the de facto custodian, Alvito told himself, Yaemon will rule when he is of age, in spite of Toranaga, Ishido, or anyone. A pity the Taiko's dead. With all his faults, we knew the devil we had to deal with. Pity, in fact, that Goroda was murdered, for he was a real friend to us. But he's dead, and so is the Taiko, and now we have new pagans to bend, Toranaga and Ishido. Alvito remembered the night that the Taiko had died. He had been invited by the Taiko to keep vigil. He, together with Yodoko-sama, the Taiko's wife, and the Lady Ochiba, his consort and mother of the heir. They had watched and waited long in the balm of that endless summer's night. Then the dying began and came to pass. His spirit's gone. He's in the hands of God now, he had said gently when he was sure. He had made the sign of the cross and blessed the body. May Buddha take my lord into his keeping and rebirth him quickly, so that he will take back the empire into his hands once more, Yodoko had said in silent tears. She was a nice woman, a patrician samurai, who had been a faithful wife and counselor for 44 of her 59 years of life. She had closed the eyes and made the corpse dignified, which was her privilege. Sadly, she had made an obeisance 3 times, and then she had left him and the Lady Ochiba. The dying had been easy. For months the Taiko had been sick, and tonight the end was expected. A few hours ago he had opened his eyes and smiled at Ochiba and at Yodoko, and had whispered, his voice like a thread, Listen, this is my death poem. Like dew I was born. Like dew I vanish. Osaka Castle, and all that I have ever done, is but a dream within a dream. A last smile, so tender, from the despot to them, and to him.
"God, my son, all of you."
And then the eyes had opaqued forever. Father Alvito remembered how moved he had been by the last poem, so typical of the Taiko. He had hoped, because he had been invited, that on the threshold the Lord of Japan would have relented and would have accepted the faith and the sacrament that he had toyed with so many times. But it was not to be.
"You've lost the kingdom of God forever, poor man,"
he had muttered sadly, for he had admired the Taiko as a military and political genius.
"What if your kingdom of God's up a barbarian's back passage?"
Lady Ochiba had said.
"What?"
He was not certain he had heard correctly, revolted by her unexpected hissing malevolence. He had known Lady Ochiba for almost 12 years, since she was 15, when the Taiko had first taken her to consort, and she had ever been docile and subservient, hardly saying a word, always smiling sweetly and happy. But now...
"I said, what if your God's kingdom's in a barbarian's back passage?"
"May God forgive you. Your master's dead only a few moments."
"The Lord my master's dead, so your influence over him is dead. Nay? He wanted you here. Very good. That was his right. But now he's in the great void and commands no more. Now I command. Priest, you stink. You always have, and your foulness pollutes the air. Now get out of my castle and leave us to our grief."
The stark candlelight had flickered across her face. She was one of the most beautiful women in the land. Involuntarily, he had made the sign of the cross against her evil. Her laugh was chilling.
"Go away, priest, and never come back. Your days are numbered."
"No more than yours. I am in the hands of God, lady. Better you take heed of him. Eternal salvation can be yours if you believe."
"Eh? You're in the hands of God? The Christian God, ne? Perhaps you are, perhaps not. What will you do, priest, if when you're dead you discover there is no God, that there's no hell, and your eternal salvation just a dream within a dream?"
I believe in God and in the resurrection and in the Holy Ghost," he said aloud. "The Christian promises are true. They're true. They're true. I believe."
"Nanja Tsuko-san?" For a moment he only heard the Japanese, and it had no meaning for him. Toranaga was standing in the doorway, surrounded by his guards. Father Alvito bowed, collecting himself, sweat on his back and face.
"I am sorry to have come uninvited. I was just daydreaming. I was remembering that I've had the good fortune to witness so many things here in Japan. My whole life seems to have been here, and nowhere else."
"That's been our gain, Tsuko-san." Toranaga walked tiredly to the dais and sat on the simple cushion. Silently the guards arranged themselves in a protective screen. "You arrived here in the 3rd year of Tensho, didn't you?"
"No, sire, it was the 4th, the year of the rat,"
he replied, using their counting, which had taken him months to understand. All the years were measured from a particular year that was chosen by the ruling emperor. A catastrophe or a godsend might end an era or begin one, at his whim. Scholars were ordered to select a name of particularly good omen from the ancient books of China for the new era, which might last a year or 50 years. Tensho meant heaven righteousness. The previous year had been the time of the great tidal wave when 200,000 had died. And each year was given a number as well as a name, one of the same succession as the hours of the day. Hare, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, cock, dog, boar, rat, ox, and tiger. The first year of Tensho had fallen in the year of the cock, so it followed that 1576 was the year of the rat in the 4th year of Tensho.
Much has happened in those 24 years, ne, old friend?
Yes, sire.
Yes. The rise of Goroda and his death. The rise of the Taiku and his death. And now?
The words ricocheted off the walls.
That is in the hands of the infinite.
Alvito used a word that could mean God and also could mean Buddha.
Neither the Lord Goroda nor the Lord Taiko believed in any gods or any infinite.
Didn't the Lord Buddha say there are many paths to nirvana, sire?
Ah, Tsuku-san, you're a wise man. How is someone so young, so wise?
I wish sincerely I was, sire. Then I could be of more help.
You wanted to see me?
Yes. I thought it important enough to come uninvited.
Alvito took out Blackthorn's rutters and placed them on the floor in front of him, giving the explanations Delacroix had suggested. He saw Toranaga's face harden, and he was glad of it.
Proof of his piracy?
Yes, sire. The rutters even contain the exact words of their orders, which include, if necessary, to land in force and claim any territory reached or discovered. If you wish, I can make an exact translation of all the pertinent passages.
Make a translation of everything. Quickly,
Toranaga said.
There's something else the Father Visitor thought you should know.
Alvito told Toranaga everything about the maps and reports and the black ship, as had been arranged, and he was delighted to see the pleased reaction.
Excellent, Toranaga said. Are you sure the black ship will be early? Absolutely sure?
Yes, Alvito answered firmly. Oh, God, let it happen as we hope.
Good. Tell your liege lord that I look forward to reading his reports. Yes, I imagine it will take some months for him to obtain the correct facts.
He said he would prepare the reports as soon as possible. We will be sending you the maps as you wanted. Would it be possible for the Captain General to have his clearances soon? That would help enormously if the black ship is to come early, Lord Toranaga.
You guarantee the ship will arrive early?
No man can guarantee the wind and storm and sea, but the ship will leave Macau early.
You will have them before sunset. Is there anything else? I won't be available for 3 days, until after the conclusion of the meeting of the regents.
No, sir. Thank you. I pray that the Infinite will keep you safe, as always.
Alvito bowed and waited for his dismissal, but instead Toranaga dismissed his guards. This was the first time Alvito had ever seen a daimyo unattended.
Come and sit here, Tsuku-san.
Toranaga pointed beside him, on the dais. Alvito had never been invited onto the dais before.
Is this a vote of confidence, or a sentence?
War is coming,
Toranaga said.
Yes,
he replied, and he thought,
this war will never end.
The Christian lords Onoshi and Kiyama are strangely opposed to my wishes.
I cannot answer for any daimyo, sire.
There are bad rumors, ne? About them, and about the other Christian daimyos.
Wise men will always have the interests of the empire at heart.
Yes, but in the meantime, against my will, the empire is being split into 2 camps, mine and Ishido's. So all interests in the empire lie on one side or another. There is no middle course. Where do the interests of the Christians lie?
On the side of peace. Christianity is a religion, sire, not a political ideology.
Your father, Giant, is head of your church here. I hear you speak.
You can speak in this Pope's name.
We are forbidden to involve ourselves in your politics, sire.
You think Ishido will favor you? Toranaga's voice hardened. He's totally opposed to your religion. I've always shown you favor. Ishido wants to implement the Taiko's expulsion edicts at once and close the land totally to all barbarians. I want an expanding trade.
We do not control any of the Christian daimyos.
How do I influence them, then?
I don't know enough to attempt to counsel you.
You know enough, old friend, to understand that if Kiyama and Onoshi stand against me alongside Ishido and the rest of his rabble, all other Christian daimyos will soon follow them. Then 20 men stand against me for every one of mine.
If war comes, I will pray you win.
I'll need more than prayers if 20 men oppose one of mine.
Is there no way to avoid war? It will never end once it starts.
I believe that too. Then everyone loses. We and the barbarian and the Christian church. But if all Christian daimyo sided with me now, openly, there would be no war. Ishido's ambitions would be permanently curbed. Even if he raised his standard and revolted, the regents could stamp him out like a rice maggot. Alvito felt the noose tightening around his throat.
We are here only to spread the word of God, not to interfere in your politics, sire.
Your previous leader offered the services of the Christian daimyos of Kyushu to the Taiko before we had subdued that part of the empire.
He was mistaken to do so. He had no authority from the church or from the daimyos themselves.
He offered to give the Taiko ships, Portuguese ships, to transport our troops to Kyushu. Offered Portuguese soldiers with guns to help us, even against Korea and against China.
Again, sire, he did it mistakenly, without authority from anyone.
Soon everyone will have to choose sides, Tsuku-san. Yes, very soon.
Alvito felt the thread physically. I am always ready to serve you.
If I lose, will you die with me? Will you commit junshi? Will you follow me or come with me into death, like a loyal retainer?
My life is in the hands of God. So is my death.
Ah, yes, your Christian God.
Toranaga moved his sword slightly. Then he leaned forward.
Onoshi and Kiyama committed to me within 40 days, and the Council of Regents will repeal the Taiko's edicts.
How far dare I go? Alvito asked himself helplessly. How far? We cannot influence them as you believe.
Perhaps your leader should order them. Order them. Ishido will betray you and them. I know him for what he is. So will the Lady Ochiba. Isn't she already influencing the heir against you?
Yes, Alvito wanted to shout. But Onoshi and Kiyama have secretly obtained Ishido's sworn commitment in writing to let them appoint all of the heir's tutors, one of whom will be a Christian. And Onoshi and Kiyama have sworn a holy oath that they are convinced you will betray the church once you have eliminated Ishido. The Father Visitor cannot order them, Lord. It would be an unforgivable interference with your politics.
Onoshi and Kiyama, in 40 days, the Taiku's edicts repealed, and no more of the foul priests. The regents will forbid them to come to Japan.
What?
You and your priests only. None of the others. The stenching, begging black clothes, the barefoot hairies, the ones who shout stupid threats and create nothing but open trouble. Them. You can have all their heads if you want them, the ones who are here. Alvito's whole being cried caution. Never had Toranaga been so open. One slip now, and you'll offend him, and make him the church's enemy forever. Think what Toranaga's offering. Exclusivity throughout the empire. The one thing that would guarantee the purity of the church and her safety while she is growing strong. The one thing beyond price. The one thing no one can provide, not even the Pope. No one, except Toranaga. With Kiyama and Onoshi supporting him openly, Toranaga could smash Ishido and dominate the council. Father Alvito would never have believed that Toranaga would be so blunt, or offer so much. Could Onoshi and Kiyama be made to reverse themselves? Those two hate each other. For reasons only they know, they have joined to oppose Toranaga. Why? What would make them betray Ishido? I'm not qualified to answer you, sire, or to speak on such a matter, nay? I only tell you our purpose is to save souls, he said. I hear my son Naga's interested in your Christian faith. Is Toranaga threatening, or is he offering? Alvito asked himself. Is he offering to allow Naga to accept the faith? What a gigantic coup that would be! Or is he saying, unless you cooperate, I will order him to cease? The Lord your son is one of many nobles who have open minds about religion, sire. Alvito suddenly realized the enormity of the dilemma that Toranaga faced. He's trapped. He has to make an arrangement with us, he thought exultantly. He has to try. Whatever we want, he has to give us. If we want to make an arrangement with him. At long last, he openly admits the Christian daimyos hold the balance of power. Whatever we want. What else could we have? Nothing at all. Except... Deliberately, he dropped his eyes to the rutters that he had laid before Toranaga. He watched his hand reach out and put the rutters safely in the sleeve of his kimono. Ah, yes, Tsuku-san, Toranaga said, his voice eerie and exhausted. Then there's the new barbarian, the pirate, the enemy of your country. They will be coming here soon, in numbers, won't they? They can be discouraged or encouraged, like this one pirate, nay? Father Alvito knew that now they had everything. Should I ask for Blackthorn's head on a silver platter, like the head of St. John the Baptist, to seal this bargain? Should I ask for permission to build a cathedral at Edo, or one within the walls of Osaka Castle? For the first time in his life, he felt himself floundering, rudderless in the reach for power. We want no more than is offered. I wish I could settle the bargain now. If it were up to me alone, I would gamble. I know Toranaga, and I would gamble on him. I would agree to try, and I'd swear a holy oath. Yes, I would excommunicate Onoshi or Kiyama if they would not agree, to gain those concessions for Mother Church. 2 souls for tens of thousands, for hundreds of thousands, for millions. That's fair. I would say, yes, 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 for the glory of God. But I can settle nothing, as you well know. I'm only a messenger, and part of my message. I need help, Tsuku-san. I need it now. All that I can do, I will do, Toranaga-sama. You have my promise. Then Toranaga said with finality, I will wait 40 days. Yes, 40 days. Alvito bowed. He noticed that Toranaga returned the bow lower and more formally than he had ever done before, almost as though he were bowing to the Taiko himself. The priest got up shakily. Then he was outside the room, walking up the corridor. His step quickened. He began to hurry. Toranaga watched the Jesuit from the embrasure as he crossed the garden, far below. The shoji edged open again, but he cursed his guards away and ordered them, on pain of death, to leave him alone. His eyes followed Alvito intently, through the fortified gate, out into the forecourt, until the priest was lost in the maze of inner works. And then, in the lonely silence, Toranaga began to smile. And he tucked up his kimono and began to dance. It was a hornpipe. Chapter 21. Just after dusk, Kiri waddled nervously down the steps, 2 maids in attendance. She headed for her curtained litter that stood beside the garden hut. A voluminous cloak covered her travelling kimono and made her appear even more bulky, and a vast, wide-brimmed hat was tied under her jowls. The Lady Sazuko was waiting patiently for her on the veranda, heavily pregnant, Mariko nearby. Blackthorn was leaning against the wall near the fortified gate. He wore a belted kimono of the browns and tabi socks and military thongs. In the forecourt, outside the gate, the escort of 60 heavily armed samurai was drawn up in neat lines, every third man carrying a flare. At the head of these soldiers, Yabu talked with Buntaro, Mariko's husband, a short, thick-set, almost necklace man. Both were attired in chain mail with bows and quivers over their shoulders, and Buntaro wore a horn-steel war helmet. Porters and cargo men squatted patiently in well-disciplined silence near the multitudinous baggage. The promise of summer floated on the slight breeze, but no one noticed it except Blackthorn, and even he was conscious of the tension that surrounded them all. And too, he was intensely aware that he alone was unarmed. Kiri plodded over to the veranda.
You shouldn't be waiting in the cold, Sazuko-san. You'll catch a chill. You must remember the child now. These spring nights are still filled with damp. I'm not cold, Kiri-san. It's a lovely night, and it's my pleasure. Is everything all right? Oh, yes, everything's perfect. I wish I weren't going. Yes, I hate going. There's no need to worry, Mariko said reassuringly, joining them. She wore a similar wide-brimmed hat, but hers was bright where Kiri's was somber. You'll enjoy getting back to Edo. Our master will be following in a few days. Who knows what tomorrow will bring, Mariko-san? Tomorrow is in the hands of God. Tomorrow will be a lovely day, and if it isn't, it isn't, Sazuko said. Who cares about tomorrow? Now is good. You're beautiful, and we'll all miss you, Kiri-san, and you, Mariko-san. She glanced at the gateway, distracted, as Buntaro shouted angrily at one of the samurai, who had dropped a flare. Yabu, senior to Buntaro, was nominally in charge of the party. He had seen Kiri arrive and strutted back through the gate. Buntaro followed. Oh, Lord Yabu, Lord Buntaro, Kiri said with a flustered bow. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Lord Toranaga was going to come down, but in the end decided not to. You are to leave now, he said. Please accept my apologies.
None are necessary. Yabu wanted to be quit of the castle as soon as possible, and quit of Osaka and back in Izu. He still could hardly believe that he was leaving with his head, with the barbarian, with the guns, with everything. He had sent urgent messages by carrier pigeon to his wife in Edo to make sure that all was prepared at Mishima, his capital, and to Omi at the village of Anjiro. Are you ready? Tears glittered in Kiri's eyes.
Just let me catch my breath,
and then I'll get into the litter. Oh, I wish I didn't have to go.
She looked around, seeing Blackthorn, finally catching sight of him in the shadows.
Who is responsible for the Anjin-san until we get to the ship?
Buntaro said testily,
I've ordered him to walk beside my wife's litter. If she can't keep him in control, I will.
Perhaps, Lord Yabu, you'll escort the Lady Sazuko.
Guards!
The warning shout came from the forecourt. Buntaro and Yabu hurried through the fortified door as all the men swirled after them and others poured from the inner works. Ishido was approaching down the avenue between the castle walls at the head of 200 greys. He stopped in the forecourt outside the gate, and though no man seemed hostile on either side, and no man had his hand on his sword or an arrow in his bow, all were ready. Ishido bowed elaborately.
A fine evening, Lord Yabu.
Yes, indeed. Ishido nodded perfunctorily to Buntaro, who was equally offhand, returning the minimum politeness allowable. Both had been favourite generals of the Taiko. Buntaro had led one of the regiments in Korea when Ishido had been in overall command. Each had accused the other of treachery. Only the personal intervention and a direct order of the Taiko had prevented bloodshed and a vendetta. Ishido studied the Browns. Then his eyes found Blackthorn. He saw the man half bow and nodded in return. Through the gateway, he could see the three women and the other litter. His eyes came to rest on Yabu again.
You'd think you were all going into battle, Yabu-san, instead of just being a ceremonial escort for the Lady Kiritsubo.
Hiromatsu-san issued orders because of the Amida assassin. Yabu stopped as Buntaro stomped pugnaciously forward and planted his huge legs in the centre of the gateway.
We're always ready for battle, with or without armour. We can take on 10 men for each one of ours, and 50 of the garlic eaters. We never turn our backs and run like snot-nosed cowards, leaving our comrades to be overwhelmed.
Ishido's smile was filled with contempt, his voice a goad.
Oh, perhaps you'll get an opportunity soon to stand against real men, not garlic eaters. How soon? Why not tonight? Why not here?
Yabu moved carefully between them. He also had been in Korea, and he knew that there was truth on both sides and that neither was to be trusted. Buntaro less than Ishido.
Not tonight, because we're among friends, Buntaro-san,
he said placatingly, wanting desperately to avoid a clash that would lock them forever within the castle.
We're among friends, Buntaro-san. What friends? I know friends, and I know enemies.
Buntaro whirled back to Ishido.
Where's this man? This real man you talked of, Ishido-san? Eh? Or men? Let them all crawl out of their holes and stand in front of me. Toda Buntaro, Lord of Sakura. If any of them's got the juice.
Everyone readied. Ishido stared back malevolently. Yabu said,
This is not the time, Buntaro-san. Friends or in a... Friends? Where? In this manure pile?
Buntaro spat into the dust. One of the Greys' hands flashed for his sword hilt. 10 Browns followed, 50 Greys were a split second behind. And now all were waiting for Ishido's sword to come out to signal the attack. Then Hiromatsu walked out of the garden shadows, through the gateway into the forecourt, his killing sword loose in his hands and half out of its scabbard.
You can find friends in manure, sometimes, my son,
he said calmly. Hands eased off sword hilts. Samurai on the opposing battlements, Greys and Browns, slackened the tension of their arrow-armed bowstrings.
We have friends all over the castle, all over Osaka. Yes. Our Lord Toranaga keeps telling us so.
He stood like a rock in front of his only living son, seeing the bloodlust in his eyes. The moment Ishido had been seen approaching, Hiromatsu had taken up his battle station at the inner doorway. Then, when the first danger had passed, he had moved with cat-like quiet into the shadows. He stared down into Buntaro's eyes. "Isn't that so, my son?" With an enormous effort, Buntaro nodded and stepped back a pace. But he still blocked the way to the garden. Hiromatsu turned his attention to Ishido. "We did not expect you tonight, Ishido-san." "I came to pay my respects to the Lady Kiritsubo. I was not informed until a few moments ago that anyone was leaving." "Is my son right? We should worry we're not among friends? Are we hostages who should beg favors?" "No, but Lord Toranaga and I agreed on protocol during his visit. A day's notice of the arrival or departure of high personages was to be given, so I could pay the proper respects." "It was a sudden decision of Lord Toranaga's. He did not consider the matter of sending one of his ladies back to Edo important enough to disturb you," Hiromatsu told him. "Yes, Lord Toranaga is merely preparing for his own departure." "Has that been decided upon?" "Yes, the day the meeting of the regents concludes. You'll be informed at the correct time, according to protocol." "Good. Of course, the meeting may be delayed again. The Lord Kiyama is even sicker." "Is it delayed, or isn't it? I merely mentioned that it might be. We hope to have the pleasure of Lord Toranaga's presence for a long time to come, ne? He will hunt with me tomorrow?" "I have requested him to cancel all hunting until the meeting. I don't consider it safe. I don't consider any of this area safe any longer. If filthy assassins can get through your sentry so easily, how much more easy would treachery be outside the walls?" Ishido let the insult pass. He knew this and the affronts would further inflame his men, but it did not suit him to light the fuse yet. He had been glad that Hiromatsu had interceded, for he had almost lost control. The thought of Buntaro's head in the dust, the teeth chattering, had consumed him. "All commanders of the guards on that night have already been ordered into the Great Void, as you well know. The Amithas are laws unto themselves, unfortunately. But they will be stamped out very soon. The regents will be asked to deal with them once and for all. Now, perhaps I may pay my respects to Kiritsubo-san." Ishido walked forward. His personal bodyguard of greys stepped after him. They all shuddered to a stop. Buntaro had an arrow in his bow, and though the arrow pointed at the ground, the bow was already bent to its limit. "Greys are forbidden through this gate. That's agreed by protocol." "I'm governor of Osaka Castle and commander of the heir's bodyguard. I have the right to go anywhere." Once more, Hiromatsu took control of the situation. "True, you are commander of the heir's bodyguard, and you do have the right to go anywhere. But only 5 men may accompany you through that gate. Wasn't that agreed by you and my master while he is here?" 5 or 50, it makes no difference. This insult is Insult? My son means no insult. He's following orders agreed by his liege lord and by you. 5 men. 5. The word was an order, and Hiromatsu turned his back on Ishido and looked at his son. "The Lord Ishido does us honor by wishing to pay respect to the Lady Kiritsubo." The old man's sword was 2 inches out of its scabbard, and no one was sure if it was to slash at Ishido if the fight began, or to hack off his son's head if he pointed the arrow. All knew that there was no affection between father and son, only a mutual respect for the other's viciousness. "Well, my son, What do you say to the commander of the heir's bodyguard?
The sweat was running down Buntaro's face. After a moment he stepped aside and eased the tension off the bow. But he kept the arrow poised. Many times Ishido had seen Buntaro in the competition lists, firing arrows at 200 paces, 6 arrows launched before the first hit the target, all equally accurate. He would happily have ordered the attack now and obliterated these two, the father and son, and all the rest. But he knew it would be the act of a fool to start with them and not with Toranaga. And in any event, perhaps when the real war came, Hiromatsu would be tempted to leave Toranaga and fight with him. The Lady Ochiba had said she would approach old Iron Fist when the time came. She had sworn that he would never forsake the heir, that she would weld Iron Fist to her, away from Toranaga, perhaps even get him to assassinate his master, and so avoid any conflict.
What hold, what secret, what knowledge does she have over him?
Ishido asked himself again. He had ordered Lady Ochiba to be spirited out of Edo, if it was possible, before the regent's meeting. Her life would not be worth a grain of rice after Toranaga's impeachment, which all the other regents had agreed upon. Impeachment and immediate seppuku, forced if need be.
If she escapes, good. If not, never mind. The heir will rule in 8 years.
He strode through the gateway into the garden, Hiromatsu and Yabu accompanying him. 5 guards followed. He bowed politely and wished Kiritsubo well. Then, satisfied that all was as it should be, he turned and left with all his men. Hiromatsu exhaled and scratched his piles.
You'd better leave now, Yabu-san. That rice maggot'll give you no more trouble.
Yes, at once. Kiri kerchiefed the sweat off her brow.
He's a devil, Kami. I'm afraid for our master.
The tears began to flow.
I don't want to leave.
No harm will come to Lord Toranaga. I promise you, lady, Hiromatsu said. You must go. Now.
Kiri tried to stifle her sobs and unloose the thick veil that hung from the brim of her wide hat.
Oh, Yabu-sama, would you escort Lady Sazuko inside? Please?
Of course.
Lady Sazuko bowed and hurried off, Yabu following. The girl ran up the steps. As she neared the top, she slipped and fell.
The baby!
Kiri shrieked.
Is she hurt?
All their eyes flashed to the prostrate girl. Mariko ran for her, but Yabu reached her first. He picked her up. Sazuko was more startled than hurt.
I'm all right,
she said a little breathlessly.
Don't worry. I'm perfectly all right. It was foolish of me.
When he was sure, Yabu walked back to the forecourt, preparing for instant departure. Mariko came back to the gateway, greatly relieved. Blackthorn was gaping at the garden.
What is it?
She asked.
Nothing,
he said after a pause.
What did Lady Kiritsubo shout out?
The baby. Is she hurt? The Lady Sazuko's with child, she explained. We were all afraid the fall might have hurt her.
Toranaga-sama's child?
Yes,
Mariko said, looking back at the litter. Kiri was inside the closed translucent curtains now, the veil loosed.
Poor woman,
Mariko thought, knowing she was only trying to hide the tears.
I would be equally terrified to leave my lord, if I were she.
Her eyes went to Sazuko, who waved once more from the top of the steps, then went inside. The iron door clanged after her.
That sounded like a death knell,
Mariko thought.
Will we ever see them again?
What did Ishido want?
Blackthorn asked.
He was... I don't know the correct word. He was investigating, making a tour of inspection without warning.
Why?
He's a commander of the castle,
she said, not wishing to tell the real reason. Yabu was shouting orders at the head of the column and set off.
Mariko got into her litter, leaving the curtains partially open. Buntaro motioned Blackthorn to move aside. He obeyed. They waited for Kiri's litter to pass. Blackthorn stared at the half-seen shrouded figure, hearing the muffled sobs. The two frightened maids, Asa and Sono, walked alongside. Then he glanced back a last time. Hiromatsu was standing alone beside the little hut, leaning on his sword. Now the garden was shut from his view as samurai closed the huge fortified door. The great wooden bar fell into place. There were no guards in the forecourt now. They were all on the battlements. "What's going on?" Blackthorn asked.
"Please, Anjin-san?"
"It looks like they're under siege. Browns against the Greys. Are they expecting trouble? More trouble?"
"Oh, so sorry. It's normal to close the doors at night," Mariko said.
He began to walk beside her as her litter moved off, Buntaro and the remainder of the rearguard taking up their station behind him. Blackthorn was watching the litter ahead, the swaying gait of the bearers and the misted figure inside the curtains. He was greatly unsettled, though he tried to hide it. When Kiritsubo had suddenly shrieked, he had looked at her instantly. Everyone else was looking at the prostrate girl on the staircase. His impulse was to look over there as well, but he saw Kiritsubo suddenly scuttle with surprising speed inside the little hut. For a moment, he thought his eyes were playing him tricks, because in the night, her dark cloak and dark kimono and dark hat and dark veil made her almost invisible. He watched as the figure vanished for a moment, then reappeared, darted into the litter, and jerked the curtains closed. For an instant, their eyes met. It was Toranaga. Chapter 22. The little cortege surrounding the two litters went slowly through the maze of the castle and through the continual checkpoints. Each time there were formal bows. The documents were meticulously examined afresh. A new captain and group of escorting greys took over, and then they were passed. At each checkpoint, Blackthorn watched with ever-increasing misgivings as the captain of the guard came close to scrutinize the drawn curtains of Kiritsubo's litter. Each time the man bowed politely to the half-seen figure, hearing the muffled sobs, and in the course of time waved them on again. "Who else knows?" Blackthorn was asking himself desperately. "The maids must know. That would explain why they're so frightened. Hiromatsu certainly must have known. And Lady Suzuko, the decoy, absolutely. Mariko? I don't think so. Yabu? Would Toranaga trust him? That necklace maniac Buntaro? Probably not. Obviously, this is a highly secret escape attempt. But why should Toranaga risk his life outside the castle? Isn't he safer inside? Why the secrecy? Who's he escaping from? Ishido? The assassins? Or someone else in the castle? Probably all of them, Blackthorn thought, wishing they were safely in the galley and out to sea. If Toranaga's discovered, it's going to rain dung. The fight's going to be to the death, and no quarter asked or given. I'm unarmed, and even if I had a brace of pistols or a 20-pounder and 100 bully boys, the Greys would swamp us. I've nowhere to run, and nowhere to hide. It's a turd-stuffed fornicator, whichever way you count it.
Are you tiring, Anjin-san?
Mariko asked daintily.
If you like, I'll walk, and you can ride.
Thanks, he replied sourly, missing his boots, the thong slippers still awkward. My legs are fine. I was just wishing we were safe at sea, that's all.
Is the sea ever safe?
Sometimes, Signora. Not often. Blackthorn hardly heard her. He was thinking, by the Lord Jesus, I hope I don't give Toranaga away. That would be terrible. It'd be so much simpler if I hadn't seen him. That was just bad luck, one of those accidents that can disrupt a perfectly planned and executed scheme. The old girl Kiritsubo, She's a great actress. And the young one, too. It was only because I couldn't understand what she'd shouted out that I didn't fall for the ruse. Just bad luck I saw Toranaga clearly. Bewigged, made up, kimonoed and cloaked, just like Kiritsubo, but still Toranaga. At the next checkpoint, the new captain of Greys came closer than ever before, the maids tearfully bowing and standing in the way, without trying to appear as though they were standing in the way. The captain peered across at Blackthorn and walked over. After an incredulous scrutiny, he talked with Mariko, who shook her head and answered him. The man grunted and strolled back to Yabu, returned the documents and waved the procession onward again.
"What did he say?" Blackthorn asked. "He wondered where you were from, where your home was."
"But you shook your head. How was that an answer?"
"Oh, so sorry. He said, he wondered if the far-distant ancestors of your people were related to the Kami, the spirit, that lives to the north on the outskirts of China. Till quite recently, we thought China was the only other civilized place on Earth, except for Japan, eh? China is so immense, it is like the world itself," she said, and closed the subject. The captain had actually asked if she thought this barbarian was descended from Harim Wakairi, the Kami that looked after cats, adding this one certainly stank like a polecat in rut, as the Kami was supposed to do. She had replied that she didn't think so, inwardly ashamed of the captain's rudeness, for the Anjin-san did not have a stench like Tsuku-san or the father visitor or usual barbarians. His aroma was almost imperceptible now. Blackthorn knew she wasn't telling him the truth.
"I wish I could speak their gibberish," he thought. "I wish more I could get off this cursed island, back aboard Erasmus, the crew fit and plenty of grub, grog, powder and shot, our goods traded, and away home again."
When will that be?
Toranaga said soon.
Can he be trusted?
How did he get the ship to Edo?
Tow it?
Did the Portuguese sail her? I wonder how Rodriguez is. Did his leg rot? He should know by now if he's going to live with 2 legs or 1, if the amputation doesn't kill him, or if he's going to die. Jesus, God in heaven, protect me from wounds and all doctors and priests. Another checkpoint. For the life of him, Blackthorn could not understand how everyone could remain so polite and patient, always bowing and allowing the documents to be handed over and handed back, always smiling and no sign of irritation whatsoever on either side. They're so different from us. He glanced at Mariko's face, which was partially obscured by her veil and wide hat. He thought she looked very pretty, and he was glad that he had had it out with her over her mistake. "At least I won't have any more of that nonsense," he told himself. "Bastard queers. They're all blood-mucked bastards." After he had accepted her apology this morning, he'd begun to ask about Edo and Japanese customs and Ishido, and about the castle. He had avoided the topic of sex. She had answered at length, but had avoided any political explanations, and her replies were informative but innocuous. Soon she and the maids had left to prepare for her departure, and he had been alone with the samurai guards. Being so closely hemmed in all the time was making him edgy. "There's always someone around," he thought. "There are too many of them. They're like ants. I'd like the peace of a bolted oak door for a change, the bolt on my side and not theirs. I can't wait to get aboard again, out into the air, out to sea, even in that sow-bellied gut-churner of a galley." Now as he walked through Osaka Castle, he realized that he would have Toranaga in his own element, at sea, where he himself was king. "We'll have time enough to talk. Mariko will interpret, and I'll get everything settled. Trade agreements, the ship, the return of our silver, and payment if he wants to trade for the muskets and powder. I'll make arrangements to come back next year with a full cargo of silk. Terrible about Friar Domingo, but I'll put his information to good use. I'm going to take Erasmus and sail her up the Pearl River to Canton, and I'll break the Portuguese and China blockade. Give me my ship back, and I'm rich. Richer than Drake. When I get home, I'll call up all the sea dogs from Plymouth to the Zuiderzee, and we'll take over the trade of all Asia. Where Drake singed Philip's beard, I'm going to cut off his testicles. Without silk, Macau dies. Without Macau, Malacca dies. Then Goa. We can roll up the Portuguese Empire like a carpet. You want the trade of India, Your Majesty? Afrique? Asia? The Japans? Here's how you can take it in 5 years. Arise, Sir John. Yes, knighthood was within easy reach, at long last, and perhaps more. Captains and navigators became admirals, knights, lords, even earls. The only way for an Englishman, a commoner, to safety, the true safety of position within the realm, was through the Queen's favour, bless her. And the way to her favour was to bring her treasure, to help her pay for the war against stinking Spain, and that bastard the Pope. 3 years'll give me 3 trips, Blackthorne gloated. Oh, I know about the monsoon winds and the great storms, but Erasmus will be close-hauled and will ship in smaller amounts. Wait a minute. Why not do the job properly and forget the small amounts? Why not take this year's black ship? Then you have everything. How? Easily, if she has no escort and we catch her unawares. But I've not enough men. Wait, they're men at Nagasaki. Isn't that where all the Portuguese are? Didn't Domingo say it was almost like a Portuguese seaport? Rodriguez said the same. Aren't there always seamen in their ships who've been pressed aboard or forced aboard? Always some who are ready to jump ship for quick profit on their own, wherever the captain and whatever the flag. With Erasmus and our silver, I could hire a crew. I know I could. I don't need 3 years. 2 will be enough. 2 more years with my ship and a crew, then home. I'll be rich and famous, and we'll part company, the sea and I, at long last, forever. Toranaga's the key. How are you going to handle him? They passed another checkpoint and turned a corner. Ahead was the last portcullis and last gateway of the castle proper, and beyond it, the final drawbridge and final moat. At the far side was the ultimate strongpoint. A multitude of flares made the night into crimson day. Then Ishido stepped out of the shadows. The Browns saw him almost at the same instant. Hostility whipped through them. Buntaro almost leaped past Blackthorne to get nearer the head of the column. That bastard's spoiling for a fight, Blackthorne said.
Senor? I'm sorry, senor. What did you say?
I said your husband Ishido seems to get your husband very angry, very quickly. She made no reply. Yabu halted. Unconcerned, he handed the safe conduct to the captain of the gate and wandered over to Ishido. I didn't expect to see you again. Your guards are very efficient. Thank you. Ishido was watching Buntaro and the closed litter behind him. Once should be enough to check our pass, Buntaro said, his weapons rattling ominously. Twice at the most. What are we, a war party? It's insulting. No insult is intended, Buntaro-san. Because of the assassin, I ordered tighter security. Ishido eyed Blackthorne briefly and wondered again if he should let him go or hold him as Onoshi and Kiyama wanted. Then he looked at Buntaro again. Awful, he thought. Your head will be on a spike soon. How could such exquisiteness as Mariko stay married to an ape like you? The new captain was meticulously checking everyone, ensuring that they matched the list. Everything's in order, Yabu-sama, he said, as he returned to the head of the column.
You don't need the pass anymore. We keep it here.
Good. Yabu turned to Ishido.
We meet soon.
Ishido took a roll of parchment out of his sleeve.
I wanted to ask Lady Kiritsubo if she'd take this with her to Edo.
For my niece. It's unlikely I'll go to Edo for some time.
Certainly. Yabu put out his hand.
Don't trouble yourself, Yabu-san. I'll ask her.
Ishido walked toward the litter. The maids obsequiously intercepted him. Asa held out her hand.
May I take the message, Lord? My miss...
No. To the surprise of Ishido and everyone nearby, the maids did not move out of the way.
But my miss...
Move!
Buntaro snarled. Both maids backed off with abject humility, frightened now. Ishido bowed to the curtain.
Kiritsubo-san, I wonder if you'd be kind enough to take this message for me to Edo. To my niece?
There was a slight hesitation between the sobs, and the figure bowed in assent.
Thank you.
Ishido offered up the slim roll of parchment an inch from the curtains. The sobs stopped. Blackthorn realized Toranaga was trapped. Politeness demanded that Toranaga take the scroll, and his hand would give him away. Everyone waited for the hand to appear.
Kiritsubo-san?
Still no movement. Then Ishido took a quick pace forward, jerked the curtains apart, and at the same instant, Blackthorn let out a bellow and began dancing up and down like a maniac. Ishido and the others whirled on him, dumbfounded. For an instant, Toranaga was in full view behind Ishido. Blackthorn thought that perhaps Toranaga could pass for Kiritsubo at 20 paces, but here at 5, impossible, even though the veil covered his face. And in the never-ending second before Toranaga had tugged the curtains closed again, Blackthorn knew that Yabu had recognized him, Mariko certainly, Buntaro probably, and some of the samurai possibly. He lunged forward, grabbed the roll of parchment, and thrust it through a crack in the curtains, and turned, babbling,
It's bad luck in my country for a prince to give a message himself, like a common bastard. Bad luck!
It had all happened so unexpectedly, and so fast, that Ishido's sword was not out until Blackthorn was bowing and raving in front of him, like an insane jack-in-the-box. Then his reflexes took over, and sent the sword slashing for the throat. Blackthorn's desperate eyes found Mariko.
For Christ's sake, help! Bad luck! Bad luck!
She cried out. The blade stopped a hair's breadth from his neck. Mariko poured out an explanation of what Blackthorn had said. Ishido lowered his sword, listened for a moment, overrode her with a furious harangue, then shouted with increasing vehemence, and hit Blackthorn in the face with the back of his hand. Blackthorn went berserk. He bunched his great fists and hurled himself at Ishido. If Yabu hadn't been quick enough to catch Ishido's sword arm, Blackthorn's head would have rolled in the dust. Buntaro, a split second later, grabbed Blackthorn, who already had his hands around Ishido's throat. It took 4 Browns to haul him off Ishido. Then Buntaro smashed him hard on the back of the neck, stunning him. Greys leaped to their master's defense, but Brown surrounded Blackthorn and the litters, and for a moment it was a standoff. Mariko and the maids deliberately wailing and crying, helping to create further chaos and diversions. Yabu began placating Ishido. Mariko tearfully repeated over and over, in forced semi-hysteria, that the mad barbarian believed he was only trying to save Ishido, the great commander, whom he thought was a prince, from a bad kami.
And it's the worst insult to touch their faces, just like with us. That's what sent him momentarily mad. He's a senseless barbarian, but a daimyo in his own land, and he was only trying to help you, Lord.
Ishido ranted and kicked Blackthorn, who was just coming to. Blackthorn heard the tumult with great peace. His eyes cleared. Greys were surrounding them 20 to 1, swords drawn, but so far no one was dead, and everyone waited in discipline. Blackthorn saw that all attention was focused on him, but now he knew he had allies. Ishido spun on him again and came closer, shouting. He felt the grip of the Browns tighten and knew the blow was coming. But this time, instead of trying to fight out of their grasp, which they expected, he started to collapse, then immediately straightened and broke away, laughing insanely, and began a gibbering hornpipe. Friar Domingo had told him that everyone in Japan believed madness was caused only by a kami, and thus madmen, like all young children and very old men, were not responsible and had special privileges, sometimes. So he capered in a frenzy, singing in time to Mariko, "Help! I need help, for God's sake! Can't keep this up much longer! Help!" Desperately acting the lunatic, knowing it was the only thing that might save them.
"He's mad! He's possessed!"
Mariko cried out, at once realizing Blackthorn's ploy. "Yes," Yabu said, still trying to recover from the shock of seeing Toranaga, not knowing yet if the Anjin-san was acting or if he had really gone mad. Mariko was beside herself. She didn't know what to do.
"The Anjin-san saved Lord Toranaga, but how did he know?"
she kept repeating to herself, senselessly. Blackthorn's face was bloodless, except for the scarlet wheal from the blows. He danced on and on, frantically waiting for help, but none came. Then, silently damning Yabu and Buntaro as motherless cowards, and Mariko for the stupid bitch she was, he stopped the dance suddenly, bowed to Ishido like a spastic puppet, and half-walked, half-danced for the gateway. "Follow me! Follow me!" he shouted, his voice almost strangling him, trying to lead the way like a Pied Piper. The Greys barred his way. He roared with feigned rage and imperiously ordered them out of the way, immediately switching to hysterical laughter. Ishido grabbed a bow and arrow. The Greys scattered. Blackthorn was almost through the gateway. He turned at bay, knowing there was no point in running. Helplessly, he began his rabid dance again. "He's mad, a mad dog. Mad dogs have to be dealt with." Ishido's voice was raw. He armed the bow and aimed. At once, Mariko leapt forward from her protective position near Toranaga's litter and began to walk toward Blackthorn.
"Don't worry, Lord Ishido," she cried out. "There's no need to worry. It's a momentary madness. May I be permitted?"
As she came closer, she could see Blackthorn's exhaustion, the set, maniacal smile, and she was frightened in spite of herself.
"I can help now, Anjin-san," she said hurriedly. "We have to try to walk out. I will follow you. Don't worry. He won't shoot us. Please stop dancing now."
Blackthorn stopped instantly, turned, and walked quietly onto the bridge. She followed a pace behind him, as was custom, expecting the arrows, hearing them. 1,000 eyes watched the giant madman and the tiny woman on the bridge, walking away. Yabu came to life. "If you want him killed, let me do it, Ishido-sama. It's unseemly for you to take his life. A general doesn't kill with his own hands. Others should do his killing for him." He came very close, and he dropped his voice. "Leave him alive. The madness came from your blow. He's a daimyo in his own land, and the blow, it was as Mariko-san said, eh? Trust me, he's valuable to us alive." "What?" "He's more valuable alive. Trust me, you can have him dead any time. We need him alive." Ishido read desperation in Yabu's face, and truth. He put the bow down. "Very well, but one day I'll want him alive. I'll hang him by his heels over the pit." Yabu swallowed and half-bowed. He nervously waved the cortege onward, fearful that Ishido would remember the litter and Kiritsubo. Buntaro, pretending deference, took the initiative and started the Browns on their way. He did not question the fact that Toranaga had magically appeared like a kami in their midst, only that his master was in danger and almost defenseless. He saw that Ishido had not taken his eyes off Mariko and the Anjin-san, but even so, He bowed politely to him and set himself behind Toranaga's litter to protect his master from any arrows if the fight began here. The column was approaching the gate now. Yabu fell into place as a lonely rearguard. Any moment he expected the cortege to be halted.
Surely some of the Greys must have seen Toranaga, he thought. How soon before they tell Ishido? Won't he think I was part of the escape attempt? Won't this ruin me forever?
Halfway over the bridge, Mariko looked back for an instant.
They're following, Anjin-san. Both litters are through the gate, and they're on the bridge now.
Blackthorn did not reply or turn back. It required all of his remaining will to stay erect. He had lost his sandals, his face burned from the blow, and his head pounded with pain. The last guards let him through the portcullis and beyond. They also let Mariko pass without stopping. And then the litters. Blackthorn led the way down the slight hill, past the open ground and across the far bridge. Only when he was in the wooded area, totally out of sight of the castle, did he collapse. Chapter 23.
Anjin-san! Anjin-san!
Semi-conscious, he allowed Mariko to help him drink some sake. The column had halted, the Browns arranged tightly around the curtained litter, their escorting Greys ahead and behind. Buntaro had shouted at one of the maids, who had immediately produced the flask from one of the baggage kagas, told his personal guards to keep everyone away from Kiritsubo-san's litter, then hurried to Mariko.
Is the Anjin-san all right?
Yes, I think so,
Mariko replied. Yabu joined them. To try to throw off the captain of the Greys, Yabu said carelessly,
We can go on, Captain. We'll leave a few men and Mariko-san. When the barbarian's recovered, she and the men can follow.
With great deference, Yabu-san, we will wait. I'm charged to deliver you all safely to the galley, as one party, the captain told him. They all looked down as Blackthorn choked slightly on the wine.
Thanks,
he croaked.
Are we safe now? Who else knows that—
You're safe now,
she interrupted deliberately. She had her back to the captain, and she cautioned him with her eyes.
Anjin-san, you're safe now, and there's no need to worry. Do you understand? You had some kind of fit. Just look around. You're safe now.
Blackthorn did as she ordered. He saw the captain and the Greys and understood. His strength was returning quickly now, helped by the wine.
Sorry, Senora. It was just panic, I think. I must be getting old. I go mad often and can never remember afterwards what happened. Speaking Portuguese is exhausting, isn't it?
He switched to Latin. Canst thou understand?
Assuredly.
Is this tongue easier?
Perhaps,
she said, relieved that he understood the need for caution, even using Latin, which was to Japanese an almost incomprehensible and unlearnable language, except to a handful of men in the empire, all of whom would be Jesuit-trained and most committed to the priesthood. She was the only woman in all their world who could speak and read and write Latin and Portuguese.
Both languages are difficult. Each hath dangers.
Who else knoweth the dangers?
My husband and he who leads us.
Art thou sure?
Both indicated thusly.
The captain of Greys shifted restlessly and said something to Mariko.
He asks if thou art yet dangerous, if thy hands and feet should be restrained. I said no. Thou art cured of thy palsy now.
Yes, he said, lapsing back into Portuguese.
I have fits often. If someone hits me in the face, it sends me mad. I'm sorry. Never can remember what happens during them. It's the finger of God.
He saw that the captain was concentrating on his lips, and he thought,
Caught you, you bastard. I'll bet you understand Portuguese.
Sono the maid had her head bent close to the litter curtains. She listened and came back to Mariko.
So sorry, Mariko-sama, but my mistress asks if the madman is well enough to continue. She asks if you would give him your litter, because my mistress feels we should hurry for the tide. All the trouble that the madman has caused has made her even more upset. But knowing that the mad are only afflicted by the gods, she will say prayers for his return to health, and will personally give him medicines to cure him once we are aboard.
Mariko translated. Yes, I'm all right now. Blackthorn got up and swayed on his feet. Yabu barked a command.
Yabu-san says you will ride in the litter, Anjin-san.
Mariko smiled when he began to protest.
I'm really very strong, and you needn't worry. I'll walk beside you so you can talk if you wish.
He allowed himself to be helped into the litter. At once they started again. The rolling gait was soothing, and he lay back depleted. He waited until the captain of the Greys had strode away to the head of the column, then whispered in Latin, warning her,
That centurion understandeth the other tongue. Aye, and I believe some Latin also,
she whispered back as quietly. She walked for a moment.
In seriousness, thou art a brave man. I thank thee for saving him.
Thou hadst stronger bravery.
No, the Lord God hath placed my feet onto the path, and rendered me a little useful. Again, I thank thee.
The city by night was a fairyland. The rich houses had many coloured lanterns, oil-lit and candle-lit, hanging over their gateways and in their gardens, the shoji screens giving off a delightful translucence. Even the poor houses were mellowed by the shojis. Lanterns lit the way of pedestrians and kagas, and of samurai who rode horseback.
We burn oil for lamps in the houses, as well as candles, but with the coming of night, most people go to bed,
Mariko explained, as they continued through the city streets, winding and curling, the pedestrians bowing and the very poor on their knees until they had passed, the sea glittering in the moonlight. It's the same with us. How do you cook? Over a wood stove? Blackthorn's strength had returned quickly, and his legs no longer felt like jelly. She had refused to take the litter back, so he lay there, enjoying the air and the conversation.
We use a charcoal brazier. We don't eat foods like you do, so our cooking is more simple. Just rice and a little fish, raw mostly, or cooked over charcoal with a sharp sauce and pickled vegetables. A little soup, perhaps. No meat. Never meat. We're a frugal people. We have to be. Only so little of our land, perhaps a fifth of our soil, can be cultivated. And we're many. With us, it's a virtue to be frugal, even in the amount of food we eat.
Thou art brave. I thank thee. The arrows flew not, because of the shield of thy back.
No, captain of ships, it cometh from the will of God.
Thou art brave, and thou art beautiful. She walked in silence for a moment.
No one has ever called me beautiful before. No one, she thought. I am not brave, and I am not beautiful. Swords are beautiful. Honor is beautiful.
Courage is beautiful, and thou hast it in abundance. Mariko did not answer. She was remembering this morning, and all the evil words and evil thoughts.
How can a man be so brave and so stupid, so gentle and so cruel, so warming and so detestable, all at the same time? The Anjin-san was limitlessly brave to take Ishido's attention off the litter, and completely clever to feign madness, and so lead Toranaga out of the trap. How wise of Toranaga to escape this way. But be cautious, Mariko, she warned herself. Think about Toranaga, and not about this stranger. Remember his evil, and stop the moist warmth in your loins that you never had before, the warmth courtesans talk about, and storybooks, and pillow books describe. "Aye," she said. "Courage is beautiful, and thou hast it in abundance."
Then she turned to Portuguese once more.
"Latin is such a tiring language."
"You learned it in school?"
"No, Anjin-san. It was later. After I was married, I lived in the far north for quite a long time. I was alone, except for servants and villagers, and the only books I had were Portuguese and Latin. Some grammars and religious books, and a Bible. Learning the languages passed the time very well and occupied my mind. I was very fortunate."
"Where was your husband?"
"At war."
"How long were you alone?"
"We have a saying that time has no single measure, that time can be like frost or lightning or a tear or siege or storm or sunset, or even like a rock."
"That's a wise saying," he told her, then added, "Your Portuguese is very good, Signora, and your Latin, better than mine."
"You have a honeyed tongue, Anjin-san."
"It's Honto."
"Honto is a good word. The Honto is that one day a Christian father came to the village. We were like two lost souls. He stayed for 4 years and helped me immensely. I'm glad I can speak well," she said without vanity. "My father wanted me to learn the languages."
"Why?"
"He thought we should know the devil with which we had to deal."
"He was a wise man."
"No, not wise."
"Why?"
"One day I will tell you the story. It's a sadness."
"Why were you alone for a rock of time?"
"Why don't you rest? We have a long way to go yet."
"Do you want to ride?" Again he began to get up, but she shook her head.
"No, thank you. Please stay where you are. I enjoy walking."
"All right, but you don't want to talk anymore."
"If it pleases you, we can talk. What do you want to know?"
"Why were you alone for a rock of time?"
"My husband sent me away. My presence had offended him. He was perfectly correct to do this. He honored me by not divorcing me. Then he honored me even more by accepting me and our son back again."
Mariko looked at him.
"My son is 15 now. I'm really an old lady."
"I don't believe you, Signora."
"It's Honto."
"How old were you when you were married?"
"Old, Anjin-san. Very old."
"We have a saying, age is like frost or siege or sunset, even sometimes like a rock." She laughed. Everything about her is so graceful, he thought, mesmerized by her. "On you, venerable lady, old age sits prettily."
"For a woman, Anjin-san, old age is never pretty."
"Thou art wise as thou art beautiful."
The Latin came too easily, and though it sounded more formal and more regal, it was more intimate.
"Watch yourself," he thought.
"No one has ever called me beautiful before," she repeated to herself. "I wish it were true." "Here it is not wise to notice another man's woman," she said. "Our customs are quite severe. For example, if a married woman is found alone with a man in a room with the door closed, just if they are alone and talking privately, by law, her husband or his brother or his father has the right to put her to death instantly. If the girl is unmarried, the father can, of course, always do with her as he pleases."
"That's not fair or civilized."
He regretted the slip instantly. "We find ourselves quite civilized, Anjin-san."
Mariko was glad to be insulted again, for it had broken the spell and dispelled the warmth.
"Our laws are very wise. There are far too many women, free and unattached, for a man to take one who belongs elsewhere. It's a protection for women, in truth. A wife's duty is solely to her husband. Be patient. You'll see how civilized, how advanced we are. Women have a place, men have a place. A man may have only one official wife at one time, but of course many consorts. But women here have much more freedom than Spanish or Portuguese ladies. From what I've been told, we can go freely where we please, when we please. We may leave our husbands if we wish, divorce them. We may refuse to marry in the first place, if we wish. We own our own wealth and property, our bodies and our spirits. We have tremendous powers if we wish. Who looks after all your wealth, your money, in your household?
I do, naturally.
Here, the wife looks after everything. Money is nothing to a samurai. It's beneath contempt to a real man. I manage all my husband's affairs. He makes all the decisions. I merely carry out his wishes and pay his bills. This leaves him totally free to do his duty to his lord, which is his sole duty. Oh yes, Anjin-san, you must be patient before you criticize.
It wasn't meant as a criticism, Signora. It's just that we believe in the sanctity of life, that no one can lightly be put to death unless a law court, the Queen's law court, agrees. She refused to allow herself to be soothed.
You say a lot of things I don't understand, Anjin-san. But didn't you say not fair and not civilized?
Yes.
That, then, is a criticism, nay? Lord Toranaga asked me to point out it's unseemly to criticize without knowledge. You must remember our civilization, our culture, is thousands of years old. 3,000 of these are documented. Oh yes, we are an ancient people, as ancient as China. How many years does your culture go back?
Not long, Signora.
Our Emperor Go-Nijo is the 107th of his unbroken line, right back to Jimmu Tenno, the first earthling, who was descended from the 5 generations of terrestrial spirits, and before them, the 7 generations of celestial spirits, who came from Kuni Tokotachi no Mikoto, the first spirit, who appeared when the earth was split from the heavens. Not even China can claim such a history. How many generations have your kings ruled your land?
Our Queen's the 3rd of the Tudor line, Signora. But she's old now, and childless, so she's the last.
107 generations, Anjin-san. Back to divinity,
she repeated proudly. If you believe that, Signora, how can you also say you're Catholic? He saw her bridle, then shrug.
I am only a 10-year Christian, and therefore a novice, and though I believe in the Christian God, in God the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, with all my heart, our Emperor is directly descended from the gods or from God. He is divine. There are a lot of things I cannot explain or understand, but the divinity of my Emperor is without question. Yes, I am Christian, but first, I am a Japanese.
Is this the key to all of you? That first you were Japanese? He asked himself. He had watched her, astonished by what she was saying. Their customs are insane. Money means nothing to a real man? That explains why Toranaga was so contemptuous when I mentioned money at the first meeting. 107 generations. Impossible. Instant death just for being innocently in a closed room with a woman? That's barbarism, an open invitation to murder. They advocate and admire murder. Isn't that what Rodriguez said? Isn't that what Omi-san did? Didn't he just murder that peasant? By Christ's blood, I haven't thought of Omi-san for days. Or the village. Or the pit. Or being on my knees in front of him. Forget him. Listen to her. Be patient, as she says. Ask her questions, because she'll supply the means to bend Toranaga to your plan. Now Toranaga is absolutely in your debt. You saved him. He knows it. Everyone knows it. Didn't she thank you? Not for saving her, but for saving him? The column was moving through the city, heading for the sea. He saw Yabu keeping the pace up, and momentarily Peter Shōgun's screams came soaring into his head. One thing at a time, he muttered, half to himself.
Yes, Mariko was saying. It must be very difficult for you. Our world is so very different from yours. Very different, but very wise. She could see the dim figure of Toranaga within the litter ahead, and she thanked God again for his escape. How to explain to the barbarian about us? To compliment him for his bravery? Toranaga had ordered her to explain. But how? Let me tell you a story, Anjin-san. When I was young, my father was a general for a daimyo called Goroda. At that time, Lord Goroda was not the great dictator, but a daimyo still struggling for power. My father invited this Goroda and his chief vassals to a feast. It never occurred to him that there was no money to buy all the food and sake, and lacquerware and tatamis that such a visit, by custom, demanded. Lest you think my mother was a bad manager, she wasn't. Every groat of my father's revenue went to his own vassal samurai, and although officially he had only enough for 4,000 warriors, by scrimping and saving and manipulating, my mother saw that he led 5,300 into battle to the glory of his liege lord. We, the family, my mother, my father's consorts, my brothers and sisters, we had barely enough to eat. But what did that matter? My father and his men had the finest weapons and the finest horses, and they gave of their best to their lord. Yes, there was not enough money for this feast, so my mother went to the wig makers in Kyoto and sold them her hair. I remember it was like molten darkness and hung to the pit of her back. But she sold it. The wig makers cut it off the same day and gave her a cheap wig, and she bought everything that was necessary and saved the honor of my father. It was her duty to pay the bills, and she paid. She did her duty. For us, duty is all important.
What did he say, your father, when he found out?
What should he say, other than to thank her? It was her duty to find the money, to save his honor.
She must have loved him very much.
Love is a Christian word, Anjin-san. Love is a Christian thought, a Christian ideal. We have no word for love, as I understand you to mean it. Duty, loyalty, honor, respect, desire, those words and thoughts are what we have, all that we need.
She looked at him, and in spite of herself, she relived the instant when he had saved Toranaga, and through Toranaga, her husband.
Never forget, they were both trapped there. They would both be dead now, but for this man.
She made sure that no one was near.
Why did you do what you did?
I don't know. Perhaps because... He stopped. There were so many things he could say. Perhaps because Toranaga was helpless, and I didn't want to get chopped. Because if he was discovered, we'd all be caught in the mess. Because I knew that no one knew except me, and it was up to me to gamble. Because I didn't want to die. There's too much to do to waste my life, and Toranaga's the only one who can give me back my ship, and my freedom. Instead, he replied in Latin, Because he hath said, Render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's.
Aye,
she said, and added in the same language,
Aye, that is what I was attempting to say. To Caesar, those things, and to God, those things. It is thusly with us. God is God, and our emperor is from God, and Caesar is Caesar, to be honored as Caesar.
Then, touched by his understanding and the tenderness in his voice, she said,
Thou art wise. Sometimes I think thou understandest more than thou sayest.
Aren't you doing what you swore you would never do? Blackthorn asked himself. Aren't you playing the hypocrite? Yes and no. I owe them nothing. I'm a prisoner. They've stolen my ship and my goods and murdered one of my men. They're heathen. Well, some of them are heathen and the rest are Catholics. I owe nothing to heathens and Catholics. But you'd like to bed her, and you were complimenting her, weren't you? God curse all consciences! The sea was nearer now, half a mile away. He could see many ships and the Portuguese frigate with her riding lights. She'd make quite a prize. With 20 bully boys, I could take her. He turned back to Mariko. Strange woman, from a strange family. Why did she offend Buntaro, that baboon? How could she bed with that, or marry that? What is the sadness? Senora, he said, keeping his voice gentle, your mother must have been a rare woman to do that.
Yes, but because of what she did, she will live forever. Now she is legend. She was as samurai as my father was samurai.
I thought only men were samurai.
Oh no, Anjin-san. Men and women are equally samurai, warriors with responsibilities to their lords. My mother was true samurai. Her dutifulness to her husband exceeded everything.
She's at your home now?
No, neither she nor my father, nor any of my brothers or sisters or family. I am the last of my line.
There was a catastrophe? Mariko suddenly felt tired.
I'm tired of speaking Latin and foul-sounding Portuguese, and tired of being a teacher, she told herself. I'm not a teacher. I'm only a woman who knows her duty and wants to do it in peace. I want none of that warmth again, and none of this man who unsettles me so much. I want none of him. In a way, Anjin-san, it was a catastrophe. One day I will tell you about it.
She quickened her pace slightly and walked away, nearer to the other litter. The two maids smiled nervously.
Have we far to go, Mariko-san?
Sono asked.
I hope not too far,
she said reassuringly. The captain of Greys loomed abruptly out of the darkness on the other side of the litter. She wondered how much that she had said to the Anjin-san had been overheard. You'd like a kaga, Mariko-san? Are you getting tired? The captain asked.
No, thank you.
She slowed deliberately, drawing him away from Toranaga's litter.
I'm not tired at all.
The barbarian's behaving himself? He's not troubling you?
Oh, no. He seems to be quite calm now.
What were you talking about?
All sorts of things. I was trying to explain some of our laws and customs to him.
She motioned back to the castle donjon that was etched against the sky above.
Lord Toranaga asked me to try to get some sense into him.
Ah, yes, Lord Toranaga. The captain looked briefly at the castle, then back to Blackthorn. Why is Lord Toranaga so interested in him, lady?
I don't know. I suppose because he's an oddity.
They turned a corner into another street, with houses behind garden walls. There were few people about. Beyond were wharves and the sea. Masts sprouted over the buildings, and the air was thick with the smell of seaweed. What else did you talk about?
They've some very strange ideas. They think of money all the time.
Rumour says his whole nation's made up of filthy merchant pirates, not a samurai among them. What's Lord Toranaga want with him?
So sorry. I don't know.
Rumour says he's Christian. He claims to be Christian. You see?
Not our sort of Christian, Captain. You're Christian, Captain?
My master's Christian, so I am Christian. My master is Lord Kiyama.
I have the honour to know him well. He honoured my husband by betrothing one of his granddaughters to my son.
Yes, I know, Lady Toda.
Is Lord Kiyama better now? I understand the doctors won't allow anyone to see him.
I haven't seen him for a week. None of us has. Perhaps it's the Chinese pox. God protect him from that, and God curse all Chinese. He glared toward Blackthorn. Doctors say these barbarians brought the pest to China, to Macau, and thence to our shores.
Sumus omnes in manu Dei,
she said. We are all in the hands of God. Ita, Amen. the captain replied without thinking, falling into the trap. Blackthorn had caught the slip also, and he saw a flash of anger on the captain's face, and heard him say something through his teeth to Mariko, who flushed and stopped also. He slid out of the litter and walked back to them. "If thou speakest Latin, Centurion, then it would be a kindness if thou would speak a little with me. I am eager to learn about this great country of thine." "Yes, I can speak thy tongue, foreigner." "It is not my tongue, Centurion, but that of the church and of all educated people in my world. Thou speakest it well. How and when did thou learn?" The cortege was passing them, and all the samurai, both greys and browns, were watching them. Buntaro, near Toranaga's litter, stopped and turned back. The captain hesitated, then began walking again, and Mariko was glad that Blackthorn had joined them. They walked in silence a moment. "The Centurion speaks the tongue fluidly, splendidly, doesn't he?" Blackthorn said to Mariko.
"Yes, indeed. Didst thou learn it in a seminary, Centurion?"
"And thou, foreigner?" the captain said coldly, paying her no attention, loathing the recollection of the seminary at Macau that he had been ordered into as a child by Kiyama to learn the languages. "Now that we speak directly, tell me with simplicity, why did thou ask this lady, 'Who else knoweth?'" "Who else knoweth what?" "I recollect not, my mind was wandering." "Ah, wandering, eh? Then why didst thou say, 'Things of Caesar, render to Caesar'?" "It was just a pleasantry. I was in discussion with this lady, who tells illuminating stories that are sometimes difficult to understand."
"Yes, there is much to understand."
"What sent thee mad at the gate? And why didst thou recover so quickly from thy fit?" "That came through the beneficence of God." They were walking beside the litter once more, the captain furious that he'd been trapped so easily. He had been forewarned by Lord Kiyama, his master, that the woman was filled with boundless cleverness. "Don't forget she carries the taint of treachery throughout her whole being, and the pirate spawned by the devil Satan. Watch, listen, and remember. Perhaps she'll impeach herself and become a further witness against Toranaga for the regents. Kill the pirate the moment the ambush begins." The arrows came out of the night, and the first impaled the captain through the throat, and as he felt his lungs fill with molten fire and death swallowing him, his last thought was one of wonder, because the ambush was not to have been here in this street, but further on, down beside the wharves, and the attack was not to be against them, but against the pirate. Another arrow had slammed into the litter post an inch from Blackthorn's head. 2 arrows had pierced the closed curtains of Kiritsubo's litter ahead, and another had struck the girl Asa in the waist. As she began screaming, the bearers dropped the litters and took to their heels in the darkness. Blackthorn rolled for cover, taking Mariko with him into the lee of the tumbled litter, greys and browns scattering. A shower of arrows straddled both litters. One thudded into the ground where Mariko had been the instant before. Buntaro was covering Toranaga's litter with his body as best he could, an arrow stuck into the back of his leather chainmail bamboo armor. And then, when the volley ceased, he rushed forward and ripped the curtains apart. The 2 arrows were embedded in Toranaga's chest and side, but he was unharmed, and he jerked the barbs out of the protective armor he wore beneath the kimono. Then he tore off the wide-brimmed hat and the wig. Buntaro searched the darkness for the enemy, on guard, an arrow ready in his bow, while Toranaga fought out of the curtains and, pulling his sword from under the coverlet, leapt to his feet. Mariko started to scramble to help Toranaga, but Blackthorn pulled her back with a shout of warning, as again arrows bracketed the litters, killing 2 browns and a grey. Another came so close to Blackthorn that it took the skin off his cheek. Another pinned the skirt of his kimono to the earth. The maid, Sono, was beside the writhing girl, who was bravely holding back her screams. Then Yabu shouted and pointed and charged. Dim figures could be seen on one of the tiled roofs. A last volley whooshed out of the darkness, always at the litters. Buntaro and other Browns blocked their path to Toranaga. One man died. A shaft ripped through the joint in Buntaro's shoulder armour, and he grunted with pain. Yabu and Browns and Greys were near the wall now in pursuit, but the ambushers vanished into the blackness, and though a dozen Browns and Greys raced for the corner to head them off, all knew that it was hopeless. Blackthorn groped to his feet and helped Mariko up. She was shaken, but untouched. "Thank you," she said, and hurried over to Toranaga to help screen him from Greys. Buntaro was shouting to some of his men to douse the flares near the litters. Then one of the Greys said, "Toranaga," and though it was spoken quietly, everyone heard. In the flickering light of the flares, the sweat-streaked makeup made Toranaga seem grotesque. One of the officer Greys bowed hastily. Here, incredibly, was the enemy of his master, free, outside the castle walls. "You will wait here, Lord Toranaga. You," he snapped at one of his men, "report to Lord Ishido, at once!" And the man raced away. "Stop him," Toranaga said quietly. Buntaro launched 2 arrows. The man fell dying. The officer whipped out his 2-handed sword and leaped for Toranaga with a screaming battle cry, but Buntaro was ready and parried the blow. Simultaneously, the Browns and the Greys, all intermixed, jerked out their swords and jumped for space. The street erupted into a swirling melee. Buntaro and the officer were well matched, feinting and slashing. Suddenly a Grey broke from the pack and charged for Toranaga, but Mariko immediately picked up a flare, ran forward and shoved it into the officer's face. Buntaro hacked his assailant in 2, then whirled and ripped the second man apart, and cut down another who was trying to reach Toranaga as Mariko darted back out of the way, a sword now in her hands, her eyes never leaving Toranaga or Buntaro, his monstrous bodyguard. 4 Greys banded together and hurled themselves at Blackthorn, who was still rooted near his litter. Helplessly, he saw them coming. Yabu and a Brown leaped to intercept, fighting demonically. Blackthorn jumped away, grabbed a flare, and using it as a whirling mace, threw the attackers momentarily off balance. Yabu killed one, maimed another, then 4 Browns rushed back to dispose of the last 2 Greys. Without hesitation, Yabu and the wounded Brown hurled themselves into the attack once more, protecting Toranaga. Blackthorn ran forward and picked up a long half-sword, half-spear, and raced nearer to Toranaga. Toranaga alone stood motionless, his sword sheathed in the screaming fracas. The Greys fought courageously. 4 joined in a suicidal charge at Toranaga. The Browns broke it and pressed their advantage. The Greys regrouped and charged again. Then a senior officer ordered 3 to retreat for help, and the rest to guard the retreat. The 3 Greys tore off, and though they were pursued and Buntaro shot one, 2 escaped. The rest died. Chapter 24. They were hurrying through deserted back streets, circling for the wharf and the galley. There were 10 of them, Toranaga leading, Yabu, Mariko, Blackthorn, and 6 samurai. The rest, under Buntaro, had been sent with the litters and baggage train by the planned route, with instructions to head leisurely for the galley. The body of Asa the maid was in one of the litters. During a lull in the fighting, Blackthorn had pulled the barbed shaft out of her. Toranaga had seen the dark blood that gushed in its wake, and had watched, puzzled, as the pilot had cradled her instead of allowing her to die quietly in private dignity. And then, when the fighting had ceased entirely, how gently the pilot had put her into the litter. The girl was brave, and had whimpered not at all, just looked up at him until death had come. Toranaga had left her in the curtained litter as a decoy, and one of the wounded had been put in the second litter, also as a decoy. Of the 50 Browns that had formed the escort, 15 had been killed and 11 mortally wounded. The 11 had been quickly and honourably committed to the Great Void, 3 by their own hands, 8 assisted by Buntaro at their request. Then Buntaro had assembled the remainder around the closed litters and had left. 48 Greys lay in the dust. Toranaga knew that he was dangerously unprotected, but he was content. "Everything has gone well," he thought, "considering the vicissitudes of chance. How interesting life is. At first I was sure it was a bad omen that the pilot had seen me change places with Kiri. Then the pilot saved me and acted the madman perfectly, and because of him we escaped Ishido. I hadn't planned for Ishido to be at the main gate, only at the forecourt. That was careless. Why was Ishido there? It isn't like Ishido to be so careful. Who advised him? Kiyama? Onoshi? Or Yodoko? A woman, ever practical, could suspect such a subterfuge. It had been a good plan, the secret escape dash, and established for weeks, for it was obvious that Ishido would try to keep him in the castle, would turn the other regents against him by promising them anything, would willingly sacrifice his hostage at Edo, the Lady Ochiba, and would use any means to keep him under guard until the final meeting of the regents, where he would be cornered, impeached, and dispatched. "But they'll still impeach you," Hiromatsu had said when Toranaga had sent for him just after dusk last night to explain what was to be attempted and why he, Toranaga, had been vacillating. "Even if you escape, the regents will impeach you behind your back as easily as they'll do it to your face. So you're bound to commit seppuku when they order it, as they will order it." "Yes," Toranaga had said. "As president of the regents, I am bound to do that if the four vote against me. But here—" He had taken a rolled parchment out of his sleeve. "Here is my formal resignation from the Council of Regents. You will give it to Ishido when my escape is known." "What? If I resign, I'm no longer bound by my regent's oath, eh? The Taiko never forbade me to resign, eh? Give Ishido this, too." He had handed Hiromatsu the chop, the official seal of his office as president. "But now you're totally isolated. You're doomed." "You're wrong. Listen, the Taiko's testament implanted a council of 5 regents on the realm. Now there are 4. To be legal, before they can exercise the emperor's mandate, the 4 have to elect or appoint a new member, a 5th, eh? Ishido, Kiyama, Onoshi, and Sugiyama have to agree, eh? Doesn't the new regent have to be acceptable to all of them? Of course. Now, old comrade, who in all the world will those enemies agree to share ultimate power with? Eh? And while they're arguing, no decisions, and we're preparing for war, and you're no longer bound, and you can drop a little honey here and bile there, and those pile-infested dung-makers will eat themselves up," Hiromatsu had said with a rush. "Ah, Yoshi Toranaga no Minawara, you're a man among men. I'll eat my ass if you're not the wisest man in the land." Yes, it was a good plan, Toranaga thought, and they all played their parts well. Hiromatsu, Kiri, and my lovely Sazuko. And now they're locked up tight, and they will stay that way, or they will be allowed to leave. I think they will never be allowed to leave. I will be sorry to lose them. He was leading the party unerringly, his pace fast but measured, the pace he hunted at, the pace he could keep up continuously for 2 days and 1 night, if need be. He still wore the travelling cloak and Kiri's kimono, but the skirts were hitched up out of the way, his military leggings incongruous. They crossed another deserted street and headed down an alleyway. He knew the alarm would soon reach Ishido, and then the hunt would be on in earnest. There's time enough, he told himself. Yes, it was a good plan, but I didn't anticipate the ambush. That's cost me 3 days of safety. Kiri was sure she could keep the deception a secret for at least 3 days. But the secret's out now, and I won't be able to slip aboard and out to sea. Who was the ambush for? Me or the pilot? Of course, the pilot. But didn't the arrows bracket both litters? Yes, but the archers were quite far away, and it would be hard to see, and it would be wiser and safer to kill both, just in case. Who ordered the attack? Kiyama or Enoshi? Or the Portuguese? Or the Christian fathers?
Toranaga turned around to check the pilot. He saw that he was not flagging, nor was the woman who walked beside him, though both were tired. On the skyline he could see the vast squat bulk of the castle and the phallus of the dungeon.
Tonight was the second time I've almost died there, he thought. Is that castle really going to be my nemesis? The Taiko told me often enough, while Osaka Castle lives, my line will never die, and you, Toranaga Minowara, your epitaph will be written on its walls. Osaka will cause your death, my faithful vassal.
And always the hissing, baiting laugh that set his soul on edge.
Does the Taiko live within Yaemon? Whether he does or not, Yaemon is his legal heir.
With an effort, Toranaga tore his eyes away from the castle and turned another corner and fled into a maze of alleys. At length he stopped outside a battered gate. A fish was etched into its timbers. He knocked in code. The door opened at once. Instantly, the ill-kempt samurai bowed.
Sire, bring your men and follow me,
Toranaga said, and set off again.
Gladly.
This samurai did not wear the brown uniform kimono, only motley rags of a ronin, but he was one of the special elite secret troops that Toranaga had smuggled into Osaka against such an emergency. 15 men, similarly clothed and equally well armed, followed him and quickly fell into place as advance and rear guard, while another ran off to spread the alarm to other secret cadres. Soon Toranaga had 50 troops with him. Another 100 covered his flanks. Another 1,000 would be ready at dawn, should he need them. He relaxed and slackened his pace, sensing that the pilot and the woman were tiring too fast. He needed them strong. Toranaga stood in the shadows of the warehouse and studied the galley and the wharf and the foreshore. Yabu and a samurai were beside him. The others had been left in a tight knot 100 paces back down the alley. A detachment of 100 greys waited near the gangway of the galley, a few hundred paces away, across a wide expanse of beaten earth that precluded any surprise attack. The galley itself was alongside, moored to stanchions fixed into the stone wharf that extended 100 yards out into the sea. The oars were shipped neatly, and he could see indistinctly many seamen and warriors on deck.
Are they ours or theirs?
He asked quietly.
It's too far, to be sure,
Yabu replied. The tide was high. Beyond the galley, night fishing boats were coming in and going out, lanterns serving as their riding and fishing lights. North, along the shore, were rows of beached fishing craft of many sizes, tended by a few fishermen. 500 paces south, alongside another stone wharf, was the Portuguese frigate, the Santa Teresa. Under the light of flares, clusters of porters were busily loading barrels and bales. Another large group of greys lolled nearby. This was usual, because all Portuguese and all foreign ships in port were, by law, under perpetual surveillance. It was only at Nagasaki that Portuguese shipping moved in and out freely.
If security could be tightened there, the safer we'd all sleep at night, Toranaga told himself. Yes, but could we lock them up and still have trade with China in ever-increasing amounts? That's one trap the southern barbarians have us in, from which there's no escape, not while the Christian daimyos dominate Kyushu and the priests are needed. The best we can do is what the Taiko did. Give the barbarians a little, pretend to take it away, try to bluff, knowing that without the China trade, life would be impossible.
With your permission, Lord, I will attack at once.
The samurai whispered. I advise against it, Yabu said. We don't know if our men are aboard, and there could be 1,000 men hidden all around here. Those men, he pointed at the greys near the Portuguese ship, those'll raise the alarm. We could never take the ship and get it out to sea before they'd bottle us up. We need 10 times the men we've got now.
General Lord Ishido will know soon,
the samurai said.
Then all Osaka will be swarming with more hostiles than there are flies on a new battlefield. I've 150 men, with those on our flanks. That'll be enough.
Not for safety. Not if our sailors aren't ready on the oars. Better to create a diversion, one that'd draw off the greys, and any that are in hiding. Those two. Yabu pointed again at the men near the frigate. What kind of diversion? Toranaga said. Fire the street.
That's impossible,
the samurai protested, aghast. Arson was a crime punishable by the public burning of all the family of the guilty person, of every generation of the family. The penalty was the most severe by law, because fire was the greatest hazard to any village or town or city in the empire. Wood and paper were their only building materials, except for tiles on some roofs. Every home, every warehouse, every hovel, and every palace was a tinderbox.
We can't fire the street.
What's more important? Yabu asked him. The destruction of a few streets, or the death of our master?
The fire had spread, Yabu-san. We can't burn Osaka. There are 1 million people here. More.
Is that your answer to my question? Ashen, the samurai turned to Toranaga.
Sire, I'll do anything you ask. Is that what you want me to do?
Toranaga merely looked at Yabu. The daimyo jerked his thumb contemptuously at the city. 2 years ago, half of it burned down, and look at it now. 5 years ago was the Great Fire. How many 100,000 were lost then? What does it matter? They're only shopkeepers, merchants, craftsmen, and eta. It's not as though Osaka's a village filled with peasants. Toranaga had long since gauged the wind. It was slight and would not fan the blaze. Perhaps. But a blaze could easily become a holocaust that would eat up all the city. Except the castle. If it would only consume the castle, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment. He turned on his heel and went back to the others. Mariko-san, take the pilot and our 6 samurai and go to the galley. Pretend to be almost in panic. Tell the greys that there's been an ambush, by bandits or ronin, you're not sure which. Tell them where it happened, that you were sent ahead urgently by the captain of our escorting greys, to get the greys here to help, that the battle's still raging, that you think Kiritsubo's been killed or wounded. To please hurry. If you're convincing, this will draw most of them off.
I understand perfectly, sire.
Then, no matter what the greys do, go on board with the pilot. If our sailors are there and the ship's safe and secure, come back to the gangway and pretend to faint. That's our signal. Do it exactly at the head of the gangway. Toranaga let his eyes rest on Blackthorn. Tell him what you're going to do, but not that you're going to faint. He turned away to give orders to the rest of his men, and special private instructions to the 6 samurai. When Toranaga had finished, Yabu drew him aside. Why send the barbarian? Wouldn't it be safer to leave him here? Safer for you? Safer for him, Yabu-san, but not for me. He's a useful decoy. Firing the street would be even safer. Yes. Toranaga thought that it was better to have Yabu on his side than on Ishido's. I'm glad I did not make him jump off the tower yesterday.
Sire.
Yes, Mariko-san?
I'm sorry, but the Anjin-san asks what happens if the ship's held by the enemy.
Tell him there's no need to go with you, if he's not strong enough. Blackthorn kept his temper when she told him what Toranaga had said. Tell Lord Toranaga that his plan is no good for you, that you should stay here. If all's well, I can signal.
I can't do that, Anjin-san. That's not what our master has ordered, Mariko told him firmly. Any plan he makes is bound to be very wise.
Blackthorn realized there was no point in arguing. God curse their bloody-minded, mule-headed arrogance, he thought. But by the Lord God, what courage they've got, the men and this woman. He had watched her, standing at the ambush, in her hands the long killing sword that was almost as tall as herself, ready to fight to the death for Toranaga. He had seen her use the sword once, expertly, and though Buntoro had killed the attacker, she had made it easier by forcing the man to back off. There was still blood on her kimono now, and it was torn in places, and her face was dirty. "Where did you learn to use a sword?" he had asked while they rushed for the docks.
You should know that all samurai ladies are taught very early to use a knife to defend their honor and that of their lords, she had said matter-of-factly, and showed him how the stiletto was kept safe in the obi, ready for instant use. But some of us, a few, are also taught about sword and spear, Anjin-san. Some fathers feel daughters as well as sons must be prepared to do battle for their lords. Of course, some women are more warlike than others and enjoy going into battle with their husbands or fathers. My mother was one of these. My father and mother decided I should know the sword and the spear.
If it hadn't been for the captain of the Greys being in the way, the first arrow would have gone right through you, he had said.
Through you, Anjin-san, she corrected him, very sure. But you did save my life by pulling me to safety.
Now, looking at her, he knew that he would not like anything to happen to her. Let me go with the samurai, Mariko-san. You stay here. Please.
That's not possible, Anjin-san.
Then I want a knife. Better, give me 2. She passed this request to Toranaga, who agreed. Blackthorn slid one under the sash, inside his kimono. The other he tied, half downwards, to the inside of his forearm with a strip of silk he tore off the hem of his kimono.
My master asks, do all Englishmen carry knives secretly in their sleeves like that?
No, but most seamen do.
That's not unusual here, or with the Portuguese, she said.
The best place for a spare knife's in your boot. Then you can do wicked damage, very fast, if need be. She translated this, and Blackthorn noticed the attentive eyes of Toranaga and Yabu, and he sensed that they did not like him armed. Good, he thought. Perhaps I can stay armed. He wondered again about Toranaga. After the ambush had been beaten off and the Greys killed, Toranaga had, through Mariko, thanked him before all the Browns for his loyalty. Nothing more, no promises, no agreements, no rewards. But Blackthorn knew that those would come later. The old monk had told him that loyalty was the only thing they rewarded.
Loyalty and duty, senor, he had said. It is their cult, this Bushido, where we give our lives to God and his blessed Son Jesus and Mary, the Mother of God. These animals give themselves to their masters and die like dogs. Remember, senor, for thy soul's sake, they're animals.
They're not animals, Blackthorn thought. And much of what you said, Father, is wrong, and a fanatic's exaggeration. He said to Mariko, We need a signal, if the ship's safe, or if it isn't. Again she translated, innocently this time.
Lord Toranaga says that one of our soldiers will do that.
I don't consider it brave to send a woman to do a man's job.
Please be patient with us, Anjin-san. There's no difference between men and women. Women are equal as samurai. In this plan, A woman would be so much better than a man.
Toranaga spoke to her shortly.
Are you ready, Anjin-san? Where to go now?
The plan's rotten and dangerous, and I'm tired of being a goddamn sacrificial plucked duck. But I'm ready. She laughed, bowed once to Toranaga, and ran off. Blackthorn and the 6 samurai raced after her. She was very fleet, and he did not catch up with her as they rounded the corner and headed across the open space. He had never felt so naked. The moment they appeared, the Greys spotted them and surged forward. Soon they were surrounded, Mariko jabbering feverishly with the samurai and the Greys. Then he too added to the babble in a panting mixture of Portuguese, English and Dutch, motioning them to hurry and grope for the gangway to lean against it, not needing to pretend that he was badly winded. He tried to see inside the ship, but could make out nothing distinctly, only many heads appearing at the gunwale. He could see the shaven pates of many samurai and many seamen. He could not discern the colour of the kimonos. From behind, one of the Greys was talking rapidly to him, and he turned around, telling him that he didn't understand. To go there quickly, back up the street where the god-cursed battle was going on. Wakarimasu ka? Get your scuttle-tailed ass to hell out of here! Wakarimasu ka? The fight's there! Mariko was frantically haranguing the senior officer of the Greys. The officer came back toward the ship and shouted orders. Immediately, more than 100 samurai, all Greys, began pouring off the ship. He sent a few north along the shore to intercept the wounded and help them if necessary. One was sent scurrying off to get help from the Greys near the Portuguese galley. Leaving 10 men behind to guard the gangway, he led the remainder in a rush for the street, which curled away from the dock up to the city proper. Mariko came up to Blackthorn.
Does the ship seem all right to you?
She asked. She's floating. With a great effort, Blackthorn grasped the gangway ropes and pulled himself on deck. Mariko followed. 2 Browns came after her. The seamen packing the port gunwale gave way. 4 Greys were guarding the quarterdeck, and 2 more were on the forepoop. All were armed with bows and arrows, as well as swords. Mariko questioned one of the sailors. The man answered her obligingly.
They're all sailors hired to take Kiritsubo-san to Edo, she told Blackthorn.
Ask him. Blackthorn stopped as he recognized the short, squat mate he had made captain of the galley after the storm. Konbanwa, Captain-san. Good evening.
Konbanwa, Anjin-san. Watashi ie Captain-san ima.
The mate replied with a grin, shaking his head. He pointed at a lithe sailor with an iron-grey stubbly queue, who stood alone on the quarterdeck.
Imas, Captain-san.
Ah, so des.
Aloha, Captain-san.
Blackthorn called out and bowed, and lowered his voice.
Mariko-san, find out if there are any Greys below.
Before she could say anything, the captain had bowed back and shouted to the mate. The mate nodded and replied at length. Some of the sailors also voiced their agreement. The captain and all aboard were very impressed.
Ah, so des, Anjin-san.
Then the captain cried out,
Kaidei!
Salute. All aboard, except the samurai, bowed to Blackthorn in salute. Mariko said,
This mate told the captain that you saved the ship during the storm, Anjin-san. You did not tell us about the storm or your voyage?
There's little to tell. It was just another storm. Please thank the captain and say I'm happy to be aboard again. Ask him if we're ready to leave when the others arrive.
And added quietly, Find out if there are any more Greys below. She did as she was ordered. The captain came over and she asked for more information, and then, picking up the captain's cue concerning the importance of Blackthorn aboard, she bowed to Blackthorn.
Anjin-san, he thanks you for the life of his ship and says they're ready.
Adding softly,
About the other, he doesn't know.
Blackthorn glanced ashore. There was no sign of Buntaro or the column to the north. The samurai sent running southward toward the Santa Teresa was still 100 yards from his destination, unnoticed as yet. "What now?" he said, when he could stand the waiting no longer.
She was asking herself, "Is the ship safe? Decide."
"That man'll get there any moment," he said, looking at the frigate.
"What?"
He pointed. "That one. The samurai."
"What samurai? I'm sorry, I can't see that far, Anjin-san. I can see everything on the ship, though the greys to the front of the ship are misted. What man?"
He told her, adding in Latin, "Now he is barely 50 paces away. Now he is seen. We need assistance gravely. Who giveth the sign? With importance it should be given quickly."
"My husband. Is there any sign of him?"
she asked in Portuguese. He shook his head.
16 greys stand between my master and his safety,"
she told herself.
"Oh, Madonna, protect him."
Then, committing her soul to God, frightened that she was making the wrong decision, she went weakly to the head of the gangway and pretended to faint. Blackthorne was taken unawares. He saw her head crash nastily against the wooden slats. Seamen began to crowd. Greys converged from the dock and from the decks as he rushed over. He picked her up and carried her back, through the men, toward the quarterdeck. "Get some water. Water, aye?" The seaman stared at him without comprehension. Desperately, he searched his mind for the Japanese word. The old monk had told it to him 50 times. "Christ God, what is it?" "Oh, mizu! Mizu, aye?" "Ah, mizu, aye, Anjin-san." A man began to hurry away. There was a sudden cry of alarm. Ashore, 30 of Toranaga's Ronin-disguised samurai were loping out of the alleyway. The greys that had begun to leave the deck spun around on the gangway. Those on the quarterdeck and forepoop craned to see better. Abruptly, one shouted orders. The archers armed their bows. All samurai, browns and greys below, tore out their swords, and most rushed back to the wharf. "Bandits!" one of the browns screamed on cue. At once, the 2 browns on deck split up, one going forward, one aft. The 4 on land fanned out, intermingling with the waiting greys. "Halt!" Toranaga's Ronin samurai charged. An arrow smashed a man in his chest, and he fell heavily. Instantly, the brown on the forepoop killed the grey archer and tried for the other, but this samurai was too quick, and they locked swords, the grey shouting a warning of treachery to the others. The brown on the aft quarterdeck had maimed one of the greys, but the other 3 dispatched him quickly, and they raced for the head of the gangway, seamen scattering. The samurai on the dock below were fighting to the death, the greys overwhelming the 4 browns, knowing that they had been betrayed and that at any moment they too would be engulfed by the attackers. The leader of the greys on deck, a large, tough, grizzle-bearded man, confronted Blackthorne and Mariko. "Kill the traitors!" he bellowed, and with a battle cry he charged. Blackthorne had seen them all look down at Mariko, still lying in her faint, murder in their eyes, and he knew that if he did not get help soon, they were both dead, and that help would not be forthcoming from the seamen. He remembered that only samurai may fight samurai. He slid his knife into his hand and hurled it in an arc. It took the samurai in the throat. The other 2 greys lunged for Blackthorne, killing swords high. He held the second knife and stood his ground over Mariko, knowing that he dare not leave her unprotected. From the corner of his eye, he saw the battle for the gangway was almost won. Only 3 greys still held the bridge below. Only these 3 kept help from flooding aboard. If he could stay alive for less than a minute, he was safe, and she was safe. "Kill 'em! Kill the bastards!" He felt more than saw the sword slashing for his throat, and leaped backward out of its way. One grey stabbed after him, the other halted over Mariko, sword raised. At that instant, Blackthorne saw Mariko come to life. She threw herself into the unsuspecting samurai's legs, crashing him to the deck. Then, scrambling across to the dead grey, she grabbed the sword out of his still twitching hand and leaped on the guard with a cry. The grey had regained his feet, and howling with rage, he came at her. She backed and slashed bravely, but Blackthorn knew she was lost, the man too strong. Somehow Blackthorn avoided another death thrust from his own foe and kicked him away and threw his knife at Mariko's assailant. It struck the man in the back, causing his blow to go wild, and then Blackthorn found himself on the quarterdeck, helplessly at bay, one grey bounding up the steps after him, the other, who had just won the forepoop fight, racing toward him along the deck. He jumped for the gunwale and the safety of the sea, but slipped on the blood-wet deck. Mariko was staring up, white-faced, at the huge samurai who still had her cornered, swaying on his feet, his life ebbing fast, but not fast enough. She hacked at him with all her force, but he parried the blow, held her sword, and tore it out of her grasp. He gathered his ultimate strength, and lunged as the Ronin samurai burst up the gangway, over the dead greys. One pounced on Mariko's assailant, another fired an arrow at the quarterdeck. The arrow ripped into the grey's back, smashing him off balance, and his sword sliced past Blackthorn into the gunwale. Blackthorn tried to scramble away, but the man caught him, brought him crashing to the deck, and clawed for his eyes. Another arrow hit the second grey in the shoulder, and he dropped his sword, screaming with pain and rage, tearing futilely at the shaft. A third arrow twisted him around. Blood surged out of his mouth, and choking, his eyes staring, he groped for Blackthorn and fell on him as the last grey arrived for the kill, a short stabbing knife in his hands. He hacked downward, Blackthorn helpless, but a friendly hand caught the knife arm, then the enemy head had vanished from the neck, a fountain of blood spraying upwards. Both corpses were pulled off Blackthorn, and he was hauled to his feet. Wiping the blood off his face, he dimly saw that Mariko was stretched out on the deck, Ronin samurai milling around her. He shook off his helpers and stumbled toward her, but his knees gave out, and he collapsed. Chapter 25. It took Blackthorn a good 10 minutes to regain enough strength to stand unaided. In that time, the Ronin samurai had dispatched the badly wounded and had cast all corpses into the sea. The 6 Browns had perished, and all the Greys. They had cleansed the ship and made her ready for instant departure, sent seamen to their oars and stationed others by the stanchions, waiting to slip the mooring ropes. All flares had been doused. A few samurai had been sent to scout north along the shore to intercept Buntaru. The bulk of Toranaga's men hurried southward to a stone breakwater about 200 paces away, where they took up a strong defensive position against the 100 Greys from the frigate, who, having seen the attack, were approaching fast. When all aboard had been checked and double-checked, the leader cupped his hands around his lips and hallooed shoreward. At once, more Ronin-disguised samurai under Yabu came out of the night and fanned into protective shields north and south. Then Toranaga appeared and began to walk slowly toward the gangway alone. He had discarded the woman's kimono and the dark travelling cloak and removed the makeup. Now he wore his armour, and over it a simple brown kimono, swords in his sash. The gap behind him was closed by the last of his guards, and the phalanx moved with measured tread toward the wharf. Bastard, Blackthorn thought. You're a cruel, cold-gutted, heartless bastard. But you've got majesty. No doubt about that. Earlier, he had seen Mariko carried below, helped by a young woman, and he had presumed that she was wounded, but not badly, because all badly wounded samurai are murdered at once if they won't or can't kill themselves. And she's samurai. His hands were very weak, but he grasped the helm and pulled himself upright, helped by the seaman, and felt better, the slight breeze taking away the dregs of nausea. Swaying on his feet, still dulled, he watched Toranaga. There was a sudden flash from the donjon and the faint echoing of alarm bells. Then from the castle walls, fires began to reach for the stars. Signal fires. Christ Jesus! They must have got the news. They must have heard about Toranaga's escape. In the great silence, he saw Toranaga looking back and upward. Lights began to flicker all over the city. Without haste, Toranaga turned and came aboard. From the north, distant cries came down on the wind. Buntaro, it must be, with the rest of the column. Blackthorn searched the far darkness, but could see nothing. Southward, the gap between attacking Greys and defending Browns was closing rapidly. He estimated numbers. About equal at the moment. But for how long? Keidei! All aboard knelt and bowed low as Toranaga came on deck. Toranaga motioned to Yabu, who followed him. Instantly, Yabu took command, giving orders to cast off. 50 samurai from the phalanx ran up the gangway to take defensive positions, facing shoreward, arming their bows. Blackthorn felt someone tugging at his sleeve.
Anjin-san.
Aye? He stared down into the captain's face. The man uttered a spate of words, pointing at the helm. Blackthorn realized that the captain presumed he held the con and was asking permission to cast off. Aye, Captain-san, he replied. Cast off! Isogi! Yes, very quick, he told himself, wondering how he remembered the word so easily. The galley eased away from the jetty, helped by the wind, the oarsman deft. Then Blackthorn saw the Greys hit the breakwater away up the shore, and the tumultuous assault began. At that moment, out of the darkness from behind a nearby line of beached boats, charged 3 men and a girl embroiled in a running fight with 9 Greys. Blackthorn recognized Buntaro and the girl Sono. Buntaro led the hacking retreat to the jetty, his sword bloody, arrows sticking into the armor on his chest and back. The girl was armed with a spear, but she was stumbling, her wind gone. One of the Browns stopped courageously to cover the retreat. The Greys swamped him. Buntaro raced up the steps, the girl beside him with the last Brown. Then he turned and hit the Greys like a mad bull. The first 2 went crashing off the 10-foot wharf. One broke his back on the stones below, and the other fell howling, his right arm gone. The Greys hesitated momentarily, giving the girl time to aim her spear, but all aboard knew it was only a gesture. The last Brown rushed past his master and flung himself headlong at the enemy. The Greys cut him down, then charged en masse. Archers from the ship fired volley after volley, killing or maiming all but 2 of the attacking Greys. A sword ricocheted off Buntaro's helmet onto his shoulder armor. Buntaro smashed the Grey under the chin with his mailed forearm, breaking his neck, and hurled himself at the last. This man died too. The girl was on her knees now, trying to catch her breath. Buntaro did not waste time making sure the Greys were dead. He simply hacked off their heads with single, perfect blows, and then, when the jetty was completely secure, he turned seaward, waved at Toranaga, exhausted but happy. Toranaga called back, equally pleased. The ship was 20 yards from the jetty, the gap still widening. "Captain-san!" Blackthorn called out, gesturing urgently. "Go back to the wharf! Isogi!" Obediently, the captain shouted the orders. All oars ceased and began to back water. At once, Yabu came hurtling across to the quarterdeck and spoke heatedly to the captain. The order was clear. The ship was not to return. "There's plenty of time, for Christ's sake! Look!" Blackthorn pointed at the empty beaten earth and at the breakwater where the Ronin were holding the Greys at bay. But Yabu shook his head. The gap was 30 yards now, and Blackthorn's mind was shouting, "What's the matter with you? That's Buntaro, her husband!" "You can't let him die! He's one of ours!" he shouted at Yabu and at the ship. "Him! Buntaro!" He spun round on the captain. "Back there! Isogi!" But this time the seaman shook his head helplessly and held the escape course, and the oarsmaster continued the beat on the great drum. Blackthorn rushed for Toranaga, who had his back to him, studying the shore and wharf. At once, 4 bodyguard samurai stepped in the pilot's way, swords on high. He called out, "Toranaga-sama! Dozo! Order the ship back! There! Dozo, please! Go back!" "Iie, Anjin-san?" Toranaga pointed once at the castle signal flares and once at the breakwater, and turned his back again with finality. Why, you shitless coward, Blackthorn began, but stopped. Then he rushed for the gunwale and leaned over it. "Swim!" he hollered, making the motions. "Swim, for Christ's sake!" Buntaro understood. He raised the girl to her feet and spoke to her, and half shoved her toward the wharf edge, but she cried out and fell on her knees in front of him. Obviously, she could not swim. Desperately, Blackthorn searched the deck. No time to launch a small boat. Much too far to throw a rope. Not enough strength to swim there and back. No life jackets. As a last resort, he ran over to the nearest oarsman, 2 to each great sweep, and stopped their pull. All oars on the port side were momentarily thrown off tempo, oar crashing into oar. The galley slewed awkwardly, the beat stopped, and Blackthorn showed the oarsman what he wanted. 2 samurai went forward to restrain him, but Toranaga ordered them away. Together, Blackthorn and 4 seamen launched the oar like a dart over the side. It sailed for some way, then hit the water cleanly, and its momentum carried it to the wharf. At that moment, there was a victory shout from the breakwater. Reinforcements of greys were streaming down from the city, and though the Ronin samurai were holding off the present attackers, it was only a matter of time before the wall was breached. "Come on!" Blackthorn shouted. "Isugi!" Buntaro pulled the girl up, pointed at the oar, and then out to the ship. She bowed weakly. He dismissed her and turned his full attention to battle, his vast legs set firm on the jetty. The girl called out once to the ship. A woman's voice answered, and she jumped. Her head broke the surface. She flailed for the oar and grabbed it. It bore her weight easily, and she kicked for the ship. A small wave caught her, and she rode it safely and came closer to the galley. Then her fear caused her to loosen her grip, and the oar slipped away from her. She thrashed for an endless moment, then vanished below the surface. She never came back. Buntaro was alone now on the wharf, and he stood watching the rise and the fall of the battle. More reinforcement greys, a few cavalry among them, were coming up from the south to join the others, and he knew that soon the breakwater would be engulfed by a sea of men. Carefully he examined the north and west and south. Then he turned his back to the battle and went to the far end of the jetty. The galley was safely 70 yards from its tip, at rest, waiting. All fishing boats had long since fled the area, and they waited as far away as possible on both sides of the harbour, their riding lights like so many cat's eyes in the darkness. When he reached the end of the dock, Buntaro took off his helmet and his bow and quiver and his top body armour and put them beside his scabbards. The naked killing sword and the naked short sword he placed separately. Then, stripped to the waist, he picked up his equipment and cast it into the sea. The killing sword he studied reverently, then tossed it with all his force far out into the deep. It vanished with hardly a splash. He bowed formally to the galley, to Toranaga, who went at once to the quarterdeck where he could be seen. He bowed back. Buntaro knelt and placed the short sword neatly on the stone in front of him, moonlight flashing briefly on the blade, and stayed motionless, almost as though in prayer, facing the galley. "What the hell's he waiting for?" Blackthorn muttered, the galley eerily quiet without the drumbeat. "Why doesn't he jump and swim?"
"He's preparing to commit seppuku."
Mariko was standing nearby, propped by a young woman. "Jesus, Mariko, are you all right?"
"All right,"
she said, hardly listening to him, her face haggard but no less beautiful. He saw the crude bandage on her left arm near the shoulder, where the sleeve had been slashed away, her arm resting in a sling of material torn from a kimono. Blood stained the bandage, and a dribble ran down her arm. "I'm so glad." Then it dawned on him what she had said. "Seppuku? He's going to kill himself? Why? There's plenty of time for him to get here. If he can't swim, look, there's an oar that'll hold him easily. There, near the jetty. You see it? Can't you see it?"
"Yes, but my husband can swim, Anjin-san,"
she said.
All of Lord Toranaga's officers must learn, he insists. But he has decided not to swim.
For Christ's sake, why? A sudden frenzy broke out shoreward. A few muskets went off, and the wall was breached. Some of the Ronin samurai fell back, and ferocious individual combat began again. This time, the enemy spearhead was contained and repelled. Tell him to swim, by God!
He won't, Anjin-san. He's preparing to die.
If he wants to die, for Christ's sake, why doesn't he go there? Blackthorn's finger stabbed toward the fight. Why doesn't he help his men? If he wants to die, why doesn't he die fighting, like a man? Mariko did not take her eyes from the wharf, leaning against the young woman.
Because he might be captured, and if he swam, he might also be captured, and then the enemy would put him on show before the common people, shame him, do terrible things. A samurai cannot be captured and remain samurai. That's the worst dishonor, to be captured by an enemy. So my husband is doing what a man, a samurai, must do. A samurai dies with dignity. For what is life to a samurai? Nothing at all. All life is suffering, eh? It is his right and duty to die with honor before witnesses.
What a stupid waste, Blackthorn said through his teeth.
Be patient with us, Anjin-san.
Patient for what? For more lies? Why won't you trust me? Haven't I earned that? You lied, didn't you? You pretended to faint, and that was the signal, wasn't it? I asked you, and you lied.
I was ordered. It was an order to protect you. Of course I trust you.
You lied, he said, knowing that he was being unreasonable. But he was beyond caring, abhorring the insane disregard for life, and starved for sleep and peace, starved for his own food and his own drink and his own ship and his own kind. You're all animals, he said in English, knowing that they were not, and moved away.
What was he saying, Mariko-san?
The young woman asked, hard put to hide her distaste. She was half a head taller than Mariko, bigger-boned and square-faced, with little needle-shaped teeth. She was Usagi Hujiko, Mariko's niece, and she was 19. Mariko told her.
What an awful man! What foul manners! Disgusting, eh? How can you bear to be near him? Because he saved our master's honor. Without his bravery, I'm sure Lord Toranaga would have been captured. Would all have been captured.
Both women shuddered.
The gods protect us from that shame!
Hujiko glanced at Blackthorn, who leaned against the gunwale up the deck, staring at the shore. She studied him a moment.
He looks like a golden ape with blue eyes. A creature to frighten children with. Horrid, eh?
Hujiko shivered and dismissed him, and looked again at Buntaro. After a moment she said,
I envy your husband, Mariko-san. Yes,
Mariko replied sadly.
But I wish he had a second to help him.
By custom, another samurai always assisted at a seppuku, standing slightly behind the kneeling man, to decapitate him with a single stroke before the agony became unbearable and uncontrollable, and so shamed the man at the supreme moment of his life. Unseconded, few men could die without shame.
Karma,
Hujiko said.
Yes, I pity him. That's the one thing he feared, not to have a second. We're luckier than men, eh?
Samurai women committed seppuku by thrusting their knives into their throats, and therefore needed no assistance.
Yes,
Mariko said. Screams and battle cries came wafting on the wind, distracting them. The breakwater was breached again. A small company of 50 Toranaga Ronin samurai raced out of the north in support, a few horsemen among them. Again the breach was ferociously contained, no quarter sought or given, the attackers thrown back, and a few more moments of time gained.
Time for what? Blackthorn was asking bitterly. Toranaga's safe now. He's out to sea. He's betrayed you all. The drum began again. Oars bit into the water. The prow dipped and began to cut through the waves, and aft a wake appeared. Signal fire still burned from the castle walls above. The whole city was almost awake. The main body of greys hit the breakwater. Blackthorn's eyes went to Buntaro. "You poor bastard," he said in English. "You poor, stupid bastard." He turned on his heel and walked down the companionway, along the main deck toward the bow to watch for shoals ahead. No one except Hujiko and the captain noticed him leaving the quarterdeck. The oarsman pulled with fine discipline, and the ship was gaining way. The sea was fair, the wind friendly. Blackthorn tasted the salt and welcomed it. Then he detected the ships crowding the harbour mouth half a league ahead. Fishing vessels, yes, but they were crammed with samurai. "We're trapped," he said out loud, knowing somehow they were enemy. A tremor went through the ship. All who watched the battle on shore had shifted in unison. Blackthorn looked back. Greys were calmly mopping up the breakwater, while others were heading unhurried toward the jetty for Buntaro. But 4 horsemen, Browns, were galloping across the beaten earth from out of the north. A 5th horse, a spare horse, tethered to the leader. This man clattered up the wide stone steps of the wharf with the spare horse, and raced its length, while the other 3 slammed toward the encroaching greys. Buntaro had also looked around, but he remained kneeling, and when the man reined in behind him, he waved him away and picked up the knife in both hands, blade toward himself. Immediately, Toranaga cupped his hands and shouted, "Buntaro-san! Go with them now! Try to escape!" The cry swept across the waves and was repeated, and then Buntaro heard it clearly. He hesitated, shocked, the knife poised. Again the call, insistent and imperious. With effort, Buntaro drew himself back from death and icily contemplated life and the escape that was ordered. The risk was bad. "Better to die here," he told himself. "Doesn't Toranaga know that? Here, it's an honourable death. There, almost certain capture. Where do you run? 300 li? All the way to Edo? You're certain to be captured." He felt the strength in his arm, saw the firm, unshaking, needle-pointed dagger hovering near his naked abdomen, and he craved for the releasing agony of death at long last. At long last, a death to expiate all the shame. The shame of his father's kneeling to Toranaga's standard, when they should have kept faith with Yaemon, the Taiko's heir, as they had sworn to do. The shame of killing so many men who honourably served the Taiko's cause against the usurper Toranaga. The shame of the woman, Mariko, and of his only son, both forever tainted, the son because of the mother, and she because of her father, the monstrous assassin, Okechi Jinsai. And the shame of knowing that because of them, his own name was befouled forever. "How many thousand agonies have I not endured because of her?" His soul cried out for oblivion, now so near and easy and honourable. "The next life will be better. How could it be worse?" Even so, he put down the knife and obeyed, and cast himself back into the abyss of life. His liege lord had ordered the ultimate suffering, and had decided to cancel his attempt at peace. What else is there for a samurai but obedience? He jumped up, hurled himself into the saddle, jammed his heels into the horse's sides, and together with the other man, he fled. Other Ronin cavalry galloped out of the night to guard their retreat and cut down the leading greys. Then they too vanished, a few grey horsemen in pursuit. Laughter erupted over the ship. Toranaga was pounding the gunwale with his fist in glee. Yabu and the samurai were roaring. Even Mariko was laughing. "One man got away, but what about all the dead?" Blackthorn cried out, enraged. "Look ashore! There must be 300-400 bodies there. Look at them, for Christ's sake!" But his shout did not come through the laughter. Then a cry of alarm from the bow lookout. and the laughter died. Chapter 26. Toranaga said calmly, "Can we break through them, Captain?" He was watching the grouped fishing boats 500 yards ahead and the tempting passage they had left between them.
"No, sir."
"We've no alternative,"
Yabu said.
"There's nothing else we can do." He glared aft at the masked greys who waited on the shore and the jetty, their faint, jeering insults riding on the wind. Toranaga and Yabu were on the forepoop now. The drum had been silenced, and the galley wallowed in a light sea. All aboard waited to see what would be decided. They knew that they were bottled tight. A shore disaster, a head disaster, to wait disaster. The net would come closer and closer, and then they would be captured. If need be, Ishido could wait days. Yabu was seething.
"If we'd rushed for the harbour mouth directly we'd boarded, instead of wasting useless time over Buntaro, we'd be safely out to sea by now," he told himself. "Toranaga's losing his wits. Ishido will believe I betrayed him. There's nothing I can do, unless we can fight our way out. And even then, I'm committed to fight for Toranaga against Ishido. Nothing I can do, except give Ishido Toranaga's head. Ne? That would make you a regent and bring you the Kanto, ne? And then, with 6 months of time and the musket samurai, why not even president of the Council of Regents? Or why not the big prize? Eliminate Ishido and become Chief General of the Air, Lord Protector and Governor of Osaka Castle, the controlling general of all the legendary wealth in the dungeon, with power over the Empire during Yemon's minority, and afterwards power second only to Yemon. Why not? Or even the biggest prize of all, Shōgun. Eliminate Yemon, then you'll be Shōgun. All for a single head and some benevolent gods." Yabu's knees felt weak as his longing soared. So easy to do, he thought, but no way to take the head and escape. Yet. "Order attack stations," Toranaga commanded at last. As Yabu gave the orders and samurai began to prepare, Toranaga turned his attention to the barbarian, who was still near the forepoop, where he had stopped when the alarm was given, leaning against the short main mast. "I wish I could understand him," Toranaga thought. "One moment so brave, the next so weak. One moment so valuable, the next so useless. One moment killer, the next coward. One moment docile, the next dangerous. He's man and woman, yang and yin. He's nothing but opposites, and unpredictable." Toranaga had studied him carefully during the escape from the castle, during the ambush and after it. He had heard from Mariko and the captain and others what had happened during the fight aboard. He had witnessed the astonishing anger a few moments ago, and then, when Buntaro had been sent off, he had heard the shout and had seen through veiled eyes the stretched ugliness on the man's face. And then, when there should have been laughter, only anger. Why not laughter when an enemy's outsmarted? Why not laughter to empty the tragedy from you when karma interrupts the beautiful death of a true samurai? When karma causes the useless death of a pretty girl? Isn't it only through laughter that we become one with the gods, and thus can endure life, and can overcome all the horror and waste and suffering here on earth? Like tonight, watching all those brave men meet their fate here, on this shore, on this gentle night, through a karma ordained 1,000 lifetimes ago, or perhaps even one. Isn't it only through laughter we can stay human? Why doesn't the pilot realize he's governed by karma too, as I am, as we all are, as even this Jesus the Christ was? For if the truth were known, it was only his karma that made him die dishonored like a common criminal, with other common criminals,
on the hill the barbarian priests tell about. All karma. How barbaric to nail a man to a piece of wood and wait for him to die. They are worse than the Chinese, who are pleasured by torture. Ask him, Yabu-san, Toranaga said. Sire? Ask him what to do. The pilot. Isn't this a sea battle? Haven't you told me the pilot's a genius at sea? Good. Let's see if you're right. Let him prove it. Yabu's mouth was a tight, cruel line, and Toranaga could feel the man's fear, and it delighted him. Mariko-san, Yabu barked. Ask the pilot how to get out, how to break through those ships. Obediently, Mariko moved away from the gunwale, the girl still supporting her.
No, I'm all right now, Fujiko-san, she said. Thank you.
Fujiko let her go and watched Blackthorn distastefully. Blackthorn's answer was short.
He says, with cannon, Yabu-san,
Mariko said. Tell him he'll have to do better than that if he wants to retain his head. We must be patient with him, Yabu-san, Toranaga interrupted. Mariko-san, tell him politely. Regrettably, we have no cannon. Isn't there another way to break out? It's impossible by land. Translate exactly what he replies. Exactly. Mariko did so.
I'm sorry, Lord, but he says no. Just like that. No. Not politely.
Toranaga moved his sash and scratched an itch under his armor. Well then, he said genially, the engine-san says cannon, and he's the expert. So cannon it is. Captain, go there. His blunt, calloused finger pointed viciously at the Portuguese frigate. Get the men ready, Yabu-san. If the southern barbarians won't lend me their cannon, then you will have to take them. Won't you? With very great pleasure, Yabu said softly. You were right. He is a genius. But you found the solution, Toranaga-san. It's easy to find solutions, given the answer, ne? What's the solution to Osaka Castle, ally? There isn't one. In that, the taiko was perfect. Yes. What's the solution to treachery? Of course, ignominious death. But I don't understand why you should ask me that. A passing thought, ally? Toranaga glanced at Blackthorn. Yes, he's a clever man. I have great need of clever men. Mariko-san, will the barbarians give me their cannon? Of course. Why shouldn't they? It had never occurred to her that they would not. She was still filled with anxiety over Buntaro.
It would have been so much better to allow him to die back there. Why risk his honor?
She wondered why Toranaga had ordered Buntaro away by land at the very last moment. Toranaga could just as easily have ordered him to swim to the boat. It would have been much safer, and there was plenty of time. He could even have ordered it when Buntaro had first reached the end of the jetty.
Why wait?
Her most secret self answered that their lord must have had a very good reason to have waited, and to have so ordered. And if they don't? Are you prepared to kill Christians, Mariko-san? Toranaga asked. Isn't that their most impossible law? Thou shalt not kill?
Yes, it is. But for you, Lord, we will go gladly into hell, my husband and my son and I.
Yes, you're true samurai, and I won't forget that you took up a sword to defend me.
Please do not thank me. If I helped in any minor way, it was my duty. If anyone is to be remembered, please let it be my husband or my son. They are more valuable to you.
At the moment, you're more valuable to me. You could be even more valuable.
Tell me how, sire, and it will be done.
Put this foreign god away.
Sire?
Her face froze. Put your god away. You have one too many loyalties.
You mean become apostate, sire? Give up Christianity?
Yes, unless you can put this god where he belongs, in the back of your spirit, not in the front.
Please, excuse me, sire, she said shakily, but my religion has never interfered with my loyalty to you. I've always kept my religion a private matter, all the time. How have I failed you?
You haven't yet, but you will.
Tell me what I must do to please you.
The Christians may become my enemies, eh?
Your enemies are mine, Lord.
The priests oppose me now. They may order all Christians to war on me.
They can't, sire. They're men of peace.
And if they continue to oppose me? If Christians war on me?
You will never have to fear my loyalty. Never.
This Anjin-san may speak the truth, and your priests with false tongues.
There are good priests and bad priests, sire, but you are my liege lord.
Very well, Mariko-san, Toranaga said. I'll accept that. You're ordered to become friends with this barbarian, to learn all he knows, to report everything he says, to learn to think like him, to confess nothing about what you're doing, to treat all priests with suspicion, to report everything the priests ask you or say to you. Your god must fit in between, elsewhere, or not at all. Mariko pushed a thread of hair out of her eyes.
I can do all that, sire, and still remain Christian. I swear it.
Good. Swear it by this Christian God.
Before God, I swear it.
Good. Toranaga turned and called out, Ujiko-san!
Yes, sire?
Did you bring maids with you?
Yes, sire, 2.
Give one to Mariko-san. Send the other for cha.
There's sake, if you wish.
Cha. Yabu-san, would you like cha or sake? Cha, please. Bring sake for the Anjin-san. Light caught the little golden crucifix that hung from Mariko's neck. She saw Toranaga stare at it.
You wish me not to wear it, sire? To throw it away?
No, he said. Wear it as a reminder of your oath. They all watched the frigate. Toranaga felt someone looking at him and glanced around. He saw the hard face and cold blue eyes and felt the hate. No, not hate. The suspicion. How dare the barbarian be suspicious of me? He thought. Ask the Anjin-san, why didn't he just say there are plenty of cannon on the barbarian ship? Get them to escort us out of the trap. Mariko translated. Blackthorn answered.
He says...
Mariko hesitated, then continued in a rush.
Please excuse me. He said, it's good for him to use his own head.
Toranaga laughed. Thank him for his. It's been most useful. I hope it stays on his shoulders. Tell him that now we're equal.
He says, no, we're not equal, Toranaga-sama. But give me my ship and a crew, and I'll wipe the seas clean of any enemy.
Mariko-san, do you think he meant me as well as the others? The Spanish and the southern barbarians? The question was put lightly. The breeze wafted strands of hair into her eyes. She pushed them away tiredly.
I don't know. So sorry. Perhaps not. Do you want me to ask him? I'm sorry, but he's very strange. I'm afraid I don't understand him. Not at all.
We've plenty of time. Yes. In time, he'll explain himself to us. Blackthorn had seen the frigate quietly slip her moorings the moment her escort of greys had hurried away, had watched her launch her longboat, which had quickly warped the ship away from her berth at the jetty, well out into the stream. Now she lay a few cables offshore in deep water, safe, a light bow anchor holding her gently, broadside to the shore. This was the normal manoeuvre of all European ships in alien or hostile harbours when a shore danger threatened. He knew, too, that though there was, and had been, no untoward movement on deck, by now all cannon would be primed, muskets issued, grape, cannonball and chain-shot ready in abundance, cutlasses waiting in their racks, and armed men aloft in the shrouds. Eyes would be searching all points of the compass. The galley would have been marked the moment it had changed course. The two stern chasers, 30-pounders, which were pointing directly at them, would be trained on them. Portuguese gunners were the best in the world, after the English. "And they'll know about Toranaga," he told himself with great bitterness, "because they're clever, and they'd have asked their porters or the greys what all the trouble was about. Or by now the God-cursed Jesuits, who know everything, would have sent word about Toranaga's escape, and about me." He could feel his short hairs curling. "Any one of those guns can blow us to hell. Yes, but we're safe because Toranaga's aboard. Thank God for Toranaga." Mariko was saying, "My master asks, what is your custom when you want to approach a warship?" "If you had cannon, you'd fire a salute, or you can signal with flags, asking permission to come alongside." "My master says, and if you have no flags?" Though they were still outside cannon range, it was almost, to Blackthorn, as if he were already climbing down one of the barrels, though the gun ports were still closed. The ship carried 8 cannon aside on her main deck, 2 at the stern and 2 at the bow. "Erasmus could take her," he told himself, "without a doubt, providing the crew was right. I'd like to take her." Wake up. Stop daydreaming. We're not aboard Erasmus, but this sow-gutted galley, and that Portuguese ship's the only hope we have. Under her guns we're safe. Bless your luck for Toranaga. "Tell the captain to break out Toranaga's flag at the masthead. That'll be enough, Senora. That'll make it formal, and tell them who's aboard. But I'd bet they know already." This was done quickly. Everyone in the galley seemed to be more confident now. Blackthorn marked the change. Even he felt better under the flag. "My master says, but how do we tell them we wish to go alongside?" "Tell him without signal flags he has 2 choices. He waits outside cannon range and sends a deputation aboard her in a small boat, or we go directly within hailing distance." "My master says, which do you advise?" "Go straight alongside. There's no reason for caution. Lord Toranaga's aboard. He's the most important daimyo in the Empire. Of course she'll help us and—" "Oh, Jesus God!" "Signor?" But he did not reply, so she quickly translated what had been said and listened to Toranaga's next question. "My master asks, the frigate will what? Please explain your thought and the reason you stopped." "I suddenly realized he's at war with Ishido now, isn't he? So the frigate may not be inclined to help him." "Of course they'll help him." "No. Which side benefits the Portuguese more, Lord Toranaga or Ishido? If they believe Ishido will, they'll blow us to hell out of the water." "It's unthinkable that the Portuguese would fire on any Japanese ship," Mariko said at once. "Believe me, they will, Senora. And I'll bet that frigate won't let us alongside. I wouldn't, if I were her pilot. Christ Jesus." Blackthorn stared ashore. The taunting greys had left the jetty now and were spreading out parallel to the shore. No chance there, he thought. The fishing boat still lay malevolently clogging the harbour's neck. No chance there either. "Tell Toranaga there's only one other way to get out of the harbour, That's to hope for a storm. Maybe we could ride it out, where the fishing boats can't. Then we could slip past the net. Toranaga questioned the captain, who answered at length. Then Mariko said to Blackthorn,
"My master asks, do you think there'll be a storm?"
"My nose says yes, but not for days. 2 or 3. Can we wait that long?"
"Your nose tells you? There is a smell to a storm?"
"No, Senora. It's just an expression." Toranaga pondered. Then he gave an order.
"We are going to within hailing distance, Anjin-san."
"Then tell him to go directly astern of her. That way we're the smallest target. Tell him they're treacherous. I know how seriously treacherous they are when their interests are threatened. They're worse than the Dutch. If that ship helps Toranaga escape, Ishido will take it out on all Portuguese, and they won't risk that."
"My master says we'll soon have that answer."
"We're naked, Senora. We've no chance against those cannon. If the ship's hostile, even if it's simply neutral, we're sunk."
"My master says, yes, but it will be your duty to persuade them to be benevolent."
"How can I do that? I'm their enemy."
"My master says, in war and in peace, a good enemy can be more valuable than a good ally. He says you will know their minds. You will think of a way to persuade them."
"The only sure way's by force."
"Good. I agree," my master says. "Please tell me how you would pirate that ship."
"What?"
He said, "Good. I agree. How would you pirate the ship? How would you conquer it? I require the use of their cannon." "So sorry. Isn't that clear, Anjin-san?"
"And again, I say I'm going to blow her out of the water," Ferreira, the Captain General, declared.
"No,"
Delacroix replied, watching the galley from the quarterdeck.
"Gunner, is she in range yet?"
"No, Don Ferreira," the chief gunner replied. "Not yet."
"Why else is she coming at us, if not for hostile reasons, Eminence? Why doesn't she just escape? The way's clear."
The frigate was too far from the harbour mouth for anyone aboard to see the encroaching fishing boats crowding in ambush.
"We risk nothing, Eminence, and gain everything,"
Ferreira said.
"We pretend we didn't know Toranaga was aboard. We thought the bandits led by the pirate heretic, were going to attack us. Don't worry. It will be easy to provoke them once they're in range."
"No," Delacroix ordered. Father Alvito turned back from the gunwale.
"The galley's flying Toranaga's flag, Captain General."
"False colours,"
Ferreira added sardonically.
"That's the oldest sea trick in the world. We haven't seen Toranaga. Perhaps he isn't aboard."
"No."
"God's death! War would be a catastrophe. It'll hurt, if not ruin, the Black Ship's voyage this year. I can't afford that. I won't have anything interfere with that."
"Our finances are in a worse position than yours, Captain General," Delacroix rapped. "If we don't trade this year, the church is bankrupt. Is that clear? We've had no funds from Goa or Lisbon for 3 years, and the loss of last year's profit. God give me patience. I know better than you what's at stake. The answer is no."
Rodriguez was sitting painfully in his sea chair, his leg in a splint, resting on a padded stool that was lashed safe near the binnacle.
"The Captain General's right, Eminence. Why should she come at us, if not to try something? Why not escape, eh? Eminence, we've a piss-cutting opportunity here." "Yes, and it is a military decision,"
Ferreira said. Alvito turned on him sharply.
"No, His Eminence is arbiter in this, Captain General. We must not hurt Toranaga. We must help him."
Rodriguez said,
You've told me 1,000 times that once war starts, it'll go on forever. War's started, hasn't it? We've seen it start. That's got to hurt trade. With Toranaga dead, the war's over, and all our interests are safe. I say blow the ship to hell. We even get rid of the heretic, Ferreira added, watching Rodriguez. You prevent a war for the glory of God, and another heretic goes to torment. It would be unwarranted interference in their politics, Delacroix replied, avoiding the real reason. We interfere all the time. The Society of Jesus is famous for it. We're not simple, thick-headed peasants. I'm not suggesting you are, but while I'm aboard, you will not sink that ship. Then kindly go ashore. The sooner the arch-murderer is dead, the better, Eminence, Rodriguez suggested. Him or Ishido, what's the difference? They're both heathen, and you can't trust either of them. The Captain General's right. We'll never get an opportunity like this again. And what about our black ship? Rodriguez was pilot with the 15th part of all the profit. The real pilot of the black ship had died of the pox in Macau 3 months ago, and Rodriguez had been taken off his own ship, the Santa Teresa, and given the new post to his everlasting joy. Pox was the official reason, Rodriguez reminded himself grimly, though many said the other pilot was knifed in the back by a Ronin in a whorehouse brawl. By God, this is my great chance. Nothing's going to interfere with that. I will accept full responsibility, Ferreira was saying. It's a military decision. We're involved in a native war. My ship's in danger. He turned again to the chief gunner. Are they in range yet? Well done, Ferreira. That depends what you wish. The chief gunner blew on the end of the taper, which made it glow and spark. I could take off her bow now, or her stern, or hit her amidships, whichever you prefer. But if you want a man dead, a particular man, then a moment or two would bring them into killing range. I want Toranaga dead. And the heretic? You mean the Inglés, the pilot? Yes. Someone will have to point the Japo out. The pilot I'll recognize, doubtless. Rodriguez said, If the pilot's got to die to kill Toranaga and stop the war, then I'm for it, Captain General. Otherwise, he should be spared. He's a heretic, an enemy of our country, an abomination, and he's already caused us more trouble than a nest of vipers. I've already pointed out that first the Inglés is a pilot, and last he's a pilot, one of the best in the world. Pilots should have special privileges, even heretics? Yes, by God. We should use him like they use us. It'd be a God-cursed waste to kill such experience. Without pilots, there's no piss-cutting empire, and no trade, and no nothing. Without me, by God, there's no black ship, and no profit, and no way home. So my opinion's God-cursed important. There was a cry from the masthead. Ho on the quarterdeck! The galley's changing her course! The galley had been heading straight for them, but now she had swung a few points to port, out into the harbour. Immediately Rodriguez shouted, Action stations! Starboard watch aloft! All sails ho! Up anchor! At once men rushed to obey. What's amiss, Rodriguez? I don't know, Captain General, but we're getting out into open sea. That fat-gutted whore's going to windward. What does that matter? We can sink them at any time, Ferreira said. We've stores still to bring aboard, and the fathers have to go back to Osaka. Aye, but no hostiles getting to windward of my ship. That whore doesn't depend on the wind, so she can go against it. She might be coming round to hack at us from our bow, where we've only one cannon, and board us.
Ferreira laughed contemptuously.
We've 20 cannon aboard. They've none. You think that filthy heathen pig boat would dare to try to attack us? You're simple in the head.
Yes, Captain General. That's why I've still got one. The Santa Teresa's ordered to sea.
The sails were crackling out of their ropes, and the wind took them, the spars grinding. Both watches were on deck at battle stations. The frigate began to make way, but her going was slow.
Come on, you bitch, Rodriguez urged. We're ready, Don Ferreira,
the chief gunner said.
I've got her in my sights. I can't hold her for long. Which is this Toranaga? Point him out.
There were no flares aboard the galley. The only illumination came from the moonlight. The galley was still astern, 100 yards off, but turned to port now and headed for the far shore, the oars dipping and falling in unbroken rhythm.
Is that the pilot? The tall man on the quarterdeck?
Yes, Rodriguez said.
Manuel and Perdito, take him and the quarterdeck.
The cannon nearest made slight adjustments.
Which is this Toranaga? Quickly! Helmsman! 2 points to starboard! 2 points to starboard it is, gunner!
Conscious of the sanding bottom and the shoals nearby, Rodriguez was watching the shrouds, ready at any second to override the chief gunner, who by custom had the con on a stern cannonade.
Ho! Port main deck cannon!
The gunner shouted.
Once we've fired, we'll let her fall off the wind. Drop all gun ports. Prepare for a broadside.
The gun crews obeyed, their eyes going to the officers on the quarterdeck. And the priests.
For the love of God, Don Ferreira, which is this Toranaga?
Which is he, father? Ferreira had never seen him before. Rodriguez had recognized Toranaga clearly on the foredeck in a ring of samurai, but he did not want to be the one to put the mark on him.
Let the priest do that, he thought. Go on, father, play the Judas. Why should we always do all the poxfowl work? Not that I care a chip doubloon for that heathen son of a whore.
Both priests were silent.
Quick, which would Toranaga be?
The gunner asked again. Impatiently, Rodriguez pointed him out.
There, on the poop. The short, thick-set bastard in the middle of those other heathen bastards.
I see him, Senor Pilot.
The gun crews made last slight adjustments. Ferreira took the taper out of the gunner's mate's hand.
Are you trained on the heretic? Yes, Captain General. Are you ready? I'll drop my hand. That's the signal. Good.
Thou shalt not kill!
It was Dell'Aqua. Ferreira whirled on him.
They're heathens and heretics.
There are Christians among them, and even if there weren't...
Pay no attention to him, gunner, the Captain General snarled. We fire when you're ready.
Dell'Aqua went forward to the muzzle of the cannon and stood in the way. His bulk dominated the quarterdeck and the armed sailors that lay in ambush. His hand was on the crucifix.
I say, thou shalt not kill.
We kill all the time, father, Ferreira said.
I know, and I'm ashamed of it, and I beg God's forgiveness for it.
Dell'Aqua had never before been on the quarterdeck of a fighting ship with primed guns and muskets and fingers on triggers, readying for death.
While I am here, there'll be no killing, and I'll not condone killing from ambush.
And if they attack us, try to take the ship?
I will beg God to assist us against them.
What's the difference, now or later?
Dell'Aqua did not answer.
Thou shalt not kill, he thought, and Toranaga has promised everything. Ishido, nothing.
What's it to be, Captain General? Now's the time, the master gunner cried. Now!
Ferreira bitterly turned his back on the priests, threw down the taper, and went to the rail.
Get ready to repel an attack, he shouted. If she comes within 50 yards uninvited, you're all ordered to blow her to hell, whatever the priests say."
Rodriguez was equally enraged, but he knew that he was as helpless as the Captain General against the priest.
"Thou shalt not kill? By the blessed Lord Jesus, what about you? What about the auto da fe? What about the Inquisition? What about you priests who pronounce the sentence guilty, or witch, or Satanist, or heretic? Remember the 2,000 witches burned in Portugal alone the year I sailed for Asia? What about almost every village and town in Portugal and Spain, and the dominions visited and investigated by the scourges of God, as the cowled inquisitors proudly call themselves, the smell of burning flesh in their wake? Oh, Lord Jesus Christ, protect us!"
He pushed his fear and loathing away and concentrated on the galley. He could just see Blackthorn, and he thought,
Inglés, it's good to see you, standing there holding the corn, so tall and cocky. I was afraid you'd gone to the execution ground. I'm glad you escaped, but even so, it's lucky you don't have a single little cannon aboard, for then I'd blow you out of the water, and to hell with what the priest would say. Oh, Madonna, protect me from a bad priest.
"Ahoy, Santa Teresa!"
Ahoy, Inglés!
"Is that you, Rodriguez?"
Aye!
"Thy leg!"
Thy mother!
Rodriguez was greatly pleased by the bantering laugh that came across the sea that separated them. For half an hour the two ships had manoeuvred for position, chasing, tacking, and falling away, the galley trying to get windward and bottle the frigate on a lee shore, the frigate to gain sea room to sail out of harbour if she desired. But neither had been able to gain an advantage, and it was during this chase that those aboard the frigate had seen the fishing boats crowding the mouth of the harbour for the first time, and realised their significance.
That's why he's coming at us, for protection. Even more reason for us to sink him now he's trapped. Isidore will thank us forever, Ferreira had said.
Delacqua had remained obdurate.
Toranaga's much too important. I insist first we must talk to Toranaga. You can always sink him. He doesn't have cannon. Even I know that only cannon can fight cannon.
So Rodriguez had allowed a stalemate to develop to give them breathing time. Both ships were in the centre of the harbour, safe from fishing ships and safe from each other, the frigate trembling into the wind, ready to fall off instantly, and the galley, oars shipped, drifting broadside to just within calling distance. It was only when Rodriguez had seen the galley ship all oars and turned broadside to his guns that he had turned into the wind to allow her to approach within shouting range, and had prepared for the next series of moves.
Thank God, the blessed Jesus, Mary and Joseph. We've cannon, and that bastard has none, Rodriguez thought again. The Inglés is too smart. But it's good to be opposed by a professional, he told himself. Much safer. Then no one makes a foolhardy mistake, and no one gets hurt unnecessarily.
"Permission to come aboard."
Who, Inglés?
"Lord Toranaga, his interpreter and guards."
Ferreira said quietly,
No guards.
Alvito said,
He must bring some. It's a matter of face. The pox on face, no guards. I don't want samurai aboard,
Rodriguez agreed.
Would you agree to 5? Alvito asked. Just his personal guards. You understand the problem, Rodriguez?
Rodriguez thought a moment, then nodded.
5 are all right, Captain General. We'll detail 5 men as your personal bodyguards with a brace of pistols apiece. Father, you fix the details now. Better the father to arrange the details, Captain General. He knows how. Go on, Father, but tell us what's being said.
Alvito went to the gunwale and shouted,
"You gain nothing by your lies. Prepare your souls for hell, you and your bandits. You've 10 minutes. Then the Captain General's going to blow you to eternal torment."
"We're flying Lord Toranaga's flag, by God!"
"False colours, pirate!"
Ferreira took a step forward.
"What are you playing at, father?"
"Please be patient, Captain General," Alvito said. "This is only a matter of form. Otherwise Toranaga has to be permanently offended that we've insulted his flag, which we have. That's Toranaga. That's no simple daimyo. Perhaps you'd better remember that he personally has more troops under arms than the King of Spain."
The wind was sighing in the rigging, the spars clattering nervously. Then flares were lit on the quarterdeck, and now they could see Toranaga clearly. His voice came across the waves.
"Tsuko-san, how dare you avoid my galley? There are no pirates here, only in those fishing ships at the harbour mouth. I wish to come alongside instantly."
Alvito shouted back in Japanese, feigning astonishment.
"But, Lord Toranaga, so sorry. We had no idea. We thought it was just a trick. The Grey said Bandit Ronin had taken the galley by force. We thought bandits, under the English pirate, were sailing under false colours. I will come immediately."
"No, I will come alongside at once."
"I beg you, Lord Toranaga, allow me to come to escort you. My master, the Father Visitor, is here, and also the Captain General. They insist we make amends. Please accept our apologies."
Alvito changed to Portuguese again and shouted loudly to the boatswain,
"Launch a longboat!"
and back again to Toranaga in Japanese.
"The boat is being launched at once, my lord."
Rodriguez listened to the clawing humility in Alvito's voice, and he thought how much more difficult it was to deal with Japanese than with Chinese.
"The Chinese understood the art of negotiation, of compromise and concession and reward. But the Japanese were pride-filled, and when a man's pride was injured, any Japanese, not necessarily just samurai, then death was a small price to repay the insult. Come on, get it over with!" he wanted to shout. "Captain General, I'll go at once," Father Alvito was saying. "Eminence, if you come as well, that compliment will do much to appease him."
"I agree." "Isn't that dangerous?" Ferreira said. "You two could be used as hostages."
Delacroix said,
"The moment there's a sign of treachery, I order you in God's name to obliterate that ship and all who sail in her, whether we're aboard or not."
He strode off the quarterdeck, down onto the main deck, past the guns, the skirts of his robe swinging majestically. At the head of the gangway he turned and made the sign of the cross. Then he clattered down the gangway into the boat. The boatswain cast off. All the sailors were armed with pistols, and a fused keg of powder was under the boatswain's seat. Ferreira leaned over the gunwale and called down quietly, "Eminence, bring the heretic back with you."
"What? What did you say?"
It amused Delacroix to toy with the Captain General, whose continual insolence had mortally offended him, for of course he had decided long since to acquire Blackthorn, and he could hear perfectly well.
"Que stupido,"
he was thinking.
"Bring the heretic back with you, eh?"
Ferreira called again. On the quarterdeck, Rodriguez heard the muffled,
"Yes, Captain General,"
and he thought,
"What treachery are you about, Ferreira?"
He shifted in the chair with difficulty, his face bloodless. The pain in his leg was grinding, and it took much of his strength to contain it. The bones were knitting well, and, Madonna be praised, the wound was clean. But the fracture was still a fracture, and even the slight dip of the ship at rest was troublesome. He took a swallow of grog from the well-used sea bag that hung from a peg on the binnacle. Ferreira was watching him. "Your leg's bad?"
"It's all right."
The grog deadened the hurt.
"Will it be all right enough to voyage from here to Macau?" "Yes, and to fight the sea battle all the way, and to come back in the summer, if that's what you mean."
"Yes, that's what I mean, pilot."
The lips were thin again, drawn into that tight, mocking smile.
"I need a fit pilot."
"I'm fit. My leg's mending well."
Rodriguez shook off the pain.
"The Inglés won't come aboard us willingly. I wouldn't."
100 guineas says you're wrong."
"That's more than I make in a year."
"Payable after we reach Lisbon, from the profits from the black ship."
"Done. Nothing'll make him come aboard, not willingly. I'm 100 guineas richer, by God."
"Poorer? You forget the Jesuits want him here more than I do."
"Why should they want that?"
Ferreira looked at him levelly and did not answer, wearing the same twisted smile. Then, baiting him, he said,
"I'd escort Toranaga out for possession of the heretic."
"I'm glad I'm your comrade and necessary to you and the black ship," Rodriguez said. "I wouldn't want to be your enemy."
"I'm glad we understand one another, pilot. At long last." "I require escort out of the harbour. I need it quickly,"
Toranaga told Dell'Aqua through the interpreter Alvito, Mariko nearby, also listening, with Yabu. He stood on the galley's poop deck, Dell'Aqua below on the main deck, Alvito beside him, but even so their eyes were almost level.
"Or, if you wish, your worship can remove the fishing boats from out of my way."
"Forgive me, but that would be an unwarranted hostile act that you could not recommend to the frigate, Lord Toranaga,"
Dell'Aqua said, talking directly to him, finding Alvito's simultaneous translation eerie, as always.
"That would be impossible. An open act of war."
"Then what do you suggest?"
"Please come back to the frigate. Let us ask the Captain General. He will have a solution, now that we know what your problem is. He's the military man. We are not."
"Bring him here."
"It would be quicker for you to go there, sire. Apart, of course, from the honor you would do us."
Toranaga knew the truth of this. Only moments before they had seen more fishing boats loaded with archers launched from the southern shore, and though they were safe at the moment, it was clear that within the hour the neck of the harbour would be choked with hostiles. And he knew he had no choice.
"Sorry, sire,"
the Anjin-san had explained earlier, during the abortive chase.
"I can't get near the frigate. Rodriguez is too clever. I can stop him escaping if the wind holds, but I can't trap him, unless he makes a mistake. We'll have to parley." "Will he make a mistake? And will the wind hold?"
he had asked through Mariko. She had replied,
"The Anjin-san says, a wise man never bets on the wind, unless it's a trade wind and you're out to sea. Here we're in a harbour where the mountains cause the wind to eddy and flow. The pilot, Rodriguez, won't make a mistake."
Toranaga had watched the two pilots pit their wits against each other, and he knew, beyond doubt, that both were masters. And he had come to realize also that neither he nor his lands nor the Empire would ever be safe without possessing modern barbarian ships, and through these ships, control of their own seas. The thought had shattered him.
"But how can I negotiate with them? What possible excuse could they use for such open hostility against me? Now it's my duty to bury them for their insults to my honor."
Then the Anjin-san had explained the ploy of false colours, how all ships use the device to get close to the enemy, or to attempt to avoid an enemy, and Toranaga had been greatly relieved that there might be an acceptable face-saving solution to that problem. Now Alvito was saying,
I think we should go at once, sire.
Very well, Toranaga agreed. Yabu-san, take command of the ship. Mariko-san, tell the Anjin-san he is to stay on the quarterdeck and to keep the helm. Then you come with me.
Yes, Lord.
It had been clear to Toranaga from the size of the longboat that he could take only 5 guards with him. But this too had been anticipated, and the final plan was simple. If he could not persuade the frigate to help, then he and his guards would kill the Captain General, their pilot and the priests, and barricade themselves in one of the cabins. Simultaneously, the galley would be flung at the frigate from her bow, as the Anjin-san had suggested, and together they would try to take the frigate by storm. They would take her, or they would not take her, but either way there would be a quick solution. "It is a good plan, Yabu-san," he had said. "Please allow me to go in your place to negotiate." They would not agree. "Very well, but once we're out of the trap, expel all barbarians from our realm. If you do, you'll gain more daimyos than you lose." "I'll consider it," Toranaga had said, knowing it was nonsense, that he must have the Christian daimyos Onoshi and Kiyama on his side, and therefore the other Christian daimyos, or by default he would be eaten up. Why would Yabu wish to go to the frigate? What treachery did he plan, if there was no help?
"Sire," Alvita was saying for Delacqua, "may I invite the Anjin-san to accompany us?"
Why?
It occurred to me that he might like to greet his colleague, the Anjin Rodriguez. The man has a broken leg and cannot come here. Rodriguez would like to see him again. Thank him for saving his life, if you don't mind.
Toranaga could not think of any reason why the Anjin-san should not go. The man was under his protection, therefore inviolate. If he wishes to do so, very well. Mariko-san, accompany Tsuku-san. Mariko bowed. She knew her job was to listen and to report, and to ensure that everything that was said was reported correctly, without omission. She felt better now, her coiffure and face once more perfect, a fresh kimono borrowed from Lady Hujiko, her left arm in a neat sling. One of the mates, an apprentice doctor, had dressed her wound. The slice into her upper arm had not cut a tendon, and the wound itself was clean. A bath would have made her whole, but there were no facilities on the galley. Together, she and Alvita walked back to the quarterdeck. He saw the knife in Blackthorn's sash and the way the soiled kimono seemed to fit.
How far has he leached his way into Toranaga's confidence? He asked himself. Well met, Captain Pilot Blackthorn.
Rot in hell, Father, Blackthorn replied affably.
Perhaps we'll meet there, Anjin-san. Perhaps we will. Toranaga said you can come aboard the frigate.
His orders?
If you wish, he said.
I don't wish.
Rodriguez would like to thank you again, and to see you.
Give him my respects, and say I'll see him in hell. Or here.
His leg prevents that.
How is his leg?
Healing. Through your help and the grace of God, in a few weeks, God willing, he will walk, though he will limp forever.
Tell him I wish him well. You'd better be going, Father. Time's a-wasting.
Rodriguez would like to see you. There's grog on the table and a fine roast capon with fresh greens and gravy and new fresh bread, butter hot. It'd be sad, Pilot, to waste such food.
What?
There's new golden bread, Captain Pilot. Fresh hardtack, butter, and a side of beef. Fresh oranges from Goa, and even a gallon of Madeira wine to wash it down with, or brandy if you'd prefer. There's beer, too. Then there's Macau capon, hot and juicy. The Captain General's an epicure.
God damn you to hell.
He will, when it pleases him. I only tell you what exists. What does epicure mean?
Mariko asked.
It's one who enjoys food and sets a fine table, Senora Maria.
Alvito said, using her baptismal name. He had marked the sudden change on Blackthorn's face. He could almost see the saliva glands working and feel the stomach-churning agony. Tonight, when he had seen the repast set out in the great cabin, the gleaming silver and white tablecloth and chairs, real leather-cushioned chairs, and smelt the new breads and butter and rich meats, he himself had been weak with hunger, and he wasn't starved for food or unaccustomed to Japanese cuisine.
"It is so simple to catch a man," he told himself. "All you need to know is the right bait. Goodbye, Captain Pilot."
Alvito turned and walked for the gangway. Blackthorn followed.
"What's amiss, Inglés?" Rodriguez asked.
"Where's the food? Then we can talk. First the food you promised." Blackthorn stood shakily on the main deck.
"Please follow me,"
Alvito said.
"Where are you taking him, father?"
"Of course, to the great cabin. Blackthorn can eat while Lord Toranaga and the Captain General talk."
"No, he can eat in my cabin."
"It's easier, surely, to go where the food is?"
"Bosun, see that the pilot's fed at once. All that he needs, in my cabin. Anything from the table. Inglés, do you want grog or wine or beer?" "Beer first, then grog." "Bosun, see to it. Take him below. And listen, Pizarro, give him some clothes out of my locker, and boots, everything. And stay with him till I call you."
Wordlessly, Blackthorn followed Pizarro the bosun, a large burly man, down the companionway. Alvito began to go back to Del Acqua and Toranaga, who were talking through Marico near the companionway, but Rodriguez stopped him.
"Father, just a moment. What did you say to him?"
"Only that you would like to see him, and that we had food aboard."
"But I was offering him the food."
"No, Rodriguez, I didn't say that. But wouldn't you want to offer food to a fellow pilot who was hungry?"
"That poor bastard's not hungry. He's starving. If he eats in that state, he'll gorge like a ravenous wolf. Then he'll vomit it up as fast as a drunk-gluttoned whore. Now, we wouldn't want one of us, even a heretic, to eat like an animal and vomit like an animal in front of Toranaga, would we, father? Not in front of a piss-cutting son of a bitch, particularly one as clean-minded as a pox-mucked horse cleft."
"You must learn to control the filth of your tongue, my son,"
Alvito said.
"It will send you to hell. You'd better say 1,000 Ave Marias and go without food for 2 days. Bread and water only. A penance to God's grace to remind you of his mercy."
"Thank you, father, I will. Gladly. And if I could kneel, I would, and I'd kiss your cross. Yes, father, this poor sinner thanks you for your God-given patience. I must guard my tongue."
Ferreira called out from the companionway.
"Rodriguez, are you coming below?" "I'll stay on deck while that bitch galley's there, Captain General. If you need me, I'm here."
Alvito began to leave. Rodriguez noticed Marico.
"Just a minute, father. Who's the woman?"
"Donna Maria Toda, one of Toranaga's interpreters."
Rodriguez whistled tonelessly.
"Is she good?"
"Very good."
"Stupid to allow her aboard. Why did you say Toda? She's one of old Toda Hiromatsu's consorts?"
"No, she's the wife of his son."
"Stupid to bring her aboard."
Rodriguez beckoned one of the seamen.
"Spread the word the woman speaks Portuguese." "Yes, senor."
The man hurried away, and Rodriguez turned back to Father Alvito. The priest was not in the least intimidated by the obvious anger.
"The Lady Maria speaks Latin too, and just as perfectly. Was there anything else, Pilot?"
"No, thank you. Perhaps I'd better get on with my Hail Marys."
"Yes, you should."
The priest made the sign of the cross and left. Rodriguez spat into the scuppers, and one of the helmsmen winced and crossed himself.
"Go nail yourself to the mast by your green-addled foreskin,"
Rodriguez hissed.
Yes, Captain Pilot. Sorry, senor. But I get nervous near the good father. I meant no harm.
The youth saw the last grains of sand fall through the neck of the hourglass, and he turned it. At the half, go below and take a God-cursed pail and water and a scrubbing brush with you, and clean up the mess in my cabin. Tell the bosun to bring the Inglés aloft, and you make my cabin clean. And it better be very clean, or I'll have your guts for gutters. And while you're doing it, say Ave Marias for your God-cursed soul.
Yes, Senor Pilot,
the youth said weakly. Rodriguez was a fanatic, a madman about cleanliness, and his own cabin was like the ship's holy grail. Everything had to be spotless, no matter what the weather. Chapter 27.
There must be a solution, Captain General,
Delacroix said patiently.
Do you want an overt act of war against a friendly nation? Of course not.
Everyone in the great cabin knew that they were all in the same trap. Any overt act put them squarely with Toranaga against Ishido, which they should absolutely avoid in case Ishido was the eventual victor. Presently, Ishido controlled Osaka and the capital Kyoto and the majority of the regions. And now, through the daimyos Onoshi and Kiyama, Ishido controlled most of the southern island of Kyushu, and with Kyushu, the port of Nagasaki, the main center of all trading, and thus all trade and the black ship this year. Toranaga said through Father Alvito, "What's so difficult? I just want you to blow the pirates out of the harbour mouth, ne?" Toranaga sat uncomfortably in the place of honour, in the high-backed chair at the great table. Alvito sat next to him, the Captain General opposite, Delacroix beside the Captain General. Mariko stood behind Toranaga, and the samurai guards waited near the door, facing the armed seamen. And all the Europeans were conscious that though Alvito translated for Toranaga everything that was said in the room, Mariko was there to ensure that nothing was said openly between them against her master's interests, and that the translation was complete and accurate. Delacroix leaned forward.
Perhaps, sire, you could send messengers ashore to Lord Ishido. Perhaps the solution lies in negotiation. We could offer this ship as a neutral place for the negotiations. Perhaps in this way you could settle the war.
Toranaga laughed scornfully. What war? We're not at war, Ishido and I.
But, sire, we saw the battle on the shore.
Don't be naive. Who were killed? A few worthless ronin? Who attacked whom? Only ronin, bandits, or mistaken zealots?
And at the ambush, we understand that Browns fought Greys.
Bandits were attacking all of us, Browns and Greys. My men merely fought to protect me. In night skirmishes, mistakes often happen. If Browns killed Greys, or Greys Browns, that's a regrettable error. What are a few men to either of us? Nothing. We're not at war. Toranaga read their disbelief, so he added, Tell them, Toku-san, that armies fight wars in Japan. These ridiculous skirmishes and assassination attempts are mere probes, to be dismissed when they fail. War didn't begin tonight. It began when the Taiko died. Even before that, when he died without leaving a grown son to follow him. Perhaps even before that, when Goroda, the Lord Protector, was murdered. Tonight has no lasting significance. None of you understands our realm or our politics. How could you? Of course Ishido's trying to kill me. So are many other daimyos. They've done so in the past, and they'll do so in the future. Kiyama and Onoshi have been both friend and enemy. Listen, if I'm killed, that would simplify things for Ishido, the real enemy, but only for a moment. I'm in his trap now, and if his trap's successful, he merely has a momentary advantage. If I escape, there never was a trap. But understand clearly, all of you, that my death will not remove the cause of war, nor will it prevent further conflict. Only if Ishido dies will there be no conflict. So there's no open war now. None. He shifted in the chair, detesting the odor in the cabin from the oily foods and unwashed bodies. But we do have an immediate problem. I want your cannon. I want them now. Pirates beset me at the harbor mouth. I said earlier, Tsuku-san, that soon everyone must choose sides. Now where do you and your leader and the whole Christian church stand? And are my Portuguese friends with me or against me?
Delacroix said, "You may be assured, Lord Toranaga, we all support your interests."
Good. Then remove the pirates at once. That'd be an act of war, and there's no profit in it. Perhaps we can make a trade, eh?
Ferreira said.
Alvito did not translate this, but said instead,
"The Captain General says, we're only trying to avoid meddling in your politics, Lord Toranaga. We're traders."
Mariko said in Japanese to Toranaga,
"So sorry, sire. That's not correct. That's not what was said."
Alvito sighed.
"I merely transposed some of his words, sire. The Captain General is not aware of certain politenesses, as he is a stranger. He has no understanding of Japan."
"But you do have, Tsuku-san?" Toranaga asked.
"I try, sire."
"What did he actually say?"
Alvito told him.
After a pause, Toranaga said, "The Anjin-san told me the Portuguese were very interested in trade, and in trade they have no manners or humor. I understand and will accept your explanation, Tsuku-san. But from now on, please translate everything exactly as it is said."
"Yes, Lord."
"Tell the Captain General this. When the conflict is resolved, I will expand trade. I am in favor of trade. Ishido is not."
Delacroix had marked the exchange and hoped that Alvito had covered Ferreira's stupidity. "We're not politicians, sire. We're religious, and we represent the faith and the faithful. We do support your interests, yes."
"I agree. I was considering—"
Alvito stopped interpreting, and his face lit up, and he let Toranaga's Japanese get away from him for a moment. "I'm sorry, Eminence, but Lord Toranaga said, I was considering asking you to build a temple, a large temple in Edo, as a measure of my confidence in your interests."
For years, ever since Toranaga had become Lord of the 8 provinces, Delacroix had been maneuvering for that concession. And to get it from him now, in the 3rd greatest city in the empire, was a priceless concession. The visitor knew the time had come to resolve the problem of the cannon.
"Thank him, Martin Tsuku-san,"
he said, using the code phrase that he had previously agreed upon with Alvito, committing their course of action, with Alvito the standard-bearer.
"And say we will try always to be at his service. Oh, yes, and ask him what he had in mind about the cathedral,"
he added for the Captain General's benefit.
"Perhaps I may speak directly, sire, for a moment,"
Alvito began to Toranaga.
"My master thanks you and says what you previously asked is perhaps possible. He will endeavor always to assist you."
"Endeavor is an abstract word and unsatisfactory."
"Yes, sire."
Alvito glanced at the guards, who of course listened without appearing to.
"But I remember you saying earlier that it is sometimes wise to be abstract."
Toranaga understood at once. He waved his hand in dismissal to his men. "Wait outside, all of you." Uneasily, they obeyed. Alvito turned to Ferreira.
"We don't need your guards now, Captain General."
When the samurai had gone, Ferreira dismissed his men and glanced at Mariko. He wore pistols in his belt and had another in his boot.
Alvito said to Toranaga, "Perhaps, sire, you would like the Lady Mariko to sit?"
Again, Toranaga understood. He thought for a moment, then half nodded and said, without turning around, "Mariko-san, take one of my guards and find the Anjin-san. Stay with him until I send for you."
"Yes, Lord."
The door closed behind her. Now they were alone, the four of them. Ferreira said, "What's the offer? What's the offering?"
"Be patient, Captain General,"
Dell'Acqua replied, his fingers drumming on his cross, praying for success.
"Sire,"
Alvito began to Toranaga,
"the Lord my master says that everything you asked he will try to do within the 40 days. He will send you word privately about progress.
I will be the courier, with your permission." "And if he's not successful?"
"It will not be through want of trying, or persuasion, or through want of thought. He gives you his word."
"Before the Christian God?"
"Yes, before God."
"Good. I will have it in writing, under his seal."
"Sometimes full agreements, delicate agreements, should not be reduced to writing, sire."
"You're saying, unless I put my agreement in writing, you won't?"
"I merely remembered one of your own sayings, that a samurai's honor is certainly more important than a piece of paper. The visitor gives you his word before God, his word of honor, as a samurai would. Your honor is totally sufficient for the visitor. I just thought he would be saddened to be so untrusted. Do you wish me to ask for a signature?"
At length Toranaga said, "Very well. His word before the God Jesus, ne? His word before his God?"
"I give it on his behalf. He has sworn by the blessed cross to try."
"You as well, Tsuku-san?"
"You have equally my word, before my God, by the blessed cross, that I will do everything I can to help him persuade the Lords Onoshi and Kiyama to be your allies."
"In return, I will do what I previously promised. On the 41st day, you may lay the foundation stone for the biggest Christian temple in the empire."
"Could that land, sire, be put aside at once?"
"As soon as I arrive at Edo. Now, what about the pirates? The pirates in the fishing boats? You will remove them at once?"
"If you had cannon, would you have done that yourself, sire?"
"Of course, Tsuku-san."
"I apologize for being so devious, sire, but we have had to formulate a plan. The cannon do not belong to us. Please give me one moment."
Alvito turned to Dell'Acqua.
"Everything is arranged about the cathedral, Eminence."
Then to Ferreira he added, beginning their agreed plan,
"You will be glad you did not sink him, Captain General. Lord Toranaga asks if you would carry 10,000 ducats of gold for him when you leave with the black ship for Goa, to invest in the gold market in India. We would be delighted to help in the transaction through our usual sources there, placing the gold for you. Lord Toranaga says half the profit is yours."
Both Alvito and Dell'Acqua had decided that by the time the black ship had turned about, in 6 months, Toranaga either would be reinstated as president of the regents, and therefore more than pleased to permit this most profitable transaction, or he would be dead.
"You should easily clear 4,000 ducats profit, at no risk."
"In return for what concession? That's more than your annual subsidy from the King of Spain for your whole Society of Jesus in Asia. In return for what?"
"Lord Toranaga says pirates prevent him leaving the harbour. He would know better than you if they're pirates."
Ferreira replied in the same matter-of-fact voice that both knew was only for Toranaga's benefit. "It's ill-advised to put your faith in this man.
His enemy holds all the royal cards. All the Christian kings are against him. Certainly the main two. I heard them with my own ears. They said this Japo's the real enemy. I believe them, and not this motherless cretin. I'm sure Lord Toranaga knows better than us who are pirates and who are not. Dell'Aqua told him unperturbed, knowing the solution as Alvito knew the solution. I suppose you've no objection to Lord Toranaga's dealing with the pirates himself? Of course not. You have plenty of spare cannon aboard, the visitor said. Why not give him some privately? Sell him some, in effect. You sell arms all the time. He's buying arms. 4 cannon should be more than enough. It would be easy to transship them in the longboat with enough powder and shot, again, privately. Then the matter is solved. Ferreira sighed. Cannon, my dear Eminence, are useless aboard the galley. There are no gun ports, no gun ropes, no gun stanchions. They can't use cannon, even if they had the gunners, which they don't. Both priests were flabbergasted. Useless? Totally. But surely, Don Ferreira, they can adapt. That galley's incapable of using cannon without a refit. It would take at least a week. Nanja? Toranaga said suspiciously, aware that something was amiss, however much they had tried to hide it. What is it? Toranaga asks, Alvito said. Dell'Aqua knew the sand had run out on them. Captain General, please help us. Please. I ask you openly. We've gained enormous concessions for the faith. You must believe me. And yes, you must trust us. You must help Lord Toranaga out of the harbour somehow. I beg you on behalf of the church. The cathedral alone is an enormous concession. Please. Ferreira allowed none of the ecstasy of victory to show. He even added a token gravity to his voice. Since you ask help in the church's name, Eminence, of course I'll do what you ask. I'll get him out of this trap. But in return, I want the Captain Generalship of next year's Black Ship, whether this year's is successful or not. That's the personal gift of the King of Spain, his alone. That's not mine to bestow. Next, I accept the offer of his gold, but I want your guarantee that I'll have no trouble from the Viceroy at Goa, or here, about the gold, or about either of the black ships. You dare to hold me and the church to ransom? This is merely a business arrangement between you, me, and this monkey. He's no monkey, Captain General. You'd better remember it. Next, 15% of this year's cargo, instead of 10. Impossible. Next, to keep everything tidy, Eminence, your word before God, now, that neither you nor any of the priests under your jurisdiction will ever threaten me with excommunication unless I commit a future act of sacrilege, which none of this is. And further, your word that you and the Holy Fathers will actively support me and help these 2 black ships, also before God. And next, Captain General? Surely that's not all. Surely there's something else. Last, I want the heretic.
Mariko stared down at Blackthorne from the cabin doorway. He lay in a semi-coma on the floor, retching his innards out. The boatswain was leaning against the bunk, leering at her, the stumps of his yellow teeth showing.
Is he poisoned, or is he drunk?
She asked Totome Kana, the samurai beside her, trying without success to close her nostrils to the stench of the food and the vomit, to the stench of the ugly seaman in front of her, and to the ever-present stench from the bilges that pervaded the whole ship.
It almost looks as though he's been poisoned, ne?
Perhaps he has, Mariko-san.
Look at that filth!
The samurai waved distastefully at the table. It was strewn with wooden platters containing the remains of a mutilated haunch of roast beef, blood rare, half the carcass of a spitted chicken, torn bread and cheese and spilled beer, butter and a dish of cold bacon-fat gravy, and a half-emptied bottle of brandy. Neither of them had ever seen meat on a table before.
"What do you want?" the bosun asked. "No monkeys in here. Wakarimasu? No monkey sans this urumu."
He looked at the samurai and waved him away.
"Out! Piss off!"
His eyes flowed back over Mariko.
"What's your name? Namu, eh?"
"What's he saying, Mariko-san?" the samurai asked. The bosun glanced at the samurai for a moment, then back to Mariko again. "What's the barbarian saying, Mariko-san?" Mariko took her mesmerized eyes off the table and concentrated on the bosun.
"I'm sorry, senor. I didn't understand you. What did you say?"
"Eh?"
The bosun's mouth dropped farther open. He was a big fat man with eyes too close together and large ears, his hair in a ratty, tarred pigtail. A crucifix hung from the rolls of his neck, and pistols were loose in his belt.
"Eh? You can talk Portuguese? A Japo who can talk good Portuguese? Where'd you learn to talk civilized?"
The Christian father taught me."
"I'll be a God-cursed son of a whore. Madonna, a flower son who can talk civilized."
Blackthorn retched again and tried feebly to get off the deck.
Can you put the pilot there?"
She pointed at the bunk.
"Aye, if this monkey'll help."
"Who? I'm sorry, what did you say? Who?"
"Him. The Japo. Him."
The words rocked through her, and it took all of her will to remain calm. She motioned to the samurai.
"Kana-san, will you please help this barbarian? The Anjin-san should be put there."
"With pleasure, lady." Together the two men lifted Blackthorn, and he flopped back in the bunk, his head too heavy, mouthing stupidly.
"He should be washed,"
Mariko said in Japanese, still half stunned by what the bosun had called Kana. "Yes, Mariko-san. Order the barbarian to send for servants."
"Yes."
Her disbelieving eyes went inexorably to the table again.
"Do they really eat that?"
The bosun followed her glance. At once he leaned over and tore off a chicken leg and offered it to her.
"You hungry? Here, little flower-san. It's good. It's fresh today. Real Macau capon."
She shook her head. The bosun's grizzled face split into a grin, and he helpfully dipped the chicken leg into the heavy gravy and held it under her nose.
"Gravy makes it even better. Hey, it's good to be able to talk proper, eh? Never did that before. Go on, it'll give you strength. Where it counts. It's Macau capon, I tell you."
No, thank you. To eat meat is forbidden. It's against the law and against Buddhism and Shintoism.
"Not in Nagasaki, it isn't."
The bosun laughed.
"Ha! Lots of Japos eat meat all the time. They all do when they can get it and swill our grog as well. You're Christian, eh? Go on, try, little Donna. How do you know till you try?"
No, thank you."
"A man can't live without meat. This real food makes you strong so you can jiggle like a stoat. Here."
He offered the chicken leg to Kana.
"You want?"
Kana shook his head, equally nauseated.
"Iye."
The bosun shrugged and threw it carelessly back onto the table.
"Iye it is. What have you done to your arm? You hurt it in the fight?"
"Yes, but not badly."
Mariko moved it a little to show him, and swallowed the pain.
"Poor little thing. What do you want here, Doña Señorita, eh?"
To see the pilot." Lord Toranaga sent me. The pilot's drunk?
Yes, that and the food. Poor bastard ate too fast and drank too fast. Took half the bottle in a gulp. Ingles are all the same. Can't hold their grog, and they've no cojones.
His eyes went all over her.
I've never seen a flower as small as you before, and never talked to a Japo who could talk civilized before.
Do you call all Japanese ladies and samurai Japos and monkeys?
The seaman laughed shortly.
Yeah. Hey, señorita, that was a slip of the tongue. That's for usuals, you know, the pimps and whores in Nagasaki. No offense meant. I never did talk to a civilized señorita before. Never knowed there was any, by God.
Neither have I, senor. I've never talked to a civilized Portuguese before, other than the Holy Father. We're Japanese, not Japos, ne? And monkeys are animals, aren't they?
Sure.
The boatswain showed the broken teeth.
You speak like a donna. Yes, no offense, donna señorita.
Blackthorn began mumbling. She went to the bunk and shook him gently.
Anjin-san! Anjin-san!
Yes, yes?
Blackthorn opened his eyes.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry.
But the weight of his pain and the spinning of the room forced him to lie back.
Please send for a servant, senor. He should be washed.
They're slaves, but not for that, doña señorita. Leave the Inglés. What's a little vomit to a heretic?
No servants?
She asked, flabbergasted.
We have slaves, black bastards, but they're lazy. Wouldn't trust one to wash him myself, he added with a twisted grin.
Mariko knew she had no alternative. Lord Toranaga might have need of the Anjin-san at once, and it was her duty.
Then I need some water, she said, to wash him with.
There's a barrel in the stairwell, in the deck below.
Please fetch some for me, senor.
Send him!
The boatswain jerked a finger at Kana.
No, you will please fetch it. Now.
The boatswain looked back at Blackthorn.
You his doxy?
What?
The Inglés is doxy.
What's a doxy, senor?
His woman, his mate. You know, señorita, this pilot's sweetheart, his jigga-jag. Huh? Doxy?
No, senor. I'm not his doxy.
His, then? This samurai's? Or the king's, maybe. Him that's just come aboard, or something. You one of his?
No.
Nor any aboards?
She shook her head.
Please, would you get some water?
The boatswain nodded and went out. That's the ugliest, foulest-smelling man I've ever been near, the samurai said. What was he saying?
The man asked if I was one of the pilot's consorts.
The samurai went for the door.
Kana-san!
I demand the right, on your husband's behalf, to avenge that insult, at once, as though you'd cohabit with any barbarian.
Kana-san, please close the door.
Yotoda Mariko-san, how dare he insult you? The insult must be avenged.
It will be, Kana-san, and I thank you. Yes, I give you the right. But we are here at Lord Toranaga's order. Until he gives his approval, it would not be correct for you to do this.
Kana closed the door reluctantly. I agree, but I formally ask that you petition Lord Toranaga before we leave.
Yes, thank you for your concern over my honor. What would Kana do if he knew all that had been said? She asked herself, appalled. What would Lord Toranaga do? Or Hiromatsu? Or my husband? Monkeys? Oh, Madonna, give me thy help to hold myself still and keep my mind working.
To ease Kana's wrath, she quickly changed the subject.
The Anjin-san looks so helpless, just like a baby. It seems barbarians can't stomach wine, just like some of our men.
Yes, but it's not the wine. Can't be. It's what he's eaten.
Blackthorn moved uneasily, groping for consciousness.
They've no servants on the ship, Kana-san, so I'll have to substitute for one of the Anjin-san's ladies.
She began to undress Blackthorn, awkwardly because of her arm.
Here, let me help you.
Kana was very deft.
I used to do this for my father when the sake took him.
It's good for a man to get drunk once in a while. It releases all the evil spirits.
Yes, but my father used to suffer badly the next day.
My husband suffers very badly. For days.
After a moment, Kana said, May Buddha grant that Lord Buntaro escapes.
Yes.
Mariko looked around the cabin.
I don't understand how they can live in such squalor. It's worse than the poorest of our people. I was almost fainting in the other cabin from the stench.
It's revolting. I've never been aboard a barbarian ship before.
I've never been on the sea before.
The door opened and the boatswain set down the pail. He was shocked at Blackthorn's nudity and jerked out a blanket from under the bunk and covered him.
He'll catch his death. Apart from that, shameful to do that to a man, even him.
What?
Nothing. What's your name, Donna Senorita?
His eyes glittered. She did not answer. She pushed the blanket aside and washed Blackthorn clean, glad for something to do, hating the cabin and the foul presence of the boatswain, wondering what they were talking about in the other cabin.
Is our master safe?
When she had finished, she bundled the kimono and soiled loincloth.
Can this be laundered, senor?
Eh?
These should be cleaned at once. Could you send for a slave, please?
They're a lazy bunch of black bastards, I told you. That'd take a week or more. Throw 'em away, Donna Senorita. They're not worth breath. Our pilot, Captain Rodriguez, said to give him proper clothes. Here.
He opened a sea locker.
He said to give him any from here.
I don't know how to dress a man in those.
He needs a shirt and trousers and codpiece and socks and boots and sea jacket.
The boatswain took them out and showed her. Then, together, she and the samurai began to dress Blackthorn, still in his half-conscious stupor.
How does he wear this?
She held up the triangular bag-like codpiece with its attached strings.
Madonna, he wears it in front, like this,
the boatswain said, embarrassed, fingering his own.
You tie it in place over his trousers, like I told, over his cod.
She looked at the boatswain's, studying it. He felt her look and stirred. She put the codpiece on Blackthorn and settled him carefully in place, and together she and the samurai put the back strings between his legs and tied the strings around his waist. To the samurai she said quietly,
This is the most ridiculous way of dressing I've ever seen.
It must be very uncomfortable, Kana replied. Do priests wear them, Mariko-san? Under their robes?
I don't know.
She brushed a strand of hair out of her eyes.
Senor, is the Anjin-san dressed correctly now?
Aye, except for his boots. They're there. They can wait.
The boatswain came over to her, and her nostrils clogged. He dropped his voice, keeping his back to the samurai.
You want a quickie?
What?
I fancy you, senorita, eh? What do you say? There's a bunk in the next cabin. Send your friend aloft. The Inglés is out for an hour yet. I'll pay the usual.
What?
You'll earn a piece of copper, even 3 if you're like a stout, and you'll straddle the best cock between here and Lisbon, eh? What do you say?
The samurai saw her horror.
What is it, Mariko-san?
Mariko pushed past the boatswain, away from the bunk. Her words stumbled.
He said...
Kana drew out his sword instantly, but found himself staring into the barrels of 2 cocked pistols. Nevertheless, he began to lunge.
"Stop, Kana-san!" Mariko gasped. "Lord Toranaga forbade any attack until he ordered it."
"Go on, monkey. Come at me, you stink-piss shithead. You. Tell this monkey to put up his sword, or he'll be a headless son of a bitch before he can fart."
Mariko was standing within a foot of the bosun. Her right hand was still in her obi, the haft of the stiletto knife still in her palm. But she remembered her duty and took her hand away.
"Kana-san, replace your sword, please. We must obey Lord Toranaga. We must obey him."
With a supreme effort, Kana did as he was told.
"I've a mind to send you to hell, Jappo."
"Please excuse him, senor. And me,"
Mariko said, trying to sound polite.
"There was a mistake.
That monkey-faced bastard pulled a sword. That wasn't a mistake, by Jesus."
"Please excuse it, senor. So sorry."
The bosun wet his lips.
"I'll forget it if you're friendly, little flower. Into the next cabin with you. And tell this monk. Tell him to stay here, and I'll forget about it."
What's your name, senor?"
"Pizarro. Manuel Pizarro. Why?"
"Nothing. Please excuse the misunderstanding, Senor Pizarro."
"Get in the next cabin. Now."
"What's going on? Blackthorn did not know if he was awake or still in a nightmare, but he felt the danger.
"What's going on, by God?" "This stinking Jappo drew on me."
"It was a mistake, Anjin-san,"
Mariko said.
I've apologized to the Senor Pizarro."
"Mariko? Is that you? Mariko-san?"
"Hi, Anjin-san. Honto."
She came nearer. The bosun's pistols never wavered off Kana. She had to brush past him, and it took an even greater effort not to take out her knife and gut him. At that moment, the door opened. The youthful helmsman came into the cabin with a pail of water. He gawked at the pistols and fled.
"Where's Rodriguez?"
Blackthorn said, attempting to get his mind working.
"Aloft, where a good pilot should be,"
the bosun said, his voice grating.
"This Jappo drew on me, by God."
"Help me up on deck." Blackthorn grasped the bunk's sides. Mariko took his arm, but she could not lift him. The bosun waved a pistol at Kana.
"Tell him to help, and tell him if there's a God in heaven, he'll be swinging from the yardarm before the turn."
First Mate Santiago took his ear away from the secret knothole in the wall of the great cabin. The final,
"Well, that's all settled then,"
from Dell'Aqua ringing in his brain. Noiselessly he slipped across the darkened cabin, out into the corridor, and closed the door quietly. He was a tall, spare man with a lived-in face, and wore his hair in a tarred pigtail. His clothes were neat, and like most seamen, he was barefoot. In a hurry, he shinned up the companionway, ran across the main deck, up onto the quarterdeck, where Rodriguez was talking to Mariko. He excused himself and leaned down to put his mouth very close to Rodriguez's ear, and began to pour out all that he had heard and had been sent to hear, so that no one else on the quarterdeck could be party to it. Blackthorn was sitting aft on the deck, leaning against the gunwale, his head resting on his bent knees. Mariko sat straight-backed, facing Rodriguez, Japanese fashion, and Kana, the samurai, bleakly beside her. Armed seamen swarmed the decks and crow's nest aloft, and 2 more were at the helm. The ship still pointed into the wind, the air and night clean, the nimbus stronger and rain not far off. 100 yards away, the galley lay broadside, at the mercy of their cannon, oars shipped, except for 2 each side, which kept her in station, the slight tide taking her. The ambushing fishing ships with hostile samurai archers were closer, but they were not encroaching as yet. Mariko was watching Rodriguez and the mate. She could not hear what was being said, and even if she could, her training would have made her prefer to close her ears. Privacy in paper houses was impossible without politeness and consideration. Without privacy, civilized life could not exist, so all Japanese were trained to hear and not hear, for the good of all. When she had come on deck with Blackthorn, Rodriguez had listened to the boatswain's explanation and to her halting explanation that it was her fault, that she had mistaken what the boatswain had said, and that this had caused Kana to pull out his sword to protect her honour. The boatswain had listened, grinning, his pistol still levelled at the samurai's back.
I only asked if she was the Inglese's doxy, by God. She being so free with washing him and sticking his privates into the cod. Put up your pistols, bosun. He's dangerous, I tell you. String him up. I'll watch him. Go for it. This monkey'd have killed me if I wasn't faster. Put him on the yardarm. That's what we do in Nagasaki. We're not in Nagasaki. Go for it! Now!
And when the boatswain had gone, Rodriguez had asked,
What did he say to you, senora? Actually say?
Nothing, senor. Please.
I apologize for that man's insolence to you, and to the samurai. Please apologize to the samurai for me. Ask his pardon. And I ask you both formally to forget the boatswain's insults. It will not help your liege lord or mine to have trouble aboard. I promise you I will deal with him in my own way, in my own time.
She had spoken to Kana, and under her persuasion, at length he had agreed.
Kana-san says, very well, but if he ever sees the boatswain Passaro on shore, he will take his head.
That's fair, by God. Yes. Domo arigato, Kana-san, Rodriguez said with a smile. And domo arigato gozaimashita, Mariko-san.
You speak Japanese?
Oh, no. Just a word or two. I've a wife in Nagasaki.
Oh? You have been long in Japan?
This is my second tour from Lisbon. I've spent 7 years in these waters, all told. Here, I'm back and forth to Macau and to Goa.
Rodriguez added,
Pay no attention to him. He's Eta. But Buddha said even Eta have a right to life, eh?
Of course,
Mariko said, the name and face branded forever into her mind.
My wife speaks some Portuguese, nowhere near as perfectly as you. You're Christian, of course.
Yes.
My wife's a convert. Her father's samurai, though a minor one. His liege lord is Lord Kiyama.
She is lucky to have such a husband,
Mariko said politely. But she asked herself, staggered,
how could one marry and live with a barbarian?
In spite of her inherent manners, she asked,
Does the lady, your wife, eat meat like that in the cabin?
No,
Rodriguez replied with a laugh, his teeth white and fine and strong.
And in my house at Nagasaki, I don't eat meat either. At sea I do, and in Europe. It's our custom. 1,000 years ago, before the Buddha came, it was your custom too, eh? Before Buddha lived to point the Tao, the way, all people ate meat. Even here, Signora. Even here. Now, of course, we know better. Some of us, eh?
Mariko thought about that. Then she said,
Do all Portuguese call us monkeys and Japos behind our backs?
Rodriguez pulled at the earring he wore.
Don't you call us barbarians, even to our face? We're civilized, at least we think so, Senora. In India, the land of Buddha, they call Japanese Eastern devils, and won't allow any to land if they're armed. You call Indians blacks and non-human. What do the Chinese call Japanese? What do you call the Chinese? What do you call the Koreans? Garlic eaters, eh?
I don't think Lord Toranaga would be pleased, or Lord Hiromatsu, or even the father of your wife.
The blessed Jesus said, First cast the mote out of your own eye, before you cast the beam out of mine.
She thought about that again now, as she watched the first mate whispering urgently to the Portuguese pilot.
It's true. We sneer at other people. But then, we're citizens of the land of the gods, and therefore especially chosen by the gods. We alone, of all peoples, are protected by a divine emperor. Aren't we, therefore, completely unique and superior to all others? And if you are Japanese and Christian? I don't know. Oh, Madonna, give me thy understanding. This Rodriguez pilot is as strange as the English pilot. Why are they very special? Is it their training? It's unbelievable what they do, eh? How can they sail around the earth and walk the sea as easily as we do the land? Would Rodriguez's wife know the answer? I'd like to meet her and talk to her.
The mate lowered his voice even more.
He said what?
Rodriguez exclaimed with an involuntary curse, and in spite of herself, Mariko tried to listen. But she could not hear what the mate repeated. Then she saw them both look at Blackthorne, and she followed their glance, perturbed by their concern.
What else happened, Santiago?
Rodriguez asked guardedly, conscious of Mariko. The mate told him in a whisper behind a cupped mouth.
How long will they stay below?
They were toasting each other, and the bugging.
Bastards!
Rodriguez caught the mate's shirt.
No word of this, by God.
On your life!
No need to say that, pilot.
There's always a need to say it.
Rodriguez glanced across at Blackthorne.
Wake him up!
The mate went over and shook him roughly.
What's the matter, eh? Hit him!
Santiago slapped him.
Jesus Christ,
Blackthorne was on his feet, his face on fire, but he swayed and fell.
God damn you! Wake up, Inglés!
Furiously, Rodriguez stabbed a finger at the two helmsmen.
Throw him overboard!
Eh?
Now, by God!
As the two men hurriedly picked him up, Mariko said,
Pilot Rodriguez, you mustn't.
But before she or Kana could interfere, the two men had hurled Blackthorne over the side. He fell the 20 feet and belly-flopped in a cloud of spray and disappeared. In a moment he resurfaced, choking and spluttering, flailing at the water, the ice cold clearing his head. Rodriguez was struggling out of his sea chair.
Madonna, give me a hand!
One of the helmsmen ran to help as the first mate got a hand under his armpit.
Christ Jesus, be careful! Mind my foot, you clumsy dunghead!
They helped him to the side. Blackthorne was still coughing and spluttering, but now as he swam for the side of the ship, he was shouting curses at those who had cast him overboard.
2 points starboard!
Rodriguez ordered. The ship fell off the wind slightly and eased away from Blackthorne. He shouted down,
Stay to hell off my ship!
Then urgently to his first mate, Take the longboat, pick up the Inglés, and put him aboard the galley. Fast. Tell him. He dropped his voice. Mariko was grateful that Blackthorne was not drowning.
Pilot, the engine stands under Lord Toranaga's protection. I demand he be picked up at once.
Just a moment, Mariko-san.
Rodriguez continued to whisper to Santiago, who nodded, then scampered away.
I'm sorry, Mariko-san. Gomen kudasai. But it was urgent. The Inglés had to be woken up. I knew he could swim. He has to be alert and fast.
Why?
I'm his friend. Did he ever tell you that?
Yes. But England and Portugal are at war. Also Spain.
Yes, but pilots should be above war.
Then to whom do you owe duty?
To the flag.
Isn't that to your king?
Yes and no, senora. I owed the Inglés a life.
Rodriguez was watching the longboat.
Steady as she goes. Now put her into the wind,
he ordered the helmsman.
Yes, senor.
He waited, checking and rechecking the wind and the shoals and the far shore. The leadsman called out the fathoms.
Sorry, senora.
You were saying?
Rodriguez looked at her momentarily, then went back once more to check the lie of his ship and the longboat. She watched the longboat too. The men had hauled Blackthorn out of the sea and were pulling hard for the galley, sitting instead of standing and pushing the oars. She could no longer see their faces clearly. Now the engine sun was blurred with the other man close beside him, the man that Rodriguez had whispered to.
What did you say to him, senor?
Oh,
him. The senor you sent after the engine sun.
Just to wish the Inglés well and Godspeed. The reply was flat and non-committal. She translated to Kana what had been said. When Rodriguez saw the longboat alongside the galley, he began to breathe again.
Hail Mary, Mother of God.
The Captain General and the Jesuits came up from below. Toranaga and his guards followed.
Rodriguez, launch the longboat. The fathers are going ashore,
Ferreira said.
And then? And then we put to sea, for Edo.
Why there?
We were sailing for Macau,
Rodriguez replied, the picture of innocence.
We're taking Toranaga home to Edo. First.
Well, what?
But what about the galley?
She stays, or she fights her way out. Rodriguez seemed to be even more surprised, and looked at the galley, then at Mariko. He saw the accusation written in her eyes.
Matsu,
the pilot told her quietly.
What?
Father Alvito asked.
Patience? Why patience, Rodriguez?
Saying Hail Marys, Father. I was saying to the lady, it teaches you patience. Ferreira was staring at the galley.
What's our longboat doing there?
I sent the heretic back aboard.
You what?
I sent the Inglés back aboard. What's the problem, Captain General? The Inglés offended me, so I threw the bugger overboard. I'd have let him drown, but he could swim, so I sent the mate to pick him up and put him back aboard his ship, as he seemed to be in Lord Toranaga's favour. What's wrong?
Fetch him back aboard.
I'll have to send an armed boarding party, Captain General. Is that what you want?
He was cursing and heaping hellfire on us.
He won't come back willingly this time.
I want him back aboard.
What's the problem? Didn't you say the galley's to stay and fight, or whatever? So what? So the Inglés is hip-deep in shit. Good. Who needs the bugger anyway? Surely the fathers would prefer him out of their sight. Eh, Father? Dell'Acqua did not reply, nor did Alvito. This disrupted the plan that Ferreira had formulated and had been accepted by them and by Toranaga, that the priests would go ashore at once to smooth over Ishido, Kiyama, and Onoshi, professing that they had believed Toranaga's story about the pirates and did not know that he had escaped from the castle. Meanwhile, the frigate would charge for the harbour mouth, leaving the galley to draw off the fishing boats. If there was an overt attack on the frigate, it would be beaten off with cannon and the die cast.
But the boats shouldn't attack us,
Ferreira had reasoned.
They have the galley to catch. It will be your responsibility, Eminence, to persuade Ishido that we had no other choice. After all, Toranaga is president of the regents. Finally, the heretic stays aboard.
Neither of the priests had asked why, nor had Ferreira volunteered his reason. The visitor put a gentle hand on the Captain General and turned his back on the galley.
Perhaps it's just as well the heretic's there,
he said, and he thought,
how strange are the ways of God.
No, Ferreira wanted to scream.
I wanted to see him drown.
A man overboard in the early dawn at sea. No trace, no witnesses. So easy.
Toranaga would never be the wiser. A tragic accident, as far as he was concerned. And it was the fate Blackthorn deserved.
The Captain General also knew the horror of sea death to a pilot.
Nanja?
Toranaga asked. Father Alvito explained that the pilot was on the galley, and why. Toranaga turned to Mariko, who nodded and added what Rodriguez had said previously. Toranaga went to the side of the ship and gazed into the darkness. More fishing boats were being launched from the north shore, and the others would soon be in place. He knew that the Anjin-san was a political embarrassment, and this was a simple way the gods had given him if he desired to be rid of the Anjin-san. Do I want that? Certainly the Christian priests will be vastly happier if the Anjin-san vanishes, he thought. And also Onoshi and Kiyama, who feared the man so much that either or both had mounted the assassination attempts. Why such fear? It's karma that the Anjin-san is on the galley now, and not safely here. Ne? So the Anjin-san will drown with the ship, along with Yabu and the others and the guns, and that is also karma. The guns I can lose. Yabu I can lose. But the Anjin-san? Yes. Because I still have 8 more of these strange barbarians in reserve. Perhaps their collective knowledge will equal or exceed that of this single man. The important thing is to be back in Edo as quickly as possible to prepare for the war, which cannot be avoided. Kiyama and Onoshi? Who knows if they'll support me? Perhaps they will, perhaps not. But a plot of land and some promises are nothing in the balance if the Christian weight is on my side in 40 days. It's karma, Tsuko-san, ne?
Yes, sire.
Alvito glanced at the Captain General, very satisfied.
Lord Toranaga suggests that nothing is done. It's the will of God.
Is it?
The drum on the galley began abruptly. The oars bit into the water with great strength.
What in the name of Christ is he doing? Ferreira bellowed. And then, as they watched the galley pulling away from them, Toranaga's pennant came fluttering down from the masthead. Rodriguez said, Looks like they're telling every god-cursed fishing boat in the harbour that Lord Toranaga's no longer aboard. What's he going to do? I don't know. Don't you? Ferreira asked. No, but if I was him, I'd head for sea and leave us in the cesspit, or try to. The Inglés has put the finger on us now. What's it to be? You're ordered to Edo. The Captain General wanted to add, If you ran the galley, all the better. But he didn't, because Mariko was listening. The priest thankfully went ashore in the longboat. All sail so! Rodriguez shouted, his leg paining and throbbing. South by southwest! All hands lay to! Senora, please tell Lord Toranaga he'd best go below. It'll be safer, Ferreira said.
He thanks you and says he will stay here.
Ferreira shrugged, went to the edge of the quarterdeck. Prime all cannon! Load grape! Action stations! Chapter 28. Isugi! Blackthorn shouted, urging the oarsmaster to increase the beat. He looked aft at the frigate that was bearing down on them, close-hauled now under full sail, then forward again, estimating the next tack that she must use. He wondered if he had judged right, for there was very little sea room here near the cliffs, barely a few yards between disaster and success. Because of the wind, the frigate had to tack to make the harbour mouth, while the galley could manoeuvre at its whim. But the frigate had the advantage of speed. And on the last tack, Rodriguez had made it clear that the galley had better stay out of the way when the Santa Teresa needed sea room. Yabu was chattering at him again, but he paid no heed. Don't understand. Wakarimasen, Yabu-san. Listen, Toranaga-sama said, me, Anjin-san, Ichiban Ima. I'm Chief Captain-san now. Wakarimasu ka, Yabu-san? He pointed the course on the compass to the Japanese captain, who gesticulated at the frigate, barely 50 yards aft now, overtaking them rapidly on another collision path. Hold your course, by God, Blackthorn said, the breeze cooling his sea-sodden clothes, which chilled him but helped to clear his head. He checked the sky. No clouds were near the bright moon, and the wind was fair.
No danger there, he thought. God keep the moon bright till we're through. Hey, Captain! He called out in English, knowing it made no difference if he spoke English or Portuguese or Dutch or Latin, because he was alone. Send someone for sake! Sake! Wakarimasu ka?
Hi, Ensign-san.
A seaman was sent scurrying. As the man ran, he looked over his shoulder, frightened by the size of the approaching frigate and her speed. Blackthorn held their course, trying to force the frigate to turn before she had gained all space to windward. But she never wavered and came directly at him. At the last second, he swung out of her way, and then, when her bowsprit was almost over their aft deck, he heard Rodriguez order, "Bear on the larboard tack! Let go staysails, and steady as she goes!" Then a shout at him in Spanish, "Thy mouth in the devil's arse, Inglés!" "Thy mother was there first, Rodriguez." Then the frigate peeled off the wind to scud now for the far shore, where she would have to turn again to reach into the wind and tack for this side once more, before she could turn a last time again and make for the harbour mouth. For an instant, the ships were so close that he could almost touch her, Rodriguez, Torrenaga, Marico, and the Captain General swaying on the quarterdeck. Then the frigate was away, and they were twisting in her wash. "Isogi! Isogi, by God!" The rowers redoubled their efforts, and with signs Blackthorn ordered more men on the oars until there were no reserves. He had to get to the mouth before the frigate, or they were lost. The galley was eating up the distance, but so was the frigate. At the far side of the harbour, she spun like a dancer, and he saw that Rodriguez had added topsails and topgallants. "He's as canny a bastard as any Portuguese born." The sake arrived, but it was taken out of the seaman's hands by the young woman who had helped Marico and offered precariously to him. She had stayed gamely on deck, even though clearly out of her element. Her hands were strong, her hair well-groomed, and her kimono rich, in good taste and neat. The galley lurched in the chop. The girl reeled and dropped the cup. Her face did not change, but he saw the flush of shame. "Por nada," he said, as she groped for it. "It doesn't matter. Namaika?"
Usagi Hujiko, Anjin-san.
Ujiko-san. Here, give it to me. Dozo. He held out his hand and took the flask and drank directly from it, gulping the wine, eager to have its heat inside his body. He concentrated on the new course, skirting the shoals that Santiago, on Rodriguez's orders, had told him about. He rechecked the bearing from the headland that gave them a clean, hazardless run to the mouth, while he finished the warmed wine, wondering in passing how it had been warmed, and why they always served it warm and in small quantities. His head was clear now, and he felt strong enough if he was careful. But he knew he had no reserves to draw upon, just as the ship had no reserves. "Sake dozo, Ujiko-san." He handed her the flask and forgot her. On the windward tack, the frigate made way too well, and she passed 100 yards ahead of them, bearing for the shore. He heard obscenities coming down on the wind, and did not bother to reply, conserving his energy. "Isogi, by God! We're losing!" The excitement of the race and of being alone again and in command, more by the strength of his will than by position, added to the rare privilege of having Yabu in his power, filled him with unholy glee. "If it wasn't that the ship would go down, and me with her, I'd put her on the rocks just to see you drown, shit-faced Yabu. For old Peter Shōgun. But didn't Yabu save Rodriguez when you couldn't? Didn't he charge the bandits when you were ambushed? And he was brave tonight. Yes, he's a shit-face, but even so, he's a brave shit-face, and that's the truth." The flask of sake was offered again. "Domo," he said. The frigate was keeled over, close-hauled, and greatly pleasing to him. "I couldn't do better," he said aloud to the wind. "But if I had her, I'd go through the boats and out to sea, and never come back. I'd sell her home somehow, and leave the Japans to the Japanese, and to the pestilential Portuguese." He saw Yabu and the captain staring at him.
"I wouldn't really. Not yet. There's a black ship to catch and plunder to be had. And revenge, Yabu-san?" "Nandesu, Anjin-san? Nanja?" "Ichiban! Number 1, he replied, waving at the frigate.
He drained the flask. Fujiko took it from him.
"Sake, Anjin-san?"
"Domo, ie."
The two ships were very near the massed fishing boats now, the galley heading straight for the pass that had been deliberately left between them, the frigate on the last reach and turning for the harbour mouth. Here the wind freshened as the protecting headlands fell away, open sea half a mile ahead. Gusts billowed the frigate's sails, the shrouds crackling like pistol shots, froth now at her bow and in her wake. The rowers were bathed with sweat and flagging. One man dropped, and another. The 50-odd Ronin samurai were already in position. Ahead, archers in the fishing boats either side of the narrow channel were arming their bows. Blackthorn saw small braziers in many of the boats, and he knew that the arrows would be fire arrows when they came. He had prepared for battle as best he could. Yabu had understood that they would have to fight, and had understood fire arrows immediately. Blackthorn had erected protective wooden bulkheads around the helm. He had broken open some of the crates of muskets, and had set those who could to arming them with powder and with shot. And he had brought several small kegs of powder up onto the quarterdeck and fused them. When Santiago, the first mate, had helped him aboard the longboat, he had told him that Rodriguez was going to help, with God's good grace.
"Why?" he had asked. "My pilot says to tell you that he had you thrown overboard to sober you up, senor." "Why?" "Because, he said to tell you, senor pilot, because there was danger aboard the Santa Teresa. Danger for you."
"What danger?"
"You are to fight your own way out, he tells you, if you can. But he will help." "Why?" "For the Madonna's sweet sake, hold your heretic tongue and listen. I've little time."
Then the mate had told him about the shoals and the bearings and the way of the channel and the plan, and given him 2 pistols.
"How good a shot are you?" my pilot asks.
"Poor," he had lied.
"Go with God," my pilot said to tell you finally.
"And him. And you."
"For me, I sign thee to hell." "Thy sister."
Blackthorn had fused the kegs in case the cannon began, and there was no plan, or if the plan proved false, and also against encroaching hostiles. Even such a little keg, the fuse alight, floated against the side of the frigate, would sink her as surely as a 70-gun broadside.
"It doesn't matter how small the keg," he thought, "providing it guts her." "Isogi, for your lives!"
he called out, and took the helm, thanking God for Rodriguez and the brightness of the moon. Here at the mouth, the harbour narrowed to 400 yards. Deep water was almost shore to shore, the rock headlands rising sharp from the sea. The space between the ambushing fishing boats was 100 yards. The Santa Teresa had the bit between her teeth now, the wind abaft the beam to starboard, strong wake aft, and she was gaining on them fast. Blackthorn held the centre of the channel and signed to Yabu to be ready. All their Ronin samurai had been ordered to squat below the gunwales, unseen, until Blackthorn gave the signal, when it was every man, with musket or sword, to port or to starboard, wherever they were needed, Yabu commanding the fight. The Japanese captain knew that his oarsmen were to follow the drum, and the drum master knew that he had to obey the Anjin-san, and the Anjin-san alone was to guide the ship. The frigate was 50 yards astern, in mid-channel, heading directly for them, and making it obvious that she required the mid-channel path. Aboard the frigate, Ferreira breathed softly to Rodriguez.
"Ram him."
His eyes were on Mariko, who stood 10 paces off, near the railings, with Toranaga.
"We daren't. Not with Toranaga there, and the girl." "Senora," Ferreira called out. "Senora, better to get below, you and your master. It'd be safer for him on the gun deck."
Mariko translated to Toranaga, who thought a moment, then walked down the companionway onto the gun deck.
God damn my eyes, the chief gunner said to no one in particular. I'd like to fire a broadside and sing something. It's a God-cursed year since we sunk even a poxed pirate. Aye, the monkeys deserve a bath. On the quarterdeck, Ferreira repeated. Ram the galley, Rodriguez. Why kill your enemy when others are doing it for you? Madonna, you're as bad as the priest. Thou hast no blood in thee. Yes, I have none of the killing blood, Rodriguez replied, also in Spanish. But thou hast it, eh? And Spanish blood, perhaps. Are you going to ram him or not? Ferreira asked in Portuguese, the nearness of the kill possessing him. If she stays where she is, yes. Then, Madonna, let her stay where she is. What had you in mind for the Inglés? Why were you so angry he wasn't aboard us? I do not like you or trust you now, Rodriguez. Twice you've sided, or seemed to side, with the heretic against me, or us. If there was another acceptable pilot in all Asia, I would beat you, Rodriguez, and I would sail off with my black ship. Then you will drown. There's a smell of death over you, and only I can protect you. Ferreira crossed himself superstitiously. Madonna, thou and thy filthy tongue! What right hast thou to say that? My mother was a gypsy, and she the seventh child of a seventh child, as I am. Liar! Rodriguez smiled. Oh, my lord Captain General, perhaps I am. He cupped his hands and shouted, Action stations! And then to the helmsman, Steady as she goes, and if that belly-gutter whore doesn't move, sink her. Blackthorn held the wheel firmly, arms aching, legs aching. The oarsmaster was pounding the drum, the oarsman making a final effort. Now the frigate was 20 yards astern, now 15, now 10. Then Blackthorn swung hard to port. The frigate almost brushed them, heeled over toward them, and then she was alongside. Blackthorn swung hard to starboard to come parallel to the frigate, 10 yards from her. Then, together, side by side, they were ready to run the gauntlet between the hostiles. Pull! Pull, you bastards! Blackthorn shouted, wanting to stay exactly alongside, because only here were they guarded by the frigate's bulk and by her sails. Some musket shots, then a salvo of burning arrows slashed at them, doing no real damage, but several by mistake struck the frigate's lower sails, and fire broke out. All the commanding samurai in the boats stopped their archers in horror. No one had ever attacked a southern barbarian ship before. Don't they alone bring the silks which make every summer's humid heat bearable, and every winter's cold bearable, and every spring and fall a joy? Aren't the southern barbarians protected by imperial decrees? Wouldn't burning one of their ships infuriate them so much that they would, rightly, never come back again? So the commanders held their men in check, while Toranaga's galley was under the frigate's wing, not daring to risk the merest chance that one of them would be the cause of the cessation of the black ships, without General Ishido's direct approval. And only when seamen on the frigate had doused the flames did they breathe easier. When the arrows stopped, Blackthorn also began to relax. And Rodriguez. The plan was working. Rodriguez had surmised that under his lee the galley had a chance, its only chance. But my pilot says you must prepare for the unexpected, Ingles, Santiago had reported. Shove that bastard aside, Ferreira said. God damn it! I ordered you to shove him into the monkeys! 5 points to port, Rodriguez ordered obligingly. 5 points to port it is, the helmsman echoed. Blackthorn heard the command. Instantly he steered port 5 degrees and prayed. If Rodriguez held the course too long, they would smash into the fishing boats, and he lost. If he slackened the beat and fell behind, he knew the enemy boats would swamp him, whether they believed Toranaga was aboard or not. He must stay alongside. 5 points starboard, Rodriguez ordered, just in time. He wanted no more fire arrows either. There was too much powder on deck. Come on, you pimp, he muttered to the wind. Put your cojones in my sails and get us to hell out of here. Again Blackthorn had swung 5 points starboard to maintain station with the frigate, and the two ships raced side by side, the galley's starboard oars almost touching the frigate, the port oars almost swamping the fishing boats. Now the captain understood, and so did the oarsmaster and the rowers. They put their final strength into the oars. Yabu shouted a command, and the Ronin samurai put down their bows and rushed to help, and Yabu pitched in also. Neck and neck. Only a few 100 yards to go. Then Greys on some of the fishing boats, more intrepid than the others, sculled forward into their path and threw grappling hooks. The prow of the galley swamped the boats. The grappling hooks were cast overboard before they caught. The samurai holding them were drowned, and the stroke did not falter. Go more to port! I daren't, Captain General. Toranaga's no fool, and look, there's a reef ahead. Ferreira saw the spines near the last of the fishing boats. Madonna, drive him onto it. 2 points port! Again the frigate swung over, and so did Blackthorn. Both ships aimed for the massed fishing boats. Blackthorn had also seen the rocks. Another boat was swamped, and a salvo of arrows came aboard. He held his course as long as he dared, then shouted, 5 points starboard! To warn Rodriguez, and swung the helm over. Rodriguez took evasive action and fell away, but this time he held a slight collision course, which was not part of the plan. Go on, you bastard, Rodriguez said, whipped by the chase and by dread. Let's weigh your cojones. Blackthorn had to choose instantly between the spines and the frigate. He blessed the rowers, who still stayed at their oars, and the crew and all aboard, who, through their discipline, gave him the privilege of choice. And he chose. He swung further to starboard, pulled out his pistol, and aimed it. Make way, by God! He shouted, and pulled the trigger. The ball whined over the frigate's quarterdeck, just between the Captain General and Rodriguez. As the Captain General ducked, Rodriguez winced. Thou English son of a milkless whore! Was that luck, or good shooting, or did you aim to kill? He saw the second pistol in Blackthorn's hand, and Toranaga staring at him. He dismissed Toranaga as unimportant. Blessed Mother of God, what should I do? Stick with the plan or change it? Isn't it better to kill this Inglés, for the good of all? Tell me, yes or no? Answer thyself, Rodriguez, on thy eternal soul. Art thou not a man? Listen then. Other heretics will follow this Inglés now, like lice, whether this one is killed or not killed. I owe him a life, and I swear I do not have the killing blood in me, not to kill a pilot. Starboard your helm, he ordered, and gave way. My master asks, why did you almost smash into the galley? It was just a game, Signora. A game pilots play, to test the other's nerves. And the pistol shot? Equally a game, to test my nerve. The rocks were too close, and perhaps I was pushing the Inglés too much. We are friends, no? My master says it is foolish to play such games. Please give him my apologies. The important thing is that he is safe, and now the galley is safe, and therefore I am glad. Honto. You arranged this escape, this ruse, with the Anshin-san? It happened that he is very clever, and was perfect in his timing. The moon lit his way, the sea favored him, and no one made a mistake. But why the hostiles didn't swamp him, I don't know. It was the will of God. Was it? Ferreira said. He was staring at the galley astern of them, and he did not turn around. They were well beyond the harbour mouth now, safely out into the Osaka roads,
the galley a few cables aft, neither ship hurrying. Most of the galley's oars had been shipped temporarily, leaving only enough to make way calmly while the majority of the oarsmen recuperated. Rodriguez paid Captain General Ferreira no heed. He was absorbed instead with Toranaga.
I'm glad we're on Toranaga's side,
Rodriguez told himself. During the race, he had studied him carefully, glad for the rare opportunity. The man's eyes had been everywhere, watching gunners and guns and the sails and the fire party with an insatiable curiosity, asking questions through Mariko of the seaman or the mate.
What's this for? How do you load a cannon? How much powder? How do you fire them? What are these ropes for?
My master says perhaps it was just karma. You understand karma, Captain Pilot?
Yes.
He thanks you for the use of your ship. Now he will go back to his own.
What?
Ferreira turned around at once.
We'll be in Edo long before the galley. Lord Toranaga's welcome to stay aboard.
My master says there's no need to trouble you any more. He will go onto his own ship.
Please ask him to stay. I would enjoy his company.
Lord Toranaga thanks you, but he wishes to go at once to his own ship.
Very well. Do as he says, Rodriguez. Signal her and lower the longboat.
Ferreira was disappointed. He'd wanted to see Edo and wanted to get to know Toranaga better, now that so much of their future was tied to him. He did not believe what Toranaga had said about the means of avoiding war.
We're at war on this monkey's side against Ishido, whether we like it or not. And I don't like it. I'll be sorry not to have Lord Toranaga's company.
He bowed politely. Toranaga bowed back and spoke briefly.
My master thanks you.
To Rodriguez, he added,
My master says he will reward you for the galley when you return with the black ship.
I did nothing. It was merely a duty. Please excuse me for not getting up from my chair. My leg, eh?
Rodriguez replied, bowing.
Go with God, Senora.
Thank you, Captain Pilot. Do thou likewise.
As she groped wearily down the companionway behind Toranaga, she noticed that the boatswain Passaro was commanding the longboat. Her skin crawled, and she almost heaved. She willed the spasm away, thankful that Toranaga had ordered them all off this malodorous vessel.
A fair wind, and safe voyage,
Ferreira called down to them. He waved once, and the salutation was returned, and then the longboat cast off.
Stand down when the longboat's back, and that bitch galley's out of sight,
he ordered the chief gunner. On the quarterdeck, he stopped in front of Rodriguez. He pointed at the galley.
You'll live to regret keeping him alive. That's in the hands of God. The Inglés is an acceptable pilot, if you could pass over his religion, my Captain General. I've considered that. And the sooner we're in Macau, the better. Make record time, Rodriguez.
Ferreira went below. Rodriguez's leg was throbbing badly. He took a swig from the grog sack.
May Ferreira go to hell, he told himself. But please, God, not until we reach Lisbon.
The wind veered slightly, and a cloud reached for the nimbus of the moon, rain not far off, and dawn streaking the sky. He put his full attention on his ship and her sails and the lie of her. When he was completely satisfied, he watched the longboat, and finally the galley. He sipped more rum, content that his plan had worked so neatly, even the pistol shot that had closed the issue, and content with his decision.
It was mine to make, and I made it. Even so, Inglés,
he said with a great sadness,
the Captain General's right. With thee, heresy has come to Eden.
Chapter 29.
Anshin-san?
Aye.
Blackthorn swooped out of a deep sleep.
Here's some food.
And Cha.
For a moment he could not remember who he was or where he was. Then he recognized his cabin aboard the galley. A shaft of sunlight was piercing the darkness. He felt greatly rested. There was no drumbeat now, and even in his deepest sleep, his senses had told him that the anchor was being lowered, and his ship was safe, near shore, the sea gentle. He saw a maid carrying a tray, Mariko beside her, her arm no longer in a sling, and he was lying in the pilot's bunk, the same that he had used during the Rodriguez voyage from Anjiro village to Osaka, and that was now, in a way, almost as familiar as his own bunk and cabin aboard Erasmus.
Erasmus. It'll be grand to be back aboard and to see the lads again.
He stretched luxuriously, then took the cup of cha Mariko offered.
Thank you. That's delicious. How's your arm?
Much better, thank you.
Mariko flexed it to show him.
It was just a flesh wound.
You're looking better, Mariko-san.
Yes, I'm better now.
When she had come back aboard at dawn with Toranaga, she had been near fainting.
Better to stay aloft, he had told her. The sickness will leave you faster.
My master asks why the pistol shot?
It was just a game pilots play, he had told her.
My master compliments you on your seamanship.
We were lucky. The moon helped, and the crew were marvellous. Mariko-san, would you ask the captain-san if he knows these waters? Sorry, but tell Toranaga-sama I can't keep awake much longer. Or can we hove to for an hour or so out to sea? I've got to sleep.
He vaguely remembered her telling him that Toranaga said he could go below, that the captain-san was quite capable, as they would be staying in coastal waters and not going out to sea. Blackthorn stretched again and opened a cabin porthole. A rocky shore was 200-odd yards away.
Where are we?
Off the coast of Totomi province, Anjin-san. Lord Toranaga wanted to swim and to rest the oarsmen for a few hours. We'll be at Anjiro tomorrow.
The fishing village? That's impossible. It's near noon, and at dawn we were off Osaka. It's impossible.
Ah, that was yesterday, Anjin-san. You slept a day and a night, and half another day, she replied. Lord Toranaga said to let you sleep. Now he thinks a swim would be good to wake you up. After food.
Food was 2 bowls of rice and charcoal-roasted fish with the dark, salt-bitter, vinegar-sweet sauce that she had told him was made from fermented beans.
Thank you, yes. I'd like a swim. Almost 36 hours. No wonder I feel fine.
He took the tray from the maid, ravenous, but he did not eat at once.
Why is she afraid? He asked.
She's not, Anjin-san. Just a little nervous. Please excuse her. She's never seen a foreigner close to before.
Tell her when the moon's full, barbarians sprout horns, and fire comes out of our mouths like dragons.
Mariko laughed.
I certainly will not.
She pointed to the sea table.
There is tooth powder and a brush and water and fresh towels.
Then said in Latin,
It pleasures me to see thou art well. It is as was related on the march. Thou hast great bravery.
Their eyes locked, and then the moment was allowed to pass. She bowed politely. The maid bowed. The door closed behind them.
Don't think about her, he ordered himself. Think about Toranaga or Anjiro. Why do we stop at Anjiro tomorrow? To offload Yabu? Good riddance. Omi will be at Anjiro. What about Omi? Why not ask Toranaga for Omi's head? He owes you a favor or two. Why not ask to fight Omi-san? How? With pistols or with swords? You'd have no chance with the sword, and it'd be murder if you had a gun. Better to do nothing and wait. You'll have a chance soon, and then you'll be revenged on both of them. You bask in Toranaga's favor now. Be patient. Ask yourself what you need from him. Soon we'll be in Edo, so you've not much time. What about Toranaga?
Blackthorn was using the chopsticks as he had seen the men in the prison use them, lifting the bowl of rice to his lips and pushing the tacky rice from the lip of the bowl into his mouth with the sticks. The pieces of fish were more difficult. He was still not deft enough, so he used his fingers, glad to eat alone, knowing that to eat with his fingers would be very impolite in front of Mariko or Toranaga or any Japanese. When every morsel was gone, he was still famished.
Got to get more food, he said aloud. Jesus God in heaven, I'd like some fresh bread and fried eggs and butter and cheese.
He came on deck. Almost everyone was naked. Some of the men were drying themselves, others sunbathing, and a few were leaping overboard. In the sea alongside the ship, samurai and seamen were swimming or splashing as children would.
Konnichiwa, Hanshin-san.
Konnichiwa, Toranaga-sama, he said. Toranaga, quite naked, was coming up the gangway that had been let down to the sea.
Sonata wa oyogutama ka?
He said, motioning at the sea, slapping the water off his belly and his shoulders, warm under the bright sun.
Hai, Toranaga-sama. Domo,
Blackthorn said, presuming that he was being asked if he wanted to swim. Again Toranaga pointed at the sea and spoke shortly, then called Mariko to interpret. Mariko walked down from the poop deck, shielding her head with a crimson sunshade, her informal white cotton kimono casually belted.
Toranaga-sama says you look very rested, Anjin-san. The water's invigoration.
Invigorating, he said, correcting her politely.
Yes.
Ah, thank you. Invigorating. He says, please swim then.
Toranaga was leaning carelessly against the gunwale, wiping the water out of his ears with a small towel, and when his left ear would not clear, he hung his head over and hopped on his left heel until it did. Blackthorn saw that Toranaga was very muscular and very taut, apart from his belly. Ill at ease, very conscious of Mariko, he stripped off his shirt and his codpiece and trousers until he was equally naked.
Lord Toranaga asks if all Englishmen are as hairy as you. The hair so fair?
Some are, he said.
We, our men, don't have hair on their chests or arms like you do. Not very much. He says you've a very good build.
So has he. Please thank him.
Blackthorn walked away from her to the head of the gangplank, aware of her and the young woman, Hujiko, who was kneeling on the poop under a yellow parasol, a maid beside her, also watching him. Then, unable to contain his dignity enough to walk naked all the way down to the sea, he dived over the side into the pale blue water. It was a fine dive, and the sea chill reached into him exhilaratingly. The sandy bottom was 3 fathoms down, seaweed waving, multitudes of fish unfrightened by the swimmers. Near the seabed, his plummeting stopped, and he twisted and played with the fish, then surfaced and began a seemingly lazy, easy, but very fast overarm stroke for the shore that Alban Caradoc had taught him. The small bay was desolate. Many rocks, a tiny pebbled shore, and no sign of life. Mountains climbed 1,000 feet to a blue, measureless sky. He lay on a rock sunning himself. 4 samurai had swum with him and were not far away. They smiled and waved. Later he swam back, and they followed. Toranaga was still watching him. He came up on deck. His clothes were gone. Hujiko and Mariko and 2 maids were still there. One of the maids bowed and offered him a ridiculously small towel, which he took and began to dry himself with, turning uneasily into the gunwale.
I order you to be at ease, he told himself. You're at ease naked in a locked room with Felicity, aren't you? It's only in public, when women are around, when she's around, that you're embarrassed. Why? They don't notice nakedness, and that's totally sensible. You're in Japan. You're to do as they do. You will be like them and act like a king.
Lord Toranaga says you swim very well. Would you teach him that stroke?
Mariko was saying.
I'd be glad to,
he said, and forced himself to turn around, and lean as Toranaga was leaning. Mariko was smiling up at him. Looking so pretty, he thought.
The way you dived into the sea, we've never seen that before. We always jump. He wants to learn how to do that.
Now?
Yes, please.
I can teach him. At least I can try. A maid was holding a cotton kimono for Blackthorn, so gratefully he slipped it on, tying it with the belt. Now, completely relaxed, he explained how to dive, how to tuck your head between your arms and spring up and out, but to beware of belly flopping. It's best to start from the foot of the gangway and sort of fall in head first to begin with, without jumping or running. That's the way we teach children. Toranaga listened and asked questions, and then, when he was satisfied, he said through Mariko, Good. I think I understand. He walked to the head of the gangway. Before Blackthorn could stop him, Toranaga had launched himself toward the water, 15 feet below. The belly flop was vicious. No one laughed. Toranaga spluttered back to the deck and tried again. Again he landed flat. Other samurai were equally unsuccessful. It's not easy, Blackthorn said. It took me a long time to learn. Give it a rest, and we'll try again tomorrow.
Lord Toranaga says, tomorrow is tomorrow. Today I will learn how to dive.
Blackthorn put his kimono aside and demonstrated again. Samurai aped him. Again they failed. So did Toranaga. 6 times. After another demonstration dive, Blackthorn scrambled onto the foot of the gangplank and saw Mariko among them, nude, readying to launch herself into space. Her body was exquisite, the bandage on her upper arm fresh. Wait, Mariko-san. Better to try from here. The first time.
Very well, Anjin-san.
She walked down to him, the tiny crucifix enhancing her nudity. He showed her how to bend and to fall forward into the sea, catching her by the waist to turn her over so that her head went in first. Then Toranaga tried near the waterline and was moderately successful. Mariko tried again, and the touch of her skin warmed Blackthorn, and he clowned momentarily and fell into the water, directing them from there until he had cooled off. Then he ran up to the deck and stood on the gunwale and showed them a dead man's dive, which he thought might be easier, knowing that it was vital for Toranaga to succeed. But you've got to keep rigid, aye? Like a sword. Then you cannot fail. He fell outward. The dive was clean, and he trod water and waited. Several samurai came forward, but Toranaga waved them aside. He held up his arms stiffly, his backbone straight. His chest and loins were scarlet from the belly flops. Then he let himself fall forward, as Blackthorn had shown. His head went into the water first, and his legs tumbled over him, but it was a dive, and the first successful dive of any of them, and a roar of approval greeted him when he surfaced. He did it again, this time better. Other men followed, some successful, others not. Then Mariko tried. Blackthorn saw the taut little breasts and tiny waist, flat stomach and curving legs. A flicker of pain went across her face as she lifted her arms above her head. But she held herself like an arrow and fell bravely outward. She speared the water cleanly. Almost no one except him noticed. That was a fine dive. Really fine, he said, giving her a hand to lift her easily out of the water onto the gangway platform. You should stop now. You might open up the cut on your arm.
Yes, thank you, Anjin-san.
She stood beside him, barely reaching his shoulder, very pleased with herself.
That's a rare sensation, the falling outward and the having to stay stiff, and most of all, the having to dominate your fear. Yes, that was a very rare sensation indeed.
She walked up the companionway and put on the kimono that the maid held out for her. Then, drying her face delicately, she went below. Christ Jesus, that's much woman, he thought. That sunset, Toranaga sent for Blackthorn. He was sitting on the poop deck on clean futons near a small charcoal brazier, upon which small pieces of aromatic wood were smoking. They were used to perfume the air and keep away the dust gnats and mosquitoes. His kimono was pressed and neat, and the huge wing-like shoulders of the starched overmantle gave him a formidable presence. Yabu, too, was formally dressed, and Mariko. Fujiko was also there. 20 samurai sat silently on guard. Flares were set into stands, and the galley still swung calmly at anchor in the bay.
Sake, Anjin-san.
Domo, Toranaga-sama. Blackthorn bowed and accepted the small cup from Fujiko, lifted it in toast to Toranaga, and drained it. The cup was immediately refilled. Blackthorn was wearing a brown uniform kimono, and it felt easier and freer than his own clothes.
Lord Toranaga says we're staying here tonight. Tomorrow we arrive at Anjiro. He would like to hear more about your country and the world outside.
Of course. What would he like to know? It's a lovely night, isn't it? Blackthorn settled himself comfortably, aware of her femininity. Too aware. Strange. I'm more conscious of her now that she's clothed than when she wore nothing.
Yes, very. Soon it will be humid, Anjin-san. Summer is not a good time.
She told Toranaga what she had said.
My master says to tell you that Edo is marshy. The mosquitoes are bad in summer, but spring and autumn are beautiful. Yes, truly the birth and the dying seasons of the year are beautiful.
England's temperate. The winter's bad, perhaps one winter in 7. And the summer also. Famine about once in 6 years. Though sometimes we get 2 bad years in a row.
We have famine too. All famine is bad. How is it in your country now?
We've had bad harvests 3 years in the last 10 years, and no sun to ripen the corn. But that's the hand of the Almighty. Now England's very strong. We're prosperous. Our people work hard. We make all our own cloth, all arms, most of the woolen cloth of Europe. A few silks come from France, but the quality's poor, and they're only for the very rich. Blackthorn decided not to tell them about plague or the riots or insurrections caused by enclosing the common lands, and the drift of peasants to towns and to cities. Instead, he told them about the good kings and queens, sound leaders and wise parliaments, and successful wars.
Lord Toranaga wants to be quite clear. You claim only sea power protects you from Spain and Portugal?
Yes, that alone. Command of our seas keeps us free. You're an island nation too, just like us. Without command of your seas, aren't you also defenseless against an outside enemy?
My master agrees with you.
Ah, you've been invaded too?
Blackthorn saw a slight frown as she turned to Toranaga, and he reminded himself to confine himself to answers and not questions. When she spoke to him again, she was more grave. Lord Toranaga says I should answer your question, Anjin-san. Yes, we've been invaded twice. More than 300 years ago. It would be 1274 of your counting. The Mongols of Kublai Khan, who had just conquered China and Korea, came against us when we refused to submit to his authority. A few thousand men landed in Kyushu, but our samurai managed to contain them, and after a while the enemy withdrew. But 7 years later, they came again. This time, the invasion consisted of almost 1,000 Chinese and Korean ships, with 200,000 enemy troops. Mongols, Chinese, and Korean, mostly cavalry. In all Chinese history, this was the greatest invasion force ever assembled. We were helpless against such an overwhelming force, Anjin-san. Again, they began to land at Hakata Bay in Kyushu. But before they could deploy all their armies, a great wind, a typhoon, came out of the south and destroyed the fleet and all it contained. Those left ashore were quickly killed. It was a kamikaze, a divine wind, Anjin-san, she said with complete belief. A kamikaze sent by the gods to protect this land of the gods from the foreign invader. The Mongols never came back, and after 80 years or so, their dynasty, the Qin, was thrown out of China. Mariko added with great satisfaction. The gods protected us against them. The gods will always protect us against invasion. After all, this is their land, ne? Blackthorn thought about the huge numbers of ships and men in the invasion. It made the Spanish Armada against England seem insignificant. We were helped by a storm too, Senora, he said with equal seriousness. Many believe it was also sent by God. Certainly it was a miracle, and who knows, perhaps it was. He glanced at the brazier as a coal spluttered and flames danced. Then he said, The Mongols nearly engulfed us in Europe too. He told her how the hordes of Genghis Khan, Kublai Khan's grandfather, had come almost to the gates of Vienna before his onslaught was stopped, and then turned back, mountains of skulls in his wake. People in those days believed Genghis Khan and his soldiers were sent by God to punish the world for its sins. Lord Toranaga says he was just a barbarian who was immensely good at war. Yes, even so, in England we bless our luck we're an island. We thank God for that, and the Channel, and our navy. With China so close and so powerful, and with you and China at war, I'm surprised you don't have a big navy. Aren't you afraid of another attack? Mariko did not answer, but translated for Toranaga what had been said. When she had finished, Toranaga spoke to Yabu, who nodded and answered, equally serious. The two men conversed for a while. Mariko answered another question from Toranaga, then spoke to Blackthorn once more. To control your seas, Anjin-san, how many ships do you need? I don't know exactly, but now the Queen's got perhaps 150 ships of the line. Those are ships built only for war. My master asks, how many ships a year does your Queen build? 20 to 30 warships, the best and fleetest in the world. But the ships are usually built by private groups of merchants and then sold to the Crown. For a profit? Blackthorn remembered samurai opinion of profit and money. The Queen generously gives more than the actual cost to encourage research and new styles of building. Without royal favour, this would hardly be possible. For example, Erasmus, my ship, is a new class, an English design built under license in Holland. Could you build such a ship here? Yes, if I had carpenters, interpreters, and all the materials and time. First, I'd have to build a smaller vessel. I've never built one entirely by myself before, so I'd have to experiment. Of course, he added, attempting to contain his excitement as the idea developed. Of course, if Lord Toranaga wanted a ship, or ships, perhaps a trade could be arranged. Perhaps he could order a number of warships to be built in England. We could sail them out here for him, rigged as he'd want and armed as he'd want. Mariko translated. Toranaga's interest heightened. So did Yabu's. He asks, can our sailors be trained to sail such ships? Certainly, given time. We could arrange for the sailing masters, or one of them, to stay in your waters for a year. Then he could set up a training program for you. In a few years, you'd have your own navy, a modern navy, second to none. Mariko spoke for a time. Toranaga questioned her again searchingly, and so did Yabu. Yabu-san asks, second to none? Yes, better than anything the Spaniards would have, or the Portuguese. A silence gathered. Toranaga was evidently swept by the idea, though he tried to hide it. My master asks, are you sure this could be arranged? Yes. How long would it take? 2 years for me to sail home, 2 years to build a ship or ships, 2 to sail back. Half the cost would have to be paid in advance, the remainder on delivery. Toranaga thoughtfully leaned forward and put some more aromatic wood on the brazier. They all watched him and waited. Then he talked with Yabu at length. Mariko did not translate what was being said, and Blackthorn knew better than to ask, as much as he would dearly have liked to be party to the conversation. He studied them all, even the girl Hujiko, who also listened attentively, but he could gather nothing from any of them.
He knew this was a brilliant idea that could bring immense profit and guarantee his safe passage back to England.
Anjin-san, how many ships could you sail out?
A flotilla of 5 ships at a time would be best. You could expect to lose at least one ship through storm, tempest, or Spanish-Portuguese interference. I'm sure they'd try very hard to prevent your having warships. In 10 years, Lord Toranaga could have a navy of 15 to 20 ships. He let her translate that, then he continued slowly. The first flotilla could bring you master carpenters, shipwrights, gunners, seamen, and masters. In 10 to 15 years, England could supply Lord Toranaga with 30 modern warships, more than enough to dominate your home waters. And by that time, if you wanted, you could possibly be building your own replacements here. He was going to say sell, but changed the word. My queen would be honoured to help you form your own navy. And yes, if you wish, we'll train it and provision it. Oh, yes, he thought exultantly, as the final embellishment to the plan dropped into place. And we'll officer it, and provide the admiral, and the queen'll offer you a binding alliance. Good for you, and good for us, which will be part of the trade. And then together, friend Toranaga, we will harry the Spaniard and Portuguese dog out of these seas and own them forever. This could be the greatest single trading pact any nation has ever made, he thought gleefully. And with an Anglo-Japanese fleet clearing these seas, we English will dominate the Japan-China silk trade. Then it'll be millions every year. If I can pull this off, I'll turn the course of history. I'll have riches and honours beyond my dream. I'll become an ancestor. And to become an ancestor is just about the best thing a man can try to do, even though he fails in the trying.
My master says, it's a pity you don't speak our language.
Yes, but I'm sure you're interpreting perfectly.
He says that not as a criticism of me, Anjin-san, but as an observation. It's true. It would be much better for my lord to talk direct, as I can talk to you.
Do you have any dictionaries, Mariko-san? And grammars? Portuguese-Japanese, or Latin-Japanese grammars? If Lord Toranaga could help me with books and teachers, I'd try to learn your tongue.
We have no such books.
But the Jesuits have. You said so yourself.
Ah!
She spoke to Toranaga, and Blackthorn saw both Yabu's and Toranaga's eyes light up, and smiles spread over their faces.
My master says you will be helped, Anjin-san.
At Toranaga's orders, Fujiko gave Blackthorn and Yabu more sake. Toranaga drank only cha, as did Mariko. Unable to contain himself, Blackthorn said, "What does he say to my suggestion? What's his answer?"
Anjin-san, it would be better to be patient. He will answer in his own time.
Please ask him now. Reluctantly, Mariko turned to Toranaga.
Please excuse me, sire, but the Anjin-san asks with great deference, what do you think of his plan? He very humbly and most politely requests an answer.
You'll have my answer, in good time. Mariko said to Blackthorn,
My master says he will consider your plan and think carefully about what you have said. He asks you to be patient.
Domo, Toranaga-sama. I'm going to bed now. We'll leave at dawn. Toranaga got up. Everyone followed him below, except Blackthorn. Blackthorn was left with the night. At first promise of dawn, Toranaga released 4 of the carrier pigeons that had been sent to the ship with the main baggage when the ship was being prepared. The birds circled twice, then broke off, 2 homing for Osaka, 2 for Edo. The cipher message to Kiritsubo was an order to be passed on to Hiromatsu, that they should all attempt to leave peacefully at once. Should they be prevented, they were to lock themselves in. The moment the door was forced, they were to set fire to that part of the castle and to commit seppuku. The cipher to his son Sudara in Edo told that he had escaped, was safe, and ordered him to continue secret preparations for war. Get to sea, Captain.
Yes, Lord.
By noon, they had crossed the bight between Totomi and Izu provinces and were off Cape Ito, the southernmost point of the Izu Peninsula. The wind was fair, the swell modest, and the single mainsail helped their passage. Then, close by shore in a deep channel between the mainland and some small rock islands, when they had turned north, there was an ominous rumbling ashore. All oars ceased. What in the name of Christ? Blackthorn's eyes were riveted shoreward. Suddenly, a huge fissure snaked up the cliffs, and 1,000,000 tons of rock avalanched into the sea. The waters seemed to boil for a moment. A small wave came out to the galley, then passed by. The avalanche ceased. Again the rumbling, deeper now and more growling, but farther off. Rocks dribbled from the cliffs. Everyone listened intently and waited, watching the cliff face. Sounds of gulls, of surf and wind. Then Toranaga motioned to the drum master, who picked up the beat once more. The oars began. Life on the ship became normal.
"What was that?"
Blackthorn said.
"Just an earthquake."
Mariko was perplexed.
"You don't have earthquakes?"
"No, never. I've never seen one before."
"Oh, we have them frequently, Anjin-san. That was nothing, just a small one. The main shock center would be somewhere else, even out to sea. Or perhaps this one was just a little one here, all by itself. You were lucky to witness a small one."
"It was as though the whole earth was shaking. I could have sworn I saw. I've heard about tremors. In the Holy Land and the Ottomans, they have them sometimes. Jesus."
He exhaled, his heart still thumping roughly.
"I could have sworn I saw that whole cliff shake."
"Oh, it did, Anjin-san. When you're on land, it's the most terrible feeling in the whole world. There's no warning, Anjin-san. The tremors come in waves, sometimes sideways, sometimes up and down, sometimes 3 or 4 shakes quickly. Sometimes a small one, followed by a greater one a day later. There's no pattern. The worst that I was in was at night, 6 years ago near Osaka, the 3rd day of the month of the falling leaves. Our house collapsed on us, Anjin-san. We weren't hurt, my son and I. We dug ourselves out. The shocks went on for a week or more, some bad, some very bad. The Taiko's great new castle at Fujimi was totally destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of people were lost in that earthquake and in the fires that followed. That's the greatest danger, Anjin-san, the fires that always follow. Our towns and cities and villages die so easily. Sometimes there is a bad earthquake far out to sea, and legend has it that this causes the birth of the great waves. They are 10 or 20 feet high. There is never a warning, and they have no season. A great wave just comes out of the sea to our shores and sweeps inland. Cities can vanish. Edo was half destroyed some years ago by such a wave."
"This is normal for you? Every year?"
"Oh, yes. Every year in this land of the gods, we have earth tremors, and fires, and flood, and great waves, and the monster storms, the typhoons. Nature is very strong with us."
Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes.
"Perhaps that is why we love life so much, Anjin-san. You see, we have to. Death is part of our air and sea and earth. You should know, Anjin-san, in this land of tears, death is our heritage."
Part 3. Chapter 30.
"You're certain everything's ready, Mura?"
"Yes, Omi-san. Yes, I think so. We followed your orders exactly."
"And Igarashi-san?" "Nothing had better go wrong, or there'll be another headman by sunset."
Igarashi, Yabu's chief lieutenant, told him with great sourness, his one eye bloodshot from lack of sleep. He had arrived yesterday from Edo with the first contingent of samurai and with specific instructions. Mura did not reply, just nodded deferentially and kept his eyes on the ground. They were standing on the foreshore, near the jetty, in front of the kneeling rows of silent, overawed, and equally exhausted villagers. Every man, woman, and child, except for the bedridden, waiting for the galley to arrive. All wore their best clothes. Faces were scrubbed, the whole village swept and sparkling and made wholesome, as though this were the day before New Year, when by ancient custom all the empire was cleaned. Fishing boats were meticulously marshalled, nets tidy, ropes coiled. Even the beach along the bay had been raked.
"Nothing will go wrong, Igarashi-san,"
Omi said. He had had little sleep this last week, ever since Yabu's orders had come from Osaka by one of Toranaga's carrier pigeons. At once he had mobilized the village and every able-bodied man within 20 li to prepare Anjiro for the arrival of the samurai and Yabu. And now that Igarashi had whispered the very private secret, for his ears only, that the great daimyo Toranaga was accompanying his uncle and had successfully escaped Ishido's trap, he was more than pleased he had expended so much money.
"There's no need for you to worry, Igarashi-san. This is my fief, and my responsibility."
"I agree. Yes, it is."
Igarashi waved Mura contemptuously away, and then he added quietly,
"You're responsible. But without offence, I tell you, you've never seen our master when something goes wrong. If we've forgotten anything, or these dung-eaters haven't done what they're supposed to, our master will make your whole fief and those to the north and south into manure heaps before sunset tomorrow."
He strode back to the head of his men. This morning, the final companies of samurai had ridden in from Mishima, Yabu's capital city to the north. Now they, too, with all the others, were drawn up in packed military formation on the foreshore, in the square, and on the hillside, their banners waving with the slight breeze, upright spears glinting in the sun. 3,000 samurai, the elite of Yabu's army. 500 cavalry. Omi was not afraid. He had done everything it was possible to do, and had personally checked everything that could be checked. If something went wrong, then that was just karma.
"But nothing is going to go wrong,"
he thought excitedly. 500 koku had been spent or was committed on the preparations, more than his entire year's income before Yabu had increased his fief. He had been staggered by the amount, but Midori, his wife, had said they should spend lavishly, that the cost was minuscule compared to the honour that Lord Yabu was doing him.
"And with Lord Toranaga here, who knows what great opportunities you'll have,"
she had whispered.
"She's so right,"
Omi thought proudly. He rechecked the shore and the village square. Everything seemed perfect. Midori and his mother were waiting under the awning that had been prepared to receive Yabu and his guest, Toranaga. Omi noticed that his mother's tongue was wagging, and he wished that Midori could be spared its constant lash. He straightened a fold in his already impeccable kimono, and adjusted his swords, and looked seaward.
"Listen, Mura-san,"
Uo, the fisherman, was whispering cautiously. He was one of the 5 village elders, and they were kneeling with Mura in front of the rest.
"You know, I'm so frightened. If I pissed, I'd piss dust."
"Then don't, old friend." Mura suppressed his smile. Uo was a broad-shouldered, rock-like man with vast hands and broken nose, and he wore a pained expression.
"I won't, but I think I'm going to fart."
Uo was famous for his humour, and for his courage, and for the quantity of his wind. Last year, when they had had the wind-breaking contest with the village to the north, he had been champion of champions, and had brought great honour to Anjiro.
"Perhaps you'd better not,"
Haru, a short, wizened fisherman, chortled.
"One of the shitheads might get jealous."
Mura hissed,
"You're ordered not to call samurai that while even one's near the village."
"Oh, Ko," he was thinking wearily.
"I hope we've not forgotten anything."
He glanced up at the mountainside, at the bamboo stockade surrounding the temporary fortress they had constructed with such speed and sweat. 300 men digging and building and carrying. The other new house had been easier. It was on the knoll just below Omi's house, and he could see it, smaller than Omi's but with a tiled roof, a makeshift garden, and a small bathhouse.
"I suppose Omi will move there and give Lord Yabu his," Mura thought.
He looked back at the headland where the galley would appear any moment now. Soon Yabu would step ashore, and then they were all in the hands of the gods, all Kami, God the Father, his blessed Son, and the Blessed Madonna.
Oko. Blessed Madonna, protect us. Would it be too much to ask to put thy great eye on this special village of Anjiro, just for the next few days? We need special favor to protect us from our Lord and Master. Oh, yes. I will light 50 candles, and my sons will definitely be brought up in the true faith.
Mura promised. Today, Mura was very glad to be a Christian. He could intercede with the one God, and that was an added protection for his village. He'd become a Christian in his youth because his own liege lord had been converted and had at once ordered all his followers to become Christians. And when, 20 years ago, this lord was killed fighting for Toranaga against the Taiko, Mura had remained Christian to honour his memory.
A good soldier has but one master, he thought. One real master.
Ninjin, a round-faced man with very buck teeth, was especially agitated by the presence of so many samurai.
Mura-san, so sorry, but it's dangerous what you've done. Terrible, ne? That little earthquake this morning, it was a sign from the gods, an omen. You've made a terrible mistake, Mura-san. What is done, Ninjin. Forget about it. How can I? It's in my cellar, and some of it's in your cellar. I've plenty myself,
Uo said, no longer smiling.
Nothing's anywhere. Nothing, old friends.
Mura said cautiously.
Nothing exists.
On his orders, 30 koku of rice had been stolen over the last few days from the samurai commissariat and was now secreted around the village, along with other stores and equipment. And weapons.
Not weapons,
Uo had protested.
Rice, yes, but not weapons. War is coming. It's against the law to have weapons,
Ninjin had wailed.
Mura snorted. That's a new law, barely 12 years old. Before that, we could have any weapons we wanted, and we weren't tied to the village. We could go where we wanted, be what we wanted. We could be peasant soldier, fisherman, merchant, even samurai. Some could. You know it's the truth. Yes, but now it's different, Mura-san. Different. The Taiko ordered it to be different. Soon it'll be as it's always been. We'll be soldiering again. Then let's wait, Ninjin had pleaded. Please. Now it's against the law. If the law changes, that's karma. The Taiko made the law. No weapons. None. On pain of instant death. Open your eyes, all of you. The Taiko's dead. And I tell you, soon Omi-san'll need trained men, and most of us have warred, ne? We've fished and warred, all in their season. Isn't that true?
Yes, Mura-san, Uo had agreed through his fear.
Before the Taiko, we weren't tied. They'll catch us. They have to catch us.
Ninjin had wept.
They'll have no mercy. They'll boil us like they boiled the barbarian. Shut up about the barbarian. Listen, friends,
Mura had said.
We'll never get such a chance again. It's sent by God, or by the gods. We must take every knife, arrow, spear, sword, musket, shield, bow we can. The samurai'll think other samurai have stolen them. Haven't the shitheads come from all over Izu? And what samurai really trusts another? We must take back our right to war, ne? My father was killed in battle. So was his, and his. Ninjin, how many battles have you been in? Dozens, ne? Uo, what about you? 20? 30? More. Didn't I serve with the Taiko? Curse his memory. Ah, before he became Taiko, he was a man. That's the truth. Then something changed him, ne? Ninjin, don't forget that Mura-san is headman. And we shouldn't forget his father was headman too. If the headman says weapons, then weapons it has to be.
Now, kneeling in the sun, Mura was convinced that he had done correctly. That this new war would last forever, and their world would be again as it had always been. The village would be here, and the boats and some villagers. because all men, peasant, daimyo, samurai, even the eta, all men had to eat, and the fish were waiting in the sea. So the soldier villagers would take time out from war from time to time, as always, and they would launch their boats.
"Look,"
Uo said, and pointed involuntarily in the sudden hush. The galley was rounding the headland. Fujiko was kneeling abjectly in front of Toranaga in the main cabin that he had used during the voyage, and they were alone.
"I beg you, sire," she pleaded, "take this sentence off my head."
"It's not a sentence. It's an order."
"I will obey, of course, but I cannot do—"
"Cannot?" Toranaga flared. "How dare you argue? I tell you you're to be the pilot's consort, and you have the impertinence to argue?"
"I apologize, sire, with all my heart,"
Fujiko said quickly, the words gushing.
"That was not meant as an argument. I only wanted to say that I cannot do this in the way that you wished. I beg you to understand. Forgive me, sire, but it's not possible to be happy, or to pretend happiness."
She bowed her head to the futon.
"I humbly beseech you to allow me to commit seppuku."
"I've said before, I do not approve of senseless death. I have a use for you."
"Please, sire, I wish to die. I humbly beg you. I wish to join my husband and my son."
Toranaga's voice slashed at her, drowning the sounds of the galley. "I've already refused you that honor. You don't merit it, yet. And it's only because of your grandfather, because Lord Hiromatsu's my oldest friend, that I've listened patiently to your ill-mannered mouthing so far. Enough of this nonsense, woman. Stop acting like a dung-headed peasant."
"I humbly beg permission to cut off my hair and become a nun. Buddha will—"
"No. I've given you an order. Obey it."
"Obey?"
she said, not looking up, her face stark. Then, half to herself,
"I thought I was ordered to Edo."
"You were ordered to this vessel. You forget your position. You forget your heritage. You forget your duty. You forget your duty. I'm disgusted with you. Go and get ready."
"I want to die. Please let me join them, sire."
"Your husband was born samurai by mistake. He was malformed, so his offspring would be equally malformed. That fool almost ruined me. Join them? What nonsense! You're forbidden to commit seppuku. Now get out." But she did not move. "Perhaps I'd better send you to the Eta, to one of their houses. Perhaps that'd remind you of your manners and your duty." A shudder racked her, but she hissed back defiantly,
"At least they'd be Japanese."
"I am your liege lord. You will do as I order." Fujiko hesitated. Then she shrugged.
"Yes, Lord. I apologize for my ill manners."
She placed her hands flat on the futon and bowed her head low, her voice penitent. But in her heart she was not persuaded, and he knew and she knew what she intended to do.
"Sire, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, for destroying your wa, your harmony, and for my bad manners. You were right. I was wrong."
She got up and went quietly to the door of the cabin. "If I grant you what you wish," Toranaga said, "will you, in return, do what I want, with all your heart?" Slowly she looked back.
"For how long, sire? I beg to ask, for how long must I be consort to the barbarian?"
"A year." She turned away and reached for the door handle. Toranaga said, "Half a year." Fujiko's hand stopped. Trembling, she leaned her head against the door.
"Yes. Thank you, sire. Thank you."
Toranaga got to his feet and went to the door. She opened it for him and bowed him through and closed it after him. Then the tears came silently. She was samurai. Toranaga came on deck feeling very pleased with himself. He had achieved what he wanted with a minimum of trouble. If the girl had been pressed too far, she would have disobeyed and taken her own life without permission. But now she would try hard to please, and it was important that she become the pilot's consort happily, at least outwardly so, and 6 months would be more than enough.
Women are much easier to deal with than men, he thought contentedly. So much easier, in certain things.
Then he saw Yabu samurai massed around the bay, and his sense of well-being vanished.
Welcome to Isu, Lord Toranaga,
Yabu said.
I ordered a few men here to act as escort for you. Good.
The galley was still 200 yards from the dock, approaching neatly, and they could see Omi and Igarashi in the futons and the awning.
Everything's been done as we discussed in Osaka, Yabu was saying. But why not stay with me for a few days? I'd be honored, and it would prove very useful. You could approve the choice of the 250 men for the musket regiment, and meet their commander. Nothing would please me more, but I must get to Edo as quickly as possible, Yabu-san. 2 or 3 days. Please, a few days free from worry would be good for you, ne? Your health is important to me, to all your allies. Some rest, good food, and hunting.
Toranaga was desperately seeking a solution. To stay here with only 50 guards was unthinkable. He would be totally in Yabu's power, and that would be worse than his situation at Osaka. At least Ishido was predictable and bound by certain rules. But Yabu?
Yabu's as treacherous as a shark, and you don't tempt sharks, he told himself. And never in their home waters, and never with your own life.
He knew that the bargain he had made with Yabu at Osaka had as much substance as the weight of their urine when it had reached the ground. Once Yabu believed he could get better concessions from Ishido. And Yabu's presenting Toranaga's head on a wooden platter to Ishido would get Yabu immediately far more than Toranaga was prepared to offer.
Kill him or go ashore.
Those were the choices.
You're too kind, he said, but I must get to Edo. I never thought Yabu would have time to gather so many men here. Has he broken our code? Please allow me to insist, Toranaga-sama. The hunting's very good nearby. I've falcons with my men. A little hunting after being confined at Osaka would be good, ne? Yes, it would be good to hunt today. I regret losing my falcons, though. But they're not lost. Surely Hiromatsu will bring them with him to Edo. I ordered him to release them once we were safely away. By the time they'd have reached Edo, they would have been out of training and tainted. It's one of my few rules, only to fly the falcons that I've trained, and to allow them no other master. That way, they make only my mistakes. It's a good rule. I'd like to hear the others. Perhaps over food tonight? I need this shark, Toranaga thought bitterly. To kill him now is premature.
2 ropes sailed ashore to be caught and secured. The ropes tightened and screeched under the strain, and the galley swung alongside deftly. Oars were shipped. The gangway slid into place, and then Yabu stood at its head. At once, the massed samurai shouted their battle cry in unison.
Kashigi! Kashigi!
And the roar that they made sent the gulls cawing and mewing into the sky. As one man, the samurai bowed. Yabu bowed back, then turned to Toranaga and beckoned him expansively.
Let's go ashore.
Toranaga looked out over the massed samurai, over the villagers prostrate in the dust, and he asked himself,
Is this where I die by the sword, as the astrologer has foretold? Certainly the first part has come to pass. My name is now written on Osaka walls.
He put that thought aside. At the head of the gangway he called out loudly and imperiously to his 50 samurai, who now wore brown uniform kimonos as he did.
All of you, stay here. You, Captain, you will prepare for instant departure. Mariko-san, You will be staying in Anjiro for 3 days. Take the pilot and Hujiko-san ashore at once, and wait for me in the square."
Then he faced the shore, and to Yabu's amazement, increased the force of his voice.
"Now, Yabu-san, I will inspect your regiments."
At once he walked past him and stomped down the gangplank with all the easy, confident arrogance of the fighting general he was. No general had ever won more battles, and no one was more cunning except the Taiko, and he was dead. No general had fought more battles, or was ever more patient, or had lost so few men, and he had never been defeated. A rustle of astonishment sped throughout the shore as he was recognized. This inspection was completely unexpected. His name was passed from mouth to mouth, and the strength of the whispering, the awe that it generated, gratified him. He felt Yabu following, but did not look back.
"Ah, Igarashi-san,"
he said with a geniality he did not feel.
"It's good to see you. Come along, we'll inspect your men together."
"Yes, Lord."
"And you must be Kasigi Omi-san. Your father's an old comrade in arms of mine. You follow, too."
"Yes, Lord," Omi replied, his size increasing with the honor being done to him.
"Thank you."
Toranaga set a brisk pace. He had taken them with him to prevent them from talking privately with Yabu for the moment, knowing that his life depended on keeping the initiative.
"Didn't you fight with us at Odawara, Igarashi-san?"
he was asking, already knowing that this was where the samurai had lost his eye.
"Yes, sire. I had the honor. I was with Lord Yabu, and we served on the Taiko right wing." "Then you had the place of honor, where fighting was the thickest. I have much to thank you and your master for." "We smashed the enemy, Lord. We were only doing our duty."
Even though Igarashi hated Toranaga, he was proud that the action was remembered and that he was being thanked. Now they had come to the front of the 1st Regiment. Toranaga's voice carried loudly.
"Yes, you and the men of Izu helped us greatly. Perhaps, if it weren't for you, I would not have gained the Kanto. Eh, Yabu-sama?"
he added, stopping suddenly, giving Yabu publicly the added title, and thus the added honor. Again, Yabu was thrown off balance by the flattery. He felt it was no more than his due, but he had not expected it from Toranaga, and it had never been his intention to allow a formal inspection.
"Perhaps, but I doubt it. The Taiko ordered the Beppu clan obliterated. So it was obliterated."
That had been 10 years ago, when only the enormously powerful and ancient Beppu clan, led by Beppu Genzaemon, opposed the combined forces of General Nakamura, the Taiko-to-be, and Toranaga, the last major obstacle to Nakamura's complete domination of the empire. For centuries, the Beppu had owned the 8 provinces, the Kanto. 150,000 men had ringed their castle city of Odawara, which guarded the pass that led through the mountains into the incredibly rich rice plains beyond. The siege lasted 11 months. Nakamura's new consort, the patrician Lady Ochiba, radiant and barely 18, had come to her lord's household outside the battlements, her infant son in her arms, Nakamura doting on his firstborn child. And with Lady Ochiba had come her younger sister, Genjiko, whom Nakamura proposed giving in marriage to Toranaga.
"Sire,"
Toranaga had said,
"I'd certainly be honored to lock our houses closer together. But instead of me marrying the Lady Genjiko, as you suggest, let her marry my son and heir, Sudara."
It had taken Toranaga many days to persuade Nakamura, but he had agreed. Then, when the decision was announced to the Lady Ochiba, she had replied at once,
"With humility, sire, I oppose the marriage."
Nakamura had laughed.
"Ha ha! So do I! Sudara's only 10 and Genjiko 13. Even so, they're now betrothed, and on his 15th birthday, they'll marry." "But, sire, Lord Toranaga's already your brother-in-law, eh? Surely that's enough of a connection? You need closer ties with the Fujimoto and the Takashima, even at the imperial court." "They're dungheads at court, and all in pawn," Nakamura had said in his rough peasant voice, Listen, Ochan. Toranaga's got 70,000 samurai. When we've smashed the Beppu, he'll have the Kanto and more men. My son will need leaders like Yoshi Toranaga, like I need them. Yes, and one day my son will need Yoshi Sudara. Better Sudara should be my son's uncle. Your sister's betrothed to Sudara, but Sudara will live with us for a few years, ne?
Of course, sire. Toranaga had agreed instantly, giving up his son and heir as a hostage.
Good, but listen. First you and Sudara will swear eternal loyalty to my son.
And so it had happened. Then, during the 10th month of siege, this first child of Nakamura had died, from fever or bad blood or malevolent kami.
May all gods curse Odawara and Toranaga, Ochiba had raved. It's Toranaga's fault that we're here. He wants the Kanto. It's his fault our son's dead. He's your real enemy. He wants you to die and me to die. Put him to death, or put him to work. Let him lead the attack. Let him pay with his life for the life of our son. I demand vengeance.
So Toranaga had led the attack. He had taken Odawara Castle by mining the walls and by frontal attack. Then the grief-stricken Nakamura had stamped the city into dust. With its fall and the hunting down of all the Beppu, the empire was subdued, and Nakamura became first Kampaku and then Taiko. But many had died at Odawara. Too many, Toranaga thought, here on the Anjiro shore. He watched Yabu.
It's a pity that Taiko's dead, eh? Yes. My brother-in-law was a great leader, and a great teacher, too. Like him, I never forget a friend, or an enemy. Soon Lord Yaemon will be of age. His spirit is the Taiko's spirit. But before Yabu could stop the inspection, Toranaga had already gone on again, and there was little he could do but follow. Toranaga walked down the ranks, exuding geniality, picking out a man here, another there, recognizing some, his eyes never still as he reached into his memory for faces and names. He had that very rare quality of special generals who inspect, so that every man feels, at least for a moment, that the general has looked at him alone, perhaps even talked with him alone, among his comrades. Toranaga was doing what he was born to do, what he had done 1,000 times, controlling men with his will. By the time the last samurai was past, Yabu, Igarashi, and Omi were exhausted. But Toranaga was not, and again, before Yabu could stop him, he had walked rapidly to a vantage point and stood high and alone. Samurai of Izu, vassals of my friend and ally, Kashigi Yabu-sama, he called out in that vast, sonorous voice. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to see part of the strength of Izu, part of the forces of my great ally. Listen, samurai, dark clouds are gathering over the empire and threaten the Taiko's peace. We must protect the Taiko's gifts to us against treachery in high places. Let every samurai be prepared. Let every weapon be sharp. Together we will defend his will, and we will prevail. May the gods of Japan, both great and small, pay attention. May they blast without pity all those who oppose the Taiko's orders. Then he raised both his arms and uttered their battle cry. Kashigi! And incredibly, he bowed to the legions and held the bow. They all stared at him. Then, Toranaga! Came roaring back at him from the regiments again and again, and the samurai bowed in return. Even Yabu bowed, overcome by the strength of the moment. Before Yabu could straighten, Toranaga had set off down the hill once more at a fast pace. Go with him, Omi-san, Yabu ordered. It would have been unseemly for him to run after Toranaga himself. Yes, Lord. When Omi had gone, Yabu said to Igarashi, What's the news from Edo? The Lady Yuriko, your wife, said first to tell you there's a tremendous amount of mobilization over the whole Kanto. Nothing much on the surface, but underneath everything's boiling. She believes Toranaga's preparing for war, A sudden attack, perhaps against Osaka itself.
What about Ishido?
Nothing before we left. That was 5 days ago. Nor anything about Toranaga's escape. I only heard about that yesterday, when your lady sent a carrier pigeon from Edo. Ah, Tsukimoto's already set up that courier service? Yes, sire. Good. Her message read, Toranaga has successfully escaped from Osaka with our master in a galley. Make preparations to welcome them at Anjiro. I thought it best to keep this secret, except from Omi-san, but we're all prepared.
How?
I've ordered a war exercise, sire, throughout Izu. Within 3 days, every road and pass into Izu will be blocked, if that's what you want. There's a mock pirate fleet to the north that could swamp any unescorted ship by day or by night, if that's what you want. And there's space for you here and a guest, however important, if that's what you want. Good. Anything else? Any other news?
Igarashi was reluctant to pass along news, the implications of which he did not understand.
We're prepared for anything here. But this morning a cipher came from Osaka. Toranaga has resigned from the Council of Regents.
Impossible. Why should he do that?
I don't know. I can't think this one out. But it must be true, sire. We've never had wrong information from this source before.
The Lady Sazuko? Yabu asked cautiously, naming Toranaga's youngest consort, whose maid was a spy in his employ. Igarashi nodded.
Yes, but I don't understand it at all. Now the regents will impeach him, won't they? They'll order his death. It'd be madness to resign, eh?
Mishido must have forced him to do it. But how? There wasn't a breath of rumor. Toranaga would never resign on his own.
You're right. That'd be the act of a madman. He's lost if he has. It must be false.
Yabu walked down the hill in turmoil and watched Toranaga cross the square toward Mariko and the barbarian, with Hujiko nearby. Now Mariko was walking beside Toranaga, the others waiting in the square. Toranaga was talking quickly and urgently. And then Yabu saw him give her a small parchment scroll, and he wondered what it contained and what was being said.
What new trickery is Toranaga planning?
He asked himself, wishing he had his wife Yuriko here to help him with her wise counsel. At the dock, Toranaga stopped. He did not go onto the ship and into the protection of his men. He knew that it was on the shore that the final decision would be made. He could not escape. Nothing was yet resolved. He watched Yabu and Igarashi approaching. Yabu's untoward impassivity told him very much.
So, Yabu-san, you will stay for a few days, Lord Toranaga? It would be better for me to leave at once.
Yabu ordered everyone out of hearing. In a moment, the two men were alone on the shore.
I've had disquieting news from Osaka. You've resigned from the Council of Regents?
Yes, I've resigned.
Then you've killed yourself, destroyed your cause, all your vassals, all your allies, all your friends. You've buried Izu, and you've murdered me. The Council of Regents can certainly take away your fief, and your life if they want. Yes. By all gods, living and dead, and yet to be born.
Yabu fought to dominate his temper.
I apologize for my bad manners, but your incredible attitude. Yes, I apologize.
There was no real purpose to be gained in a show of emotion, which all knew was unseemly and defacing.
Yes, it is better for you to stay here then, Lord Toranaga. I think I would prefer to leave at once. Here, or Edo, what's the difference? The regent's order will come immediately. I imagine you'd want to commit seppuku at once, with dignity, in peace. I would be honored to act as your second. Thank you, but no legal orders yet arrived, so my head will stay where it is. What does a day or two matter? It's inevitable that the order will come. I will make all arrangements, yes, and they will be perfect. You may rely on me. Thank you. Yes, I can understand why you would want my head. My own head will be forfeit, too. If I send yours to Ishido, or take it and ask his pardon, that might persuade him, but I doubt it, ne? If I were in your position, I might ask for your head. Unfortunately, my head will help you not at all. I'm inclined to agree, but it's worth trying. Yabu spat violently in the dust. I deserve to die for being so stupid as to put myself in that dunghead's power. Ishido will never hesitate to take your head, but first he'll take Izu. Oh yes, Izu's lost with him in power. Don't bait me. I know that's going to happen. I'm not baiting you, my friend, Toranaga told him, enjoying Yabu's loss of face. I merely said, with Ishido in power, you're lost and Izu's lost, because his kinsman Ikawa Jikyu covets Izu, ne? But, Yabu-san, Ishido doesn't have the power. Yet. And he told him, friend to friend, why he had resigned. The council's hamstrung. Yabu couldn't believe it. There isn't any council. There won't be until there are 5 members again. Toranaga smiled. Think about it, Yabu-san. Now I'm stronger than ever, ne? Ishido's neutralized. So is Jikyu. Now you've got all the time you need to train your guns. Now you own Tsuruga and Totomi. Now you own Jikyu's head. In a few months, you'll see his head on a spike and the heads of all his kin, and you'll ride in state into your new domains. Abruptly, he spun and shouted, Igarashi-san! And 500 men heard the command. Igarashi came running, but before the samurai had gone 3 paces, Toranaga called out, Bring an honor guard with you! 50 men! At once! He did not dare to give Yabu a moment's respite to detect the enormous flaw in his argument. That if Ishido was hamstrung now and did not have power, then Toranaga's head on a wooden platter would be of enormous value to Ishido, and thus to Yabu. Or even better, Toranaga bound like a common felon and delivered alive at the gates of Osaka Castle would bring Yabu immortality and the keys to the Kanto. While the honor guard was forming in front of him, Toranaga said loudly, In honor of this occasion, Yabu-sama, perhaps you would accept this as a token of friendship. Then he took out his long sword, held it flat on both hands, and offered it. Yabu took the sword as though in a dream. It was priceless. It was a Minowara heirloom and famous throughout the land. Toranaga had possessed this sword for 15 years. It had been presented to him by Nakamura in front of the assembled majesty of all the important daimyos in the empire, except Beppu Genzeimon, as part payment for a secret agreement. This had happened shortly after the Battle of Nagakude, long before the Lady Ochiba. Toranaga had just defeated General Nakamura, the Taiko-to-be, when Nakamura was still just an upstart, without mandate or formal power or formal title, and his reach for absolute power still in the balance. Instead of gathering an overwhelming host and burying Toranaga, which was his usual policy, Nakamura had decided to be conciliatory. He had offered Toranaga a treaty of friendship and a binding alliance, and to cement them, his half-sister as wife. That the woman was already married and middle-aged bothered neither Nakamura nor Toranaga at all. Toranaga agreed to the pact. At once the woman's husband, one of Nakamura's vassals, thanking the gods that the invitation to divorce her had not been accompanied by an invitation to commit seppuku, had gratefully sent her back to her half-brother. Immediately, Toranaga married her with all the pomp and ceremony he could muster, and the same day concluded a secret friendship pact with the immensely powerful Beppu clan, the open enemies of Nakamura, who, at this time, still sat disdainfully in the Kanto
on Toranaga's very unprotected back door. Then Toranaga had flown his falcons and waited for Nakamura's inevitable attack. But none had come. Instead, astoundingly, Nakamura had sent his revered and beloved mother into Toranaga's camp as a hostage, ostensibly to visit her stepdaughter, Toranaga's new wife, but still hostage nonetheless, and had, in return, invited Toranaga to the vast meeting of all the daimyos that he had arranged at Osaka. Toranaga had thought hard and long. Then he had accepted the invitation, suggesting to his ally Beppu Genzaemon that it would be unwise for them both to go. Next, he had set 60,000 samurai secretly into motion toward Osaka against Nakamura's expected treachery, and had left his eldest son, Noboru, in charge of his new wife and her mother. Noboru had at once piled tinder-dry brushwood to the eaves of their residence, and had told them bluntly he would fire it if anything happened to his father. Toranaga smiled, remembering. The night before he was due to enter Osaka, Nakamura, unconventional as ever, had paid him a secret visit, alone and unarmed. "Well met, Tora-san." "Well met, Lord Nakamura." "Listen, we fought too many battles together. We know too many secrets. We've shit too many times in the same pot to want to piss on our own feet or on each other's." "I agree," Toranaga had said cautiously. "Listen, then. I'm within a sword's edge of winning the realm. To get total power, I've got to have the respect of the ancient clans, the hereditary fief holders, the present heirs of the Fujimoto, the Takashima, and Minawara. Once I've got power, any daimyo or any three together can piss blood for all I care." "You have my respect. You've always had it." The little monkey-faced man had laughed richly. "You won at Nagakode, fairly. You're the best general I've ever known, the greatest daimyo in the realm. But now, we're going to stop playing games, you and I. Listen, tomorrow, I want you to bow to me before all the daimyos, as a vassal. I want you, Yoshi Toranaga no Minawara, a willing vassal, publicly. Not to tongue my hole, but polite, humble, and respectful. If you're my vassal, the rest'll fart in their haste to put their heads in the dust and their tails in the air. And the few that don't? Well, let them beware." "That will make you lord of all Japan, eh?" "Yes, the first in history. And you'll have given it to me. I admit I can't do it without you, but listen, if you do that for me, you'll have first place after me. Every honor you want. Anything. There's enough for both of us." "Is there?" "Yes. First I take Japan, then Korea, then China. I told Goroda I wanted that, and that's what I'll have. Then you can have Japan, a province of my China. But now, Lord Nakamura, now I have to submit, ne? I'm in your power, ne? You're in overwhelming strength in front of me, and the Beppu threaten my back. I'll deal with them soon enough," the peasant warlord had said. "Those sneering carrion refused my invitation to come here tomorrow. They sent my scroll back covered in bird shit. You want their lands? The whole canto?" "I want nothing from them or from anyone," he had said. "Liar," Nakamura had said genially. "Listen, Tora-san, I'm almost 50. None of my women has ever birthed. I've juice in plenty, always have had, and in my life I must have pillowed 100, 200 women, of all types, of all ages, in every way, but none has ever birthed a child, not even stillborn. I've everything, but I've no sons, and never will. That's my karma. You've